Beast Mage, Mana Beasts, Book 1. Written by Derek Allen Siddoway. Narrated by Travis Baldree. Chapter 1. The first things Kellen noticed were purring and a small, warm weight resting in the middle of his chest. He groaned and blinked awake. A pair of large, cat-like green eyes stared back at him. "You're alive!" Kellen screamed and flailed his arms. He knocked the creature off his chest and scrambled into a sitting position, scuttling away through the tall grass in an awkward crab walk. "Hey!" His heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the thing that had been resting on his chest moments ago. It looked like someone's stuffed animal brought to life. Downy, cream-colored fur covered a football-shaped and sized body. The thing had no neck, like a baby seal, with 4 stubby paws, 2 big, pointed ears, and a short, fox-like tail. He normally would have felt an overwhelming urge to pick it up and squeeze it if it hadn't been talking. Apparently, he wasn't awake. He couldn't be. "What's the big idea?" it said, tiny paws kicking in the air as it struggled to right itself. "I'm dreaming," Kellen said out loud. It was always easier to wake up from a dream when you realized you were in one. "You're not dreaming!" The little football-shaped fox bounced up and down over the tall, golden grass. "I'm your mana beast." "I'm dreaming," Kellen repeated. But he was less sure of himself this time. Nothing made sense. The last thing he remembered, he'd hit a rock while cutting grain in the harvester, and the blood drained from Kellen's face. Memories flooded back. That wasn't the last thing he remembered. The last thing he remembered was Allison disappearing into that bright blue light. Then he followed her. Coyote Lady watched the poor young man from Earth try to make sense of what just happened to him. Even she, a primeval tasked with observing the ley lines and portals between Oras and Earth, was surprised when the stone in Idaho came to life. As the 4th Nocturne approached, the portals had grown less active, but more erratic. A shout of alarm curled Coyote Lady's lips back from her 2 canine fangs in a smile. She chuckled to herself as Kellen ran from his mana beast, still unnerved at the concept of a talking creature with a personality. He only made it a few feet before his feet tangled in the tall, dry prairie grass, and he fell hard. His new mana beast was on him in an instant, oblivious and ignorant of why his presence upset the young man. They both had a lot to learn. At her side, Raccoon Boy snickered. "He'll be dead in a day." Coyote Lady shot her companion a sidelong glance. "I'll take that bet." She held out a hand. The smaller primeval, resembling a bizarre cross between a raccoon and a boy, as his name suggested, eagerly reached to seal the deal. He paused at the last moment, eyeing her with suspicion. "You're meddling." Coyote Lady put on an expression of fake shock. "I am not. Yet." With their presences veiled from Kellen and his mana beast, both primevals were close enough to hear the small groan when Kellen rolled over. The small, fox-like creature jumped on the young man's chest once more. Coyote Lady thought she could hear Kellen hyperventilating, but pretended not to notice, while Raccoon Boy gave her a knowing smirk. "Come on," she said, waving an irritable hand at Raccoon Boy. "We've got places to be." Raccoon Boy glanced at Kellen, then back to her. "That's it. You're not going to give him any help. Not even going to say anything." Coyote Lady shook her head. "Not yet. We'll see." With that, they vanished. Kellen's mind struggled to comprehend, well, anything. Ignoring the incessant questions from the talking animal perched on his chest, he tried to piece the day's events together. He'd woken early that morning to start cutting grain. Allison had wanted to ride in the cab of the harvester with him, and their parents had given her permission to tag along. They'd only been out for about an hour when he had hit something. Backing up, he'd discovered a flat-sided rock about the size of a mini-fridge sticking out of the ground. That alone had made no sense. He had felt certain the rock hadn't been there when they'd planted the field the previous spring. You couldn't miss something that large sticking out of the ground. Even stranger, however, the rock had started to glow. That was the blue light he remembered. He had shouted for Allison to get away from it, but the light had grown brighter until he couldn't see her anymore. She'd screamed. He had jumped out of the harvester, ran blindly toward her, and there he was, in the middle of who knew where, with a talking plushy fox. Maybe he'd fallen and hit his head. He didn't think he was dead. At least he hoped he wasn't dead, if this was what heaven was. He sat up, gingerly lifting the fox from his chest in case it tried to bite him. The creature's fur was every bit as soft as it appeared. It seemed friendly, but it also shouldn't be talking, so Kellen didn't want to take any chances. Heart pounding, he sat it down next to him. "I'm not going to eat you," the fox said, as if reading his mind. It opened its minuscule mouth as wide as it could, revealing a pair of tiny fangs. "How would I even do that?" Some part of Kellen decided if he didn't reply and pretended the fox didn't exist, it might go away. To distract himself, Kellen examined his surroundings. Maybe there would be some signs of where Allison had gone. The sky above was dirty blue, marred by the brown haze of wildfire smoke. At least Kellen assumed it was wildfire smoke, based on the smell in the air. Like home, it seemed to be late summer, a hot and dry one at that. Unlike home, tall, crooked pillars of red rock jutted up randomly all across the endless expanse of grassy hills. There didn't seem to be another living thing in sight. "Allison!" Kellen stood and yelled from cupped hands. "Allison!" He shouted while turning around, hoping to hear her reply or see her running toward him. In every direction, the scenery looked the same. Empty. "Is Allison another human like you?" the fox asked after several moments passed. Before Kellen could answer, it started yelling his sister's name repeatedly. More concerned about finding his sister than addressing the unexplainable creature at his feet, Kellen resumed shouting too. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually his throat grew hoarse and sore. Allison, nor anyone else, had responded. Sinking to his knees, he fought against the panic rising within him. His sister was nowhere to be found. He was nowhere to be found. And even if by some miracle Allison did appear, there was no harvester, no rock, nothing that might provide a clue to how to get home from wherever they were. As his chest tightened and his breath came in quick gasps again, the football fox drew closer and nudged his hand with its tiny nose. Rather than freaking him out further, Kellen found the feeling strangely calming. "Hey, you doing okay? You don't seem so good." A nervous breakdown. That's what it was. Maybe heat stroke. He was hallucinating. Had he hit his head? He clung to the small hope that he was really dreaming. If so, everything would be fine when he woke up. It was probably still the night before, and he hadn't actually gone out to cut grain with Allison after all. "This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real." "Seems pretty real to me." The fox's voice sounded like a preteen boy and lacked all the comfort and compassion that often went along with that age group. "Don't talk to it," Kellen said to himself. "That will only encourage it." He squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, the little round fox sat right in front of him and looked right into his eyes. "Maybe we should start over," it said. "My name's Vex." Kellen decided to play along in the hopes he would wake up soon. "I'm Kellen Lars. It's good to meet you." "It's great to meet you, too." The football fox, Vex, jumped forward, and Kellen extended his hands and caught the creature out of reflex. He winced and fought the urge to hold Vex out at arm's length. Vex stared up at him with those big green eyes expectantly. Any chance you know where we are, Vex?" "This is Oras," Vex said. "You probably didn't know that since you're from Earth, but don't worry, you've got me to help you out with things like that." "Oras," Kellen repeated. Aside from the fact he was talking to a fox, everything Vex said only confused Kellen more. "Yeah," Vex said, sounding like this was the greatest thing ever, like they had just won an all-expense-paid vacation. "Now that you've finally arrived from Earth, we're going to be awesome together." "So you're telling me this is an entirely different planet?" With no other options, Kellen thought it best to learn what he could from the fox. He'd gone through an adolescent phase when he thought he wanted to be an improv comedian. It had lasted just long enough for him to learn the first rule of improvisation. Always accept whatever scenario your partner creates. He wasn't sure the rules applied in whatever situation he was currently in, but it was worth a shot. "I'm not sure," Vex said slowly, the way a middle school student might when the teacher called on them and they hadn't been paying attention. "It's not the same place." "Okay, time for a different approach." "I'm looking for a girl," Kellen said. "She's 12 years old, blonde hair, wearing a red jacket. That's Allison. She's my sister. Did you see anyone like that before I came along?" Vex blinked. Kellen waited, but the fox didn't respond. "Well?" he asked finally. No. Nope, sorry," Vex said. Then his ears perked up. "I'd love to help you find her, though." Kellen resisted the urge to swear, mostly because he didn't want a 5-minute conversation with Vex explaining the meaning of whatever expletive he chose. "Okay," he mumbled to himself. "Let's think through this." "Great plan," Vex said. "You start." He plopped down and looked up expectantly. Ignoring the fox, Kellen sat down in the grass and worked to piece together what he knew. Allison had disappeared into the light before him. He had to assume she'd ended up roughly in the same place he had, if this place was real. What would his sister have done in the same situation? Had a talking animal appeared to her as well? He snorted at the thought. Knowing Allison, she'd have already taught it a trick while she waited for him to show up. That was what bothered him now. If his sister was anywhere nearby, she would have heard him and would have found him. If she'd landed in the same place he had, she would have stayed there. If you get lost, don't go anywhere. She'd had that drilled into her by their parents at least once a week since... Kellen swallowed hard. A sick feeling gripped his stomach. Not again. This couldn't be happening again. It was one of the only things that still made him think this was a nightmare, because this was his worst nightmare. "Kellen?" Vex's soft voice caught him off guard. The fox looked up at him, big green eyes shining. "We're going to find her, okay?" He didn't know how, but the fox understood. Pushing aside thoughts of home, his parents, and a million other worries bombarding his rattled mind, Kellen stood up and brushed bits of dried grass from his jeans with shaking hands. He had to find Allison. Chapter 2. Allison didn't know where she was or how she got there. One minute, she'd been in the field with Kellen, staring at that glowing rock. The next thing she knew, she was lying on her back in the dirt, and it was night. Before she'd done much more than sit up, she noticed the screaming. It was coming from all around her as shadowed figures darted by, outlined in moonlight. The only thing she could think to do was run, so that's what she did. Though she hadn't gone farther than a dozen steps when they grabbed her, a man who looked like he belonged in a punk rock band with a mohawk and white painted lines on his face. Kicking him between the legs made him let her arm go. As soon as she turned around, however, a woman snatched her wrist. Allison tried to twist so she could bite or kick her, but the woman jerked her arm behind her back so hard Allison dropped to the ground. She gasped from the searing pain in her wrist and stopped fighting. They tied her hands together with rough rawhide straps as others emerged from the darkness with their own prisoners in tow. They tied another rope to her ankle and ran it to 2 other people, an old woman and a boy a couple years younger than herself. The rest was a blur of running, stumbling in the tall grass, being yanked to her feet, and running some more. They'd only gone a few hours when the old woman slowed, finally collapsed, and couldn't get up. Right before Allison's eyes, the Mohawk man ran a knife across the old woman's throat, then cut the rope off her ankle. Allison made sure she got right back up whenever she tripped after that, and tried to help the boy whenever he fell too. She wasn't scared. She reminded herself of this constantly throughout the night. She was worried about what would happen when the blisters inside her boots made it so she couldn't walk, let alone run. "Halt! Take a break, slaves." Allison fell to her knees at once. Hours later, her wrist and elbow still ached. They'd been running at a steady jog all night long, and her legs and chest ached from the constant effort. Although she was one of the fastest girls in her class, she'd never run this far before. After she sucked in a few breaths, she found enough air and energy to look up at her captors. They were a group of angry-looking men and women, constantly snapping at the other captives and each other like the farm dogs at home whenever there weren't enough pork chop scraps to go around. She didn't like that they called her a slave. She wasn't a slave. At 12 years old, she had something to say about being ordered around by anybody. The bad men and women drank from water canteens, but Allison and the other captives had to drink from the stream they'd stopped by. She knew Kellen would have warned her about getting germs from the water if he was there. She was too thirsty to care. She crawled on all fours over to the soft sand, ignoring the water soaking through the knees of her jeans, and slurped as fast as she could. The lukewarm water was heaven, even with a dozen people sticking their dirty hands in it to slurp it up. When she finished drinking, she splashed some on her hair, face, and neck. It couldn't have been much later than 8 o'clock, but the plains were already hot and smoky. Now that she'd had a minute to catch her breath, she worried about Kellen for the 100th time. Was he okay? Had the light sucked him into the village too? He wasn't in their group, so did that mean? No, she wouldn't think that. Wherever he was, Kellen was fine. Angry at herself for even thinking such a thing, she rubbed away the tears at the corner of her eyes and studied the other captives for the first time in the daylight. There were 18 in all, half a dozen younger than her, the rest adults of different ages. They all wore strange clothes, a mix of buckskin dresses or leggings mostly, though different styles were apparent. The majority were barefoot, although a few sported moccasins or leather sandals tied on with straps. Stranger still were the complexions of some. Among the captives, about half had ordinary, tannish red skin. Some of the guards looked this way too, though most had what could only be described as a dull, golden tone that defied any attempt at demographic placement. The other half of the prisoners appeared frostbitten from head to toe. Their skin was a gray color that Allison had never seen anywhere. Everyone had dark brown or black hair, making her bedraggled blonde stick out like a sore thumb. None of them looked like they had any idea where Idaho was. To confuse the matter, the few times anyone, the other captives or their guards, had spoken, they all used English. But their accents were nothing Allison had ever heard before, even among the seasonal workers that came to harvest potatoes and beets on the neighboring farms back home. The guards wore pants that came about halfway down their shins and sandals wrapped on their feet with leather cords. Instead of shirts, the men were bare-chested or sported tan-colored vests. The women wore vests, too, or simple wraps around their chests that Allison's mother certainly wouldn't have found appropriate for women anywhere but the pool. They all had white paint on their exposed skin. Lines, swirls, and dots with no pattern to their placement she could make out. Every captor carried an assortment of knives, tomahawks, and bows that Allison would have expected to see in a western. Nobody had a gun or a cell phone, which made the mystery of where they were all the more confusing. Even without her blonde hair, freckles, and pale skin, her jeans and hoodie made it clear she didn't belong. Beside her, the boy tied to Allison leaned back from the stream and groaned. Over the last hour he'd slowed down, and she felt like she'd dragged him the last couple miles. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm scared," he said, in the same strange accent as the others. "It's going to be okay," she said, as much to herself as the boy. "My brother knows I'm missing. He's going to find us and rescue us. I know it." "Is he a great warrior?" the boy asked. "Well," Kellen wasn't a chicken, but nobody described him as a warrior either, let alone a great one. Still, she thought she could keep the boy's spirits up. "Yes. What's your name?" "Kato," the boy said. "I'm Allison." She held out a hand for the boy to shake. He stared down at it, confused and maybe even intimidated. "I don't have anything to give you," he said. "The slavers don't let us have anything." "I'm not... Never mind." She let her hand fall. "Where are we?" Kato gave her another strained look. "What do you mean? The Thunder Plains?" Allison didn't really like school, especially not history or geography. She didn't know of anywhere called the Thunder Plains, so she tried another angle. "Okay, Kato, this is going to sound dumb, but what country are we in?" "Country?" The boy seemed confused by the question. "These are Storm Tribe lands." "Yes, but—" "On your feet!" It was the man with a mohawk. He strode through the prisoners and yanked them to their feet, ignoring all the whimpers and groans. Allison glared at him as he approached, determined he wasn't going to put another hand on her. As the man got closer, Kato jumped up. "Hurry," he urged. "You do not want to anger them." She shook her head. There were little kids and old people that needed a longer rest. "Up, slave!" The Mohawk man stood above her, his snarling face contorted by the white symbols painted across his cheeks and around his eyes. She could tell at once he hadn't forgotten she'd kicked him. "These people are tired," Allison said. "You can't just—" She yelped as he grabbed her by the hair and hauled her up. She lashed out with her legs, this time with no luck. The man held her at arm's length, too far to even connect with his shin. "Let me go!" she screamed, tears welling in her eyes from the sharp pain blooming on the top of her head. The man complied, throwing her down on the ground and reaching for a whip tied at his waist. Growling, she rushed at him, ducking and spearing the man between the legs with the crown of her head. She went down on top of him, biting, scratching, and kicking, while the man cursed and tried to free himself from beneath her. Her arms jerked to the right. She landed hard on her back. Gasping for air, she saw the same woman from the night before looming over her. "Bested by the little witch again, Tapuk," the woman laughed. "There will be nothing left between your legs if she keeps smashing them." Laughter from both the prisoners and the slavers echoed around them. "I will cut every finger from your hand," Tapuk yelled, his face an ugly mask as he struggled to his feet. He drew a curved knife on his belt and advanced. "Enough!" Allison couldn't see the man who had spoken, but his command made Tapuk pause, if only for a moment. With a snarl, he ignored the order and took another step toward her as she scrambled back in the grass. A flash of black light struck Tapuk in the face, accompanied by a piercing scream. She gasped as the man fell beneath the weight of a large black bird unlike any she'd ever seen before. Its ragged black feathers resembled a shredded garbage bag. Talons as long as Allison's fingers dug into Tapuk's chest. The man screamed in pain before the bird pushed itself off and rose in the air, hovering over the slaver with massive, beating wings. Someone whistled behind Allison. She turned to see another man holding out an arm. The bird returned to its master, giving her a better view of the creature. Its beak was wide like a duck's and full of gnarled, crisscrossing fangs that stuck out from the top and bottom at random angles. Its head was bald like a vulture's, with dead gray skin, except for 2 strands of black feathered tufts that looked like horns curving back from a pair of hateful red eyes. "When I give a command, Tapuk, you obey me." The bird's master didn't yell, but his voice carried above the breeze, the stream, and the rustling grass, commanding attention from everyone. "Is this understood?" "Yes, Upira," Tapuk replied in a pained voice, clutching at the deep cut across his brow. He shot Allison a look that would have killed, but said nothing more. "You go." The woman hauled Allison to her feet by the bindings on her wrists, and the birdmaster walked closer. Allison tried to hide her fear and disgust. The bird, the man, or both smelled like roadkill. Not wanting to meet the unnatural red eyes of the hell vulture, Allison forced herself to look at the man, determined not to show him just how afraid she felt inside. His yellow eyes were almost as bad as the bird's. With his free arm, the man carried an obsidian-tipped spear like a staff. Standing in front of him, Allison guessed he was a couple inches taller than her dad's 6 feet, if not quite as broad-shouldered, but much, much more muscled. His head was bald and covered in black tattoos. A dark, reddish-brown scarf covered his face below his long, crooked nose, but did not muffle his voice. He wore a wide necklace of bones and spearheads that covered his tattooed chest like a breastplate. Below that, his tall black boots were tucked into red pants. The bird's claws looked like they dug into his arm, but he didn't seem bothered by the pain or the weight of the large vulture, and his arm never wavered. "Listen, everyone." The man's reptilian yellow eyes never moved from Allison. "For the recent additions to our happy family, know this. You belong to me now. You don't walk, sleep, talk, eat, or die unless I let you. Forget your old life. It is gone. You are a slave, and you draw breath because I allow it. You will do as you are told, or punishment will be taken from your flesh." She hadn't thought she could hate anyone worse than Tapuk, but this man had certainly proved her wrong. Her insides felt like ice, and she didn't know if she forced herself to keep looking at his eyes or if he held her in some kind of trance. "There are some among your number that have been with me for a time. Watch them. Learn from them. Do as they advise if you want to awaken each dawn. For now, you will run when I say, and you will not stop until I say. If you try to escape, you will not be killed. You will lose your eyes, and you will still run. I am Mubira. I have spoken." When he finished, he pointed his staff at Allison, the jagged obsidian point only inches from her face. "Consider yourself warned." As if to end the conversation, the vulture let out a long hiss and snapped its twisted, fanged beak. "On your feet, slaves!" another man yelled. "Start running!" As she fell in line, blistered feet aching, Allison sent a silent prayer to whoever might listen that someone would find her in this strange land. Where was Kellen? Chapter 3. With each step he took under the scorching sun, and as Vex continued his ceaseless commentary, Kellen worried more and more that this was indeed his reality. And reality was thirsty. Aside from the milk in his cereal bowl, he hadn't yet taken a drink from his water jug when he'd been— he still didn't know what he'd been. Killed? Knocked into a coma? He wondered if even now his family was gathering around his hospital bed, while in his mind he wandered across an endless expanse of plains, searching for a sister that wasn't really there or lost. "At least I have company." But the more and more Vex talked, the more Kellen wondered if silent solitude might not be a preferable option, especially since Vex still wasn't saying anything that made sense. "And then I was like, whoosh, and I shot this attack out of my mouth, and—" "I thought you told me you didn't exist before I came to this world," Kellen asked the little round fox bouncing along at his side. "If that's the case, are you making this entire story up?" "Okay, one, I didn't exist as a physical being. I was a spirit made of mana, and I had enough self-awareness to know I waited a very long time for you to show up," Vex said in his high-pitched voice between bounces. "And two, this may have been a metaphorical story." Kellen squinted his eyes, wishing a hat had been transported to this alternate dimension with him. The sun and the talking fox illusion named Vex were working together to give him a serious migraine. "That's not a metaphorical story, it's a made-up one. There's a difference." But Vex had already started talking again. "We're going to grow stronger and stronger until we're the strongest mana beast and beast caller that ever existed. I'm going to learn all sorts of cool spells and forms, and you're going to build muscles and—" Even if he was only a figment of his imagination, Kellen thought it was rude to let the little fox be led on by his illusions. He stopped, hands on his hips, but Vex carried on talking and bouncing for several more steps before he realized Kellen wasn't at his side. "Hey, what's the matter?" Vex shouted, not missing a bounce. "We can't stop here." I think it's time we had a talk," Kellen said, sucking in a deep breath. He didn't want to crush the little fox's dreams, but his expected reality was so far out of line that it seemed even crueler to let him go on believing that Kellen was some sort of beast slayer, or whatever Vex had called it. "Sure thing," Vex said, bounding back at once. He jumped up and down from the ground to the height of Kellen's face, so close Kellen took a step back for fear the fox would hit him in the nose. "What are we talking about, Kellen?" Kellen took another deep breath. "You seem like a friendly little fellow, but I'm afraid you're just a figment of my imagination." Kellen squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the admission to cease Vex's existence. "There, I'm sorry, but I had to say it." "No worries." Vex didn't sound remotely fazed. "What else were you going to say?" Kellen opened his eyes to find Vex still appearing and disappearing from his sight with every bounce. He struggled to find his next argument. And I don't know how to do magic, so I can't help you. In fact, you should probably know that magic isn't real." Vex's squeaky laughter ran across the plains like a children's toy stuck on repeat. "Is magic what you call mana? Of course mana is real. There's mana in every living thing. Without mana, I couldn't do this." Vex made a loud popping sound like a helium balloon. An instant later, a slightly different version of the football-shaped fox hovered in front of Kellen, but this time it had no legs and 2 fur-covered wings. Kellen shouted in alarm and stumbled backward, falling on his butt. Relax, it's still me. The now roughly volleyball-shaped bat fox hovered over Kellen as if his presence would be a comfort. Kellen struggled to his feet. Pop! Vex morphed back into his old shape and started bouncing again. Kellen jumped, but stayed on his feet this time. If this, Vex morphed into the bat form, isn't magic, back again, then what do you call it? In between each bounce and spoken phrase, the small creature changed shape. Okay, cut it out, Kellen said after a half-dozen shape shifts. You're making me dizzy. I admit, you can do magic. Mana, Vex reminded him with one last bounce and a pop mid-air into the fox. And you don't do mana, you draw on it. But you just said if this isn't magic, then... Kellen cut himself off with an exasperated sigh. Forget it. Maybe you can do magic. Use mana, but that's because you're a figment of my imagination. I'm just a regular dude from Idaho. You used to be a regular... What's a dude? Vex asked, losing focus mid-sentence. Where's Idaho? I thought you knew everything about me, Kellen said. This was good. If he could catch his hallucination in a lie, it might help him wake up. I do! Vex gave a particularly high, insistent bounce. I just have no clue what any of it means. What's a pizza? I can tell it's important, but that's all I've got. That's not important right now. Vex let out a startled yell and flipped over backward mid-air, catching himself by shifting into his fuzzy bat form just before he hit the ground. For a long moment, neither human nor mana beast spoke. Finally, Vex gave a small cough. Are you okay? You don't seem too good. Kellen tried to calm himself once more. I don't understand what's happening. I have no idea what's real, where my sister is, or... He trailed off, and Vex landed on his shoulder, shifting back into his fox form so he could perch on Kellen without falling off. Hey, it's okay. All of this is brand new to me, too. We'll figure it out. Kellen reached across himself to pat Vex. His fingers sank into the fox's thick, creamy fur like a down pillow. A moment later, Vex started purring, which was somehow reassuring. Kellen lifted the mana beast off of his shoulder and held him in his arms. Calmer, he studied the never-ending sea of grass. If Allison really was out there, he needed to be better equipped to find her. His stomach rumbled in agreement, but he felt his parched throat even worse than the hunger. But with no heading or direction, Kellen knew they could wander around in circles until he died of dehydration. He wished for a mountain or a tree or even a big enough rock that would give him a better view. Vex, Kellen said. Hmm? The little fox cracked open an eye, and the purring ceased. It seemed he'd almost been lulled to sleep, sitting in Kellen's arms in the heat of the day. Can you change back into that bat thing? I don't know about you, but I need to find some water. Kellen didn't add it out loud, but a tiny part of him hoped Vex might spot his sister from up in the air. Can do! With another pop, Vex shifted, and the furious beats of his tiny wings soon carried him high into the air until he was only a tiny black dot against the blue sky and midday sun. What do you see? Kellen shouted up to him through cupped hands. Grass! Lots and lots of grass! Kellen's heart sank. Hallucination, comatose figment of his imagination or no, couldn't there at least be... Wait! Vex was so high up, Kellen could just make out his high-pitched voice. I see a stream! And some trees! How far away is it? Kellen barely heard Vex's reply, so he shouted for him to come back down. Once again, Vex popped back into his fox form, and Kellen caught him in his arms. You're sure it was a stream? Vex nodded, or the equivalent of a nod. His entire body bobbed up and down in Kellen's grasp. Yep, most definitely water. Okay. Kellen tried to quell his excitement. How far away do you think it was? Once again, Vex went blank. How many miles? Kellen prompted. Yeah, I have no idea what that is, Vex said. Trying to be patient, Kellen tried another approach. How long do you think it would take us to walk there? Vex shrugged his football-shaped body. I bet we could get there before dark. Farther than Kellen had thought, then. He tried to picture how high Vex had been in the air, hoping to calculate how far away the stream and trees were, but in the end, the best he could do was guess. So, like 6 hours? he asked, forgetting himself. Yes, Vex said immediately. When Kellen looked down at him in surprise, his excitement faded. Okay, if I'm being honest, I have no idea what an hours is either. Kellen fought back a sigh. At least they had a direction. West. At least it was west if the sun moved the same in this bizarre place as on Earth. In a world where animals talked and changed shape at whim, Kellen wondered what else he needed to prepare for. Can we get there before dark? Kellen asked. We can make camp there and... I'd say it's about 3 miles. Kellen looked down at Vex, who was still sitting in his arms. I thought you said you didn't know what a mile was. Vex hopped out of Kellen's arms, bouncing excitedly. I didn't, but I had this weird feeling in the back of my brain like I should know what it is, and it was driving me crazy. The longer I thought about it, the worse it got until it just popped into my head. And pizza. Why didn't you tell me about pizza? Do you think we can try it sometime? I'm a mana beast, so I don't need to eat or drink, but if it's as good as you think it is, I have to have it. Kellen stared. Was Vex reading his mind? He focused all of his thoughts on ice cream. Not just ice cream, but French vanilla specifically, and said nothing, just staring at the fox as he rambled on about all the pizza toppings that he didn't know but thought might sound tasty. Kellen maintained his focus until Vex finally noticed him and paused in his ramblings about pizza. Why are you staring at me like that? It's weird. I wasn't, Kellen said, embarrassed at how ridiculous he was acting. He changed the subject. Come on, you might not need food or water, but I sure do. As they set off, he started counting his paces, determined to keep track of how far they went, just to see if Vex was right in his claim of 3 miles. For the first 100 yards, neither of them spoke. And then, out of nowhere, Vex made Kellen forget all about his steps with one question. Do you put ice cream on pizza? Is that called a French vanilla? Kellen bit back a shout of alarm and tried to focus only on his next step. But if Kellen thought the miles were going to pass by in peace, he was sorely mistaken. Soon he'd forgotten all about Vex's discovery of ice cream as the bouncing fox attempted to educate him in everything and anything he knew. Most of the lectures were about mana beasts and beast callers and how their connection allowed them to use mana for an endless list of magical tasks. Focused on his ever-growing thirst, Kellen nodded and gave an occasional encouraging mumble, but ignored Vex for the most part. That was harder to do whenever Vex interrupted himself to ask about random Earth things like cars, phones, and a Google? Kellen did his best to explain, but every answer he gave opened up another can of questions, until he finally settled for the evergreen standby used by any adult fending off a hyper-curious kid. I'll tell you when you're older, Kellen repeated for the dozenth time. By his estimate, they'd gone about 1.5 miles. He'd sent Vex up in the air to check on their heading, and the fox claimed they were still going in the right direction. Kellen found himself tempted to ask the fox to remain up in the air, but somehow only half hearing whatever Vex had to say was more frazzling than experiencing the entire monologue. How much older? Vex asked. See, mana beasts grow in stages. First, there's the ward form, which is what I'm in now. Then they advance to companions, then guardian. And don't worry, as I grow stronger, you will too. From guardian, you advance to the chieftain form. That's the highest one most mana beasts reach, but we can do better than that. Beyond chieftain, there's... trees! Kellen shouted in surprise as they crested the top of a long hillside, revealing a narrow valley below. A single stream wound its way around the base of the hills, guarded by uneven rows of old cottonwood trees promising shade and rest. From his vantage point, the little valley looked empty, but Kellen was too thirsty to be discouraged that Allison wasn't waiting for him. He rushed down the hill, Vex shifting into his bat form to keep up the pace. Sensing Kellen's relief and joy, the mana beast yipped with excitement. Gaining speed as he descended the hillside, Kellen ran wild for the water, wind and grass whipping past him as his legs moved faster and faster. He was only a few feet from the stream bank when he spotted a person rushing out of the trees, heading straight for him. His heart jumped into his throat, first in surprise and then in terror as a bear the size of a dump truck burst into view, charging toward them. Chapter 4. If Kellen had any lingering doubts he was dreaming, the sight of the very real bear roaring and lumbering toward them wiped them from his mind. "Run!" Vex shrieked. By the time Kellen turned around, Vex was already a short distance ahead of him as a bat, his furry little wings flapping as fast as they could. Kellen ran as fast as he could, back up the slope of the hill. In the back of his mind, he wondered why the person he'd seen running out of the trees ahead of the bear hadn't caught up to him. He glanced back and couldn't believe what he saw. The person, who appeared to be a woman built like an Olympian at first glance, wasn't running. She'd stopped on Kellen's side of the stream and faced the bear. Rooted by amazement at what he was seeing, Kellen stared. The woman raised her bow, drawing an arrow from her quiver as she did so. Even in the daylight and several yards away, the arrowhead glowed with a bright yellow light. Taking aim, she fired. An arc of yellow light trailed the arrow's flight. It struck the bear in the shoulder just as it reared up on its hind legs. To Kellen's surprise, the bear stumbled backward from the single hit. Size aside, this was no normal bear. Its turquoise, crystalline claws were as long as Kellen's forearms. When it dropped to all fours, he noticed a series of stalagmites growing out of its back like quills made from the same crystal substance. Its fur was a matted gray, and two long crystal fangs jutted out of its mouth like a saber-toothed tiger. In the time Kellen looked over the bear, two things happened. The woman fired 3 more arrows from her bow, and the bear, bothered by them like a bee sting might bother a person, decided it had enough of the pesky arrows. "Run!" Kellen shouted, knowing as he said it there was no way they could outrun the bear any more than he could wrestle it to the ground. The woman ignored him, calmly firing 2 more shots, both of which bounced off the bear's head as if they'd struck stone. The great bear roared and advanced at a steady walk, heedless of the projectiles. "I don't think she's listening to you," Vex said. "That's a guardian-level mana beast, and she's no beast caller. She must be crazy." As much as Kellen didn't want to be eaten, he also didn't want to see someone else eaten either. He cast his eyes around, looking for a rock or a stick, anything he might be able to use to distract the bear. The cottonwood trees were old and well-established. If they could make it to a tree, they could climb out of reach. It wasn't a good option, but there were no good options he could come up with on the spot. "We need to distract it," Kellen said to Vex. Vex flew down the hill in a flash of cream fur. "On it!" "No, Vex, wait!" Although every instinct screamed at him to run the other way, Kellen followed. Already to the stream, Vex shot past the woman, dispersing the trails of yellow light from her arrows. As he flew, a golden sphere formed around Vex. He struck the bear in the head at full tilt, and the enraged beast's head snapped to the side. Roaring, the bear rose on its back 2 legs again, swatting at Vex as the fox flitted around its head, shooting triangular blasts of golden light from his mouth. If Kellen hadn't expected to die at any second, he would have been impressed at the display. As it was, he stumbled to a halt long enough to grab the woman by the wrist. He pulled her toward the trees, ignoring the fact that her skin was a strange slate gray color. "Hurry! We've got—" The woman jerked from his grasp. She'd dropped her bow at some point and now held a knife in her hand. Kellen stumbled backward and fell hard on the ground as she sliced the air where he'd been standing a moment before. "This is my hunt," she hissed. "Do not interfere." The woman took off at a sprint toward the crystalline bear. "Are you crazy?" he shouted after her. Meanwhile, Vex continued to pepper the bear with blasts of golden light. Kellen gave the fox credit for his bravery, but the attacks didn't seem to be doing anything more than enraging the bear further. The next moment, a heavy paw struck Vex like a badminton racket hitting a birdie, sending Vex sailing through the air toward Kellen. Running underneath the falling, tumbling Vex, Kellen dove and caught him in his arms, smacking his elbows and ribs hard on the rocks in the stream in the process. "Are you okay?" he asked Vex, who was back in his fox form. "That didn't feel so good," he groaned. He didn't look like he'd be fighting even a wet paper bag anytime soon. Kellen struggled to his feet with Vex in his arms. A short distance away, too close for comfort, the woman darted between swings from the tree-trunk-sized arms of the bear, slashing with her knife and shouting. It was obvious she would get herself killed in short order if something didn't happen. Even as he reached down for a rock, Kellen wondered if he should leave her and make a break for it. She'd not only refused to run from the bear, she'd also attacked him when he tried to help. But she spoke English. Maybe she'd seen Allison, or could at least explain what the hell was going on, if she didn't shank him first. Or they could both be eaten. Kellen didn't think about that. Instead of making a break for it, he hauled the rock back, cradling Vex in his free arm, and threw. The rock sailed through the air and landed a few feet in front of the bear, with no effect.
"Did you mean to miss that bad?"
Vex asked. Throwing back its head and bellowing in triumph, the bear dropped down on all fours, striking the ground like a polar bear breaking through ice. The earth rippled out in all directions from its front paws. Trees swayed and the ground danced. The shockwave sent the woman flying into the air. Kellen's feet flipped out from beneath him, and he landed hard on his back. When he pushed himself up, he saw the woman still on the ground. The bear advanced almost lazily while she struggled to her feet. Heart pounding, Kellen sat Vex down in the grass and ran toward the beast and hunter, without even thinking about what he was doing. From a crouch, the woman lashed out with her knife. One swipe of the bear's mighty paw sent her sailing through the air and rolling across the ground as easily as when it had struck Vex. Out of the corner of his eyes, Kellen saw the woman rise and crumple back to the ground. The bear roared again and stomped toward its fallen prize. "Hey!" Kellen shouted, waving his arms. He would have given anything for a rocket launcher full of bear spray. "Hey, bear!" Ignoring him, the creature drew closer, just feet away from the woman. Kellen reached down and snagged a dead branch from the ground. He threw it like a spear, and it clattered among the rock spikes across the bear's back. The beast paid no notice. Kellen felt entirely hopeless. The woman was going to die, and he could do nothing. Between him and the bear, she struggled to push herself up on shaking arms. It was clear she wouldn't move in time, and Kellen couldn't reach her before the bear did. The beast opened its mouth, a gaping maw as wide as a car window, big enough to bite the woman in half with one go. "No!" Kellen looked all around him for something, anything he could throw, knowing he would never run across the distance in time. On the ground beside him, Vex moaned and tried to get up. This couldn't be happening. A woman was about to be torn in half right in front of him. The fury and confusion of the day came to a point. Something inside switched. An intense pressure on the right side of his chest, directly opposite his heart, blossomed inside Kellen. The pressure turned to pain, snatching his breath away. It built until the sensation became unbearable, screaming for escape. Struggling to stay on his feet, Kellen held his hands out in front of him, fingers spread wide. Spontaneous human combustion seemed a real possibility. A golden aura swelled from his hands. His entire body quaked. Kellen thrust his hands toward the bear, screaming in desperation. "Stop!" A convex blast of translucent golden light burst from his palms. It struck the bear in its gaping mouth, shattering its two long saber teeth. The force flipped the creature onto its back, and its roars of victory changed to pained, surprised screams. Something drained from the right side of his chest, like ice water running into his stomach. He fell to his knees, sucking for air like a fish out of water. Ears ringing, he thought he heard Vex shouting for him. Black and white spots peppered his vision, which danced and rolled as if he were on a ship in stormy water. Through the dizziness, he saw a half-dozen or so riders thundering through the trees. Even to his unfocused eyes, these people were like none he'd ever seen. Their skin was the same ashen gray as the hunter, and they were dressed like plains warriors out of a Western movie. Closing in on the bear, they threw spears and shot arrows that left the same golden light in their wake. In half a moment, the bear had several shafts buried in its exposed belly as it rolled like an upturned turtle to free its back spikes from the earth and get its legs underneath it. Back on its feet, the bear snapped and snarled, but it was surrounded. The riders showed no mercy, their circle of fearless horses bringing them just outside the reach of the bear's claws and fangs as they stabbed and fired. His vision still dancing and unfocused, it looked to Kellen like the horses had long, rhino-like horns on their noses. The bear gave a keening moan and fell to the ground. A bolt of crackling blue light shot from its spiked body. It struck Kellen and Vex like lightning, briefly illuminating them in its cerulean aura before disappearing in a wink. Kellen's chest pounded like he just downed a 12-pack of energy drinks, and his hands, legs, and neck twitched.
"That was awesome!"
Kellen looked down at the grass and saw two Vexes beaming up at him, eyes wide and little mouths upturned in a smile.
Told you could use mana,
both Vexes said, one echoing the other. A sudden wave of nausea struck Kellen. He closed his eyes, willing the world to stop spinning. It didn't. He stumbled to all fours and threw up what little remained of the breakfast he'd eaten a lifetime ago on Earth.
Oh, nasty.
From out of the darkness, Vex's voice, now just a single instance, cut through the din of human shouts and screaming horses. Kellen groaned and rolled over on his back, eyes squeezed shut. More than ever, he wanted this all to be a bad dream that ended. His body felt like he'd gone through a day of Navy SEAL training before being dropped into an ice bath. Cold trickles of sweat ran down his face, and every muscle pulsed and burned. Vex said something again, and this time it sounded like they were underwater.
Did you hear me? That was amazing!
Vex's voice shot through Kellen's head like a nail gun into a watermelon. A smashed watermelon that pounded in agonizing pain.
If that was using mana,
Kellen groaned, forcing his eyes to open,
I never want to do it again.
Kellen's eyes focused on the hazy sky overhead. The pain ebbed just a little. He didn't think he'd blacked out, but had the feeling of waking from a nap and not knowing if he'd been asleep for 5 minutes or 5 hours. As the ringing in his ears subsided, he heard women talking, although he couldn't make out what anyone said.
I'm sure it's only like that the first time,
Vex said.
Probably.
Just thinking about sitting up made Kellen sick again, so he sucked in a deep breath. The pressure on the right side of his chest eased, replaced by a dull thumping, almost like a second heartbeat. At that moment, Vex decided it was a good idea to hop on Kellen's chest. If the fox felt any lingering effects from being treated like a living softball, Kellen couldn't tell.
Did you see me?
Vex asked, his nose inches away from Kellen, who was forced to look down his face at the mana beast.
We're going to be a pretty great team. I can already— Ooh, looks like we've got company.
Kellen didn't bother attempting to get up. He wasn't going anywhere in his current state. If the Grey people wanted to kill him, they could do it where he was. Dying seemed a preferable option compared to how he felt. 3 women stood over him, staring like they'd just stepped in something that smelled bad. Aside from their pale, stormy gray skin, all 3 had black hair, braided with beads and feathers. The side of one woman's head was shaved to the skin, and a small bone piercing jutted through one of her eyebrows. All had faces painted with a variety of red-brown designs mixed with tattoos and scarification symbols. They were all hard muscle and harder expressions. A trio of glowing yellow spearheads appeared inches from Kellen's nose.
Do not move, beast caller.
Chapter 5. Still lying on the ground with Vex on his chest, Kellen stared wide-eyed up at the women, hardly daring to breathe.
We'll never surrender,
Vex said. He'd barely gotten the words out before Kellen contradicted him. We surrender.
What are you doing on the Thunder Plains, Sunhawk?
The speaker was a middle-aged woman with long dark hair pulled back and parted down the middle, with beads and feathers woven throughout. 3 horizontal lines above a dot were painted on both of her cheeks. Aside from being the oldest of the trio, the stern, sharp lines of her face and the way she demanded rather than questioned gave Kellen the impression she was in charge. Kellen hadn't known he was in the Thunder Plains, much less what a Sunhawk was, but somehow he felt pleading ignorance wouldn't get very far.
I'm looking for my sister,
he said, hoping honesty would be the best policy. The woman's eyes widened in a flash of surprise.
Where is your band?
Band? Did he look like a musician?
I'm alone,
he said, still keenly aware of the spear tips hovering over his face.
Lies,
the woman with the eyebrow bone piercing hissed.
Chief Tama, surely he is one of the slavers.
The middle-aged woman that Kellen guessed was the chief studied Kellen. Her hard expression never faded, but she seemed to be contemplating something more than the best place to stab Kellen with her spear. After several long moments, she raised her weapon and took a step back, motioning for the others to do so.
Sit up, beast caller.
Kellen did as he was told, grateful for the increased distance between him and the glowing spearheads. He recalled how upset the woman fighting the bear had been and wondered if these women thought Kellen had attempted to, steal their kill? He glanced between the women to the spot the great animal had fallen. The rest of the riders blocked his view of the animal, clearly bunched together around something, although Kellen thought the carcass of an animal the size of a dump truck should still have been visible. But he had more pressing concerns.
"The bear is all yours," he said. "I don't want trouble."
But just to be clear, we could tear you limb from limb if we wanted to,
Vex chimed in, to Kellen's horror. Luckily, none of the women seemed to think Kellen and Vex capable of hurting anyone, but that didn't make them any less suspicious of the pair. Once more, the chief looked Kellen up and down, taking in his work boots, jeans, and t-shirt. At ground level, Kellen could see the women wore either moccasins or hand-stitched boots laced up to their knees. Trying not to stare, he also couldn't help but notice that the rest of their attire was a bit scant. Although some had leggings or fabric trousers, most wore some short variations of leather skirt shorts that showed much of their legs. Few had loose tunics belted at the waist, but the majority sported nothing more than tight wraps around their chests. He caught himself and found an interesting rock between his knees to stare at instead. "Where do you come from?" the chief asked. He didn't quite know how to answer that. Idaho seemed like the wrong answer for this group.
Far away. A place you've probably never heard of. I'm lost."
More filthy lies, the pierced eyebrow woman said. You saw him fight the great bear. He and his beast are weak. Hey!
Vex cut in. The woman ignored him and didn't stop.
He would not last a day on the plains alone. There must be others with him close by. I bet they will pay a big ransom to get their beast caller back. There is more to him than meets the eye, I think.
All heads turned to the speaker, an older woman with wiry gray hair done up in a bun on the back of her head. A large black feather held her hair in place, and her face looked cracked and weathered. No doubt, Kellen guessed, from a lifetime on the harsh plains. A half-starved brown coyote with red stripes down its sides padded next to her as the old woman approached. A pair of bony, fur-covered wings, similar in design to Vex's, protruded from just behind its shoulder blades. In spite of her years, the woman stood straight and moved with a surprising grace. Even though she wouldn't have come higher than Kellen's chin, her lean, muscled arms looked tough enough to throw a knockout punch. The skinny coyote drew within a few feet of Kellen and Vex and sniffed at the pair with a gray speckled nose that showed it too had lived a long life. Despite its age, yellow eyes gave the creature an unnerving look. "That smell," it murmured in a wheezy voice. It turned to look back at the old woman. "They have her scent on them." It seemed he'd met another mana-beast and beast-caller. Kellen wasn't sure if he should be relieved or more concerned that another animal was speaking, and that the other human seemed to understand it too. Come to think of it, how did all these people and animals speak perfect English?
You are starting to smell a little,
Vex said in a fake whisper. Kellen ignored the fox and looked questioningly at the old woman and her coyote. The rest of the group did as well, but she merely nodded in understanding.
I can sense it too. Tell me, boy, how did you come to our lands?
The old woman's sharp, dark-eyed gaze didn't make Kellen feel any more at ease. He answered quickly. The way she asked the question suggested she wouldn't suffer anything but the truth.
A bright blue light.
It was the best Kellen could come up with while he himself was still coming to terms with the reality of his situation. To his surprise, a series of concerned murmurs arose from the small group of women, and all but the chief and the old woman took a step back from Kellen and Vex. A self-satisfied smile formed in the corner of the old woman's puckered lips.
Ah, a spirit traveler from the great before. How long ago, boy?
The way she asked made Kellen think that people dropping into a different reality was as common as a good rainstorm.
This morning.
Kellen felt the danger had ebbed enough to change the subject.
I'm looking for my sister. She has, skin like mine, 12 years old, blonde hair. She would have been dressed like me, too. Have any of you seen her?
The women exchanged glances, and a frown creased the old woman's brow.
Some of our people saw a girl of that description when the slavers attacked. She was not there when dawn came. They will have taken her.
Kellen felt like his chest was about to explode all over again. He could barely breathe. Allison captured by slavers? How could that have happened in the seconds they'd been separated?
What attack? When was this? Please,
The attack was last night, the old woman said. The slavers attacked our camp, killed some, took others.
Last night? That made no sense, but Kellen had bigger worries.
Can you help me find her?
Kellen asked. The question came out without thinking, and he reminded himself that only a few short minutes before, the women seemed ready to turn him into a pincushion. He knew, too, that he couldn't ask for a better opportunity. If these people were his only chance at finding Allison, he had to find a way to travel with them, whatever the means. The woman the others called Chief Tama pointed her spear to the southwest.
Their trail is that way. We are following them as well.
I need to come with you, Kellen said. If they have horses, too, I'll never—
No.
She didn't even let him finish.
You will only slow us down. If we find your sister, she will be cared for.
Kellen's frustration overcame wooziness and fear of being skewered with a spear. That wasn't good enough. He couldn't trust Allison's salvation to a group of strangers, especially if she really had been kidnapped. So he tried again.
I can earn my keep. Somehow. I can't let them get away.
The chief's eyes narrowed.
Can you fight?
Before Kellen could respond, Vex jumped in.
Did you miss the part where we just took on that bear?
Chief Thomas snorted.
You would be dead if we had not arrived. What powers do you have?
Kellen struggled for an answer.
Vex can change shapes and shoot little golden triangles.
Dude,
Vex said. Kellen noted he'd learned the correct use of the word.
You are making me sound lame.
The old woman cocked her head to the side. Eye level with Kellen, who was still sitting in the dirt, the ragged coyote did the same. The timing between the two was more than a little unnerving. They seemed to be studying him, but what they were looking for he had no idea.
Can't fight, have no useful powers, Chief Tama continued. What good are you to us? I say we bring him along.
It was the old woman who'd spoken. Chief Tama frowned at her.
Watch him,
the chief said, waving her spear at the two other warriors. She then beckoned for the old woman to follow her several paces away, still close enough that Kellen could catch their conversation, however. Trying to ignore the spears waving in front of his face, Kellen watched and listened to the exchange.
You should have let me handle this,
Vex whispered to Kellen.
Captured by enemies on our first day together. This is bad mana. We'll never live this down.
Kellen shushed him, straining to listen.
Even if this boy is a spirit traveler, he and his mana beast are weak,
the chief said.
He will get himself killed within a week. Ira and I will look after him,
the old woman said.
He will not be a burden.
Chief Tama didn't look convinced. Kellen was about to interrupt when the old woman tried a different tactic.
Think on it, Tama,
she said in a gentler tone.
Our bloodline has failed. We need another beast caller, or we will always be the dogs begging for scraps among the storm tribes.
Kellen felt like he was only following about half of what they said, even though they were speaking the same language as him. To his surprise, however, the chief seemed to consider the words of the older woman. It was clear she held a position of respect in the group, even if she wasn't in charge.
He and his ward are favored by Coyote Lady,
the coyote added, turning to stare at Kellen with his piercing yellow eyes.
It is a good sign.
And he saved Shani's life,
the old woman added. The chief scoffed.
Do you doubt it?
The old woman continued.
It would be bad mana to leave him stranded here as thanks.
Look, I don't know any coyote woman or whatever,
Kellen said, loud enough for the two women to hear him.
I just want to find my sister and go home.
His words had an unexpected effect. Both the old woman and the chief turned sharply toward him, and his two guards looked surprised as well.
How do you speak our tongue?
The chief demanded, striding toward him.
It sounded all the same to me,
Kellen said, confused. He tried to scoot away, but the two guards pressed their spears in closer.
Look, I'm really losing my patience with you ladies,
Vex growled again.
If you don't put those spears away, I'm gonna— Enough!
The old woman's voice cut through the tension, and all talking ceased. She hurried toward Kellen.
And this, do you understand my words?
It seemed like a trick, but Kellen didn't want to outsmart himself either. Yes?
Can you speak with me now?
The old woman asked. Nothing sounded different. Maybe these people were crazy, but Kellen thought it best to play along.
Yes, it all sounds the same to me.
The old woman threw back her head and laughed. Nobody else seemed to get the joke. Still smiling, she looked at the chief, hands on her hips.
He speaks Trader, Stormhorse, Sunhawk, and Fire Bison as well as any I've heard, she said. Do you still think they are not a find now, Tama? This spirit traveler has the gift of tongues.
You know, Vex said, struggling to free himself from Kellen's tight embrace. I'm really getting tired of everyone talking about us like we aren't here.
Apologies, little one,
the old woman said. She half squatted down to look at Vex, hands resting on her knees. Kellen wasn't buying the kindly grandma act, though, and it didn't escape him that she didn't offer him an apology, just Vex.
I would like to propose an arrangement, the old woman said. Let me introduce myself. I am...
An angry voice cut through her introduction.
Where is he? Where did the pale boy go?
All eyes turned to a battered figure striding toward Kellen as fast as her limp would allow. It was the woman the bear had been chasing, the one that had attacked him with her knife when he tried to help her run away. She didn't have a knife in her hand now, but she looked no less angry. The old woman moved to intercept her as Kellen scrambled to his feet.
Sonny, you stole my hunt,
the woman accused, jabbing a finger toward Kellen.
I will fight you for this insult to my bravery.
Chapter 6.
We accept,
Vex said, faster than Kellen could decline the challenge. Luckily for Kellen, the old woman interceded.
You have no right to challenge a beast-caller to a duel, Shani. You know our ways. Then it is up to you to fight for the honor of our band, the woman said. The bear was my hunt, and this boy tried to steal my kill. Your grandmother is right, Shani, Chief Thomas said, moving next to the old woman. And besides, this boy saved your life.
Shani's face contorted into a deep scowl. Had he saved her life? It seemed to him that he'd been busy puking when the rest of the women rode in and saved Vex, Shani, and himself. Yet the angry woman that Kellen guessed was Shani didn't deny it. She just shook her head in disgust, saying nothing. Now that they weren't in immediate danger, he couldn't help but notice the deep, stitched cut running diagonally from just below the inside corner of Shani's right eye, almost down to her mouth. Like the rest of her tribe, Shani's raven hair was braided back from her face, but her face paint looked more like she'd rubbed blackened soot across her face. The cut across her face, combined with the scrapes she'd sustained fighting the bear, added to her ferocious aura.
Was there a heart left behind?
The old woman asked. Shani shook her head again, almost as if this were more upsetting than Kellen saving her life. Given her reaction to the whole ordeal, he didn't think he should mention that he'd only used the magic mana by accident.
No, only claws, teeth, and mana dust, and a single stone. Not surprising, and still a bountiful kill, Chief Tama said.
She looked to Kellen.
It is the right of those who make the kill to divide the remains. You may not be one of us, but we will not deny you this, stranger.
Just play along, Vex said in the same loud whisper he'd adopted that everyone could hear anyway. Kellen didn't have the faintest idea what they were talking about. Now they were inviting him to have some bear meat? It seemed a strange custom, but Kellen worried he might offend these people if he declined.
Okay,
he said, not sure what to do next. He'd heard bear meat was nasty, but if they were going to leave him in the middle of nowhere, he'd have to eat something. The old woman beckoned to Kellen with an impatient hand.
Don't just stand there, boy. Come, follow me.
After a quick glance at his two guards to make sure he wouldn't get skewered, he reluctantly followed the old woman, Vex in his arms. They were led to the huddle of warriors where the bear had fallen. As they neared, Kellen saw nothing left of the great bear. But when the circle of women parted, a small mound of fluorescent blue sand appeared, speckled with what looked like bits of bone, the claws and teeth Shani mentioned. The thick smell of burned hair and ozone filled his nose.
Where did it go?
Kellen asked in shock. He'd seen plenty of unbelievable things over the course of the day, but a bear corpse the size of a dump truck just disappearing topped the list. The Amazonian women around him snickered. The old woman's winged coyote provided an answer.
When a mana beast dies, the mana that is its essence is released. That was the blue light you and your fox absorbed. What you see is all that is left, remains of the bear's power from its life. They can be used for a variety of purposes, depending on what remains, the old woman added. Weapons, tools, medicines. This bear had strong mana. It was a good kill.
It still looked like a pile of crushed sour candy mixed with weeks-old roadkill to Kellen. What could he do with any of it? Given that he had nothing but a talking plushy fox and the clothes on his back, there had to be something. Based on what the old woman had said, he assumed this was how their glowing yellow arrow and spearheads were made.
Our customs say we divide the mana remains between those who made the kill, the old woman continued. You and Shani have the first right.
Kellen knelt down next to the pile and pretended to examine it.
What do we do with any of this?
He murmured to Vex out of the side of his mouth.
No clue,
Vex replied in an actual whisper.
But man, that dose of mana released from the bear was a real kickstart, wasn't it? I feel like a brand new mana beast. That's probably part of the reason you got so sick.
If Vex didn't think they were valuable, then Kellen had no reason to dig through a pile of bear leftovers. Perhaps he could make a trade since the warriors seemed to prize the remains. Maybe he could buy a ride, since they didn't seem inclined to want him along otherwise. He cleared his throat, trying to keep the nervousness out of his voice.
Thank you. This is very generous. However, I, would like to trade my share for food, water, and a place in your group to find my sister.
A murmur of surprise ran through the warrior women. Even Shani's eyes widened. Beside her, the chief shot the old woman a confused look, and she stepped next to Kellen, gesturing to the pile of blue sand and bones.
Your generosity is great, young traveler, but I am afraid you do not realize the value or purpose of these things. It would be dishonorable for us to make this trade if you did not understand what you gave.
Kellen's bartering experience didn't extend beyond a few purchases in the online classifieds, in which he often ended up buying the stuff for the asking price anyway, but he could still tell he had a deal cooking. Even if these people weren't overly sympathetic to his situation, at least their honor kept them from leaving him for dead and taking the entirety of what they perceived as a small fortune. He looked at the pile of loot again. It was hard to barter when he had no idea what the value of the different things were. He decided to start with the biggest and fewest objects and hope he didn't offend them with unintentional greediness. Reaching into the pile of electric blue sand, he selected 2 of the dozen bear claws, each nearly as long as his forearm. He also saw a turquoise crystalline geode about the size of a golf ball that appeared to be the only one of its kind in the pile. At least it would fit in his pocket. When he wrapped his hand around it, the stone gave off a pulse, and he almost dropped it in surprise. Vex let out an
Ooh, that's a mana stone. You can store mana in it to use for later.
The old woman nodded.
You are wiser than expected for one so small.
With no way to hold the sand except by pouring it in his pockets, Kellen stepped back from the pile of mana remains. Holding the other items awkwardly in his arms reminded him he should probably trade for a bag or something, too.
Is that fair?
He asked Chief Tama and the old woman, hoping he hadn't shorted himself. Tama's hesitation told him he was near the mark without pushing it too far. The other warriors, and especially Shani, glanced at him with narrowed eyes, but made no complaint at his choices. He took it to mean he'd done well.
For one new to our lands, you have a keen eye, traveler, the old woman said. Those remains are within your fair due. Let these trophies from the hunt remind you of your first victory as a beast caller.
What is the cost to take me with you? Kellen asked. And food and water, he added. It needed to be a package deal.
For the first time, he thought Tama was considering the idea. The other women grumbled, but no one spoke out in objection.
Plus, you get the honor of traveling in our presence, Vex said. You can tell people that you were there when the legend began.
And I'll throw in my interpretation skills for free, Kellen said, before Vex could dissuade them. The old woman laughed.
You barter like an earth badger,
she said, then looked to Tama.
Well? 1 claw is my price,
the chief said. By the way the old woman raised her eyebrows, Kellen deduced it wasn't cheap.
We will share our food and water, and you will protect yourself. You may not be familiar with our land and are unskilled as a beast caller, but you are a man grown. None of my warriors will watch over you. We have already lost enough.
Done, Kellen said, before he thought about it too much. Nothing was more important than finding Allison. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shani glaring at him. The others didn't seem much happier with the bargain. Ignoring them, Kellen offered one of his claws.
Done,
Chief Tama repeated. She turned to the old woman.
He is yours to deal with now.
Wait, Kellen said. That wasn't part of the... Tama ignored him and instead issued several commands to her warriors. Leering up at him as though she'd gotten the best part of the whole deal, the old woman jerked her head away from the bear toward the stream.
You want news of your sister. Come, while the others gather the remains, I will tell you what I know.
She gestured for Kellen to follow her and turned without bothering to see if he and Vex followed. The 2 younger women who'd guarded him at spear point fell in on each side of him, but stopped at a stern look from the skinny coyote.
Nokum and I can handle these 2.
Surprisingly, the 2 women nodded their heads in respect and returned to the rest of the group without hesitation. The old woman, who Kellen now guessed was Nokum, led him to the edge of the stream, the coyote at her side. Lowering herself with a sigh on a large rock at the bank, she gestured for Kellen to sit nearby. Kellen hesitated, then followed suit, eager to hear anything about Allison.
Please, tell me anything you can. Your sister was not among the dead,
Nokum said.
The slavers have taken her, and we are hunting the slavers to recover those stolen from us.
Kellen's stomach dropped when he heard slavers. The plains had already proved to be a dangerous place, but to hear someone had kidnapped her was much worse than if Allison was simply lost. A dozen different questions surfaced in his mind.
Can someone help?
He asked.
Don't you have, I don't know, some kind of king or police that can track down these slavers? What do they want? What are police?
Nokum shrugged before he could formulate an answer.
Their leader is a man called Ubira. He has threatened these plains for a number of years, always striking when unexpected, and carrying his captives away to the south. Most of the time, the people taken are never seen or heard from again. As for your other questions, we are but a small band among many of the Stormhorse tribes. Our elders will not involve themselves in these matters. We are the only hope for those who were taken.
Then we gotta do something, Vex said, jumping off Kellen's lap to bounce in between the 2 humans. What are we doing just sitting around here? A flash of annoyance crossed the woman's face, and the coyote snapped at Vex with his yellowed teeth. Vex hissed and jumped back into Kellen's arms, fur raised.
What do you think we are doing?
Nokum asked.
Picking flowers? We have left the rest of our band to track the slavers across Thunder Plains and bring our stolen ones home. If you wish to rescue your sister, there is much you need to learn, the coyote said to Kellen. You are lucky that bear didn't eat the 2 of you in a single bite.
Vex scoffed.
We had that totally under control, old fella. I didn't see you around until after the danger was all over.
The coyote laid its ears back and growled until Nokum put a comforting hand on the animal's shoulders.
Calm yourself, Ira. The young require more patience than the day is long.
Still baring his teeth, the coyote nonetheless laid down. Kellen got the impression Ira wouldn't have needed much persuasion to eat Vex.
Behave yourself,
he said to the fox, feeling his anxiety rise at the tension between the beasts. Nokum lifted what looked like a pouch or canteen from around her shoulder. She pulled the stopper, confirming Kellen's guess when she poured water back into the stream. With the last drops gone, she held the empty canteen up to Kellen and Vex.
You two are like this water skin. Not much good with nothing inside it. Empty. If you don't want to end up dead, you should listen to what I have to say."
With her free hand, she gestured to the other women who were mounting their strange rhino horses.
"You and I are not like them. We are favored by the Wild Mother. Our mana is strong. We have mana beasts at our side who can make us greater than they could ever dream to be."
She pointed to Vex and Ira.
"But beast callers and their mana beasts still follow the law of the wild. The strong survive, and the weak die. Do you understand?"
Kellen didn't like where the conversation was going, but he nodded. In his lap, Vex did the same.
"Right now, you are weak,"
Nookum said, silencing Vex with a wrinkled scowl and a warning look before he could interrupt.
"You paid a high price to travel with us, so I will make you an offer. I will teach you about being a beast caller, make you strong, so you can rescue your sister. In exchange, you and your fox will do what Ira and I tell you. If you don't, most likely you will die, and never see your sister again."
She was right, of course. Somewhere along the way, Kellen had accepted that his life would never be anything special or exciting. But that was before Allison disappeared. On Earth or Oras, there was nothing he wouldn't do for his sister. It didn't matter what stood in his way. He would bring her home. Kellen recalled the fight with the bear and the beam of light he'd somehow conjured with his hands. He didn't understand this world or the strange powers everyone seemed convinced he had. But if saving Allison meant surviving in this strange land long enough to get them both home, he would do whatever he had to. Looking down at Vex, Kellen sucked in a deep breath. He forced himself to look into Nookum's hardened eyes. "Tell me what I have to do."
"We're ready for anything,"
Vex added. The old woman's leathery, storm cloud-colored face broke into a wicked smile.
"Good."
She leaned forward and poked Kellen hard in the shoulder with a bony finger. He grimaced, but tried not to let it show.
"Right now, you are a scared boy. We will make you a beast caller."
Chapter 7. It didn't take long for the warrior women to collect the remains of the bear. After Kellen finished speaking to Nookum, they returned to the group, where the women were carefully pouring the electric blue sand into pouches and wrapping the remaining claws and teeth in hides before placing them in bags. Busy with their task, most of the group ignored Kellen, who had nothing better to do than stand and watch while feelings of invisibility arose. He wasn't the only one not working, though. While the 6 warriors packed away the bear's remains under Nookum's guidance, Chief Tama and Shani were engaged in a fierce conversation only a short distance away. From the sound of it, the chief was angry at Shani, who'd apparently left the group in pursuit of the bear against her orders. Not wanting to stare, but with nothing else to do, Kellen watched out of the corner of his eye.
"You endangered us all," the chief said, "for your own selfishness." "Selfish?" Shani asked. "The remains of the bear will strengthen us before we fight the slavers. We are wealthier than we have been in years." "Don't pretend you went after the bear alone for the benefit of Great Dawn," the chief said. "Your actions were for you alone." "I endangered no one, and the band benefited from my risk," Shani said.
From the way she talked, Kellen got the impression that she thought she'd done the right thing.
"You would be dead, if not for the beast caller," the chief said.
"She has a point there," Vex said, entirely too loud. The little fox had been sniffing around the ground at Kellen's feet, but, like Kellen, must have found more interest in the conversation.
"We're heroes."
Kellen shushed the mana beast just in time to catch Shani's parting words.
"I am already dead."
Done with the conversation, Shani turned away from the chief toward the odd horses with the rhino-like horns. Wondering what Shani could have meant, Kellen found a sudden interest in his feet as Chief Tama's attention fell to him. A moment later, Ira padded up to him and Vex.
"We're leaving soon. Nookum has found you a spare storm horse."
His family hadn't owned horses for years, but Kellen knew how to ride, sort of. That did little to ease his apprehension as they approached one of the rhino-horse hybrids. The storm horse, as Ira called it, looked even stranger up close. It was about the same build as a regular quarter horse, but had a stiff black tail and mane like a zebra or a donkey. Its hide was a slate blue roan that reminded Kellen of a thundercloud. Instead of hooves, it had cloven feet like a cow. The most noticeable feature by far was obviously the horn growing just above its nose. It was about as long as Kellen's forearm and curved slightly back toward the horse's long forehead. Without feeling it, Kellen could tell it was razor sharp. Its dark black color matched the animal's mane and looked like solid bone as opposed to the keratin a rhino's horn was made of. When they approached the storm horse, it snorted and flicked an ear to bat away a buzzing fly. "Are these mana-beasts too?" Kellen asked the coyote. Vex broke into giggles of laughter, rolling on the ground at Kellen's feet. Ira was much more composed. He gave Vex a weary, sidelong look before explaining. "No, all mana-beasts can speak just as Vex and I. These horses are a unique breed raised by the storm horse tribes. It is from these creatures they took their name." "What about the bear, then?" Kellen asked. "Vex said it was a guardian mana-beast, but it didn't talk." Kellen couldn't explain how Ira managed so many facial expressions on his canine face, but sure enough, the coyote gave him a wry look. "How often have you stopped to have a pleasant conversation in the middle of a fight?" Kellen wouldn't tell Ira, but he hadn't been in many fights. Hadn't been in any fights. Still, he supposed it made sense.
And besides, does this thing look smart enough to be a mana-beast?
Vex bounced in front of the storm horse, so close to the sickle-like horn, Kellen felt his stomach twist. In response, the horse flipped its head. Forced to swerve in mid-flight to avoid the horn, Vex transformed into his flying bat form with a cry of alarm. A low growl came from Kellen's side. He looked down and saw Ira, teeth bared and hackles raised. "What?" Kellen asked. "What's wrong?" "That isn't natural," Ira said, still studying Vex carefully, like the fluffy creature would suddenly attack at any moment. "Him changing shape?" Kellen said. "Can't all mana-beasts do that?" He moved around the storm horse and plucked a fluttering Vex out of the air. In his arms, Vex resumed his fox form with another pop. "No." Nokum stared at Kellen and Vex with folded arms and a deep frown creasing her brow. "A mana-beast only changes form when it advances and becomes stronger, not on a whim like that, while at the same strength level." Kellen looked down at Vex, who gave his version of a shrug.
"Don't ask me."
"Is there something wrong with Vex?" Kellen asked.
"Wrong? No. Strange?
"Yes," she said, without taking her eyes off Vex. "I told you they had the scent of Coyote Lady on them," Iris said. "I have never seen anything like it." "Who's Coyote Lady?" Before either could answer Kellen, Chief Tama rode up to them, her storm horse tossing its head impatiently in the air. Beside them, Kellen's mount stomped and pawed at the ground in response. "There is no time for talk now," the chief said. "We've already been here too long." Without waiting for a response, she nudged her horse in the sides and rode toward the rest of the group, who were all mounted as well. "A daughter should have more respect for her mother and a chief for her beast-caller," Nokum muttered. Kellen found his questions unanswered as she left him, Vex, and the storm horse for her own mount. Kellen looked at the horse again uncertainly. Unlike the saddles on the other horses he'd rode, this one had no stirrups, and it was just tall enough that Kellen doubted he could swing his leg over its back unless he was on an uphill side of the horse. The animal snorted and shook its head, reaching down to pull out a mouthful of grass.
"Do you know what you're doing?" Vex asked. "Because it feels like you're hesitating."
"No. Yes." Annoyed, Kellen took a step toward the horse. He could do this. He'd ridden horses plenty of times. Kind of. But none of those horses had a bone horn as long as a carving knife jutting out of their nose either.
"Well, what are you waiting for?"
Still irritated, Nokum rode up beside him on her own storm horse
and gestured to the rest of the band, which was already moving down the stream. "It's just saddles are different where I come from," Kellen said. "Is there some kind of trick to get on?" He didn't want to reveal how lacking his experience was, but thought it best not to take chances with an animal that could skewer him like a toothpick through a little smoky. Nokum grunted in irritation.
"How do you get around in this place you call home?"
She dismounted in a single motion from her storm horse's back and, with surprising agility for a woman her age, vaulted back onto the animal with a little bounce, using the momentum to throw her leg over the horse. Kellen looked around for a rock or something to give him a boost. Jumping wasn't his strong suit. When he'd had to do the high jump in PE class back in high school, he'd been lucky not to get clotheslined by the bar.
"Do you want a boost?"
Vex asked. Kellen gave him a flat look. "Pretty sure I'd pop you like a balloon." He approached the left side of the storm horse and reached a tentative hand out to grasp its mane. When Kellen's fingers tightened on the mane, the horse gave another snort, but otherwise ignored him.
"The sun is setting faster than you are getting on that horse,"
Nokum barked. Ignoring her, he took a deep breath and hopped. The half-hearted attempt barely got his knee up to the horse's belly.
"For the sake of the Wild Mother, jump!"
This time it was Ira barking at him. Kellen felt their eyes on his back, and his face flushed again. He told himself this was no different from one of the dairy cows he worked with every day on the farm. You couldn't let them sense they intimidated you. Tightening his grip on the storm horse's mane, he lurched upward like a sack of potatoes tossed over a shoulder. In the same instant he realized he'd done it, his heel struck the horse in the side. Before he could secure himself, the horse charged toward the rest of the herd at a full gallop. Too worried about letting go to find the reins, his hands held a death grip on the storm horse's mane. His legs flailed to get in place. As the animal thundered through the trees, Kellen ducked low, narrowly avoiding branches blurring by. Somewhere behind him he heard Nokum shouting. He was too preoccupied holding on for dear life to pay much attention. Risking a glance ahead, he saw them fast approaching the other riders. All the things he knew to do to slow down a horse didn't apply without reins or stirrups. Each stride of the horse unseated him more and more until he bounced like the same sack of potatoes he'd felt like when he mounted.
"You're doing great, I think."
Kellen risked a glance over and saw Vex flying at eye level beside him as a volleyball bat. He opened his mouth to shout for help, although Vex was all but useless against the speed and strength of the storm horse. Out of the corner of his eye, Kellen saw they were fast approaching the rest of the group, which had reined in their mounts to watch his mad charge. Kellen's storm horse veered straight for them.
"Whoa! Whoa!"
The horse ignored him, and the yards between them and the other riders quickly shrank to feet. Kellen squeezed as tight as he could against the chaotic movement of the horse beneath him and braced for impact. All at once, the horse stopped. Kellen didn't. He found himself airborne, thrown over the horse's head on a crash course for the stream. In midair, he thrust his hands out in front of him to save his head. His hands glowed, and an oval of golden light appeared just above the water. The glittering force field absorbed his impact like a mini trampoline, flinging Kellen into the air and across the water like an Olympic gymnast. A drunken, blindfolded Olympic gymnast, anyway. Kellen, who could barely handle a somersault and got dizzy just thinking about handstands, failed to stick the landing. A large clump of sagebrush caught his fall, crumpling under his weight. They were just as smelly and itchy as the ones on Earth. Coughing and sneezing from the pungent pollen and leaves, Kellen flailed to kick free of the crushed bush. Laughter rose above the sound of the water, and when he sat up, all the women stared back at him. He sneezed. Each of the warriors were amused by his crash landing, except Shani, who frowned disapprovingly like Kellen had done the whole thing on purpose for attention.
"Are you okay?"
Still in his bat form, Vex fluttered in front of Kellen, a look of concern crossing his stuffed animal-like features.
"That looked like it hurt."
Sneezing again in response, Kellen wiggled his hands and toes and turned his neck. Aside from a dozen scrapes and bruises, nothing seemed broken.
"I'm okay."
His pride had suffered a harder fall than his body. The laughter of the women still stung, but would fade in time like all of his other past embarrassments. Apparently, the same bad luck had hitchhiked with him from Earth to Oras.
If it helps, I'm embarrassed for you,
Vex said, apparently sensing Kellen's emotions again. Chief Tama didn't look angry like Shani, but she also wasn't amused by Kellen's horsemanship.
Are you sure you want to come with us?
She asked. Kellen stood up and brushed off the sagebrush leaves. He could already tell he'd be sore tonight, and a nagging feeling warned him this would be far from the worst he'd experienced before the journey ended.
I'm sure.
Chapter 8. Allison's days blurred together in a nightmarish blend of running and pain mixed with patches of sleep, hunger, and more pain. By the third day, most of the captives could do little more than hobble along. When she woke each morning, Allison felt gratitude all over again that she'd worn her hiking boots instead of her worn-out sneakers the morning she'd gone with Kellen to the field. The slave drivers mixed a kind of paste from plants they collected that almost healed the blisters good as new. Unfortunately, some people had been captured without shoes on. The plant salve did little for their raw and bleeding bare feet. Kato was one who didn't have shoes. Luckily for him and Allison both, since they were still tied together, his feet were rough as sandstone. He told Allison he'd grown up only wearing shoes in the winter when it got cold. But even calloused feet got sore and weren't tough as shoes against a sharp rock or a thorn, and they had found plenty on their forced march. The 2 full days after their capture were much the same. They jogged for long stretches and only took breaks when one of the captives collapsed. Most of the time, the person who fell was whipped to be sure they weren't faking it. Then the slavers hauled them to their feet and dumped a nasty drink down their throat. Allison was proud neither she nor Kato had slowed enough to get the whip, but every morning at sunrise, the slavers made the rounds with wooden cups full of the drink they gave to the stragglers. The first time a slaver had tried to get her to drink it, she had knocked it from the slaver's hand. They had slapped her so hard on the side of the head she saw stars and had held out another cup. Glaring, she'd choked it down. Whatever they made that drink out of, it tasted terrible, like tar and hot sauce mixed together. Allison fought down a gag and forced herself to swallow each time. When it hit her stomach, she wanted to curl over and cry. It made no sense that something spicy enough to burn your stomach from the inside out could also make you shake like being locked in a freezer. The feeling only lasted a few seconds, but the second morning had been no better than the first. The captives received stale corn cakes and jerky that a dog would have had a hard time chewing through to wash it down. Strangely, about 10 minutes after she drank the nasty mixture, Allison's pain usually faded. Her weak, wobbly legs felt sturdy again, and she found the will to run another day. It didn't take a genius to realize the drink had something to do with it, but that didn't make the drinking of it any easier or less gross. At midday on the first full day, they had met up with more of the slavers at the group's camp. These dozen men and women looked as mean and cruel as the rest of Ubira's crew. They'd paused long enough for the slavers to mount horses. Other captives, judging by the chains on their hands, rode mules. Most refused to look at the new captives. They stayed bent over the necks of the animals they rode, eyes downcast and straight ahead. Allison had seen the same look before in one of her friend's dogs. When her friend's dad hadn't been listening, she'd told Allison that he kicked the animal all the time because it barked too much. As soon as Allison got home, she had told her parents, who promised to call the county dog catcher and report it. They'd even taken her to visit the poor animal down at the shelter, but the dog still shook whenever someone got too close or started talking around it. Allison guessed these captives were the same. There was one man among the group that didn't look or dress like the other slavers. He rode a mule but wore no chains. Allison caught him studying her from time to time. She stared back, partly because he looked as out of place as her. He wore the same 3/4-length pants as the slavers, as well as a cotton shirt beneath his vest. He had glasses, tucking them away carefully into his vest from time to time after cleaning them. He was also the first black person Allison had seen since she'd arrived in this strange land. Allison guessed he was somewhere in his 50s, based on the wrinkles on his face and the specks of white in his black hair and short beard. The man had spotted Allison's blonde hair as soon as the sun dawned the first morning. He'd even asked a slaver about her,
Allison knew because he pointed right at her while speaking, though it was too far away for her to tell what was said. After a short, indiscernible answer, the slaver had shrugged, ending the conversation. Over the next day, he watched Allison whenever he was around. She felt like a bear stuck in a pen at the zoo, and the last time she'd caught him watching, she'd shouted at the man to mind his own business, earning her the threat of a whipping if she spoke out again. So when the man rode up to her on the evening of the second day, Allison ignored him. She was smart enough to know someone who would get her in trouble. "You will ride with me tomorrow," the man said. He had a deep voice that made him sound like a scary teacher, or maybe a minister. She shot a look at Kato, who stared at her with wide, frightened eyes. He didn't dare say anything, but it was clear he didn't want to be left alone.
"No thanks,"
she said, giving the man her most defiant stare.
"I'll walk."
She turned away. The other captives were already in line for their evening meal, and even if it was only stale corn breadsticks and shoe leather, she didn't want to miss it. "Ubira commanded it." That made Allison stop in her tracks. She hated herself for it, but Ubira and his bird with all the sharp teeth scared her more than anything except the thought that she might never see her family again.
"Can Kato ride too?"
she asked. The man actually looked like he was considering it, then shook his head. "There is not room for two more. The mule would be too slow, and I think by now you know it is best not to be slow among these people." Allison looked at Kato. His eyes were full of fear. He gave her a pleading look that clearly said he didn't want to be separated, and neither did she. Kato cried too much, but he was the closest thing she had to a friend among the captives.
"I don't want to leave him,"
Allison told the man. The man sighed and rubbed the scruff of a beard on his face. "I might get the boy extra food. That's the best I can do. I would encourage you to take the offer. Ubira is not a man you say no to." The next morning, the man came back for Allison as promised, and to Allison's surprise, he held out a handful of extra jerky strips for Kato. The boy grabbed them at once, stuffing them in his face like a squirrel, eyes darting at the other captives like he expected them to take the food at any moment.
"You're going to choke,"
Allison said. The boy gave a big swallow and smiled.
"Food is better in the stomach than in the hand."
"Smart young man," the man said. He looked at Allison. "I'll do what I can to help him out, but it's going to depend on how well you cooperate. Do you understand?" Allison nodded. Already she worried how Kato would run on his own, but the question was soon answered when one of the slavers cut the ropes tying their ankles together. She gave Kato an encouraging smile as the slaver led the boy away by the arm. A knot in her stomach left her wondering if she'd done the right thing. "You may return to him in the evenings," the man said, as if reading Allison's thoughts. "He is healthy and strong, as much as any boy here can be. He'll be okay." Looking away from Kato, she frowned at him.
"What's your name?"
He laughed a deep, joyful sound that Allison hadn't expected. "You don't beat around the bush, do you? I suppose we didn't get off to the best start." He held out a hand to Allison. "Forgive my manners. It's been some time since I've needed them. My name is Professor Edmund Arthur Gates, evolutionary biologist and amateur historian. You can call me Arthur." She stared at the man.
"You're not from around here either, are you? And my name's Kellen Lars, by the way."
The professor shook his head. "I'm from Earth, just like you. Or at least, I suspect that's where you're from. There aren't many places to get a hoodie and blue jeans in Oras," he said, with a smirk. Before she could ask another question, he cut her off. "We've got all day to talk. Right now, we need to mount up. Ubira isn't a patient man. Let's go." He led Allison to the mule, which was tied with the others in a separate line from the slavers' horses. As they walked, she took in all she could. The more she knew about the slavers, the better her chances of escape were. Everyone slept on the ground without tents or campfires, so their camp was almost packed up. Including Ubira, she'd counted 25 slavers, a mixture of men and women that looked to be from several ethnicities. Their tattoos and face paint, along with the multiple weapons each carried, marked them all as warriors.
Allison had never seen such a strange array of spears, knives, bows, and several items she couldn't recognize. They all looked like something out of a Dr. Seuss book. Strange twists and fluorescent colors only began to describe them.
"Best not to look around too much if you don't want to attract attention," the professor whispered to her. "This isn't a friendly bunch."
Allison ducked her head, but continued to scan to the left and right as they approached the line of mules tied together. The poor animals' drooping heads could just be seen in the early morning light. They looked as sad and hungry as the other captives, which made her even more angry. How could anyone be so cruel to any living creature? The professor's mule was already bridled and ready to go. A worn, faded blanket substituted for a saddle. Grabbing a handful of the mule's stiff mane, he swung himself onto its back with surprising dexterity for such a large man. After adjusting the blanket and settling in place, he held out a hand for Allison. In one smooth motion, he pulled her up behind him. She felt a sudden awkwardness at being so close to a strange adult she didn't know, and settled for grabbing 2 bunches of the back of the professor's shirt instead of wrapping her arms around him. She already liked the professor, although she couldn't say why. That didn't mean she wanted to hug him like her grandpa, though.
"All settled?"
Professor Gates asked over his shoulder. It felt weird to think of him as Arthur. She nodded before realizing the professor couldn't see.
Yes.
"If, for whatever reason, we have to ride faster than a trot, hold on," the professor said. "Being a prisoner is bad, but being left alone on the plains is far worse. Trust me on that."
She found that hard to believe, but nodded again. Professor Gates directed their mule into the middle of the others, and Allison watched the slavers come along and tie everyone's legs together beneath the belly of the animal they rode. She tried not to think what would happen if someone fell off with their legs tied around the mule, especially if it was at a run when they lost their seat.
Why aren't you chained up?
Allison asked when the slavers passed by Professor Gates, leaving his legs free.
"Because I am not a slave," he said. "It's complicated, and Ubira would rather chance the 2 of us escaping than risk a stumbling mule breaking our necks. We're too valuable."
With the mounted slaves secured and the others on foot roused, fed, and ready to run, they set off, half the slavers riding in front with Ubira at the lead, a few scattered throughout the middle to watch the captives, and the rest in the rear.
Why does he care so much about us?
She asked, once they'd started moving.
"Because we're from Earth. Here in Oras, they call people like us who fall through the cracks spirit travelers. They think we're from some place called the Great Before. I have my suspicions that this Great Before is Earth, and everyone here descended from people who found their way from Earth. It's only a hypothesis, and if it's true, it's been so long they've all forgotten. So when we appear, they see us as good omens. Strong mana, they call it. They believe we are favored by the Wild Mother, their goddess."
It felt weird talking to someone's back, but Allison had too many questions to be bothered by it.
Is this another planet? What makes us so special?
"You have more questions than many of my old students combined."
He chuckled in his deep, rolling voice.
"But I'll try to answer as many of them as I can. Understand, I don't have all the answers, and many things I'm only guessing about."
I want to know whatever you do.
The more she knew, the better chance she had of getting home. Was Kellen here, too? Was he looking for her? By now, her parents must have known she was gone. It made her sad to think of them looking all over the fields back home where there would be no sign of her. A wave of emotion hit her. Even if she could never see them, if only she could send them a message to let them know she was alive. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she tried to blink them away before the crying came and Professor Gates heard her. She felt the professor's back stiffen, and he cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry this happened to you, but I will do whatever I can to keep you safe. We can talk about something else if you like."
She sniffed and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand.
It's okay. I need to understand.
She gazed out over the grasslands at the strange, crooked rock formations that looked like worn-out chimneys as Professor Gates began.
4 years ago, I fell asleep in the jungles of Central America. When I awoke, I found myself surrounded by mountains and pine trees with nothing but the clothes on my back. I thought I had died. Not long after, I was captured by a band of nomads from the Fire Bison tribe. I traveled as their captive for over 3 years, and in that time, I came to realize I was neither dead nor anywhere on Earth. I have my theories and suspicions, but all I know for certain is that we exist in a different dimension or plane of reality now.
The professor paused, and she wondered if she should be upset by the news. But so far, the story Professor Gates told wasn't that different from hers. When she didn't ask any questions, he continued.
From my travels, I can tell you that Oras is similar to North America in many ways. The geography and weather, namely. I have heard tales of what I take to be jungles and tropical islands, but have not seen them for myself. The people and animals, for all of their strange features, are not so different from those native to the Americas. That is, aside from the rare ability some animals and humans have to—
Professor Gates paused, making Allison think of conversations she had with her parents when they weren't sure if she was old enough to understand what they had to say.
Use magic is probably the simplest way to explain it, although you probably think I'm insane, he said. They call it mana. I've seen people and creatures alike do impossible things that are attributed to its power.
She scowled and felt her face flush with irritation.
Are you making fun of me? I'm 12 years old. I'm not stupid.
She didn't know how she'd ended up in her current situation, but what Professor Gates just said was completely ridiculous. Sure, Ubera's black bird with all the fangs was kind of scary, but that didn't mean it could breathe fire or grant wishes or whatever else Professor Gates wanted her to think.
I can assure you, this is no joke, he said. I've seen a man shoot fire from his bare hands, watched a woman outrace a deer and kill a charging bison with a wave of her hand. I've seen the same bison in the thousands, racing across the plains with fire burning at their hooves and a great wall of flames behind them, high as a skyscraper and wider than 5 city blocks.
Psh! Allison had half a mind to jump down and walk. He was clearly off his rocker or thought she was dumber than a rock.
Buffalo on fire, huh? I'm not a little kid you can scare with make-believe stories.
Believe what you want, Miss Lars, he said. You'll see what I speak of yourself before our journey is through.
Where are we going?
Allison asked. She hadn't liked the tone the professor used when she'd called his bluff. It sounded much too serious for her taste. Maybe he was crazy after all.
Across the mountains to the south is my guess, he said. Likely to be sold in the slave markets of the kingdom of the Sunhawk.
What about the other people like us?
Allison said, hoping for some better answers.
People don't just fall asleep and wake up in Oras every day, Professor Gates said. We're a rarity. Last spring, when my captors came across Ubera's band, he killed them all when they refused to give me to him. In all my time, you're the first person from Earth I've ever met here.
Allison wouldn't admit it out loud, but the professor's story was really raining on her plans to get home. She didn't want to ask, but had to know.
How do we get home?
He was silent for a long time.
To my knowledge, we can't.
Chapter 9. After his initial incident, Kellen managed not to fall off the storm horse again. He attributed most of that to the fact the animal held a steady canter with its fellow horses, but after being transported to another world and almost eaten by a magical bear, he would take any win he could get. By the time they'd set off from the creek and found signs of the slavers headed south, there were only a few hours left in the day. The sunset loomed over the rolling plains to the west, shrouded in a fiery glow of wildfire smoke. It gave him some small comfort knowing that, wherever he was, at least the sun still behaved the same. Of course, his allergies also hated the constant veil of smoke in the air, and his nose ran incessantly. Some things never changed. They stopped at dusk when the 2 scouts out in front grew unsure of the trail the slavers had taken. Camp was a dark affair, with no one bothering to make a fire. Whether out of a desire to stay hidden or another reason, no one said.
Kellen slid off the storm horse before he fell, his legs and rear aching from the ride. He knew from painful experience that he had days to go before his body adjusted to sitting on a bouncing horse for hours on end. Although he'd slowly felt his stamina return and the right side of his chest stop aching since the fight with the bear, a weight of exhaustion settled over him the moment his feet touched the ground. Vex, who had found a perch between Kellen's arms and his bat form, let out an enormous yawn. His mouth stretched open far wider than Kellen would have expected, revealing his tiny fangs.
Let's hope every day isn't like that, huh?
Although part of his brain still struggled to accept he was talking to a fluffy, football-shaped fox, Kellen agreed wholeheartedly.
That's enough excitement.
Bow-legged and limping, he followed the lead of the others and removed the simple saddle blanket from the storm horse. Seeing the others leave the bridles on their horses, he followed suit. Without a bit in their mouths, they wouldn't hurt overnight anyway. Even if they weren't mana beasts, it seemed the storm horses were smarter than their earth equivalent. One animal tossed its head when the reins fell over its head to put them right back on its neck. Aside from Nokum, none of the others had spoken to him throughout the day. When one woman, a warrior with a long braid down her back, checked on her horse, Kellen tried to make polite conversation.
Aren't you worried about the horses wandering off during the night?
He asked. The woman looked at him like he'd asked if she was worried the horse's legs might fall off.
They do not wander, she said, appearing irritated by the question. They will watch the camp while we sleep.
Oh, great.
But the woman turned away before Kellen could finish. Still, he supposed that was good news. If another bear or something worse tried to kill them all in the dark, it sounded like the horses would give them a heads up. At least that was one less thing for him to worry about. Standing alone once more and feeling more awkward than before he'd tried to strike a conversation, Kellen returned to Vex, who was speaking with Nokum and Ira a short distance away.
And I'm telling you, we're naturals,
Vex said. He sounded exasperated, like he'd explained himself several times already.
We don't need practice.
You can't progress until you've learned the basics, Ward, Ira said to Vex. It was only dumb luck and our intervention that the two of you survived the attack from the Earth Bear.
Oh, yeah?
Vex said. Sensing he was about to get them both in trouble, Kellen grabbed Vex, but wasn't fast enough to keep him from finishing his sentence.
I don't remember even seeing you two when the other warriors took down the bear.
To Kellen's surprise, Nokum didn't get annoyed at the fox's outburst. He also noticed the conspiring look between her and Ira before she spoke.
True, we are old and tired, which is why in the morning it should be no problem for you two young warriors to rise before the dawn, so we may instruct you before the rest of the group awakens.
Hold on, Kellen said. What am I being punished for?
Punished?
Nokum's face was a perfect mask of confusion.
What do you mean? You said you wished to grow stronger to rescue your sister, yes? And since you are bonded with a mana beast of exceptional talent, even at a young stage, we'll have you exercising your powers in no time. But the only time for training is after everyone sleeps and before they awaken.
Well, I'm glad my potential is noted,
Vex said, completely oblivious to the undertones in Nokum's words.
Until then, eat and sleep, Iris said, showing his teeth in a wide canine smile. You will need your strength.
Kellen looked down at Vex.
Nice going.
The little fox blew a raspberry at the pair.
Don't worry, they may talk all tough, but they don't have the energy to keep up with us. They're just trying to intimidate you. Trust me.
I get the feeling you don't know what you're talking about, Kellen said. What felt like only a couple of hours later, Nokum's voice woke Kellen from his sleep.
Get up, mighty hero. We have much to do before we hit the trail.
Kellen groaned and rolled over, searching for Vex in the pitch black. The little fox was curled into a ball, snuggled up to Kellen's back. Recalling Vex's assurance from the night before, Kellen narrowed his eyes and poked the mana beast's fluffy fur. Vex mumbled and nestled the snub of his nose deeper into his tail.
Pass the gravy.
Trying not to wonder about how many of his experiences and memories from Earth Vex had access to, he picked the fox up and gave him a gentle shake. Vex's eyes shot open and his ears pointed straight up.
Gah! What's wrong? What happened?
Time to get up, Kellen said,
words still thick with sleep. The little fox yawned and tried to curl up under his bushy tail while Kellen still held him.
"Tell her we'll start tomorrow."
At Nokum's side, Ira let out a low, warning growl.
"You'll start now if you know what's good for you, little beast."
Fearing Vex would get them in more trouble, Kellen shook him again. The fox smacked his lips.
Okay. What are we doing?"
Nokum pointed to one of the crooked towers of rock rising over the plains. Kellen could barely make out the twisting, crooked spiral thanks to a sliver of moonlight hovering overhead and what might have been the first hint of dawn on the horizon. It wasn't particularly close by.
"That is where we are going. Start running."
Kellen stared at the old woman, sure he'd misunderstood. This sounded like a boot camp, not mystical lessons in magic.
"Sorry, I'm not sure I suggest you put your moccasins on," Nokum said. "In a moment, Ira will start chasing you, and I can promise his bite matches his bark."
Nearly dropping Vex in surprise, Kellen scrambled to pull on his boots. Although well worn in, they weren't designed for running. His stomach growled and his mouth was dry from the smoky night air, but asking for breakfast or drink didn't seem like a wise choice. After pulling on his second boot, he nudged Vex with the toe as the mana-beast tried to curl up again on the blanket they'd been given to sleep with.
"How is running supposed to help me?" Kellen asked. "Shouldn't we save our energy for traveling?" "The body is the vessel your mana flows through," Nokum said. "If the body and mind are not fit, the mana will not be strong in you."
That sounded like something a social media life coach would say. However, online life coaches didn't have the benefit of a grouchy coyote to motivate their clients. Ira's teeth flashed and his mouth snapped shut a hair's breadth from Kellen's pants. Vex jumped into Kellen's arms.
"What are you waiting for? Run!"
"Not so fast." Kellen paused and looked at Nokum. Maybe it really had been all a bluff. He allowed himself a brief glimmer of hope that was squashed a moment later.
"You will not carry Vex. He will fly or run on his own."
Kellen looked down at the fox. Vex put on his most innocent puppy dog face, looking back at him like some infomercial for the Humane Society. Kellen almost felt bad for the little guy. Almost. "Don't worry," Kellen said sarcastically. "They don't have the energy to keep up with us, remember?" Then he dropped him. Vex yipped in surprise and just transformed into his bat form before he bounced off the ground. Kellen was already running, Ira hard on his heels. Footwear was only part of Kellen's problem. While skinny, he wasn't particularly fit or fast, at least not fast enough for Ira, who nipped at his heels like a sheepdog after a stray. Trying to distract himself from the effort, Kellen thought back to the last time he'd ran. It wasn't any time in recent memory. He'd been out of high school over a year and hadn't so much as thought about going for a jog since. Farm work kept him in reasonable shape, hauling hay and other physical labor, but none of that required much cardio. His legs started burning in the first few 100 yards. To make matters worse, the tall grass made the jog akin to running through shallow water or maybe sand. He soon figured out that lifting his knees higher, in spite of his burning muscles, helped his feet from tangling in the tall grass. He had already tripped not once, but 3 times. Ira gave him only a few breaths to scramble to his feet before spurring him on again. At first, Kellen was jealous of Vex's ability to fly right over the grass with little resistance. But it soon became apparent that Vex's short, stubby wings weren't meant for extended flight. The little guy was soon huffing and puffing as much as he was. Shortly after, Vex crashed into the tall grass and gave up on flying to bounce alongside Kellen. Ira herded them on until they reached the base of the rock and physically touched it. Kellen doubled over, hands gripping his knees and gasping for air. Vex lay on the ground, belly up like roadkill on a hot summer day. Kellen guessed they'd ran over a mile. Struggling through the tall grass made it feel much harder. Nokum, who rode behind them and brought Kellen's storm horse, dismounted and frowned.
"Is everyone as soft as you where you come from?"
Too tired to take offense, he could only cough in response.
"We have much more work to do than I imagined," she said. "But we have an old saying among the Storm Horse tribe. You ride a new horse one day at a time."
What's next? He gasped. He felt good enough to stand up, but continued to lean against the rock column. By now, the gray dawn was indeed upon them, and he knew the others would soon wake. It didn't seem there would be much time for magical lessons. In answer, Nokum dismounted and joined him at the base of the rock. She slapped the stone with her hand.
These are the tall spears. They have strong mana and offer protection from the dangers of the plains. Whenever we can, we will train near them.
She paused and smiled. Kellen didn't like the look of it.
And now you will climb to the top.
Stomach lurching, he craned his head back to look up at the rock. He guessed it was almost a football field length tall and would be a completely vertical ascent. That? I don't think I mean, I've never really climbed anything before, and we don't have a harness. Can I do some push-ups or something? Nokum slapped the rock again. It was like she hadn't heard Kellen at all.
Don't worry, Ira and I will not let you hurt yourself in the fall.
Kellen wasn't worried. With the way his legs felt, he wouldn't get high enough off the ground to be in any danger of falling and hurting himself. He stared at the wall, still catching his breath while searching for a potential route off the ground. It felt like rock formations in a world of magic should have the same colored handholds as a climbing wall, but the rules of Oras never seemed to be in his favor.
I can help!
Vex, who had recovered much quicker than Kellen, fluttered just above his head.
Here's a spot!
He saw the diagonal crack Vex hovered by, and thought he could boost himself up to reach it. His legs shook from the effort. In a display of technique that would have made an actual climber cringe, he boosted himself off the ground and used the momentum to grasp the lip of the crack. When he tried to pull himself up, he almost got his elbows to right angles before his feet lost their spot. He hung by his hands, legs scrambling to boost him until his arms gave out and dropped to the ground. He didn't bother looking back at Nokum. He already knew the expression he'd get. This time, thinking of Allison, Kellen hauled himself about 4 feet off the ground, where he clung to the rock like a baby squirrel to its mother's back.
Good,
Vex said.
Now here.
Pressed against the rock, he craned his head and saw Vex a few inches above his right hand. Feeling his grip slipping, he panicked and lunged for the next handhold, only to fall off the rock again. He dusted himself off, embarrassed and frustrated. The third time, they tried a slightly different route and made it a few more feet past the original hang-up spot he struggled with.
You've got this,
Vex yelled. Kellen's arms quaked. He didn't dare look down, even though a logical part of his mind said he couldn't be that much higher than before. Fighting to hold on, he squeezed his fingers as hard as he could. With the last of his strength, he fought against gravity as his body peeled away from the rock wall. Then he fell. Stomach lurching, he braced for impact with the hard ground. Instead, a rush of air filled his ears, and he struck what felt like a firm mattress. He looked to the side and saw Nokum's arms outstretched, lowering him down on a pillow of wind she'd created to catch his fall. Vex flew to his side.
Are you okay?
Kellen nodded. Once more, only his ego was hurt. He forced himself to look at Nokum, expecting a lecture. Arms folded, she said nothing for a long moment.
Do you know the lesson?
He struggled to find an answer aside from, I need to hit the gym? Before he could respond, she approached him and poked him in the right side of his chest, in the center of the spot where he'd felt the pressure and second heartbeat during the fight with the bear.
This is your beast heart,
she said, tapping her finger a couple times in the same spot.
The place mana is stored in your body. The lesson is that unless you learn to use the mana, you are the same as before. No stronger or faster or special than a person without mana. Focus on that spot. It is a lake that resides inside you. But a beaver has a dam across the lake, so the water cannot escape. We must get rid of the beaver's house so the mana can run through your body and be useful. Picture it in your mind. Take a deep breath. Feel the mana move as you breathe.
With little confidence, Kellen closed his eyes and did as he was told. After his first deep breath, nothing happened. He took 2 more. The only thing he felt was silly. After several more attempts, he opened his eyes. Nokum rapped him on the head with her knuckles.
Did I say you could open your eyes? Did I tell you to stop breathing?
Ow! Kellen rubbed his head and sighed. I'm sorry, I just don't understand what... He cut himself off as Nokum raised her closed hand again. Kellen inhaled deeply. After 3 or 4 breaths, his anxiety lessened and he felt his burning muscles relax. After 10 breaths, he felt a warmth pulsing in the area Nokum had called his beast heart, like warm water trickling down from a shower. A pleasant, tingling sensation spread throughout his body, from the top of his head and down to his fingertips and toes. When he opened his eyes, he felt like he just awoke from a long night's sleep in the softest, most comfortable bed ever. You did it, Vex said, popping into his bat form and doing a flying somersault. I don't know about you, but I feel great. Nokum nodded in approval.
Well done. Remember, like any spring, this one can be drained dry if not cared for. Until your mana beast advances to a higher form, the mana pool will remain shallow. Try to draw upon your beast heart again.
Kellen closed his eyes and repeated the breathing process. This time, nothing happened. Did I do something wrong? He asked after a minute passed.
You used your store of mana to rejuvenate yourself and Vex, Ira explained. In the beginning, the amount of mana in your beast heart is small and recovers slowly. Your beast heart must recover before you can tap into it again. This is why we practice by the tall spears when we can. They aid in recovering our mana faster.
Now that the coyote mentioned it, Kellen experienced a strange sensation in his chest. It reminded him of a steady trickle of hot chocolate hitting his belly, except this was in the right side of his chest, apparently where his beast heart was.
A beast caller and their mana beast must learn to share their mana with one another, Nokum said. This is what gives a beast caller power, but also allows a mana beast to become stronger much easier than they can alone in the wilderness. As you grow, you will better control the mana and sense how much remains in your beast heart. You and Vex will also learn to share the mana of your hearts, which is greater than what you each have separately. When you fought the bear, you drained your beast heart. Then you absorbed a large amount of the bear's mana when it died. That is what made you sick. You were dying of thirst, then overdrank. Strain yourself too far, and you risk breaking your beast heart, Iris said.
Kellen thought he had a good idea what might happen if he broke anything important enough to be called a heart. As a lifelong worrier, however, he needed the specific details, and it wasn't like there was WebMD in Oras. What happens then?
At worst, you will die,
Nokum said. Kellen noticed she was looking past him, staring off into the hills almost as if the rest of them weren't there.
If you survive, your heart will be cracked, weakened, like a leaking water skin. You and your mana beast will be unable to advance to more powerful forms.
I'm beginning to think there's always a catch, Vex said, hovering next to Kellen's head.
Our path is not easy, Iris said. We have shown you your limitations so you may reach beyond them, Nokum said.
As she spoke, she held her hands palm down toward the ground. He noticed the grass below the old woman waving back and forth as if someone were fanning it.
Now, let us show you what is possible.
With a shout, the old woman jumped. A gust of air drove Kellen backward, and he threw his arm up to protect his eyes from the dust. Oh, wow! Vex's shout of surprise made him look up. High above them, Nokum rose through the air, Iris circling around her, wings spread. In the faint morning light, Kellen saw her alight on the top of the rock. I'll see what's up. Vex pumped his little wings and soon rose to the top of the rock, leaving Kellen alone at the bottom. He felt discouraged, although it was crazy to think he could have climbed the rock and beyond ridiculous that he could fly like Nokum had. His use of mana felt more like a fluke than anything intentional so far. By now, orange rays of morning light cut through the smoky dawn. The emergence of the sun painted the dry prairie in a golden, fiery light. To Kellen, it looked like a scene out of the apocalypse. He jumped in surprise when Nokum landed with a soft thud beside him, Ira and Vex close behind.
There is a group about a day's ride ahead of us, still heading south, she said. I believe it is the slavers and our stolen people.
Chapter 10. They returned to the group on horseback, Kellen now grateful for the temperamental storm horse if it meant he didn't have to run through the knee-high grass anymore. The other 7 had broken camp and were all on horseback, waiting for them.
I believe I saw them,
Nocum said to Chief Tama's questioning look.
Still heading south, although the wildfire smoke made it hard for me to see their true numbers. The tracks from just beyond the creek indicated they had a larger party waiting with horses,
Tama said.
How many are captives and how many are slavers?
Nocum shrugged.
Who can know? We will travel faster than them, even if they are using some power to make those on foot move quickly. When we get closer, I will be able to tell their numbers.
With that, they set off at a pace somewhere between a trot and a canter. Kellen was surprised to find his legs, back, and hips less sore until he realized that tapping into his beast heart must have soothed the aches from riding along with the temporary burn of physical exertion. Still, without stirrups, he bobbed up and down on the back of the horse, even when he tried to hold on by squeezing his legs against the animal. He admired the way the Storm Tribe warriors moved like an extension of the horses they rode. They made it look as easy as sitting in a chair. In contrast, he still felt like a scarecrow tied to a mechanical bull. After the first little while, Kellen better followed the rhythm of the moving animal. He wasn't comfortable, but he no longer feared falling off with every other step. After riding at the head of the party with Tama, Nocum joined him at the back of the group.
I will teach you with words while we ride, she said. That way, we can save our evenings and mornings for more practical instruction.
On the back of normal horses, carrying on a conversation even at a trot would have been hard. Aside from the jarring movement, even a group of 10 horses such as theirs would have made enough dust to kick up a cloud that irritated the eyes and nose and made talking a practice in eating dirt. But the longer Kellen rode the storm horse, the more sure he became that it was a much smoother ride than a normal horse, and the easier he found his seat. It seemed Nocum used her powers on the dust, too. The lack of dirt flying up from the horse's hooves made him think something was up. Now and then she muttered some incantation and waved her hands. Each time, a gentle breeze stirred around the hooves of the traveling horses and settled the swirling dirt back down. Kellen's allergies were already running rampant, and he would have cried in gratitude if his eyes weren't already streaming. After one such incantation, Nocum started her lecture.
Mana is the vital essence from the wild mother that resides in all living things. It exists at times in non-living things as well. Clouds, rain, fire, stone, metal. There are 7 different kinds of mana. Fire, water, earth, storm, sun, shadow, and nature, Nocum explained. All people across Oras are from one of these tribes of mana, but that is a story for another time. As we told you this morning, what gives the beast caller the ability to use mana is their connection with a mana beast.
That's why mana beasts are so awesome,
Vex said, interrupting Nocum.
We can use mana all on our own. Pah!
A triangular shape of golden light burst from Vex's mouth. It shot into the sky like a firework before fizzling out a good distance above them. Nocum shot the little round fox a silencing glare from the back of her storm horse.
Don't interrupt.
Vex stuck his tongue out, and Kellen clapped a hand over the fox's muzzle at once, mortified. Briefly, he thought about tossing him off the horse, knowing Vex could change into his bat form before he hit the ground. This was confusing enough without interruptions. With a last withering glance at Vex, Nocum continued.
Mana beasts can bond with humans in 3 ways. The first, most natural, and most powerful is when a mana beast is shaped from the spirit of mana and born to a human. This can happen at any point in a person's life, although it usually happens at a young age or requires a significant event such as a birth, death of a loved one, or another experience that changes the course of one's path. There are no guarantees, but this way of becoming a beast caller is often passed down through bloodlines, which is how the strongest tribes hold their power through generations.
Kellen had lots of questions. So many he knew he'd forget some of them, so he tried to wrap his head around the basics of what Nocum said. So you're saying Vex just popped out of nowhere the moment I came from Earth to Oras? Kellen asked.
I know the answer to this one,
Vex said, fighting free of Kellen's mouth long enough to speak. Iris soared by on his battered wings and looked down his graying nose at the fox.
Please, O wise one, share your knowledge with us.
Before Kellen, I just...
Vex trailed off, confused.
Well, I know I waited a very long time for him.
Ira's tongue lolled out of his mouth in a smug coyote smile.
No one knows for certain,
Nokum said to Kellen.
not even the mana beasts. Most believe that mana cannot be gained or lost. Instead, it moves. This is another power that humans grant to their partner mana beasts. When a wild beast is defeated, its body dies just as any other living creature. The wise think this mana returns to the great before, where it gathers itself together and forms a new mana beast. When a mana beast with a beast collar is defeated, as long as their human still lives, they will return to a lower, more basic form, but will not die.
That's why you're so important, Kellen,
Vex said from his perch in Kellen's lap on the saddle.
Without you, I'd just poof away into a pile of magic sand, just like that bear.
That sounded like a lot of responsibility to Kellen. Like if storks really delivered babies and just dropped one off randomly at your house, whether or not you'd asked for one. Except unlike human babies, Vex could talk, and shoot magic light out of his mouth, for better or worse.
The other ways a person bonds with a mana beast are not so simple. Any beast collar is rare, but for these paths to work is a very small possibility. When a wild mana beast is killed, it will sometimes leave a relic of its beast heart behind. This heart can be used by a human to revive the mana beast and bond it to them. These beast collars will never be as powerful as those who naturally form a bond through the course of their life, and most often the ghost of the mana beast will reject the bonding anyway.
Kellen recalled Nokum asking Shani if there had been a heart in the bear's remains. It made much more sense now. With the heart, Shani or someone else in the band could have become a beast caller. Even without a sense for just how rare beast callers really were, it would have been a nearly invaluable find.
Okay, so when do we talk about the fun stuff?
Vex asked.
Like how I make my attacks stronger and stuff like that. All this discussion about the great before is boring.
During the conversation, Vex shifted into his bat form and flapped along in the air above Kellen and Nokum's storm horses. Ira soared in closer and clipped Vex with his wing, like a teacher might smack a student on the back of the head. Vex tumbled out of the sky but caught himself the moment before he hit the ground. To Kellen, it seemed like the little mana beast had a knack for always landing on his feet, like a cat.
You need to understand how things work, the coyote said in a weary voice.
He looked over at Nokum.
I don't remember that we were ever this impatient. The passing of the seasons dims many things, Nokum agreed. But I think you are right.
Their conversation ended when Shani peeled off from the front of the column and directed her storm horse alongside Nokum. Kellen didn't miss that she kept Nokum between them when she joined the back of the group. He couldn't quite make out what she said over the constant low rumbling of hooves, but Nokum nodded. As an afterthought, the old woman said something else to Shani. This time, Kellen didn't need to see the angry expression because he heard her shout of protest. Nokum cut it off with a sharp word and then rode away. Ira glided after her, leaving Kellen and Vex in an awkward position at the rear, alone with Shani. Since Kellen's storm horse seemed ingrained with understanding of the distance behind the others and the pace he needed to keep, there wasn't much else to do but hold on and keep a good seat. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Shani. She kept her eyes focused straight ahead. With that kind of focus, Kellen could tell she was doing everything in her power to pretend he didn't exist. Each morning, Shani refreshed the line of black paint smeared horizontally across her eyes from temple to temple. The look was even more intimidating when combined with her sharp features, high cheeks, straight nose, and pointed chin. The jagged cut forming a scar across her face complemented the ferocious look. Unlike the others, she wore no beads or feathers in her hair, just a single braid behind her. Her bare arms showed a lean muscle definition that thousands of Instagram wannabe fitness coaches would have killed for. Altogether, she was beautiful, but so were tigers. Shani had the same deadly air about her. He knew that, beast collar or not, she could snap him like a twig, and given the chance, she probably would. He wondered what Nokum had said to force her to ride alongside him, and felt a ball of uneasiness clench his stomach. Should he break the silence? What could he say? Nice weather we're having today? Glad it's not too dusty out? How long have you ridden a horse with a horn that could skewer a grown man? Do you often go on man hunts?" Each thing Kellen came up with sounded worse in his head than the one before. Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one in his head.
Do you often go on manhunts?
Vex asked. He did a barrel roll in the air that brought him almost to Shani's shoulder.
We're just curious, and I'm bored, and Kellen won't ask you anything because he's too worried about looking stupid.
Kellen contemplated falling off the side of his horse to put himself out of the mortifying embarrassment gripping him. Shani's dark eyes flashed, and she looked toward Kellen for the first time. She didn't respond.
Sorry, we didn't mean to offend you, Vex said. It's just so awkward back here.
Kellen wished Vex would stop saying we, but that concern plunged down the list when Shani spoke.
Does your mana beast always speak for you? She asked. Are you too much of a coward to say anything?
Kellen actually leaned back a little, just in case they hit a bump to knock him off the storm horse and provide an escape from the downward spiraling conversation. No luck. His mind scrambled for something to say, but before anything insightful came to mind, Vex started talking again.
You know, it's rude to pretend I can't—
I can talk, Kellen blurted out. Both Vex and Shani looked at him like a hole had just appeared in the middle of his head. Now it was his turn to stare ahead like nobody else existed. I didn't want to bother you. He realized she probably couldn't hear him, but shouting would only make things worse.
He said he didn't want to bother you!
Vex was so loud that several other Grey Dawn riders in front of them twisted in their saddles to see what was going on. Shani stiffened. The fox noticed them at once.
Don't worry, all good back here. Nothing to see.
Falling off his horse no longer seemed like a severe enough solution. Kellen's face burned, and not just from the heat of the rising sun. He had to say something. Anything. I didn't mean to get in your way with the bear, he said, hoping a change in the subject would drag him from the brink of death by embarrassment. I thought you needed help. Kellen didn't have much experience with women, but he knew at once, out of all the things he could have said, he'd made a terrible pick. Shani's face hardened, and she resumed her resolute stare forward.
If you expect a thanks from me, you won't get it, she said. I didn't want help. I was prepared to die if I didn't defeat the bear.
Vex swooped past Shani, oblivious to her desire to be left alone.
That seems a bit extreme. Don't you—
A scream rent the air. Kellen jerked his head up just in time to see a ragged black shape cut across the morning sky. It struck Ira, who'd been flying high and in the front of the riders as a lookout. Kellen watched, mouth open, as both creatures tumbled out of the sky, locked in combat. Chapter 11. Chaos ensued. The other warriors turned their horses toward the spot where the two beasts collided with the ground, but before they could come to Ira's aid, the beasts broke free of one another and shot back into the sky.
Are you going to do something?
Shani shouted back at Kellen. Like the others, she'd charged her storm horse to help Ira.
What do we do? What do we do?
Vex's rambling mirrored the thoughts racing through Kellen's head. He wasn't even in his second full day as a beast caller, and now they were under attack.
Go help Ira,
Kellen said.
Got it!
Vex shot off like a golden basketball chucked in a last-second full-court shot. Heart pounding, Kellen gripped his storm horse with his legs and kicked it forward towards Nokum. The old woman was a short distance away from the rest of the group, dismounted and gathering what looked like a ball of wind between her raised hands. Deciding to play it safe and avoid another runaway on horseback, Kellen pulled the storm horse to a stop and ran on foot to her. He glanced overhead and got his first real look at the beast that attacked Ira. The enemy mana beast was a black bird the size of an eagle with bright red talons. Its battered feathers looked like it had been spit out of a tornado, but in spite of its tattered appearance, he had no doubt it was as deadly as it looked. He glimpsed crisscrossed fangs jutting from a wide beak before the black bird climbed higher into the sky. The closest comparison was some kind of vulture from hell with two long feathers streaming out of its bald, gray head, similar to horns. A whistling sound cut through the bird's screams as it soared toward Ira, who hovered high above Nokum. The old woman's ball of concentrated wind launched from the space between her palms and hit the bird hard in one wing, just before it reached Ira. It careened to the ground in a crooked spiral, and Ira dove after it, ears and wings pinned to his side.
The instant before the flying coyote collided with the bird, it flipped its red talons into the air. Kellen yelled a warning to Ira, but the coyote couldn't slow his momentum. Ira hit the talons and let out a pained yelp, flipping over as he did and landing hard on the ground. Kellen felt helpless. He had no idea how to summon the golden light he'd used against the bear. Vex arrived then, striking the bird with a triangular blast of golden energy. Each time the fox unleashed an attack, Kellen felt a weird, subtle buzzing sensation at the base of his skull. He realized he could sense Vex's mana use an instant before it happened, as if he were the one issuing the spell. The black vulture righted itself over and flapped toward Ira. All three mana beasts were between Kellen and Nokum. Ira rolled back to his feet and stood on shaking legs while Vex distracted the bird. Kellen hesitated. Should he help Ira or Vex? Would he get in the way of Nokum's attacks? He had no way of knowing if his mana would even work. What if he got someone hurt?
Why are you standing there?
Shani ran past Kellen, followed closely by Tama and three other warriors that weren't protecting the storm horses. The group carried a mixture of spears and bows, although none of them stopped to open fire.
Hee-yah!
Vex spat a prism of golden light from his mouth that struck the bird on the side of the head. It shook the attack off and unfurled its great wings, facing the oncoming warriors. One loosed an arrow that passed harmlessly by the bird's head. Vex circled for another attack, while Kellen stood rooted to the ground, paralyzed by indecision. He hadn't had a moment to think about the situation with the bear. This time his brain wouldn't shut up and spun like an emergency beacon. He willed his legs to run toward Nokum as the warriors closed in, although each stride felt weak and loose, like sprinting on spaghetti noodle stilts. A shriek erupted from the bird's fanged mouth, and a horizontal blade of green light sliced through the air toward Shani, Tama, and the others.
No!
Kellen threw his hands up. A faint, crackling, curved wall of gold appeared in front of the women, but the bird's green attack passed through the fizzled defense. Each warrior went down like wheat to a scythe. Before Kellen could wonder if they were alive or dead, the bird kicked off the ground, straight for him.
Kellen!
He barely heard Vex's shout as the mana beast pumped his short bat wings to catch up. As the bird closed in, Kellen saw his death in its ruby red eyes and gaping, fanged mouth. He raised his hands again with no clue what to do, and only seconds to do it. He thrust his palms forward and shouted, eyes closed, braced for impact. Whump! Kellen heard bodies colliding and a rush of air. He opened his eyes and found Ira and the bird locked in combat to his left. He had come out of nowhere and saved Kellen's life. Growls, hisses, tawny fur, and black feathers rose over the pair. Kellen wanted to do something, but the two mana beasts fought with such ferocity that he couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. He cast his eyes about for a rock or a stick, anything to use as a weapon. Why hadn't he thought to bring the remaining bear claw from the pack tied to his storm horse? It would have been better than nothing. Vex hovered, feeding on the same uncertainty. A sharp yelp came from the brawl. In the corner of his perception, he saw and heard Nokum collapse with a cry of pain. Ira lay beneath the bird's talons, a thin line of pale light streaming from the coyote's body into his opponent's beak. With a sickening realization, Kellen knew it was draining Ira's mana. The shift in focus was all the opening Vex needed. His golden bat form flitted around the bird's head like a mosquito, narrowly missing snapping fangs as it broke away from its vampiric attack. One wrong turn and he would be in the same or worse shape as Ira. Kellen's heart hammered in the back of his mouth. His arms and hands trembled when he raised them. Thrusting his palms out, he squeezed his eyes shut, willing a spear of golden light to shoot the bird. Nothing. Come on, he repeated the motion. What was wrong with him? He'd done the same thing only a day before against the bear. Vex swerved to the side, just missing a snapping mouth. The only thing keeping him in the fight was the fact the bird seemed determined to keep Ira pinned to the ground with its talons. Each passing second, the coyote struggled less and less. A sound between a sob and a shout of frustration escaped Kellen. He'd already lost Allison. Now he refused to let Ira die because of him. Go on, he screamed, running for the bird, waving his hands like he was back home herding a stubborn bull. Get out of here! Vex swooped in and, this time, the bird knocked him from the air with its ragged wing. Kellen stumbled when the blow hit Vex as if he'd been struck himself. His spiking fear rose to new heights. Vex hit the ground on the far side of the bird. The bird seemed to have grown from draining Ira's mana, or it was simply more imposing up close. Kellen ran forward, only to be knocked back by the bird's other wing. He landed hard, head smacking the hard prairie ground. The bird tipped its head back in a victory call. As it did, a twisting, snaking, pus-green light formed between its crooked fangs.
Vex, look out!
The snake-like beam of mana shot from the bird's mouth. It enveloped Vex, writhing and twisting around him like an octopus. Kellen felt a sharp pain in his right side where Nokum said his beast heart was. Halfway on his feet, Kellen collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Chills and aches gripped him like the worst flu he'd ever experienced. He made it back to his hands and knees. Shani and the warriors who'd been protecting the horses raced toward them. Glancing the other way through unfocused eyes, he saw Nokum limping toward them. She shoved another sphere of swirling wind mana at the bird. Screaming in rage, it finally retreated, abandoning Ira and shooting upward into the sky. Once airborne, it faced the Grey Dawn warriors, beating its wings to gather mana for another attack. But now the vulture was clear of Ira. A hail of glowing yellow arrows struck it, several finding their mark. Shrieking in rage, the bird almost fell from the sky once more. A second volley of arrows struck, then a third, but it rose out of range of their bows and retreated with a vengeful cry. Kellen collapsed face down in the dirt. His entire body shook. He swallowed and gasped for air through a dry mouth, each breath like he had to suck it through a towel pressed to his face and nose. Sweat beaded all over his body. He sensed Vex in the same sickened state. His fevered mind realized he must be sharing the bird's attack on Vex. Tama appeared over him, her face furrowed in concern.
You will live.
Kellen thought so. He nodded as another cough racked him. His nose dripped blood, though he couldn't remember hitting it. Tama grasped his arm and pulled him into a sitting position. His head spun, and he wrapped his arms around himself, still shivering. He saw the rest of the group huddled around Nokum and Ira. The old woman had said a bonded mana beast couldn't die unless its beast caller did, but the coyote couldn't be in good shape.
Where's Vex?
Kellen croaked. One warrior Kellen didn't know by name approached with a limp Vex in her arms. He'd returned to his fox form. She placed him in Kellen's lap with a surprising gentleness. His downy golden fur was damp with sweat, and he trembled in Kellen's arms.
Hey there,
Kellen said, with a gentle shake.
Vex, hey, buddy.
One bright green eye opened and looked up at him.
I feel terrible,
the fox said in a hoarse voice. Kellen wanted to apologize for being useless, for letting them all get hurt. His throat tightened over the word, and nothing came out. Eyes tearing, he nodded. He'd only known the little fox for a day, but couldn't stop the wash of guilt. In spite of Tama's promise the day before, Grey Dawn had come to his aid. Somehow that felt worse than if he and Vex had been left to fend for themselves. How many of the group were injured thanks to protecting him? Shani seemed to think the same thing. She rose from the circle of warriors and strode toward him. When she got closer, she raised an accusatory finger.
Someone could have died because you cannot defend yourself. Shani,
Tama's voice cut between them. She stood over Kellen, and he felt ashamed the chief was defending him.
Go see to your grandmother.
Grandmother? Nokum was the only woman old enough to fit the role. Kellen only had a moment to process this new insight before Vex groaned and captured his attention. He reached within himself to the right side of his chest, but sensed only a trickle of the mana he had that morning. Not knowing if it would work, he focused on passing it through the bond he felt tying himself to Vex. The remaining mana disappeared like a raindrop in a drought. He couldn't tell if he had done any good to Vex or not. He wasn't sure if he'd even done anything or if he'd just imagined the change. Kellen looked up at Tama, who was still standing over him. He hated to ask, but his thirst was greater than his shame.
Could I have some water?
The chief nodded and motioned to another Grey Dawn warrior.
I must see to Nokum.
Nodding in response, Kellen kept his eyes on the ground as Tama walked away. She hadn't been angry like Shani, but he could tell she blamed him nonetheless. The warrior, the one with the sides of her head shaved, he still couldn't keep track of all of their names, brought him a water skin. She tossed it to him, and Kellen muttered thanks. He took a small sip. The water made him feel better at once, and also awakened a terrible thirst. He drained the rest of the skin in short order. "How's Ira?" he asked.
He is hurt badly, the woman said.
Without waiting for Kellen to reply, she left. He felt a rush of anger. What had they expected from him? Defeating the bear had been a fluke. He was no warrior or great beast caller. Would they have preferred he'd stood back and done nothing? The chills and shivering subsided, and Kellen managed a deep breath. In his lap, Vex sat up as well. "Sorry, I should have saved you some water." Vex shook himself, puffing his fur back up.
I don't need it, remember? I get my energy from the mana around us and from you. If you're feeling better, then I'm better.
Vex's comment solidified his belief that the sudden bout of sickness resulted from the bird's attack. Blinking back a lingering, pounding headache, Kellen struggled to his feet. A short distance away, Nokum crouched over Ira. Shani and Chief Tama were nearby, but the rest of the warriors had left to round up the horses. Somehow, knowing that Nokum, Tama, and Shani were grandmother, mother, and daughter made Kellen feel even more guilty. It was about the last place he wanted to be, but he summoned the courage to approach the small group. Ira lay on his side, tongue lolling out of his mouth as he panted like a dog who'd just given up chasing a car on a hot summer day. Eyes closed, Nokum chanted softly. She swayed side to side, and Kellen worried she might topple over at any moment. He wanted desperately to hear that Ira would be okay. However, he didn't think he should interrupt her trance to ask. He guessed the old woman was doing something to refresh her beast heart, just as she'd taught him that morning. Kellen risked a glance at Shani. Concern creased the young woman's face, a different set of lines than the customary scowl she wore around Kellen. Tama, too, looked worried. Kellen didn't blame them. He'd been with the group a little less than a day, and already had a taste of the roles Nokum served in the band. If Ira was seriously hurt, Vex, and Kellen, by extension, would be the only mana beast to defend them against another attack. Nokum gasped for air, drawing in long, shuddering breaths. Her facade of strength faded for a moment, like a cloud passing over the sun. To Kellen, she looked decades older. After one last deep breath, her shoulders fell, and Ira sat up, shaking his head.
"I'm too old for fights like that,"
Ira rasped.
"What happened? Did we kill it?"
We drove it off, Tama said. I haven't seen a beast like that on the plains before. Where did it come from? That was not a wild mana beast, Nokum said. My guess is it came from the slavers. Whether they were testing our strength, or if they only have one beast caller, I do not know. It was at the Guardian level. We are fortunate its caller was not here as well, or things would have gone worse.
She paused and looked at Kellen and Vex.
I have never seen an attack like that before. How are you two?
It will take more than that to finish us off,
Vex said, though he still sounded sickly and unconvincing, in spite of the bravado. What about you and Ira? Kellen asked. He was keenly aware that their injuries were due to his own ineptitude.
"We will live,"
Ira answered. He struggled to his feet and licked Nokum on the arm. She had large, dark circles under her eyes, though her breathing was steadier now, and she no longer swayed where she sat. "Thank you," Kellen said. His eyes fell to his feet. "I'm sorry,
What happens when the bird attacks again?
Shani asked over Kellen's apology.
He cannot protect us. He has only been a beast caller for one sunset, Nokum said in a stern voice. That bird was guardian strength. 2 forms above Vex and 1 above Ira. We were lucky. We do not know enough about our enemies, Shani said, changing course. Let me ride ahead and see what we face. We need to be prepared for another attack. No,
Tama's voice was loud and left no room for argument.
"We've lost enough today. We will make camp here and warm ourselves by a fire. If that mana beast came from the slavers, then they will know our numbers now. They may even send warriors back to stop us."
A twisting sensation gripped Kellen's stomach. That black mana beast bird could have killed him with no effort. Worry, guilt, and shame burned in him. He hated feeling helpless, and so far in Oras, that was all he'd been. He couldn't afford to just go with the flow. If he wasn't the best he could be, this place would kill him. His parents would never see Allison again, would never know why they'd disappeared without a trace. He wouldn't let that happen.
"Kellen,"
Vex began.
"are you going to barf? You got a weird look in your eye."
"We're going to rest up," Kellen promised Vex and anyone else listening. "And then we're going to get stronger." Chapter 12. Allison watched the black bird pass overhead. She shuddered as it landed on the ground in front of Ubira.
"It's bigger,"
she whispered to Professor Gates. The professor nodded, but didn't speak. They were close enough to Ubira and the bird that their mule was getting nervous. Even the other slavers that weren't watching the captives stayed several paces away in a half circle, their horses whinnying and tossing their heads. When Allison had first seen the dreadful black bird, it was the size of a large eagle, but could still perch on Ubira's arm. Now, standing on the ground, it reached almost to his chest, and Ubira wasn't a small man. Man and bird locked eyes. The bird opened its wide, fang-filled beak and let out a long hiss. Professor Gates had explained mana beasts to Allison. He claimed they could talk, but all this one ever did was hiss. Apparently Ubira could understand it, though. The man never asked any questions in return, only nodding now and then, arms folded, considering. As they conversed, she noticed the bird looked like it had been through a blender since leaving that morning. Several feathers stuck out at odd angles against the rest, and it held one wing slightly away from its body. She wondered what would be crazy enough to pick a fight with this monster. When Ubira finished, he raised a hand in the air, and the bird rose with a blast of dust and scent of rotted meat. This time it flew in the opposite direction, southwest instead of northeast. Ubira watched the bird in flight for a time, and then turned to his slavers.
"We are being followed," he said. "Storm Tribe, probably the band we raided."
Allison's heart leaped with excitement. Maybe Kellen had found the same village and joined up with them to find her. Yeah, he was definitely with them, coming to rescue her. She was sure.
"They are a small group, but Chakra tells me there are 2 beast callers among their number. Both weaker than her, but together they may cause us problems."
The slavers muttered among themselves at this news. From what Professor Gates had claimed, beast callers were some kind of warrior that fought with other weird animals like Ubira's bird. She wondered if all the beast callers and their pets were as ugly as Ubira. Professor Gates had said they could use magic, too, but she found it hard to believe him. He was probably just saying that so she didn't try to run away. But now, if she did, that nasty bird was big enough to pick her up and carry her back. Or eat her. But she hadn't seen anything like magic from them, so maybe there was still a chance.
"We should never have gone this far into the Thunder Plains."
Tapuk, her old pal with the mohawk, was the first to speak up. The deep talon cuts on his face from Ubira's bird were red, swollen, and infected. It looked like plenty of the other slavers agreed with him.
"We could have found all the slaves we needed in Earth Badger lands and had an easier time doing it."
Ubira said nothing, just stared at Tapuk. It seemed with the bird gone, the man wasn't as intimidated by his leader.
"You have gone too far this time, Ubira. Now we will all pay the price with our lives."
Once again, several others nodded and spoke their agreement. Allison looked behind them. The guards watching over the captives on foot hadn't moved, but if a fight started, maybe she could find a chance to get away while everyone was distracted. With the bird injured and gone, she might not get a better chance to escape.
"Don't do it."
It was like Professor Gates had read her mind. Although he made no move to stop her, she hesitated. All she had to do was slip off the mule and back away while everyone watched Ubira and Tapuk.
Even she could tell a fight was going to happen. It wasn't any different from the lead-ups to the playground brawls she'd seen before, except here the stakes were much higher.
If you don't like the way I lead, why don't you do something about it?
Somehow Ubira's voice carried, even though he spoke from behind the thick scarf wrapped around his neck and the lower half of his face. Tapuk paused and looked toward the others for support. Most were stone-faced, but a couple nodded encouragement to him. He drew his 2 knives and took a step forward. To Allison, he didn't seem too sure of himself. Ubira's shoulders raised in a soft laugh.
I didn't think you had it in you.
It happened so fast, Allison didn't even have time to slide off the horse, let alone run away. Ubira seemed to glide forward in a blur of motion. Then his obsidian spear protruded out of Tapuk's back. Tapuk's mouth opened in shock, and his last living act was to look down at the spear sticking through his diaphragm. Both knives fell from his hands before he collapsed on his knees and fell over. The few slavers who had given the now-dead man encouraging nods took fearful steps backward as Ubira planted his boot on Tapuk's chest and slid his spear free from the body. Allison stared in horror, unable to look away.
I promised you a prize greater than any you could imagine if you followed me,
Ubira said, raising his voice for the first time since Allison had been with the group.
It is not for you to question me. A handful of Storm Tribe nomads are no concern of ours.
As he spoke, his yellow eyes roamed about the group, snaring both slaver and captive alike. Allison ducked her head behind the professor's back when Ubira turned in their direction. She'd seen enough.
Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?
Allison peeked out from behind Professor Gates, but she knew the answer before she had even looked. Nobody else dared face Ubira. The message was clear. He didn't need the bird's help to win a fight.
We've wasted enough time,
Ubira said, nudging Tapuk's corpse onto its back with the toe of his boot as he passed.
Let's go.
For the next few hours, Allison sat behind Professor Gates in silence. Tapuk's last breath played over and over in her mind, no matter how much she tried to force it out. How had Ubira moved so fast? It wasn't magic. She still didn't believe the professor. But what else explained it? One moment, Ubira was standing still. The next, he'd driven his spear clean through Tapuk's body from more than 4 paces away.
Are you okay?
Professor Gates finally asked as evening fell.
I'm fine,
she said. She pretended like nothing was wrong and a man hadn't been killed in front of her.
I never saw someone die from anything but old age before I came to Oras, he said. And I don't think I will ever get used to the sight.
She didn't want to talk about this. She spent the whole day thinking about it already.
Is it true what Ubira said about those people following us?
She asked.
Don't they even have a chance to free us?
Ubira does not need to lie, Professor Gates said. It's best not to think of things like that and raise your hopes.
The mule slowed to a stop. They were done for another day. Like the day before, she dismounted and waited with Professor Gates while he took care of their mule under the watchful eye of 2 guards. After removing the simple blanket saddle, they rubbed the animal down and hobbled its back legs so it could graze on the tall grass without wandering off. The task done, Professor Gates shared some of his trail food with Allison. The dried meat and fruit and handfuls of nuts the slavers ate were little better than what they fed the captives. She still wolfed hers down in seconds. Since Allison was no longer on the running line, she didn't have to take the nasty tar juice concoction. She still winced in sympathy as she watched Kato chug it down. In the 2 days she'd been forced to drink the stuff, they'd learned it was best to get it all down at once. Your stomach wouldn't take it if it got a sip or 2 as a warning.
Here.
Allison nudged Kato with her hand held down low at her side. She opened it, revealing her portion of the dried meat. He snatched it and shoved the meager strip of jerky into his mouth before anyone noticed. As promised, Allison got to spend the evenings with Kato, although they had tied him to a new person, a girl with the gray skin they said was from the Storm Tribe people. She couldn't have been over 7. It was amazing that she was able to keep up at all. So Allison saved half her nuts for the girl and handed them over in the same discreet fashion. She scarfed them down almost as fast as Kato had the jerky.
All the captives gathered together at night and slept with guards posted all around them. The 3 children huddled together next to Professor Gates. Though free to sleep anywhere in camp, he chose to keep an eye on Allison and her 2 counterparts, which meant sleeping with the captives. The professor had a blanket he shared that helped to keep their combined body heat from escaping into the frigid nights. There hadn't been frost on the ground yet, but it felt like they'd come close to dipping below freezing, and no fires were allowed. With dinner done and the horses and mules taken care of, there was nothing left to do but sleep. She wondered if it was fall like it had been on Earth. If so, the nights were getting longer, but it still never felt like they got enough sleep. She just settled down with a young girl cuddled between her and Kato when the woman slaver who'd stopped Tapuk from cutting off her fingers appeared over them. Allison had learned her name was Kaicha.
You, pale girl,
Kaicha said, pointing at Allison.
Ubira wishes to speak with you.
Allison glanced up to Professor Gates, trying to hide her panic. He told her this might happen, but assured her Ubira would want him to be there when he questioned her too. He stood up to follow her, but the woman shook her head.
Just the girl.
The professor gave Allison an encouraging nod that didn't hide his worried expression.
We'll be right here when you get back.
Too nervous to speak, she nodded back. The woman led her across the camp from the circle of captives where Ubira lounged against a small outcrop of rock jutting out of the grass. The sliver of daylight remaining cast shadows over his already hooded eyes and their intense yellow stare. A strange statue about the size of a garden gnome sat beside him. Allison had seen the statue carried by the slavers as they traveled, but never up close. She guessed it was carved from wood, although the light tan color was like no wood she'd ever seen. It appeared to be a skinny person with an antelope's head, sitting on the ground, arms wrapped around knees pulled against their chest. Its legs were extra long, making up about 2/3 of the statue's total height. The grains of the wood ran vertical down the carving. Up close, it seemed as if the lines in the wood were moving, like a continuous trail of ants scurrying upward. The head of the carving was painted red, white, and black, like an antelope. The texture of the horns was perfect. Allison couldn't decide whether the creator had attached real antelope horns to the statue, or if their skill was just that good. The longer she stared at the carved statue, the more her legs felt antsy, like she'd been sitting for hours at a wedding or in church. She clenched her toes inside her boots, but couldn't ignore the sensation. Somehow, she knew a good long run was the only thing that would relieve the nagging sensation.
Leave us, Ubira said to Kaicha.
He raised a hand and gestured to the ground.
Sit.
Allison tore her eyes away from the creepy statue, grateful for the distraction. She didn't like being bossed around, but did as she was told. She hoped by cooperating she might learn something about where they were going, or another piece of information that could help her escape. If Ubira could really move as fast as he'd shown in the fight, she'd need as much of a head start as she could get.
You are like the scholar Professor Gates, a spirit traveler.
When he finished speaking, he stared at Allison from behind his scarf, eyes unblinking in a golden-toned face. She felt like a mouse under the gaze of a hawk.
I'm not from this place, if that's what you mean, she said.
You are from the Great Before, Earth, as it is called.
Where else would I be from?
Allison said, determined not to be intimidated. It was only half working. Ubira's shoulders rose once in what might have been a silent chuckle.
You have a sharp tongue for a small girl. Tell me, did anyone else come with you from the Great Before, spirit traveler?
Allison's thoughts immediately went to Kellen. She didn't know if the strange light had sucked him in too. In her heart, she knew he would have followed if he could. There was no way Kellen wouldn't have jumped in after her. But if that was the case, where was he? Why did Ubira want to know?
No, Allison said. I was alone.
Ubira nodded, eyes never wavering.
So, if I told you there was a young man who looked and dressed like you in the Storm Tribe band that follows us, that would mean nothing.
Allison's face gave her away. Her eyes widened, and her heart raced at the news. By the time she realized it, there was nothing left to hide. She could tell Ubira knew it, too.
I am not in the habit of being lied to, he said.
He didn't raise or change his voice, but a shiver ran down her spine.
Tell me who this person is, or I will make certain he is the first of the group to die when we meet again.
I don't know for sure,
Allison said, the words spilling out. She wouldn't let this man hurt Kellen.
It might be my brother, but he wasn't there when I appeared in the village. I haven't seen him since the morning before I came here.
Better, Oras said. You will find the more you cooperate with me, the easier your time will be. Just ask Professor Gates. You two are more valuable to certain people than the rest of these slaves combined. I intend to protect you from those people. But that does not mean I will allow you to take advantage of your worth. You have been given just enough rope to hang yourself if you are not careful. Remember that.
Fine with me,
Allison shot back. She wasn't some blue-ribbon animal Ubira could sell off, and if she had to talk to this creepy guy, she was going to get something out of it.
I answered your question. Now I have one.
She knew it was a risk, given how fast Ubira's temper frayed, but the bald man nodded.
I'm not sure you realize how our relationship works yet. However, when I was a boy, my father used to tell me, nothing is gained if nothing is risked. Ask, and maybe I will answer.
Her mind raced. She hadn't really expected him to agree.
Where are we going?
He gestured away in the direction she thought was south. In the dark, on the plains, it was hard to tell.
To the mountains.
What for?
She thought she saw Ubira's eyes raised in what might have been a smile if his mouth hadn't been covered by the scarf to hide it.
We are visiting a special place. A great work is beginning.
He paused, as if considering something.
Your brother and his new friends may yet catch up to us. If they do, and if you want him to live, he must not fight us. You will tell him to surrender. Understand? Do not doubt me on this.
Fear gripped her. She wanted to cry, to squeeze her eyes shut and wake up in her bed where she and Kellen were safe with their parents at home.
I need your word, Allison.
A deeper chill ran through her when Ubira said her name. In spite of all he'd already done to her and other innocent people, it was in that moment that Allison first realized she hated him. Hated him like she didn't think she was capable of.
You have it,
she said.
But if you hurt him, I'll make you pay for it.
Ubira threw back his head and laughed. A sudden rage came over Allison. She wanted to hurt him like he'd hurt all those people, to make him stop laughing at her. A growl escaped her, and she lunged for the slaver chief. His boot caught her in the shoulder, knocking her back into the dirt on her butt. A moment later, the woman slaver appeared over her and grabbed her by the wrist.
I enjoyed speaking to you, Ubira said. Now get some rest.
Chapter 13. Night fell fast on the Thunder Plains. The dark pressed in like a blanket, leaving the small band somber, despite the flickering light of the campfire. Nokum reclined against a bundle of packs the others had arranged for her, Ira asleep with his head in her lap. Everyone ate their dried meat and berries in silence. When someone bothered to speak, it was only a murmured sentence or two. Kellen felt uncomfortable in the presence of the Grey Dawn warriors. With Nokum dozing, the others did their best to avoid his eyes. Except for Shani, of course. Kellen caught her staring at him with her jaw set. It seemed she resented his very presence with the group, whereas the others simply wanted to dismiss him. Even Vex seemed to sense the heavy mood. Both he and Kellen still felt drained after the bird's attack, and the fox was content to stay curled in Kellen's lap. It was the quietest he had seen him since they'd met, a testament to how much the fight had taken out of the little mana beast. Although he wished he could wrap himself up in a blanket and sleep, Kellen found himself in the twilight area between sleepy and exhausted, where he remained wide awake. Insides twisting with the surrounding tension, he stared at the fire, dark thoughts invading his mind. It occurred to him he hadn't been introduced to anyone aside from Tama, Shani, and Nokum. Now that he knew their relationship, he could make out family resemblances in the three, mostly their eyes and noses. None of the others shared any of the features, so he guessed they might not be extended family. Not for the first time, He wondered why there weren't any men in the hunting party. Each warrior woman had proved themselves more than capable, but the way Nokum had talked, they were part of a larger camp.
Where are they taking them?
The woman with the center braid and the sides of her head shaved, who had given him the water earlier that day, broke the silence. Kellen thought her name might be Ishtas. Since no one bothered telling him their name, he tried to listen to the conversations back and forth to pick some out. It distracted him from the other, less appealing places his mind wanted to wander to since the fight with the bird.
All that is south and west are the mountains, Tama said. They are the lands of the Earth Badger Empire, and beyond them, the kingdom of the Sunhawk. The Earth Badger do not keep slaves, Shani said. The Sunhawk are said to sacrifice outsiders at the peaks of their temples,
Nokum said. Kellen looked her way, but her eyes remained closed, her face peaceful and resting.
And they have slaves, but I do not think Ubira represents the Sunhawk Kingdom. If he did, he would not dare travel so far into Stormhorse lands. But the Sunhawk have the mountains belonging to the Earth Badger between them and us, Tama said. Even if they risked angering the Stormhorse elders, they are far, far away. And the Earth Badger Empire is a nation of traders. They would not want to be caught in the middle of a war. It would be bad for their profits. Before we kill this Ubira, we will make him tell us all he knows, Shani said. At some point, she'd taken out a knife and was running a sharpening stone down its sides. The action, painted in the shadows of the fire and combined with the markings on her face, gave her an even more sinister look. The other young warriors muttered their agreement. Do not underestimate Ubira, Nokum cautioned. He has strong mana. One does not live to become an old raider by luck or accident. And the bird, Tama added. We did not think there were any beast callers in the attack, but if the mana beast is with the group, they are much more powerful than we expected.
The group fell silent once more, the somberness pressing in once more when conversation faded. He didn't want to draw any more attention to himself, but the quiet was worse.
How many of your people did Ubira take?
He asked, then quickly added,
If you don't mind me asking. Our band is small, Tama said. There were only 33 among Great Dawn. They killed 8, and 4 were taken.
2 of our men and 2 of our sisters,
one of the women said. He had heard the others call her Shinopa. He remembered her because she was the only one in the group with a completely shaven head. He did the math in his head. That only left 12 members of the band back wherever their camp was. Knowing that, their urgency made even more sense. Strength in numbers seemed a vital thing in this harsh world, and their tribe was currently fractured.
Among the Stormhorse, the men are the defenders of our camps, and the women the hunters and raiders,
Tama said, as if sensing his question.
We leave the men to protect and defend the old and young at camp while we hunt. In this case, as we seek to rescue those taken. And pay these slavers back in blood,
Shani added.
They will suffer for what they have done to us.
Her words sent an unexpected chill through Kellen's beast heart, though he couldn't say why. They weren't directed at him, but carried a promise that demanded fulfillment. Once more, the rest of the young warriors voiced their agreement. Kellen got the sense that Shani's bloodlust was shared among the group, though Shani's desire for revenge burned hotter than the others.
It is bad manner to discuss these things before we sleep,
Tama said. Kellen wondered if she'd felt the same thing, even if she wasn't a beast caller.
They will pay the blood price, but it is most important to get back our people.
Without further argument, Shani pulled her blanket around herself and lay down, facing away from the fire.
I want 2 on watch tonight, in case the slavers try another attack, Tama said. Shinopa and Night Rains will take the first.
Kellen filed the name away as the woman to Tama's left nodded. Her name would be easy to remember, as one half of her face had what he had guessed were white tears, only now realizing that they must be raindrops painted over it in a repeating pattern, from forehead to chin. Taking the bedtime cue, he gently lifted his sleeping Vex out of his lap and laid down facing the fire. He pulled his blanket around him as best he could and wrinkled his nose at the smell. He'd been through 2 fights and a day and a half riding on a horse in the same clothes. His shirt and pants were getting a crusty feel.
Thinking about the state of his underwear and socks too long made him shudder in disgust. Curling around Vex, he tried not to wonder about the next time he would get a bath, and definitely not the next time he'd enjoy a hot shower. Lulled by the crackling fire, he soon fell asleep.
And I left the decision in your hands. He has already proven himself to be a hindrance. He puts us all in danger.
Kellen blinked awake at the sound of Tama's voice. Processing the words, he remained still, knowing he could be the only one the chief was talking about.
That was hardly 2 days ago,
Nokum said. Kellen felt a stab of guilt that the old woman had to come to his defense.
Do you think we would have fared any better without him and his mana beast here? If nothing else, they provided a distraction against it. Ira and I are not what we used to be. You know this. The bird was a guardian strength beast. Do I need to remind you that Vex is a ward and Kellen's powers have barely awakened? His use of mana is that of an infant. You told me our fortunes would change if we added another beast caller to our band, Tama said. One still capable of higher strengths. Who is to say he will stay with us after we find his sister? Who is to say he won't be killed and waste all of your efforts?
Not exactly a vote of confidence from the chief, but he couldn't blame her. He'd been wondering the same questions himself, at least the latter. As far as a way home, he'd pushed that out of his mind until Allison was safe and sound. There was no reason to even think about it until she was with him.
Give him time,
Nokum replied.
What is the risk, Tama? Our bloodline has failed. The chances that Shani will awaken at her age are slim. Grey Dawn is a shadow of what the band was in my mother's day. We have very little to lose. Which is why I am not willing to risk what little is left,
Tama snapped.
If you are worried about what is left, worry about Shani,
Nokum replied in a soft voice.
Grey Dawn needs her.
Another reference to Shani. What could they mean? Tama sighed. She must have taken the watch. She and Nokum wouldn't be discussing such things if others were awake, especially Shani.
We do not have enough time, the chief said. After today, I am even less certain how to proceed. Ubira's slavers have greater numbers and a more powerful beast caller. Our chances are not good. Which is why I am trying to even the odds, Nokum said in her best patient, grandmotherly voice. Trust me, daughter. The boy has the ability. It's not his ability I doubt, Tama said. It is his will. He is not a warrior, and I'm not sure you can make him one, or if he even wants to be one. Now get some rest. You're almost as worn out as Ira. You may fool the others, but you can't hide it from me.
Nokum groaned, and a yawn muffled her next words.
Were I still what I used to be, I would fly into Ubira's camp and handle this myself.
Tama didn't reply, and the conversation ended. He let out a deep breath and let go of the blanket he'd been clenching so hard his hands ached. He eased them loose just as Vex nestled himself deeper behind his fluffy tail and muttered something about pizza ice cream cones. Something the fox had said earlier still bothered him, though. Vex's life was tied to his own. If Kellen did the impossible and not only rescued Allison, but found a way for them to go home, what would happen to the little mana beast? Could he snuff Vex from existence just like that? His chest tightened at the thought. A bolt of disgust flashed through him, stiffening his tired, aching muscles. He hated worrying and overanalyzing every little thing. Where had the guy who charged a gigantic radioactive bear come from the day before, and where had he gone? In his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined himself capable of that. Why couldn't he be like that all the time? Maybe that was it, he thought, as he dozed back to sleep, unable to hold back the tide of exhaustion any longer. Maybe he was holding himself back. Was it really that simple? The next morning, Ira and Nokum were both still sleeping when Kellen awoke. Seeing this, Vex wrapped his fluffy tail around himself and settled back in. Kellen felt like he'd just started to mend from a week-long flu. It was tempting to give in and join Vex. Instead, he resisted the aches and fatigue and gently shook the fox awake.
Boston cream pie donuts!
Vex shouted in surprise. Do you ever dream about anything but Earth food? Kellen asked.
You have no idea how terrible it is,
the fox said.
I can smell it, and I can taste it from your memories, then I wake up. If we get through this, we should open a bakery.
Kellen laughed. I hate to tell you, but anything I cooked or baked would taste worse than our trail food.
Well, a guy can dream,
Vex said, dipping his stubby nose under his tail. He looked genuinely confused when Kellen picked him up.
What are you doing? Where are we going?
In answer, Kellen pointed to one of the tall spears rock formations about a quarter-mile away.
Oh, come on, it's a rest day.
Ignoring his mana beast, Kellen took a swig of water and set off at a brisk jog for the rock spire. A moment later, he heard Vex grumbling as he bounced to catch up. Chapter 14. Kellen stumbled back to his bedroll about an hour later, avoiding the questioning looks from the Grey Dawn warriors. He could have imagined it, but it seemed there was a hint of begrudging respect in some of their eyes as he took another long drink of water and wiped the sweat from his short brown hair. He'd guessed he'd done somewhere between 1.5 miles or 2 miles, running back and forth from the tall spear to the camp. Now he dropped down and began a series of push-ups, crunches, and squats. Each exercise felt like pure hell after yesterday's attack, but he pushed on, fighting the urge to puke. After 5 rounds, Nokum cut him off.
Ira is still too weak to travel, she said. We will manage a few miles this evening, I think. Until then, I will teach you.
If Kellen was honest with himself, he wanted nothing more than to collapse on his blanket. Just standing made him dizzy. Instead, he grabbed a handful of jerky strips, his water skin, and a pouch of nuts and dried berries, then nodded. The rest of the band was busy repairing arrows from the battle the day before and crafting other enhancements from some of the remains of the bear mana beast. He followed Nokum as she led them away from the camp, Vex bounding at his side. They stopped about half a football field away from the others.
The paths of the beast callers are more numerous than the buffalo on the plains, she began. And that's only the basics. If you're going to be more than a calf thrown to the wolves, we must fit it all in that head of yours. And that means you too.
Vex froze. As Nokum talked, he'd pulled himself into a ball and was rolling around in circles on the ground. Kellen nudged him with the toe of his boot. Pay attention or you'll get us both in trouble.
Lots of info, something, buffalo. Got it,
Vex said.
When do we get to do something?
Nokum swooped him up in her hands and wrapped the fox hard between his ears.
Ow!
Kellen and Vex said at the same time. Kellen rubbed his head, but knew better than to protest the unfairness of the shared pain from their bond. He still wasn't used to the strangeness of feeling sensations from outside his body. In some ways, Vex was like a voodoo doll.
Until we put some learning in that empty skull, you're not doing anything,
Nokum snapped.
We only have a few hours while Ira regains his strength. Come, we will not waste them.
Nokum pointed to the ground.
Sit.
Following orders, Kellen grabbed Vex in mid-bounce and sat, restraining the fluffy fox in his arms.
I work better in an active environment,
Vex protested, squirming against him.
And that is part of the problem,
Nokum said, sitting down across from Kellen.
Channeling mana is natural for you because you're entirely made of it. But in the heat of battle, Kellen won't be able to control the mana you share if he doesn't learn to direct it beforehand. Are you sure that's the problem?
Vex asked, peering up at Nokum with a dubious expression.
It seems like a life-or-death scenario would be the best time to figure it out. You know, sink or swim.
Wow, Kellen said.
That will be enough out of you, little one,
Nokum warned. Her gaze rose to Kellen.
Now, listen. Do you remember yesterday morning when you sensed the pool of mana within your beast heart?
Kellen nodded. He could still feel it there, like an itch, but instead of irritating, it was now almost a soothing spot within him.
If you wish to wield your mana, you must learn to move it, inside and out. It should be as familiar and easy as wiggling your fingers. Does it seem strange to you that she's talking about moving but making us sit still?
Vex asked, looking upside down at Kellen from his lap.
The word ironic comes to mind, but I have no idea what it means.
Vex, Kellen said, exasperated. This is important. Stop interrupting. The little fox sighed.
Right, sorry. It's just, to me, this is like teaching a bird how to fly.
If you'd stay silent long enough, we'll get to the part where you're involved, Nokum said. Now hush before my knuckles find your head again. She cleared her throat. Now, where was I? Yes, moving the mana within you. We'll practice that soon enough, but there are more things to know before you begin.
Nokum held up 7 fingers.
You remember the 7 forms of mana, yes?
She silenced Vex, who seemed physically to be at the point of bursting with the answer. Kellen racked his brain back to the previous morning. Storm, water, fire, earth, nature...
And sun and shadow,
Vex finished when Kellen paused. Nokum pursed her lips, but let the interruption slide.
Very good. The 7 great nations of Oras are each tied to one form of mana. League of the Moose, the Fire Bison and Stormhorse tribes, Kingdom of the Sunhawk, Earth Badger Empire, Shadow Owl Alliance, and Otter Nation. A Beastcaller's mana attunement comes from which nation they belong to, or one of the nations if they have parents or ancestors from different tribes. I, of course, am of the Stormhorse tribe, so mine and Ira's mana is that of Storm. You and Vex use Sun mana, which is why we first suspected you of being Sunhawk.
But I'm not from here, Kellen said. So why that kind? Nokum shrugged.
Someone wiser than I may know. I cannot say. Perhaps it has something to do with the life you lived in the Great Before.
Kellen didn't like these references to this Great Before. It gave the impression that he'd been given a one-way ticket. Once again, he pushed away the thought that he and Allison might have died and would never be able to see their parents again. If this was the afterlife, it left a lot to be desired compared to popular beliefs about heaven.
Each type of mana has different strengths, but they all share similar and crossing paths,
Nokum said, pulling Kellen from his thoughts.
There are paths of war, medicine, making, growing, protecting, and more. But they are all built on the same basic practices.
What are the different mana beasts you keep talking about? Kellen asked. You called Vex a ward, and both the bear and the bird were guardians. What does that mean?
I can answer this one,
Vex said, jumping out of Kellen's lap in excitement. He looked to Nokum, and to Kellen's surprise, she nodded her permission.
I told you this already, remember? The first day we met.
He shot Kellen a fair imitation of Nokum's scowl, at least the closest imitation a round fox could make. I've had a few other things on my mind, Kellen said in a flat voice. Why don't you remind me? Vex's excitement carried him right past the sarcasm.
All right.
He started bouncing as he spoke, and Kellen had to look away to avoid getting motion sickness just watching.
So, as mana beasts gather more mana, they get stronger. Every one of us starts at the ward stage, which is where I'm at now. Then, like I told you before, we go to companions, then guardians, then chieftains, then...
The little fox's lecture trickled to a stop. He was so lost in thought he stopped bouncing in mid-air, and Kellen had to catch him before he crashed onto the ground.
Most wild mana beasts can reach guardian strength given enough time,
Nokum said.
They gather mana from their surroundings and from fighting other wild mana beasts. For those bonded to beast callers, guardian is easier to attain, but still requires years of training and mana gathering, from battles with other mana beasts or through mana-rich materials and settings. Beyond Guardian, the number of beast callers and mana beasts severely declines, and their power grows by great marks. Those are the chieftains. Any band with a beast caller who has grown with their mana beast to chieftain or beyond will be one of the strongest among their people. They are the elders and paragons. There are only a dozen or so elders among all the tribes of the Storm Horse, and perhaps 3 paragons. The elders are a sort of council over all our people, with the paragons at their head, acting as great chiefs. To have one from your tribe is a great honor and a chance for much wealth and power. For a beast caller and mana beast to reach paragon is the stuff of legends.
Well, take a good look,
Vex said, raising on tiny back feet and puffing out his chest so he resembled a fluffy golden football.
Because me and Kellen are going to do it. Legends in the making.
Kellen snorted. To his surprise, Nokum didn't laugh. "Perhaps," the old woman said. He couldn't tell if she was patronizing them or not.
"The path to becoming a powerful beast caller is not one you walk overnight, or even many seasons. It is the journey of your life, though that too will be extended as you grow in power."
"So what form is Ira?" Kellen asked, to change the subject. Talking about the impossible didn't solve any of their problems. When he finished the question, he saw the same cloud pass over Nokum's features he'd seen a time or two before from the old woman.
"He is companion strength," Nokum said. "Once we were more, not only Ira and I, but Grey Dawn too. But that time has long passed."
A silence fell between them, broken only by the rustling of grass through the morning breeze.
"It's your beast heart, isn't it?"
Vex asked, more quiet and sad than Kellen had ever heard him.
"It's broken."
Nokum nodded.
"In our younger years, we were guardians. Perhaps with good mana and the blessings of the stallion and the wild mother, we could have reached chieftain. Today, Grey Dawn would be a mighty tribe rather than a lesser band."
She stared off over the smoky horizon, and the silence stretched longer than before. Her acute loss draped itself over Kellen, even if he didn't fully understand the implications of what she'd told them. At last, Nokum sighed and rose from her seated position.
"Come on, then. We aren't here for you to listen to an old woman's regrets. Get up."
He stood, somewhat confused. He thought they would be practicing some kind of meditation. The picture in his head was him with his hands resting on his knees, practicing alms.
"It is one thing to use the mana within your beast heart to rest yourself," she said, "and quite another to harness its power in the midst of battle. Mana wants to move through you. The better you become in tune with this movement, the more control you will have. As the depth of your mana increases, this control will become even more important. These movements mimic the creations of the Wild Mother, the weather, the animals, the land. Combined, they form what are known as Kyo. Now, watch closely."
To Kellen's surprise, she relaxed her knees and began to bounce up and down on the balls of her feet, as if moving to the beat of a song. Nokum raised her hands, still bouncing slightly, then took a step forward with her right leg, twisting her body as she did. A moment later, her left followed, and she started to hum along with the rhythm of her movements. After another step with her right leg, she did a quarter turn and raised her hands over her head, then stopped. Kellen stared. "We control mana by dancing?" He'd never been a good dancer, or even an okay dancer. Kellen didn't dance, period. Nokum repeated the steps in the dance, one at a time. With the pauses between each, he could see they were more like a series of forms flowing one to another. She repeated this twice, and he counted 4 different poses. The closest earth practices he could compare it to was a mixture of martial arts stances and standing yoga poses. Though he had no experience with either, Nokum's instruction at least made a little more sense.
"This is one of the most basic dances to practice pushing mana throughout your body," she explained after the last demonstration. "As you progress, you will learn more dances specific to certain powers and your type of mana. There are as many dances as there are paths, dances that call rain and lightning from the sky, dances that part the clouds. Many, many dances. The most powerful are passed down within a tribe from beast caller to beast caller, protected and cherished. But the basics are common knowledge, and the first steps you will take to learn control."
"How am I supposed to dance in the middle of a battle?" Kellen imagined himself performing the same steps he'd just seen while mana beasts and magical attacks and arrows flew all around him. The picture soon changed to him lying dead on the ground.
"There are battle dances, yes, but only advanced beast callers at guardian strength or higher attempt those. For the less experienced, it is enough to practice the dance as part of your daily training. If given enough warning, you will want to dance before a fight. It is the same as stretching a muscle. It will help you channel the mana throughout your body in preparation for its use."
He looked at Vex. "How come he doesn't have to dance?" She frowned.
"Don't be foolish. He is a beast made entirely of mana. It would be like asking a fish to prepare to swim. But with practice, it will become natural for you too.
That sounded a lot like Vex's point earlier about teaching a bird to fly. It probably wasn't smart to point that out to either Vex or Nokum, though.
You probably won't look as stupid as you're imagining,
Vex said in a poor attempt at encouragement.
Try it!
Come here.
Nokum gestured to Kellen impatiently.
We will go slow. Now, pay attention. We don't have time for you to be stubborn.
Glancing back at the camp, Kellen joined the old woman. He ignored the fact the others were probably watching. If this was what it took not to be a complete liability, so be it. He had to become stronger. For everyone. Nokum led him through the 4 simple steps 3 times and named each form as he tried to imitate it. The fact they all had animal names made it a little easier to remember. Rabbit, heron, bobcat, skunk. From what he could tell, the names weren't really representative of the actual stance, however. After a couple practice rounds, he completed the series, and the moment he raised his hands over his head at the end, Vex burst into giggles.
No, no,
Nokum smacked the back of his head.
Weren't you watching at all? Now, see.
She performed the dance again, which looked to Kellen the same as his version. When she finished, she gestured to him to start again. He got 2 steps in before she stopped him.
You move all stiff, like a man with tree branches tied to his limbs, she said. Do you feel the mana moving through you?
Annoyed, Kellen shook his head. All he felt was idiotic.
This time, I will try singing along,
Nokum said.
Again.
By now, Kellen could feel the tension in his muscles. He didn't need Nokum's observations or Vex's laughter to tell him he wasn't doing it right, but he got more of both. Nokum sighed and rubbed her forehead with a wrinkled hand.
I'll bet you'd have the same issues if I tried to teach you to drive a car,
Kellen said, venting his frustration. The old woman seemed confused.
What is a car?
She asked Vex.
I think it's some kind of magic horse where he's from,
Vex said.
I can picture it, but I don't really understand it either.
Nokum shook her head and waved her hands.
Enough distractions. Again.
They practiced for another hour, and if Kellen wondered if he had any aptitude as a dancer, Nokum left no doubt in his mind that he, in fact, did not. He almost stopped hearing her agains and automatically started the 4 steps over. Rabbit, heron, bobcat, skunk. Rabbit, heron, bobcat, skunk. By now, there was most definitely an audience watching him. Fortunately, they stayed back by the fire. He hoped that meant they couldn't make out his stiff, awkward movements.
I can't exactly hear that far, but my guess is they're wondering if you found a snake in your boot,
Vex told him in between dance attempts. His fox face scrunched into a puzzled expression.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me sometime.
Stop worrying about the others,
Nokum snapped at them both.
We've spent half our time on this alone. I need you to focus.
They ran through the steps a half dozen more times. Each time he felt like he did the exact same thing as Nokum. Yet each time she shook her head. He handled the forms fine, had them down pretty well, he thought. It was the transitions to a rhythm that killed him. It didn't matter if he danced alone, danced with her, or danced while she hummed. The last half dozen fails, he'd felt an itching, warming sensation in his beast heart, something like a spiritual allergic reaction, if he had to describe it. When he shared this with Nokum, she called it progress, though his slow uptake clearly frustrated her. After yet another failed attempt, an idea popped into his head.
What if I try another dance? Does it have to be this one?
Nokum wasn't convinced.
This is the simplest dance we teach to children after they learn how to walk.
Ouch. At least this time, Vex contained his laughter to a snort.
Well, what would happen if I tried one of my own? Kellen asked. A dance my, people do.
He didn't expect anything to happen, but if they were going to keep dancing into the afternoon, a change of pace couldn't hurt.
If you were a more powerful beast caller, I would say you could run the risk of opening a fissure in the earth that swallows us whole, or starting a circle of fire that burns us to a pile of ash, she said, with a knowing old lady smirk. But in your case, I think we are probably safe. At this point, what do we have to lose?
Kellen cleared his throat and took a deep breath. It was literally the only choreography he knew. If line dances couldn't stand in for basic steps taught to toddlers, he was doomed. He closed his eyes, pretended he was alone on the plains, and started humming along to the track playing in his mind. Out in the country, past the city limit signs. Eyes closed, he started moving, kicking his right foot out twice, his left twice, then right, left, right. He grapevined his legs, clapped, then advanced, waving his hand over his head like he was swinging a rope. Just as he started bouncing backward, he felt a sudden rush throughout his body. Shouting in surprise, Kellen tripped and almost fell on his butt. The rush of mana faded from his arms, palms, and fingertips. "I felt it," Kellen said, voice rising in excitement. "It was only for a second, but there was definitely something."
Nokum stared. "If that is the dance of your people, they must be a strange tribe indeed."
"You can say that again," Vex added. "Why is it called a boot scoot?"
Chapter 15. Nokum made Kellen run through the dance of his people several more times, then forced him back to the Kyo she'd shown him. Apparently, he'd only needed a little Brooks and Dunn to break the ice. To his surprise, the Kyo came much easier. Whether that was due to a little reminder of home relaxing him, or if the mana made him move less like a scarecrow and more like a living person with knees and hips, he wasn't sure. By the time they finished, he felt he'd earned a passing grade from his teacher. A C-, but a passing grade nonetheless. Progress was progress. In that time, the spark of mana grew to a trickle, and when they'd finished the last run-through, he felt it coursing through his veins like he'd just chugged an energy drink, minus the existential dread and anxiety that normally followed whenever he had caffeine. The old woman seemed converted to his unorthodox methods. When she asked if he knew any others, and he tried the YMCA song, however, she drew the line.
"It's like you're presenting yourself as a target. You're just asking to be killed."
Before they moved on, Nokum had him run through the Kyo one more time. When he finished, she gave a begrudging nod.
"Instead of a frozen frog, you are more like a newborn colt now. Each morning you will practice these Kyo after you finish your exercises. At night, you will sit still and work on listening and refreshing your beast heart with Vex. Understood?"
He nodded, wiping sweat from his face with the back of his hand. Aside from dirty clothes and a general stench, he realized for the first time that he hadn't shaved and likely sported a patchy layer of scruff based on how much his neck itched. The last time he'd checked, he didn't have the beard power to grow one out like a mountain man, and hoped he could find something better than a knife to shave with. Moving forward, she told him he would rise before the others to build his body before they started riding. The workout routine included push-ups, squats, and other calisthenics, plus running. She attributed half of his dancing struggles with overall tightness in his muscles and put him through a grueling stretching exercise that introduced more Kyo stances. He had never done yoga, but he imagined if a drill sergeant was allowed to run a class, it would have been similar to Nokum's style. Finally, they actually practiced using the mana he'd spent all morning cultivating.
"Channeling mana is not as simple as waving your hands and seeing something happen," Nokum said. "There is pattern to it, just as there is a pattern to all things in nature."
"But yesterday I literally saw you make a ball of wind in your hands and shoot it at that bird," Kellen said. "And each time I've done it, I was just throwing my hands out in front of me."
"A person can blindfold themselves and guess if it is night or day," she admonished. "If they guess enough, they will be right sometimes. That does not make them a prophet. You must have focused intent."
It was probably best to stop talking before she came up with another form of punishment to go with the rest of her prairie cross-training regimen. The old woman waited, almost daring him to say something else. Kellen didn't fall for it. Fortunately, Vex was distracted by a butterfly at that exact moment and couldn't dig them any deeper either.
"Each form of mana is channeled in slightly different ways," she said. "Just as a thunderstorm and wildfire are different. But at the heart of any ability is the skill of pushing mana from your beast heart and forming it into what you want it to be. As you grow stronger, you will combine your powers with your mana beast. For now, you must learn to shape them yourself. Watch carefully."
As Kellen watched, Nokum began another kyo and started chanting. He wasn't sure if it was a language his skill didn't translate or a series of sounds. Chastising himself for losing focus, he paid close attention to Nokum's steps. He soon realized she'd repeated the same 4 steps, a slide, hop, spin combination, 3 or 4 times. As she turned with the dance, she held her left hand in close to her chest and pulled the right toward her. Vex hopped on his shoulder, mesmerized by the growing power, like a cat watching a string swing in front of its nose. Faint at first, a ball of gray clouds formed in her left hand. He peered closer and saw thin tendrils of what seemed to be a gray breeze drifting from Nokum's right fingertips, feeding and growing the ball of swirling, twisting wind mana. Once the sphere was about the size of a softball, she ceased her dance while her right hand continued to pour more mana into the ball. In a moment, it grew to the size of a volleyball, and she stopped, raising the formed mana so he could get a better look.
"The simplest techniques are as I have shown you," she said. She raised the ball up and balanced it on one finger as she spoke. "One hand is the foundation, while the other feeds the mana to it. Eventually, you will have enough mana for your hands to each channel. The difference is like tossing a rock compared to juggling a handful of rocks. Understand?"
Kellen nodded. The juggling analogy made sense. He wondered at the amount of concentration and practice it had taken her to channel the mana so effortlessly while she lectured him.
"This ball of energy is one of the basic forms we channel mana into," she said,
now rolling the sphere of condensed wind up and down her arm and across the back of her hand.
"Different types of mana are easier to shape in different ways. Your sun mana, for example, seems to manifest most easily in shields or straight lines, like spears or arrows. It will take more effort and skill to shape it into a ball like this. I will teach you how, but for now, it is most important that you can channel at a moment's notice."
"What about the others?" Kellen asked.
"You would have to ask a beast caller who practices them," she said, "if you ever meet one. I have met a few storm beast callers in my life, and one old man attuned to fire from the fire bison tribe. We are not common enough to cross paths unless war or a calling bring us together."
"What's a calling?" Vex asked, suddenly paying attention again.
"A gathering of tribes and their beast callers during times of peace," Nokum said. "Each tribe's beast caller competes against the others in games and fake battles to bring honor and wealth to their people. They are held often within tribes, but a true calling is much rarer. There has not been one in my lifetime. It is a gathering of all beast callers across the land."
"Just to play games?" Kellen asked. He had no idea how large Oras was, though it seemed like a huge amount of work to travel across a continent just to play games and win prizes. Nokum laughed.
"Not just games, but to determine who the most powerful beast callers in the land are. To test ourselves against one another without starting a war. You would be surprised at how many battles can be won before a weapon is drawn if one side knows, without a doubt, the other is more powerful. And you will find most beast callers are eager to prove themselves to one another."
He envisioned something like a high-noon quick draw in the middle of a dusty street, or maybe a boxing ring with 2 brawlers trading blows. He knew the notion was ridiculous, but still hoped they didn't come across any other beast callers looking for a fight. A lone mana beast had been enough for them to handle. "What if they're stronger than you?" Kellen said. "Say if a guardian wants to challenge a ward, what's the point?"
"We have an unwritten law," Nokum said. "A beast caller should never challenge a person without mana to a fight. It is dishonorable to challenge someone you know is weaker than you as well, although I have heard tales of honorless beast callers, such as the one among those slavers, who ignored this law. It is not common. Remember, whenever a mana beast fights, it uses mana. When it fights hard enough to reduce to a previous form, some mana is lost to the world and can be taken by the winner. But when the victor is more than a level of strength above its opponent, hardly any mana is gained. Certainly not enough to make the shame and reputation loss worth it for most."
She shook her head.
"But we have strayed too far down the gopher hole. You need to practice shaping your mana."
For the next few hours, she instructed Kellen on the 2 most basic uses of mana, attack and defense.
Each technique involved shaping the mana in a completely different way, and even at the foundational level, there were differences between the way he would use his sun mana and Nokum her storm mana. Whereas Kellen's defensive technique was the golden shield wall he'd formed to break his fall, and as an attempt to protect the Grey Dawn warriors from the Vulture's attack, Nokum's was a dispelling burst of wind that drove away physical objects as well as mana-based attacks. To the old woman's delight, he took almost naturally to shaping the shield now that he knew a more effective way of doing it than thrusting his hands forward desperately. It required a completely different set of hand motions, reminding Kellen of the timeless wax-on, wax-off technique. While holding his right palm forward, arm extended, turning in a clockwise wiping motion, the left hand fed the sun mana required to power and maintain the shield. By the time they'd finished practicing, he could form a shield at will, though it was in a static location, only the size of a dinner plate, and lasted less than a minute unless he poured all of his willpower and an exhausting amount of his tiny mana reservoir into it. Even so, he couldn't hide a satisfied smile after Nokum's approving nod.
See, when I say you can do something, you can do it, she said. With time, this will become as natural as breathing. You're doing awesome, Kellen, Vex yipped.
Thanks, Kellen said. He found himself more than a little jealous of Vex's ability to create a protective golden sphere around himself at a whim, though his progress had surprised even himself. Nokum had given Vex a few pointers as well, though she said Ira would be more helpful when he'd recovered, and admitted it was harder for a beast caller to teach someone else's mana beast, especially when they were attuned to a different type of mana.
Early on, you will find that Vex will pick up abilities on his own, she told Kellen when he asked why this was. As you become stronger, your powers will blend and complement one another, and you will learn together. For now, your focus should be on your own improvement. Greater coordination comes with time.
Following shield work and going through the basic Kyo to top off his reservoir, she instructed Kellen on how to form a small dart of light in his hand. This was Kellen's version of Nokum's wind gust. Unlike the shield, he proved to be terrible at it. Each time he finished shaping a pencil-sized dart, it flickered out of existence like a ray of sunshine passing behind a cloud. He lost count of how many times this happened. Once, one held long enough for Kellen to cast it from his hand at Nokum. She was only yards away, yet it faded out of existence before crossing half the distance.
We will work on that,
she said, as Vex flittered around overhead, spitting out prisms of light with ease.
Sometimes, naming the mana working as you form it can aid in the intent of its creation.
So I just make up a name like Sundart and shout it out? Kellen asked, thinking of all the movies he'd seen about magic.
Invocations are often used, yes, Nokum said. Though once you reach the higher strengths and gain more experience, your control of mana will become more intrinsic.
That's why you, Ira, and none of the mana beasts we fought yelled at us, Kellen guessed. Before Nokum could reply, Vex swooped by between them in full flight. Glitter bomb! A thick trail of gold and silver glitter followed in his wake. It swirled in the air, making both humans cough and sneeze until it faded. We are not calling whatever that was glitter bomb, all right? Kellen said. Still, he found himself wondering if he could learn a glitter spell to toss into the eyes of his enemies. By the time Nokum called a halt, the sun was high in the sky. They'd only stopped for water breaks, and he felt as exhausted as if he'd run a marathon all morning. Only Ira's approach had caused Nokum to end the lesson.
You've improved, the old coyote said.
He still walked with a limp from an injured shoulder, but seemed as lively as ever. As lively as a creature that resembled a poor taxidermy job or days-old roadkill could, anyway.
Thanks,
Kellen said between breaths. After a moment, he straightened up and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. His skin felt hot and irritated. He chalked it up to sunburn and wished he had been wearing a hat when he came to Oras.
As long as he doesn't stab himself in the foot with a spear of light, this should do fine,
Vex said. The little fox had actually proved helpful at times during the practice. His attacks consisted of blasting mana out of his mouth or forming it with his wings when in his bat form, but he still had a few tips on control and channeling that helped Kellen handle his own mana easier.
You are well enough to travel,
Nokum asked.
She glanced back to the camp where the others waited, restless. They'd taken to sparring and scouting their surroundings throughout the morning. Now they were mounted and watching the beast callers and mana beasts. Kellen was surprised Tama, or at least Shani, hadn't urged them to hurry.
"I'll live to fight another battle," the coyote said in his weary voice. "But I think I'll stick to the ground for a while. That bird appeared without warning."
Nokum nodded.
"That goes for you too, young one," she said to Vex. "Either ride with Kellen, or fly no higher than the heads of the horses."
Vex protested, but Nokum cut him off with a raised hand.
"That bird could swallow you in one bite," Ira said. "You'd survive, but Kellen's beast heart could be permanently damaged."
Fine, Vex muttered. He hopped back onto Kellen, who was impressed the little fox could balance so well despite his round shape and short little legs.
"Looks like we're going to be saddle buddies again."
"If you bug me, I'll make you bounce behind us in the dust," Kellen warned. He headed for the rest of the group, but Nokum caught his eye, stopping them.
"You were awake when Tama and I spoke last night."
Kellen's stomach turned. He'd assumed since she hadn't said anything earlier in the day that she hadn't noticed, and somehow mention of the conversation in the daylight cemented his feelings of being a burden.
"What's she—"
"Oh," Vex said. Apparently Kellen replaying the exchange from the night before in his head was enough to share it with Vex. He jumped off Kellen's shoulder and glared at Nokum and Ira.
"The mantle of chief is not easy, and it is harder on Tama now than ever," Nokum said. "Her words were only worries shared out loud. She has to think of the band first. We have lost loved ones too, and it has made us all short-tempered. As for Shani—"
Nokum trailed off, and a somber expression settled into the creases of her face.
"She is on a path of destruction. Anger and rage are all she knows right now. The fact that you are something she has wished for her whole life and cannot be, and you saved her life, is all eating at her. Do not judge her too harshly."
Kellen stared past her, where the haze-shrouded sky blurred into a long, rolling hill in the unbroken sea of dry grass. "I'm not going to give up, if that's what they think," he said. "And I'm willing to pull my weight however I can." Nokum stared at him, as if weighing the truth in his words.
"There is a question you need to ask yourself," she said. "You have not complained about the hardships of this journey, but I think you came from an easier life in the Great Before. Our world is harsh, unforgiving, and it will kill you, beast-caller or no. You may not give up, but are you willing to fight?"
Chapter 16. To Kellen's surprise, the next few days passed quickly and with relative enjoyment compared to his first few in Oras. That was mostly because no giant bears or birds had tried to eat him, but beggars couldn't be choosers. The landscape remained the same. Dry, rolling plains broken up by random spires of rock sprouting out of the ground like worms of red stone wiggling toward the sun. When he asked Nokum how far they traveled each day, she had no term of measurement, like a mile or a kilometer. Even though he couldn't count the miles, he realized how vast the Thunder Plains must be. Tama voiced her worry that they would soon pass into the foothills leading to the Earth Badger Empire Mountains. As they continued southwest, he looked for a telltale smudge of gray on the horizon, eager to see something besides red rock and golden grass. Despite Tama's concern, they hadn't yet come into view. Each day had followed a rigorous pattern. His rear end and legs soon grew used to the constant all-day riding. Channeling the mana restore technique Nokum had taught him removed most of the pain and soreness that lingered throughout the day. To make up lost ground, Tama pushed them from before sunrise and past sunset into true night. In spite of most definitely not being a morning mana beast, Vex had proved to be an excellent, if unwilling, alarm clock. If Kellen focused enough intent, the fox would wake him up by unwittingly flaring with golden light. This meant they could squeeze in an extra hour of training in the mornings without Nokum, in addition to the hour they spent after her and Ira had called it a night. The grueling regimen paid off.
Kellen soon learned to manipulate his shield into different sizes up to about an extra large pizza, Vex's comparison, and shapes. He could also move it as needed, though this control was slow enough that many of Nokum's wind spheres still knocked him on his butt. On a good day, with a little luck and lots of focus, he could replicate the shield burst he'd inadvertently thrown up in an attempt to protect the Grey Dawn warriors from the Vulture's attack. It fizzled slightly longer than the first time, but the fact he could do this on purpose was secretly Kellen's favorite accomplishment. His spear still sputtered and flickered like a bad light bulb, but his shield shone bright and solid, earning praise from Vex and even an occasional nod of approval from Nokum. Brutal training and exhaustion were the only antidotes to the constant dread hovering in the back of his mind. What if they lost the trail? What if they were too late? What if they couldn't beat the slavers? After the Vulture attack delayed Grey Dawn, the slavers had slipped out of sight, though their trail remained clear and constant, southwest. Eager to catch the group, the only stops they made were to water the horses and refill their canteens when they passed by the little creeks and springs of the plains. As hard as they pushed the storm horses, Kellen worried the animals might go lame, or at the very least end up with saddle sores. Nokum explained that the value of the storm horses lay in their tough hides and endurance as much as their horns. They could go for miles on little water or short grass as well. This led Kellen to believe there were regular horses in Oras too, which Nokum confirmed. With no way to close the gap faster, Kellen redoubled his training efforts, pushing himself and Vex to longer training hours, in spite of Nokum's admonitions to rest. He dozed whenever he could in the saddle, sustained on a constant trickle of refreshing mana and his unwavering drive to rescue Allison. When he and Vex not only fell asleep in the saddle, but also stayed asleep when they fell out of the saddle, Nokum put her foot down.
"Do you think you can catch Ubira in your dreams?" she snapped. "Your body and beast heart need time to recover, and so does Vex. Training yourself to death does your sister no good."
And that was the end of the early morning trainings. Kellen stretched his evenings as long as Nokum allowed, but whenever he tried to wake early, she was always up and watching for him. Instead, he practiced channeling his mana throughout the day on horseback, a much harder task due to the horse trotting or cantering across the grasslands. It was like wearing a weighted vest while trying to tread water at the same time, a frustrating and struggle-inducing pastime. His hard work didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the group either. On the rare occasion they didn't fall asleep right after making camp, Tama would ask him questions about the Great Before. The other warriors weren't as open, but still listened intently as he tried to explain Earth life, while Vex constantly threw random, confusing comments into the conversation. Little by little, he started to feel tolerated and even accepted by the group. After all, they'd came to his defense against the Vulture, hadn't they? That incident alone was enough for him to push himself as hard as he could to hold his own. They weren't friends, but he didn't think the warriors of Grey Dawn would leave him stranded in the middle of nowhere either. Except maybe Shani. Every bit of progress Kellen made seemed to irritate her further, even if her open hostility faded somewhat. He still hadn't quite picked up on what Nokum meant by Shani's path of destruction. No other conversations he'd been part of or overheard had given any hint. He guessed someone she cared for was among those taken. If he'd been more confident in that answer, or more confident in talking to a brooding, salty person like Shani in general, he might have tried to tell her he understood. Instead, he kept his distance, especially given the obvious truth. Shani was not a beast caller, and neither was Tama, even though Nokum suggested the power could be passed down through blood. The old woman had also made comments about Grey Dawn's bloodline failing. From what Kellen pieced together, Grey Dawn was somewhere near the bottom of the totem pole in terms of societal standing among the Stormhorse tribes. Rank seemed based on overall size, as well as the strength and number of beast callers a band or tribe had. It couldn't be an easy life, and he knew all about taking on unrealistic amounts of guilt for things out of your control. In that way, he guessed he and Shani might have something in common. On the 5th day following the attack, Shinopa and 2 others Kellen came to know as Koea and Clouds That Burn found signs of a camp ahead. None of the band could say for certain if it belonged to Ubira and the slavers or not. All they could tell was that several pack animals and people had stayed there, next to the last dregs of a wide but shallow spring. Gathering storm mana, Nokum dried a trail through the mud to the water. To refill their water skins, the group still had to wade through knee-deep mud before they could reach the fresh water. They took turns watering the storm horses by leading them down the half-dried path Nokum created, ensuring none of the horses jostled one another off the track and sank up to their bellies in the bog.
"We are nearing the edge of the Thunder Plains," Nokum explained when Kellen asked about their location. "Soon we will come into the foothills of the southern Earth Badger Empire. If these tracks were not Ubira, they may be traders from the Empire. Their routes pass this way from the east, and sometimes they venture into the plains to trade with the Storm Horse."
After the abandoned camp, Chief Tama pushed them even harder the rest of the day. The band rode until the last light faded and were in the saddle by the first hint of golden dawn. Given how recent the camp by the spring had been, Ira risked scouting ahead as soon as it grew light enough. Only a couple of hours had passed before the coyote returned with news. Eager to hear the update and stretch his legs, Kellen slid off the side of his horse and joined them.
"Not Ubira," he said at Tama and Nokum's questioning looks. "But he has been this way. Earth Badger traders are camped ahead. I did not speak to them, but by the look of it, someone recently attacked them. I would bet my wings it was the slavers."
Kellen's pulse quickened. If nothing else, they could speak to the traders and know for certain. Nokum was already motioning him back on the storm horse. While Kellen climbed back on, Shani pulled her horse up beside her mother.
"Let me ride ahead with Night Rains and Chinopa. The slavers may not be far if they stopped to attack this group."
Tama shook her head.
"Earth Badger traders are usually friendly, but we are in their lands now, not ours. They may think we are another raiding party. We will stick together."
Shani held her horse in front of her mother, and Kellen could all but see the tension spike between mother and daughter. Night Rains and Chinopa stood behind Shani, clearly voting for her suggestion over the chief's.
"This could be our chance to catch them. They will be tired and slow after a fight, and we are fresh. We do not know if it was the slavers that attacked them or how large the raiding party was," Tama said, voice raised. "We will remain together until we know more. This is my command as chief of this band."
Shani still didn't move her horse. Kellen didn't know if she'd turn its head and ride off or if she wanted to fight.
"Either challenge me for the right to lead or move aside," Tama said, in a growl loud enough for the entire band to hear.
Shani looked to be considering her options. Nokum nudged her storm horse forward and pushed it between Shani and Tama.
"Enough of this foolishness," the old woman snapped. "I have no patience for it, and we have not the time to waste. While we are standing here talking, we could be riding for these traders." "Our beast caller is right," Tama said. "Let's go."
Kellen watched with apprehension as Tama's storm horse brushed past Shani's. The chief kept her eyes ahead, not bothering to look at her daughter. Even to Kellen, it was a clear statement. Tama wasn't worried about a challenge. Shani's gaze followed her mother as she rode past. Then she fell in behind her, jaws set, refusing to look at the others. In spite of the old woman's advice, he still wondered if there was something he could do to free Shani from the burden she felt she owed him. He resolved to find the chance to speak with her alone, outside of the reach of her knife, anyway. Following Ira's lead, the horses loped over the hills toward the trader camp. As they drew closer, Kellen spotted a few columns of smoke rising in the sky, and his stomach rumbled, thinking of a hot meal. When they came to the top of a windswept ridge overlooking the valley below, his rumbling stomach clenched in fear. Even at their distance, it was easy to see the bodies carried by the living toward shallow graves and the cairns of rocks covering the fresh mounds of graves already filled. Dead donkeys, llamas, and dogs were scattered across the area, impaled by spears or stuck full of arrows. 2 wagons still smoldered, spilling their contents over the ground. The wind carried the scent of smoke away, though it wasn't strong enough to take the cries and lamentations of the living with it. He had not seen the Grey Dawn camp after the attack, but he could only imagine how the 2 raids must have been similar. A frigid chill gripped him. The mourners broke their chants and wails short at the sight of the Grey Dawn band. No doubt a line of riders on the skyline filled them with even greater terror. Several ran for weapons, while others ushered wounded and non-fighters back behind the growing line of warriors. Altogether, there seemed to be just under 30. Kellen wondered at the size and strength of Ubira's band if they'd attacked such a large trading party. Tama raised a hand in greeting. The Earth Badger traders held their weapons and defensive line.
"Well," Nokum said, "we may not be welcome company after all."
Chapter 17.
"You should have done something."
Allison would have refused to ride with Professor Gates, but the first time she jumped off the mule, the slavers had threatened to whip Kato instead of her as punishment. As a result, she sat on the mule, arms folded, glaring at the professor's back.
"Allison, keep your voice down,"
Professor Gates warned. He sighed, and she saw him reach up a hand to rub at the tight curls of his gray and white hair.
"We have been over this. What could we have done?"
She didn't know, but that wasn't the point.
"Something. Anything. I thought the only reason you're with Ubira is to help people and stop stuff like this."
She'd thought the raid on the camp when she'd woken up in Oras had been scary. Watching Ubira's warriors massacre a group of innocent traders had been terrible on a different level. She had wanted to stop it, even though she knew she was powerless to do anything. When they spotted the trader camp, the slavers had left the captives out of sight and under guard a few ridges away. When they returned an hour or so later, laden with stolen pack animals, goods, and more captives, it wasn't hard to figure out what transpired. Once they regrouped, they'd steered wide of the camp, so at least she didn't have to witness the results of the raid for herself. But she heard the cries of the new captives and saw the smoke trails in the sky, and she still remembered how it felt the night in the village when she'd been taken. It wasn't fair to blame Professor Gates any more than the other prisoners, but she thought the professor could at least show a little outrage at the slavers or empathy for those taken. He was supposed to be a good guy. The good guys didn't let stuff like this happen. Professor Gates sighed again. Allison had learned early in life she was good at invoking that response in adults. But this time, he lowered his voice.
"You are right. I will never be able to offset the harm Ubira causes. There will come a time when we will have an opportunity to escape. Until then, we must not raise suspicions. Let the guards believe we have no ideas of running. This kept me alive among the Fire Bison band who helped me."
"A lot of good that did you," she grumbled. "You ended up with someone worse."
She grew madder at herself each day she didn't try to get away from Ubira, threats or no. Professor Gates looked around, judging how close the nearest slavers were to them. They rode at the front of the column of captives. Most of the guards were to the left and right or the rear of the party. With almost 20 armed and mounted men and women to the front, there was little need to waste additional guards there.
"I have been listening to Ubira's slavers as they talk during the day, in the morning, and over the fires at night,"
Professor Gates said.
"Our destination is not the kingdom of the Sunhawk. Ubira has not shared where he is leading us. Even with Tapuk gone, the other slavers are worried that they will be trapped in the mountains by the southern Earth Badger Empire, especially now that they've attacked one of their trading caravans."
Allison considered herself a pretty smart girl, but she didn't really understand why it mattered where they were going, and she said as much to Professor Gates.
"Use that head of yours,"
Professor Gates said, sounding more like a teacher than he had since she had met him.
"I'm told Ubira knows secret pathways through the mountains into the kingdom of the Sunhawk, which is how he usually takes captives to be sold as slaves, without the Earth Badger Empire's notice. But we aren't traveling in that direction. From what the slavers say, it is more south, and now we travel almost due west."
"I told you, Ubira said we were going to the mountains, to a special place," she said.
When she'd returned from her private conversation with Ubira, she'd told Professor Gates everything. He must have been thinking about it ever since.
"But where? And why?"
he asked. She didn't know if he intended her to respond or not. Either way, she didn't have the answers.
"The kingdom of the Sunhawk is south of the mountains. West, there is nothing but more of the Earth Badger holdings. It is not expensive or easy to keep this many slaves. The longer we go, the more we eat, the weaker they get, and Ubira's profits dwindle."
She thought about that for a minute.
So, maybe he isn't going to sell them.
The professor nodded without turning around. She really hated talking to someone on horseback, especially when Professor Gates spoke so quietly she could barely understand him. Even if it was out of necessity so the slavers didn't hear, it was still annoying.
That's right. None of this group of slavers had ever worked with Ubira before he began raiding this spring. My guess is we're going somewhere he doesn't want anyone to know about. Whatever he's there, he wants to keep it a secret. And this great work he mentioned, I do not like the sound of that.
Allison already knew the chances of Kellen finding her were like a needle in a haystack. If Ubira really was taking them to a hidden location, her chances of being rescued were almost zero. Not that she'd ever planned on waiting to be rescued in the first place, but it definitely increased her urgency.
I know what you're thinking, the professor said. Don't do anything reckless. Our chance will come.
Looking off to the left, Allison locked eyes with one of the slavers, a man with long hair, a wild beard, and a scar running from just in front of his ear all the way down to his chin. It cut through his tangled and snarled beard, giving him an even more sinister look. Her insides ran cold. Could he hear them? On the outside, she glared back until the man cracked a wide, gap-toothed smile and turned his attention elsewhere.
Listen carefully to me,
Professor Gates mumbled, voice so low Allison had to strain to hear his words.
Our best opportunity will be once we reach the mountains. Out here on foot, there is nowhere we can run or hide. In the mountains, there is hope.
I'm not leaving Kato and Miri, Allison said.
Miri was the young Stormhorse girl the slavers had paired with Kato after Allison was sent to ride the mule with Professor Gates. The three of them were the only children in the group. Allison couldn't imagine leaving them both in the hands of the slavers. After listening to Professor Gates, she knew being sold into a life of servitude was almost preferable to the unknown reality they faced. She couldn't abandon them. The professor paused for a long time before he responded.
We will make a plan, but now is not the time for that.
Allison was impatient to do something, anything, but knew he was right. Especially after the leers of that bearded slaver, she could almost feel herself being watched at all times. After days and days of being bored with nothing to do, she went back to her habit of studying the slavers. She'd finally put together a pretty good picture of the group. She knew the faces and most of the names of all 25 slavers, along with any other details they exposed. She knew the weapons they each preferred, which were most likely to doze off during watch, who smoked from the long curved pipes, who Ubira trusted the most, and which were in charge of brewing the nasty drink all the slaves on foot drank. The drink, she guessed, kept the slaves from succumbing to exhaustion. It was the only possible explanation of how people could run all day long and not die. The strange antelope man statue had something to do with it too, and Professor Gates had confirmed this theory. He called it a totem and claimed it had powers to make the people and horses tire less easily, as well as giving them extra speed. That explained the strange tingling sensation in Allison's legs each time she got too close to it. When Professor Gates explained what the totem did, she half expected to see the grass go whipping by like the view out of a car window. But to her eyes, they didn't seem to be moving any faster than a regular group of riders and joggers would. She also studied chakra, too, though the tattered black bird was the least favorite of her subjects. It hadn't come back with any further injuries since, so she guessed it hadn't been in any more fights with the other creatures Professor Gates called mana beasts. Allison amused herself by imagining what the bird would look like stuffed in a natural history museum or a sporting goods store. Sometimes she could picture it as a giant cooked turkey in the middle of the Thanksgiving dinner table. That said, she wouldn't have eaten a drumstick that came from chakra, even if her other choice was to starve to death. Ubira's promise to kill Kellen still rang in her mind. If she were braver, she would have asked the slaver if the bird had any news about her brother. Was he still searching for her? Counting guards and observing their mannerisms and quirks were the only activities that kept these questions off her mind. Allison thought Professor Gates was a good person. She wanted to trust him, to believe him when he said they would come up with a plan to escape together. But even she knew that one person could get away easier than 4 or even 2. If it came down to it, and she had her chance. Could she leave the others behind if it meant reuniting with Kellen? Chapter 18.
We will go down first,
Nokum said. Kellen thought she meant just her and Ira, and started to slide off the horse, but she stopped him.
You and I, she said. Your skill with language may be of use. Keep Vex close, and do not let him open his mouth. You know, there's no reason to specifically mention— Ah!
Kellen snatched Vex out of the air, and the mana-beast shifted into his fox form as Kellen drew him into his arms. Holding Vex while he changed was a weird, unsettling experience, like holding a squirming cat or baby that suddenly looked like something else in the blink of an eye. They rode down the hill toward the camp, Ira running on the ground next to them. Kellen thought Nokum might halt out of the range of the drawn bows, but she seemed undeterred by the weapons pointed at them. Still dozens of paces away, 3 arrows sprang into the air. For an instant he thought about scrambling off his horse and taking cover, but Ira shot off the ground into the sky and knocked the arrows away with a gust of wind mana generated by his unfurled wings. Kellen would have waited to make sure no more arrows followed, but Nokum continued on. Feeling slightly ashamed to hide behind an old lady as a shield, Kellen nudged his horse up next to Nokum's to study the Earth Badger traders as they approached. Their appearance was quite unlike the Grey Dawn warriors. In place of storm-gray skin, theirs were rich shades of browns and tans. Their hair was all dark, though Kellen couldn't place their complexion or physical features to any one Earth nationality. In place of leather and feathers, they wore linen robes in various cream colors and sandals laced up their legs with leather straps. Many had bangles of bronze on their wrists or arms, or sported other bronze jewelry like hair beads, necklaces, and piercings. Their expressions looked as stony and implacable as the earth of their namesake. Kellen had run into more than one badger out working the fields at home. To say the animals were mean was to say Vex could be a bit talkative. He hoped Earth Badger people didn't take after that part of their namesake too much.
Peace,
Nokum said, raising a hand when they were only a dozen paces away.
Unless you keep shooting arrows at us.
A big, blockish man stepped forward from the line of warriors holding spears, bows, and slings. His white hair was shaved close to his head, though he sported a large beard that jutted out from his face like a rocky spur from a mountainside.
Forgive us. We have not found many friends on this journey, Stormhorse.
You will not find enemies with us, at least, Nokum replied. I am Nokum, Beastcaller of Grey Dawn. Ira is the name of my mana-beast.
The big man raised his chin and locked eyes with Kellen.
And where did you find that half-starved young man?
Kellen flushed, and Nokum turned around on the Stormhorse to look at him.
This is Kellen. He is a Beastcaller also.
Murmurs of surprise rose from the traders, and they shifted their attention to him. He noticed several of the men and women whispering to one another and pointing, no doubt confused by his pale skin. The white-bearded man nodded. If he was surprised at Kellen's introduction, he didn't show it.
My name is Zarama. We are traders from the Eastern Earth Badger Empire and belong to the Splintered Stone tribe. If you come in peace, then we mean you no harm. We have had our fill of fighting.
While they spoke, Kellen's eyes wandered around the destruction of the camp. Up close, the aftermath of the attack pulled at him like a physical weight. Several bodies still awaited burial, and flies already buzzed around the slaughtered llamas. He had seen and smelled his share of dead livestock. You couldn't avoid it, living on a farm, and the scent already floated on the air. He almost wished the chants of the mourners would return to fill the oppressive quiet. How could people do this to one another?
We are 12, including the 4 of us you see here, Nokum said. We have searched many days for slavers who attacked our camp. I think you have encountered the same raiding party. Would you let the rest of my band join us so that we may share stories of our misfortunes?
We already have enough supplies to feed ourselves until we can reach an Earth Badger outpost, Zarama said. All our valuables were taken in the raid that left us as you see here.
That is fine, Nokum said. We have our own food, and even in your state, you are still twice our number. We want nothing but peace, and maybe some information about those who attacked you.
Zarama stepped back and had a brief conversation with another man and 2 women. Kellen guessed the 4 were the leaders of the traders, or at least those most capable of taking charge after the attack. Throughout their conversation, the other armed traders kept close watch on Kellen and Nokum, though their bows were no longer drawn. Behind them, peeking out of the ruins of a wagon and cart, he also caught several children staring at Vex and Ira. Their cheeks were dirty and streaked with lines of tears. Kellen's heart felt like breaking. He wondered how many of them were orphaned or missing a mother, father, or sibling that evening because of Ubira. Vex jumped out of Kellen's arms and transformed into his bat shape. Before he could ask what he was doing, the little mana beast started blowing golden bubbles the size of basketballs. They floated down to the children, who laughed and bounced them around like balloons. Kellen smiled and felt a wave of pride that Vex could help distract them from the horrors they'd no doubt witnessed during the attack. The little mana beast landed in the middle of a group of the children, popping back into a round fox once more. The kids gathered around him, laughing in delight as they ran their hands through his thick, soft fur.
"And why aren't you over there?"
Nokum asked Ira. The coyote shot her a dry look. His half-starved frame didn't scream out to be cuddled.
"If I looked like that, I would be. I don't want them to think I'm coming to eat them."
Nokum met his dry look with a dry chuckle.
"Once, long ago, you were that fluffy. Don't feel too bad, old man."
"We have agreed that you may share our fires this evening," Zarama said when he finally returned. "Call the rest of your band down."
Nokum bowed as low as she could while remaining on horseback.
"We are grateful for your kindness."
Soon the rest of the Grey Dawn warriors joined them and, as promised, they were seated around a fire with Zarama and the other 3 traders he'd conferred with to decide if they could stay. Totoso, Night Rains, and Ishtas watched over their storm horses while the others listened to the Earth Badger traders give an accounting of their attack.
"They came at dawn yesterday, down the same ridge you were on," Zarama said. "We outnumbered them, but they had a mana beast with them, a great black bird. None of our arrows or spears could harm it, and it broke apart our line. We only had a single beast caller with us. Her and her beast were guardian strength, but the bird cut them down like it was nothing. Once they were dead and the warriors were inside our camp, it was all we could do to defend ourselves. I think they only left because they had all the supplies and captives they could carry off."
It surprised him to see that Tama looked angry instead of sympathetic.
"Why were you traveling with so few warriors?"
Zarama met her disdain with an expression of stone.
"The southern trade routes have been safe for generations. We thought we had nothing to fear except bad weather and perhaps a wild mana beast."
While he fed Vex pieces of corn cakes the traders had shared with them in exchange for dried meat, Kellen watched Nokum. She seemed troubled by something, though when she saw his questioning glance, she shook her head. A look passed between Ira and Nokum, and she cleared her throat.
"You said they had a mana beast. What of the enemy beast caller?" "We never saw him. There was a bald man with a black spear that appeared to be an enchanted artifact. The lower half of his face was covered. We have heard rumors of Ubira the Slaver before, but I did not know he attacked trade parties too."
The speaker was a middle-aged woman with hair braided down both shoulders and bronze bangles covering her arms from wrist to bicep.
"These are the same slavers we hunt," Tama said. "Ubira attacked our village almost half a moon ago, and we have chased him all the way across the southern Thunder Plains. I am sorry we were not here sooner. It may have changed the course of the battle."
"What will you do now?" Nokum asked Zarama. "Continue to the nearest outpost," the man said. "The trip will be a complete loss. The best we can hope for is to sell enough of what we have left and perhaps barter enough over the winter to make a small profit when we return home in the spring."
"But the slavers stole your people."
Shani spoke for the first time. If her mother had been disapproving of Zarama, Shani's voice dripped with contempt.
"You would abandon them."
Zarama's heavy brows furrowed, and his square jaw tightened beneath his beard.
"Who are you to speak to me in such a way? My duty is to the living you see around you. Do you think my pack llamas and donkeys could catch the slavers? And then what? More would die."
We tried to follow them, the woman with the braids and bangles said. The bird drove us off, and even without it, they moved with unnatural speed, even those on foot.
Shani was half standing up and clearly unsatisfied with the answers the traders gave. Nokum laid a hand on her arm.
Peace, Shani. Our guests have suffered much.
She peered at the earth badger woman across the crackling fire.
How close did you get to them?
The woman shook her head.
Not close. The blackbird made sure of that. After it killed our beast caller and her mana beast, it grew to an even greater size.
Once again, Nokum sank into a thoughtful expression, but asked no further questions. Tama nodded to each of the men and women.
We must continue in the morning. If we catch Ubira and his slavers and are victorious, I promise we will return your people safe to an outpost in Earth Badger lands.
Still seated, Zarama bent forward in a bow.
We would be forever in your debt. I hope your mana is strong, and you can do as you say.
Out of the corner of his eye, Kellen watched Shani. She looked like someone had stuffed a chunk of buffalo dung in her mouth. She clearly thought the reasons the traders hadn't gone after Ubira were thinly veiled excuses. A look passed between the other 3 Earth Badger leaders.
Is there no way we could pay for your protection on the last leg of your journey? Even your young beast caller here would be invaluable to us.
Kellen flushed as the attention turned to him. Before he could speak, however, Nokum ended the trader woman's hopes.
He is bound to me. And I will need all of my warriors if we have a chance of overcoming Ubira, Tama added.
Kellen had lived with the Grey Dawn band long enough to know the offer had been taken as an insult to the band's loyalty, and likely a personal insult against Tama.
Plus, you couldn't afford us,
Vex added after swallowing a mouthful of corn cake.
But your food is pretty great.
Kellen's face burned even redder. He stuffed the rest of the cake into Vex's mouth before he could get them in real trouble. As he did, he thought he saw the tiniest twitch of a lip that might have been a smile appear for a moment on Tama's face. The Earth Badger woman did not seem as impressed.
Sorry, Kellen muttered. He's still learning.
Nokum coughed and rose with a groan. Kellen knew better than to believe she was really that tired or stiff. It must have been a front to end the conversation before they were no longer welcome in the traders' camp.
It has been a long day for all. We should rest and speak in the morning.
Beside her, Iris stood and stretched his legs, mouth spreading in a wide yawn, too.
My warriors can keep watch tonight, Tama said, if you would like to rest.
Zarama spoke before the others had a chance.
We thank you for your offer. With our pack animals so skittish, we will keep an eye on them through the night. We cannot afford to lose more.
Tama nodded her understanding.
Then may a better morning rise on you, and the Wild Mother watch over your dreams.
Kellen followed the lead of the others, scooping Vex into his arms to follow them to the spot where they'd set up a miniature camp near the storm horses. As he walked, he brushed what seemed like handfuls of crumbs from Vex's fine fur.
How do you stay so clean? Kellen asked. I've never once seen you give yourself a bath, and you're always getting dirty.
Why would I want to lick myself?
Vex seemed appalled and disgusted by the suggestion.
I get hair in my mouth.
He held his breath and squeezed his eyes shut. A burst of golden light flared from all around his body, and when it faded, his fur looked just as pristine, soft, and silky as ever.
Too bad you can't do that. Have I told you yet that you really need a bath?
Kellen warned Vex with a look, and stumbled because he wasn't watching where he was going.
I've told you that's not exactly an easy thing to do. I haven't seen any bathtubs around.
Well, if you weren't so bashful, you could have cleaned up like everyone else.
Kellen's face burned for the second time. A few days before, they'd camped by a creek, and the Grey Dawn warriors had taken the opportunity to bathe themselves without warning under the light of a full moon. Needless to say, Kellen had almost died of embarrassment, especially when Vex had figured out why he was acting strange. Kellen knew he should have been less awkward and gone downstream away from the others to wash himself, too, but Vex's teasing drew the attention of the Grey Dawn women, who'd revealed a rare, wicked sense of humor about his reluctance for community co-ed bathing. All he could do was roll up in his blanket, face away from the stream, and pretend not to hear the jeers and laughs. The one glimpse of naked bodies Kellen had caught before he turned around popped into his mind whenever Vex brought the humiliating night up. He did everything he could to think of something else before the little fox caught onto that too and used it as extra torment.
You are going to have to clean yourself soon if you wish to keep riding beside me,
Nokum said, with a sly smile and a wave of her hand over her nose that was probably more justified than Kellen wanted to admit.
I can't walk downwind of him anymore, Iris said in his cracked voice.
Kellen had no way of knowing if he was joking or not. He hoped he was.
Can we talk about something else?
He asked. Fortunately, Kellen had just the question to force a change of subject.
Why did you want to know if the traders saw the beast caller during the fight?
By now, they were back to their own camp a short distance from the Earth Badger traders. Nokum unfurled her sleeping blanket, and Kellen dared hope that with the sun going down, it meant they'd have the night off from training. Over her shoulder, Kellen noticed Shani and Tama listening too.
Because I do not think they have a beast caller,
Nokum said.
That is impossible, Tama said. Even I know that. A mana beast would not behave like that black bird if it wasn't bonded to a human.
Nokum shot Tama a glare for interrupting her.
What I mean is that I think Ubira is the bird's master, but I do not think he is a beast caller. No, I do not know if such a thing is possible. And the bird's mana is strange. It seemed to have some aspects of poison or venom, nature mana, though even that is not quite right. There is a chance Ubira's beast heart awakened at a late age. It is not unheard of. Though if that were true, there is no reason he would not have used mana in the attack on the traders or the raid on our camp. Maybe he had no need to,
Shani said.
By the way the traders spoke, the bird had no trouble defeating their beast caller and guardian strength mana beast on its own.
True, Nokum said.
But I wish we had a better idea of what we faced before we faced it. Like the way the Earth Badger woman said the slavers fled so quickly, even with captives on foot. This has had me confused for days. We should have overtaken them by now, even after resting after the attack. There is something strange at work here. Some power gives speed to these slavers.
Do you think it is mana?
Tama asked.
Mana, yes, but not from a beast caller,
Nokum said.
I believe they have a totem in their possession.
What's a totem?
Vex asked, beating him to it.
And does it taste good?
A totem is a powerful mana artifact from the days when the Wild Mother's children still walked the lands of Oras, Iris said. They are statues of all different sizes and materials that grant specific powers to those within a certain area around them.
They are worth more than these Earth Badger traders could hope to earn in a lifetime,
Nokum said.
Some are so large they cannot be moved, sort of like the power of the tall spears. But there are legends of smaller totems a person or a horse can carry as a tribe travels. Zarama was right. Their llamas and donkeys have no hope of catching the slavers.
If what you say is true, it would change the future of Grey Dawn to capture this totem,
Tama said. By now, the rest of the warriors were gathered around them, and Kellen saw several excited nods among the other women. Shani was the only one who seemed unfazed by the news.
Perhaps,
Nokum said,
if we had the strength to hold it. The totems of the plains have passed between tribes so many times, no one knows who first claimed them. And Ubira has not survived raiding for slaves for so long without reason. He is cunning.
Some of the excitement drained from the group at Nokum's words, though Kellen could see Tama was still deep in thought. Seeing the conversation winding down, he beckoned to Vex. Exhaustion pulled at him, but they could practice a few of the mana dances and channeling sun mana bolts before bed, if nothing else. Although they were no closer to Allison than when he'd started, something felt different. A voice in the back of his head whispered to Kellen, warned him to be ready. 3 weeks before, in what felt like someone else's life, he would have discounted it as an idle worry. Now it drove him to work even harder. Allison was still out there, and she still needed him to be as strong as he could manage. After witnessing firsthand what Ubira's destruction looked like, he thought he might understand what drove Shani to put an end to the slavers' evil once and for all. Chapter 19.
Kellen awoke the next morning to Nokum shaking him gently on the arm. While Nokum was distracted speaking to Tama and the Earth Badgers, he'd trained late into the night. After practicing the steps of the Kyo, he'd done a little experimenting. Vex's bubbles for the Earth Badger children had planted an idea he'd been eager to test. With a moderate amount of focus, he found he could conjure a small shield in his palm, then stretch it over itself to form a sphere about the size of a racquetball. For reasons he couldn't explain, maybe because he associated the globe with a racquetball, the sphere also bounced. After 2 or 3 bounces, the mana dispersed. As long as Kellen held it in his hand or caught it between bounces, he found he could maintain the sphere with little focus or mana drain. After a few more tries, he managed to catch the golden bouncy ball, though the effort of containing the mana after the bounce and catch still eluded him, and it winked out each time his fingers closed around it. He made a note to test how far away from his body he could maintain it when thrown. If nothing else, it might serve as a useful fetch distraction for Vex. He knew he could have only slept a handful of hours. Almost out of unconscious habit, he reached into his beast heart and willed the refreshing mana throughout his body, as Nokum had taught him on their first day of training. After practicing this on almost a daily basis, he could restore himself and still sense some mana left over. The progress was small but undeniable. Now, fully awake, he eagerly told Nokum about his discovery.
"Well, let's see this creation," she said,
though Kellen thought she hid a measure of curiosity. Focusing his intent, he chucked the spherically shaped sun mana against the ground. It bounced straight up like a super ball, sailing high into the pale dawn sky. Vex pumped his little wings in hot pursuit, but failed to reach the ball before Kellen lost the connection feeding the mana, and it winked out.
"That was well done,"
Nokum said. It was one of the few compliments he had ever received from his teacher.
"Mana manipulation is not something a ward-strength beast caller can usually undertake."
When he asked why, she explained.
"It is like a baby. They have the strength to stand, but not the coordination with their body and muscles."
Before he could ask any questions, Nokum pushed a bundle into his chest. Kellen's arms wrapped around it instinctively, and he looked down to see what it was. At first glance in the morning light, it appeared to be a tunic and pants like the Earth Badger traders wore, along with what looked like a small stack of leaves bound with cord.
"Before we leave, we are going to trade some of the bear's remains for supplies," Nokum said. "I have taken it upon myself to purchase you some fresh clothes already. There is a stream nearby. Use the leaves to wash yourself. If you hurry, you may have some privacy, since you are a bashful young man."
Glad the morning light hid his reddening face again, he muttered a thanks to her and set off for the creek, Vex bouncing alongside him. He made a wide path around the Earth Badger traders. Aside from a pair on guard duty, everyone else was still asleep. When he reached the edge of the creek, Kellen suppressed a shiver. There wasn't frost on the ground, but the morning was cold. He sighed wistfully at the memory of hot showers and soap. Washing here would be a far cry from a hot shower. In the spot he chose, the creek narrowed to only a few feet across, but looked to run deep. Preferring to be up to his waist or chest in the cold water to splashing in a few inches while he shivered in the open air, Kellen put Vex and the bundle down to strip out of his clothes. The thick blue hoodie he'd worn the morning he and Allison headed out into the field had seen better days long before coming to Oras. Between bear attacks, hard travel, and demanding training, he was just grateful it hadn't been shredded. When he peeled it off, he half expected it to stand up on its own, and the blue was so caked in dust and dirt that it looked gray. His jeans were even worse, ripped at the knees and showing wear in a dozen other places. At least he hadn't been reduced to wearing jorts yet. Unlike the hoodie, these really did almost stand up on their own, as stiff as they were from sweat and grime. But they hadn't exactly been his Sunday best to begin with. While Vex slumbered on a flattened spot of dead grass, he quickly pulled off his socks, underwear, and t-shirt. These had fared worst of all, and he thanked the heavens, the Wild Mother, and whoever else would listen that the restoring mana refresh ability Nokum had taught him also cured chafing and athlete's foot. He shuddered to think of the misery. Given he could only scrub his underwear and socks in cold water, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience putting them back on. Once he was sure his old clothes were within reach to pull in for a quick rinse, he finally sat down on the bank and pushed into the creek. He hissed as he sank into freezing cold water up to his chest. Teeth chattering, Kellen forced out several breaths. An idea popped into his head. On a whim, he concentrated on his beast heart and willed the mana through his limbs, similar to the restorative practice. This time he focused on heat rather than healing. To his surprise and delight, his body warmed and the goosebumps faded, though he guessed it was only a temporary solution. Soap. He'd been so concerned about privacy and the cold water and his disgusting clothes that he hadn't even thought of something to scrub himself with. Sighing, he reached for the clothes he'd planned to clean when he saw the bundle of leaves. He pulled one from the packet, surprised at how slick his wet fingers made it. Intrigued, he rubbed the leaf between his hands. A minty foam arose, and understanding dawned on their purpose. Hoping he didn't harbor a hidden allergic reaction to whatever plant the leaves were from, Kellen scrubbed himself clean. Between the quasi-soap, the mana refresh, and the cold water, he felt better than he had since arriving in Oras. There were even enough leaves left to scrub his clothes, though they were a poor replacement for detergent and laundry softener. Spurred to finish quickly as the mana-induced warmth faded in the bone-chilling water, Kellen dunked his head, washed his face, then lifted himself onto the bank. At Kellen's exit, a splash of water hit Vex. The little fox uncurled and shot straight into the air, spluttering and shouting.
"Hey, what the—" "Oh, thank the wild mother," Vex said, shaking and puffing out his fur so it looked like he'd stuck his nose in an electrical outlet. "You wouldn't believe how bad you smelled, dude."
Ignoring his mana beast, Kellen squeezed the last drops he could manage out of his underwear and pulled the damp boxers on. It wouldn't be fun to wear them before they dried, but he refused to go commando. Next, he pulled on the trousers, which felt like a pair of canvas work pants, but far more comfortable than he would have guessed. The shirt was the same material, with toggles fixed on the top half of it, like a pullover. It wasn't the warmest attire, but it was clean and gave him something to wear while his old earth garments dried. Choosing to leave his socks off, he dried his feet and pulled his boots on, bundling his old pants, hoodie, and t-shirt together. "How do I look?" Kellen asked, raising his arms. He felt like a South American farmer, or maybe a monk, in the cream-colored clothes.
"You don't look like an Earth Badger trader, if that's what you're wondering," Vex said. "But you don't stick out like a boil on a buffalo's rear end, either."
"Thanks," Kellen said in a flat voice. "I'm glad I'm a step above butt boils."
"If you want to stay humble like me, it helps to have perspective."
Vex's audacity was too ludicrous to comment on. Climbing up the sloping creek bank, Kellen saw the two camps stirring in the morning's first light. A couple of the Grey Dawn warriors, Clouds That Burn and Koea, Kellen thought, were saddling the horses, while the others stood in a circle around several Earth Badger traders, a blanket of goods lying between them. The remaining Earth Badger people looked to be salvaging the last of their goods, either bundling it up to carry in packs or loading the two remaining carts, each hitched to a llama big enough to pass for a baby giraffe. In a world where horses had horns like rhinoceros, he didn't think he wanted to know what these giant, yet deceptively harmless, fluffy animals were hiding. Everyone paused to watch as he and Vex approached the bartering group. Kellen waved awkwardly and looked down at the ground.
"We're famous," Vex said. "Good morning, everyone."
The adults didn't crack a smile, not that Kellen blamed them. They had little to smile about from the last 2 days. The children, on the other hand, ran out, giggling and laughing. Vex puffed out his cheeks like he was holding his breath and squeezed his eyes shut. To the delight of the children, streams of golden bubbles rose from his large ears and floated toward them. Kellen laughed. "You are a mana beast of many talents." Vex twisted around in Kellen's arms and looked up at him.
"That's what I've been trying to tell you for days."
Continuing toward the group, Kellen glimpsed Shani staring at them with an almost curious look on her face. As soon as she noticed Kellen looking back, she turned her attention to the group. He let it go. It would be in Shani's own time if she ever thought of him as anything else but outsider baggage. A multicolored blanket was spread across the ground with several items laid out on it. The knives and short swords surprised him. While he'd seen that all of Grey Dawn carried metal knives and had metal spear and arrowheads,
Swords seemed out of place, and these swords and knives were masterfully made with waves of folded layers catching the sunlight. The hilts and handles were mostly plain, but Kellen knew enough about welding to tell good metalwork when he saw it. All of them were wide-bladed and single-edged with a slight curve to them, sort of like a combination of a katana and a saber. Aside from the weapons, a number of pins, buttons, pans, kettles, necklaces, rings, and bracelets were on display. These ranged in make from bronze to iron to steel. He guessed the Earth Badger Empire's major export was metal based on the items they showed. The way the traders hovered close by the blanket with hands on their weapons, while Tama and Nokum inspected the goods, suggested they were still on edge after Ubira's attack.
I wish we had more to offer. The slavers took much after our beast collar fell, Zarama said, confirming Kellen's guess. I will be honest with you. The claws and mana dust you trade with is much desired among the Earth Badger crafters. I will give you a very good deal for as much as you will sell.
Chief Tama said nothing as her eyes wandered over the trade goods in quiet contemplation. Kellen doubted a man like Zarama, who made his living by trade and barter, would have shared how eager he was for their mana beast remains if he couldn't make a tidy profit off of them when they reached a town. Tama seemed to sense the same.
We do not have any crafters back in our Grey Dawn camp, Tama said. So we are willing to part with the claws. The dust we will need if we must fight Ubira and his warriors.
For your 4 claws, I would give you 6 swords, 12 knives, 100 arrowheads, and your choice of 20 items of jewelry, though none of them are mana-enchanted.
Kellen's mouth dropped open. Even without an understanding of currency, the offer sounded like a small fortune. He'd underestimated just how valuable the bear's remains were. Out of impulse, he felt in his rolled-up jeans for the single bear claw and mana stone he'd taken just to keep from offending Tama and Nokum. No wonder they'd been so giving. But then again, he had wanted nothing from the bear anyway. A look passed between Tama and Nokum. Nokum shook her head, and Tama nodded in agreement with her mother's assessment.
We will take all 8 of your swords, 12 knives, and 100 arrowheads, plus the metal trinkets for 3 of the claws, Tama said.
Zarama and the Earth Badger traders feigned offense. They weren't outraged enough to suggest the offer had been that poor, however.
4 of the claws, and I will include ponchos for all of your band that were woven from the mana-rich wools of the ice vicuña found in our highest glaciers. They will shed the water and keep you warm if the mountains are your destination.
Tama pursed her lips.
Done,
she said at last. Zarama sagged in relief, showing just how much he had riding on the deal. He turned to the traders standing behind him and clapped his hands.
It is a deal. Gather the ponchos for our friends.
While Grey Dawn moved the purchased items to a separate blanket and sorted them between all the warriors, Kellen looked over the ruined camp of the Earth Badger traders. The Grey Dawn warriors might have thought it cowardice that the splintered stone people did not pursue Ubira, but he saw a different picture. Most of these people were not fighters. Even he could tell that. They were innocents trying to make a living the best they knew how when Ubira had ruined their lives, killed their loved ones, and likely stolen others away forever. While there was nowhere on Earth or Oras he wouldn't go to find Allison, he understood their decision to hold on to what they had left. His mind went to the mana bear's claw hidden in the bundle of his jeans and shirt. Kellen felt like he'd showed up at a homeless shelter with a Rolex in his pocket. When the Grey Dawn warriors gathered the last of their items in a blanket and departed to divide the equipment wares, Kellen approached Zarama. Reaching into the bundle, he pulled out the turquoise bear claw. Even curved, it was almost as long as his forearm and rough like raw crystal. When Zarama saw the claw, his eyes widened.
You had another? The trader asked. I am afraid we have nothing left of value to.
I don't want anything, Kellen said, offering the claw. He didn't want to cause a scene. You need it more than I do. Just take it. Zarama stared, wide-eyed, between Kellen and the mana bear claw.
I cannot.
Please, take it, Kellen repeated. When Zarama hesitated, he held it out to the other nearby traders. I'm serious. Hopefully it can help. Almost reverently, Zarana allowed Kellen to place the claw in his open hands. A moment later, Shani was at their side, shouting,
What are you doing, you fool? Do you know what that is worth?
It's mine to give, Kellen said. He didn't sound as confident or firm as he wanted to, but he knew he'd done the right thing, and he was tired of Shani talking down to him all the time.
Then you should have given it to us. We have fed you, protected you all this way. We gave you a storm horse to ride and training as a beast caller, and this is how we are repaid.
Vex hopped up on Kellen's shoulder, fur bristling.
Hey, leave us alone! If it wasn't for me and Kellen, you wouldn't be here at all!
Kellen cringed, but Vex was right.
Your mother agreed on our price, he said quietly. What you do with your share is your business, and mine is mine.
Shani stared at him, almost surprised for a moment, before gathering herself. But she didn't argue. Refusing to look at the little fox, she shot Kellen a withering glare and stomped back to the others.
We have a little more food and some smaller pieces of jewelry that may interest you,
one woman among the head traders offered. Kellen shook his head. Consider it a gift. To his surprise, Zarama knelt down and bowed at Kellen's feet. Kellen flushed and groaned inwardly. They'd definitely caused a scene now.
The splintered stone caravan is in your debt, spirit traveler, the trader said. I will not shame you by refusing your gift. Let me offer something in return, as a token of our gratitude.
Reaching for his right bicep, he removed a copper band with a crystal set into the metal.
Show this armlet anywhere in the southern or eastern Earth Badger Empire, and they will recognize you as a friend of our people. Whether you need a place to stay for the night, a meal, transportation, or a fair deal, any merchant is bound to give it to you in exchange.
Muttering a thanks, Kellen let Zarama hand him the band. To make it fit, he'd have to bend it down to about half its size, given the difference in their bicep size. Out of habit, he went to pocket it in his jeans, only to realize he wasn't wearing jeans and that his new pants didn't have pockets.
Zarama laughed. Our clothes are tailored differently than yours, I think. I have one last thing.
He motioned to one of the young men, who rushed off toward the last two wagons still on its wheels. When he returned, the boy carried a wide belt with a number of square pouches looped through it. The buckle was bronze with a geometric pattern carved into the face. The shape was a little off, but the size alone would have made it worthy of any rodeo cowboy. Muttering another thanks, Kellen accepted the belt and buckled it on his waist.
A little more sunshine, and you could almost pass for an Earth Badger trader,
Zarama said with a barrel-chested laugh. Kellen thanked him again, and the traders departed. He found himself alone between the traders and the Grey Dawn warriors, alone except for Vex. He sucked in a deep breath, hoping things wouldn't be too awkward when he rejoined the group. Would the rest of the band resent him like Shani had for giving away his only possession of value? Nokum and Ira stepped away from the group as he approached.
I know it was dumb, Kellen said, but I don't need it and they've lost everything. And you said it was mine.
It was yours to do with as you saw fit,
Nokum said, raising her hands in a calming gesture.
It is the mark of a great chief to give to those in need.
Though he'd never wanted to make a big deal of his offering, Kellen swelled a little inside. After so much helplessness concerning Allison, it felt good to do something that actually helped someone.
We have wasted enough time this morning,
Shani said, swinging into the saddle of her storm horse.
While we stand here talking, Ubira is getting away. Wait!
They turned to find an Earth Badger boy jogging toward them, leading the group's only remaining horse. Kellen guessed he was in his early teens, but he already had the build of a linebacker. There was no doubt who would win in a weightlifting contest between them.
I am coming with you,
the boy said. He stopped in front of them, arms folded, legs set in a wide, resolved stance.
They took my mother.
Tama looked ready to send the boy off with his tail tucked between his legs until Zarama joined them and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder.
This is my nephew, Obishidan. His mother is my brother's wife. May he rest in the earth. If you would have him, I will lend him our last horse.
Tama studied the teenager, then finally shook her head.
This is no journey for boys. If you want to help, send a warrior. I can fight!
Obishidan took a defiant step forward, jaw set.
And I will follow you either way.
Sighing, Tama shook her head, resigned.
I do not have time to argue with boys. If you send him, it may be to his death. I am prepared, Obishidan answered, before his uncle could reply. Then let us go, Tama said. Shani is right. Time grows short.
Chapter 20. In the 2 days following their departure from the Splintered Stone traders, Kellen's budding horsemanship was tested like never before. With the likelihood that Ubira had the benefits of the totem giving them speed, plus new mounts stolen from the caravan attack, Grey Dawn steeled their will and rode hard. Kellen felt like they were the ones moving as if the very whips of the slavers were behind them. A simple pattern ate up the miles. With clear ground, they traveled at a canter for what he guessed were a few miles. When they slowed and dismounted to walk and give the horses a break, he felt as winded as if he'd been the one doing all the running. Afterward, or when the ground was too uneven, their pace remained at a fast trot. On the evening of the second day, they found signs of a medium-sized group and a recent campsite, maybe only a couple days old, according to Tama. It seemed even with a magical means of increasing their speed, the new captives and loot had slowed the slavers down. At least that was the hope shared around the camp that night. Given their proximity to the group, Ira could no longer scout ahead without risk of another attack. Following a short discussion, Tama reluctantly agreed to push on after true dark. To save the horses for riding when daylight returned, they walked, only stopping sometime after midnight. Shani, of course, had wanted to continue. She seemed the only one not dead on her feet, driven by whatever purpose demanded she seek retribution against Ubira. If he was being honest, Kellen thought he might wake up in the morning and find her gone. After the hard traveling, he gave in to Nokum's advice and didn't so much as try to summon one of his bouncy orbs after taking care of his storm horse. After days of constant time together, he no longer feared the animal would impale him with a flick of its head. The storm horses were actually quite gentle and even calmer than regular horses. Kellen felt a growing fondness for his, the same way he'd had favorite animals on their farm at home. Horse cared for, he ate and forced himself to sit through a mana refresh cycle, knowing it would help in the morning. Vex was out like a light as soon as he settled into Kellen's lap. Just before sleep claimed Kellen, Obishidan and his horse limped into their makeshift camp. Over the course of the last 2 days, they'd continued to fall behind by small increments, unable to match the stamina of the storm horses. They'd lagged behind, but hadn't gotten lost yet. It would all come down to whether they caught up to Ubira or if Obishidan's horse gave out on him first. Kellen wanted nothing more than to go to sleep, but he forced himself to rise, careful not to disturb Vex. Obishidan's eyes widened as Kellen approached. Aside from Totoso and Ishtas on sentry duty, everyone else was asleep for the late arrival. "I'll tend to your horse if you want," Kellen said, holding a hand out to take the reins. The Earth Badger boy looked dead on his feet and hobbled like an old man. Based on his fresh face, Kellen put Obishidan's age a few years younger than his own, maybe 15 or 16 years. His bodybuilder physique did little to help him on his long-distance horse race, however. Obishidan nodded assent and thanks all at once, apparently too tired to argue. "My people are not of the plains or the horse," he said. "This is a new challenge for me." "You're doing great," Kellen told him. He almost put a fatherly hand on Obishidan's shoulder, but didn't want the gesture to come across as patronizing. Or weird. "Get some rest." Fumbling for the leather straps holding his bedroll blanket to the saddle, Obishidan finally managed to drag it down. Kellen thought he might have fallen asleep before Kellen even got the saddle off his horse. The animal was well built for a pony, though its head hung low even after Kellen rubbed its back and turned it loose. The poor thing simply wasn't built to keep up with the storm horses. At least it had the sense to stick with them, so he didn't bother finding a way to stake it down or hobble it. On the verge of going lame, the pony probably couldn't stray far, even if it wanted to. Once again, Kellen hoped they caught up to the slavers soon. Aside from rescuing Allison, he didn't like the thought of Obishidan stranded on the plains alone after his pony died from the strain of their journey.
"Among the storm people, it is a disgrace to let another tend your horse at the end of the day,"
Ishtas said. In the light of the waning moon, Kellen saw her and Totoso leaning on their spears, watching him.
Well, he isn't from the Storm Tribe, Kellen said. Aside from Shani, he had picked Ishtas as the member of Grey Dawn who liked him the least. Her brother had been one of the ones taken by the slavers. He will not keep up, Totoso added, though her words had a trace of sympathy in them. That pony will soon go lame. Maybe so, Kellen said, not wanting to argue and ready to go to sleep himself. Maybe not. Did you think I would keep up this long? Totoso grinned in response. Ishtas scoffed and waved a hand, the shaved side of her head lending to her frown. You have a storm horse. All you have to do is not fall off. He wanted to tell her that unless you grew up on the back of a horse, not falling off was harder than it sounded. Instead, he forced a smile back, refusing to let her get to him. I learned that after I fell off the first 5 times. This drew a small snort of amusement from Ishtas, who shook her head and walked away. Get some sleep, spirit traveler, Totoso said. We have another hot day tomorrow. The next morning, Obishidan was gone by the time the rest of them awoke. When Tama saw this, she questioned Shani and Clouds That Burn, who'd been on the last watch duty for the night.
He knew his horse could not keep up, so he got a head start,
Clouds That Burn said with a shrug. Tama was not pleased.
And did either of you think that he might get close enough to the slavers that they would be alerted we were catching up?
Tama asked angrily.
He will not get far, Shani said. And besides, surely their mana beast knows we are closing in, even if it has not attacked again. What does it matter? He will soon lag behind us again.
To Kellen, what she was actually saying was, what do we care if the Earth Badger boy gets himself killed? Tama's nostrils flared, and she stared at Shani a long time before barking at the others to get going. For his part, Kellen did his best to be ready and not draw attention to himself. The strain of the chase was grinding them all down. He wondered how long it would be until Tama had to use force to hold the band together. Shani, and now Ishtas, and a couple others, seemed ready to forego all sleep and the health of their storm horses to catch the slavers. Their first round of hard riding for the morning was shorter than usual. Even the storm horses were starting to feel the strain of the pace. They hadn't caught up to Obishidan yet when they made their first dismount to walk and let the mounts rest. Since Nokum was up front with Tama in case of another surprise attack by the vulture mana beast, Kellen filled his time by practicing to manifest and manipulate his golden ball. Now he had a firm grasp on creating the working, he practiced holding it by bouncing it hard off the ground or throwing it into the air for Vex to catch in his bat form. The ball of sun mana sometimes still dissipated when it sailed too far away or when Kellen lost focus, but it was leaps and bounds better than his weak-sauce sun darts. They made a game of it, and, given that training while on the constant go was almost impossible, it helped to sharpen them both. No matter how hard Kellen threw the golden mana ball, Vex had little trouble speeding through the air to retrieve it. The challenge came when he had to open his tiny mouth and catch it. Half the time the ball exploded into a shower of golden sprinkles when Vex made contact. When they remounted again and rode at a trot, the pace was slow enough that Vex could resume his constant bombardment of Earth-related questions.
Explain a cell phone to me again, Vex said. It's a flat rock that you talk into, and someone else who has one can hear you on the other end?
Basically, Kellen said. The simpler he kept his answers, the less follow-up questions he found he received.
But what's the point? Vex asked. If someone is close enough to hear you, why don't they just talk to you instead of a rock?
Kellen sighed. They'd been down roads like this before. It's for when you're not close enough to talk to someone in person.
Well, then yell at them,
Vex said, like this was the most obvious solution. Kellen smirked. He could tell Vex wasn't fully grasping the concept. It's for when the two people are so far away from each other that they can't see the other person, so yelling doesn't work, Kellen replied. Proud he hadn't told Vex that he'd tell him when he was older. Now I think it's my turn to ask a question.
Shoot, Vex said. But don't think you're off the hook about talking to rocks.
If you'd been waiting for me for all this time, why is it that you can remember things about my previous life, yet I don't know anything about yours?
Probably because I don't really remember it,
Vex said. He jumped off the horse and shifted into his bat form to fly at eye level to Kellen.
Like, I know I existed, and I was waiting for you, but that's all I got.
So you're like 2 weeks old, but you've existed as a spirit made of mana before that, Kellen mused. Did that make Vex like some kind of spirit guide? More like a spirit guide in training, if that was the case.
We don't know I'm only a couple weeks old,
Vex said when Kellen brought this point up.
I'm probably the reincarnated mana of a paragon-strength mana beast with huge wells of untapped power just waiting to be unleashed.
But if you don't remember a life like that, and if you had huge wells of untapped power, wouldn't we sense it? Kellen asked. He secretly enjoyed their playful arguing, and Vex loved an excuse to let loose his outrageous claims. It seemed obvious to Kellen that Vex's Great Before was, of course, not Earth, yet, whenever the place was referenced, Nokum seemed to think newly born mana beasts and spirit travelers both came from there. Riding all day made his mind drift to the mysteries of Oras, especially how they might reveal a way back to Earth.
Maybe one day it will all come rushing back, and I'll advance all the way to Paragon in the blink of an eye,
Vex said.
What do you think I'll look like? I bet I'll have a longer tail. And a mane. I could totally rock a big flowing mane, don't you think?
Kellen laughed. I don't think advancing works that way. Nokum says it could be months before you reach companion strength. You'll also need a neck before you can have a mane. He didn't say it, but in his heart he hoped that months from now he'd find both Allison and a way home together. He tried to hide these thoughts from Vex, hastily focusing all his thoughts on pizza. Unfortunately, an inkling still leaked through.
You're still thinking about going home,
Vex said in a dull voice. The little mana beast seemed to deflate in the air as he flew. Vex, it's not because I don't want to stay with you, Kellen said. He felt like the world's biggest jerk whenever the topic came up. I don't belong here. I need to get Allison home, and I have a family that's worried about me. He knew at once he'd hurt Vex.
I'm not some kind of pet, he said. If you don't belong here, then what does that mean for me? That I shouldn't exist?
Vex, no, that's not... But it was too late. Vex flew away to join Ira. Both of Kellen's hearts sank, feeling Vex's dejection. Vex didn't return for the rest of the day, leaving Kellen feeling hollow and alone. He used to like the silence, but now it felt wrong. They caught up to Obishidan around noon, though the smoky haze had thickened to the point Nokum had no idea how far or close the slavers might be ahead of them. The quiet was so oppressive, and he only had his own thoughts to distract him. He had to get Allison home, but his choice to go with her was no longer so cut and dried. Leaving Oras with her would likely cost Vex his life. Part of him wanted this all to be a bad dream. Another part wondered if, for all the dangers and trials Oras offered, it wasn't more fulfilling than any future back on Earth. Whether he accepted it or not, he now had his feet planted in both worlds. Kellen sniffed and blinked. He'd been so engrossed in his internal debate that he hadn't noticed how thick the wildfire smoke had grown over the evening. His sinuses raged in full rebellion against the haze. The irritation stopped each time he restored himself with mana, but Nokum had also assigned him to fill the mana stone dropped by the bear with small increments of mana each evening. That left his beast heart at only half full, the minimum Nokum wanted his reserve to be in case of sudden danger. Kellen sniffed and wished again for allergy medicine or, even better, fresh air. Vex continued to ignore him while Kellen looked after his storm horse. By now, the others in the group had noticed their disagreement, though no one made comment. He'd tried reaching out through their bond to convey his apology, but Vex was having none of it. He suspected it wouldn't be long before Nokum intervened and ordered him to fix things with his mana beast. To his surprise, it was Ira that approached him as Kellen laid out his blanket. A sullen Vex accompanied the coyote. Back in his fox form, he only bounced high enough to move, missing his usual pep. Kellen's stomach twisted.
I do not know what words were said between you two, but they must be resolved, Ira said. Your feud is a danger to yourselves and the whole band. You are an extension of one another, 2 in 1.
I'm not the one who has a problem with that,
Vex muttered.
I wasn't trying to hurt you. Well, you did.
He pouted and looked away. If Vex had arms, Kellen was sure he would have folded them. Do you at least understand where I'm coming from? Kellen asked. My whole life... He stopped mid-sentence. A strange current ran through the air.
It took a moment for Kellen to realize it was mana, though beyond knowing its direction, he had no clue of its type or source. It seemed to blow in on a gusting breeze. Ira's ears stood on end immediately. He raised his nose to the sky and sniffed the air. A dirt devil swirled over the grass. Something like snow tickled Kellen's face. He summoned a ball of sun mana and found the air thick with falling ash. In the glow of his mana, the herd of storm horses stood alert, snorting and stamping the ground. Obishidan's horse let out a nervous whinny and tossed its head, while the boy ran a comforting hand down its neck.
"Is that thunder?"
Vex asked no one in particular.
"Do you guys hear that?"
All at once, the women started shouting. They ran for the storm horses, hauling their saddle blankets with them.
"What's happening?"
Kellen asked Ira as he beat his wings and rose in the air.
"Fire bison stampede," the coyotes shouted. "We must run."
Chapter 21. Kellen swung onto the back of the storm horse in a smooth motion that the version of him 2 weeks previous would have been jealous of. Would have been jealous if it weren't for the ominous orange glow of dust, smoke, and embers building on the horizon. A crimson cloud blossomed in the sky, and the rumbling drumroll in the ground grew in accompaniment to the crackling thunder above. He stared at the billowing apocalypse behind them. He imagined the thousands of hooves drumming across the grasslands, and a cold spike of fear stabbed his heart.
"Don't just stand there! We've got to run for it!"
Vex's warning drew Kellen from his trance of fear. He kicked the storm horse hard in the sides with his heels and hung on for dear life with white knuckles. The horse shot through the darkness, eager to catch up with the silhouettes of the rest of the herd a few strides ahead. It lengthened to an all-out gallop, needing no further encouragement from Kellen. It took all of his new ability just to stay seated. Finding a rhythm on the horse's back was much harder at top speed. Falling promised almost certain death. They hadn't gone more than a football field when Kellen glanced back with immediate regret. The only riders behind him were Obishidan on his pony and Nokum, who appeared to be conjuring a tailwind to push them along. But that wasn't what drew Kellen's attention. Above the line of leaping fire and smoke, purple lightning spread like cracks across the bleeding heavens. It didn't take a lifetime living on the plains to tell that a monster storm was coming on the heels of the stampede. Nokum seemed to sense the building chaos and ceased her channeling at once. She pushed her storm horse to an even faster speed, drawing next to Kellen.
"Mana storm!"
she shouted as loud as she could over the cacophony behind them.
"Can't outrun it. Have to find shelter."
A manic laugh escaped Kellen. Shelter? Where? They were in the middle of a giant prairie with literally nowhere to run or hide.
"Head for the closest tall spear."
Any shelter in a storm, apparently. Before Kellen could respond, she shot off to redirect Tama and the rest of the band. Through jarring vision on the back of the speeding horse, he saw the chief look back. If possible, he grew even more scared when he saw the look of terror on Tama's face. She needed no further encouragement from Nokum, and immediately turned the band to the right at a full gallop toward the nearest rock. Throughout their days of journeying, Kellen accepted the geographically unexplainable rock spires as part of the landscape. Their seemingly random placement meant sometimes they passed right by a rock column, and other times they were miles away. Nokum hadn't asked Kellen to climb another one, so he hadn't given them much thought. Now, when he would give anything to hide in the shadow of the twisting rock pillar, the closest appeared over a half-mile away. Another glance back painted a chilling picture. Illuminated by flashes of purple and blue lightning, he could make out the moving mass of the herd of fire bison. The winds of the storm blew away the dust and smoke covering the herd, revealing a wall of kindled clouds streaked with fire. It was a scene from hell. Onward they ran, the tall grass whipping so hard at the legs and the chest of the storm horse that Kellen couldn't believe it hadn't cut the animal and drawn blood. Vex struggled in the ever-shifting winds of the storm front, but kept up, his little wings flapping for all they're worth. He'd tried twice to land, but between the gusts and the galloping horse, Kellen couldn't catch him.
"Hang in there, buddy!"
Kellen shouted over the whipping wind.
"Don't buddy me!"
Vex said, apparently still mad, even with the sudden apocalypse. A streak of silver light cut through the darkening sky above them, ending the exchange. Kellen gasped. A great bird, the size of a commercial airplane, soared on the vanguard of the mana storm. Lightning crackled and sparked with every wing beat. Its speed made Kellen feel like he was standing still. Soon another shot by, followed by 3 more. They broke formation, twisting and spinning through the enraged atmosphere like Top Gun pilots. The hair on his arms and neck stood up, and the electric scent of ozone filled the crackling air. Kellen knew the signs, but what could he do on the back of a sprinting horse with a stampede at his back? The first strike of lightning exploded on contact with the ground, a dozen yards to their left. An instant later, flames licked at the dried grass. Boom! The thunder rolled so loud, Kellen thought the shockwave might knock him off the horse. A blinding light flashed ahead of them, and another bolt hit only yards away from Tama in the lead of the race. "Vex, you've got to get out of the sky!" Kellen shouted. If Vex heard him, he couldn't tell. The golden mana beast fought against the howling winds, pushed and buffeted every which way. Ahead, the rock spire was less than 2 football fields away. More lightning strikes lanced the ground all around them, each conjuring a brush fire of its own. The brave storm horses didn't flinch or stray from their course. Wind sliced at Kellen's face, burning his eyes and tearing at his clothes. He told himself just to hang on, to last a little longer. At the moment, his mind clung to the rock like a drowning man stretching for a life preserver. "Come on," Kellen urged his horse. He was only a few lengths behind the rest of the band, but it felt like miles. He allowed a small glimmer of hope. They were going to make it. "Kellen, help!" A chord of fear reverberated through Kellen's senses. Glancing back, he saw a flash of gold as Vex tumbled through the sky as if thrown by an ocean wave. The leaders of the stampede, enormous bull buffalo that snorted fire with horns and hooves that glowed like hot coal, greeted him. And someone else, a lone horse and rider struggling in vain to outpace the unending line of buffalo, Obishidan. The boy's poor pony flagged and slowed to a stumbling, limping trot. After days of brutal travel, it had reached the end of its strength. The wall of thundering death by buffalo was much closer now, close enough it would be a race to reach the rock in time even without turning back. Without thinking, Kellen hauled back on the reins. The storm horse refused to slow as the rest of the herd charged onward. "Whoa!" he screamed, pulling with all his might. "Whoa!" The storm horse ignored him, plunging onward to catch its herd mates. Kellen jerked harder to the right. "Turn around!" With a mighty heave, he headed off the horse and raced back for Obishidan. It might kill him, but it was better than hating himself later for not doing everything he could. He focused all of his attention on Vex, trying not to see the stampede about to crash down on them. The mana beast landed beside Obishidan, who'd scrambled out of the saddle and ran for Kellen after his pony collapsed. Together, they raced for Kellen and his storm horse. It took all Kellen had to keep his storm horse from bolting long enough to pull the boy up behind him. A gust blew Vex out of Kellen's reaching grasp. Vex would have to fly. "Go, go, go!" the mana beast screamed. The storm horse needed no urging. Even after a full-out gallop, and now bearing 2 riders, it hurtled for the rock spires. Kellen allowed himself a small glimmer of hope. They could still make it. The last 100 yards beckoned. Now dismounted around the base of the tall spear, the warriors of Grey Dawn waved them on. They were going to make it. They were going to make it. "Kellen!" Vex's cry seared through him, a bolt of dread. "He's gone down!" Obishidan shouted before Kellen could look. There was no time to go back. Not for all of them, anyway. In the back of his mind, Kellen knew Vex would survive, even if the stampede trampled him. He was a being of mana, not flesh and bones. But how could he sacrifice Vex to that fate? He glanced down at the grass whipping by beneath the storm horse's pounding hooves. There was only one thing to do. "No!" Closing his eyes, Kellen slipped off the side of the horse, ignoring Obishidan's shout of terror and desperate attempt to haul him back on. Kellen extended his left hand, now glowing with golden light, and fell. A cracked, half-formed shield the size of a trash can lid formed just in time for him to crash through it. He rolled and rolled in a violent tumble of bouncing limbs. When he finally came to a standstill, he gasped for air like a fish tossed onto the shore. The shield had done little to break the fall. A quick check revealed no broken bones, most likely due to luck than anything else. Another cry from Vex brought Kellen to his feet, or at least his hands and knees. Still gasping, he looked back toward the wall of fire bison and spotted Vex. The mana beast had returned to his fox form and bounded for Kellen. There was no way they would outrun the herd. Kellen pushed himself to his feet and ran to meet Vex, ignoring the pains throbbing throughout his body. He scooped the little fox up into his arms, and only then fully realized what he'd done. On foot, they were still dozens of yards from the rocky outcrop. In the opposite direction, the leaders of the stampede weren't much farther away. Kellen scooped Vex into his arms and pivoted from the charging herd. They had to try, had to do something. His right knee buckled, and they fell in a heap.
"What happened?"
Vex asked from in Kellen's arms.
"Are you okay?"
Kellen tried to stand, but his knee lanced with pain in protest and gave out. He let out a hissing curse.
"Damn it, must have twisted it."
Putting Vex down, he pushed himself up again, using his left leg to hold his weight. He tried to run and fell once more. Glimpses of his companions appeared through the whirlwind of smoke, haze, and dust. Obishidan had made it to them. Good. The now quaking ground told Kellen one thing that Vex voiced for them both.
"We're not going to make it."
Kellen gritted his teeth. He refused to die here and leave Allison enslaved in a foreign world.
"We gotta try."
Reaching into his beast heart, he pulled from his remaining mana, along with the trickle saved within his mana stone. Nokum had only taught him how to use it to recover his stamina in general, but he focused the flow toward his knee, like a drop of water running down bare rock at the end of a rainstorm. His knee warmed, and the sharp pain turned dull. Kellen's limp became a lopsided jog. He looked back at the herd. They had already closed half the distance.
"Go!"
Kellen yelled over the wind.
"At least you can fly over the stampede."
Vex's bright green eyes hardened.
"You shouldn't have come back for me. I would have been fine."
Kellen shook his head.
"You wouldn't have left me."
Together, the pair ambled forward. The ground rumbled beneath them. Overhead, lightning smote the sky and thunder crashed. The air was thick with the scent of electricity and wildfire. Other than the rock outcrop where the others gathered, there was no refuge in sight, nowhere else to go. The wind spewed bits of rock, dirt, and grass into his eyes, and his clothes whipped against him. His mind raced. What could they do? Would dying hurt? He turned to face the stampeding horde from hell. There was only one thing left to try. He reached down deep in his beast heart, and out of his hands surged a blinding golden light. He held his hands out in front of him, willing the mana into the shape he desired with all his might. The shield spluttered to life before them, veins of light materializing in the air. Hearts pounding, adrenaline raging, and hands shaking with the exertion, he closed his eyes and hoped for a miracle.
"You've got this!"
Vex shouted. The web of light shimmered and began to solidify. Then everything stopped. His chest was empty, hollow. The last dregs of his mana dribbled through his arms and into the shield. It was only half-formed, a shattered mirror meant to stop an eruption. He reached deeper, dug for more, squeezing his beast heart for any scrap of mana. The herd was close enough to feel the searing heat from the great tank-sized bulls in the lead. In his heart, both of them, he knew it wouldn't be enough, but still he reached for more.
"Behind us!"
Vex's voice rang through the onslaught of heat and fury. Kellen's focus cracked. The gossamer web of light cracked with it, shattered and broken. The mana from the incomplete working ripped back through him, veins of liquid fire racing into his beast heart. He turned just as Shani jerked her storm horse to a stop before them. Kellen grabbed her outstretched hand. Shani hauled him up behind her with surprising strength, ripping him from the fires of hell. He clutched Vex against his chest, then wrapped his free arm in a death grip around Shani. The world around them burned like the miniature sun in his chest. The wind howled, its sharp pitch cutting through an omnipotent rumbling of thunder and hooves drumming ever closer. The storm horse's wild gallop faltered. It stumbled, recovered, then collapsed, sending all 3 riders back into the inferno. The world spun, stopped, and everything came back into focus. Bursts of flame exploded from the lead bison stampeding straight for him, one in an unending army of red-eyed, burning hellspawn. Behind them, the leaders closed in. It was death, inescapable death. And then the fear faded like the calm in the eye of a storm. Time ground to a crawl. In that moment, Kellen knew he had nothing to lose. He'd never felt so certain, so sure, so strangely calm. He stood, Vex and Shani behind him. As the world burned around him, he reached into his beast heart, the supernova consuming him from within, and held his hands out again. The incandescent mana roared to life out from his hands. He forged the beams of light into a white-hot shell around them, but there wasn't enough. His heart wasn't strong enough. As the surge of light wavered from his hands, he reached one hand skyward, towards the crackling mana dancing in the chaos of the storm.
I will save them.
Kellen reached for the unrestrained mana in the heavens to feed into his shield. His raised hand began to tingle, vibrate. It was like drinking from a fire hydrant. Kellen waited to be blasted to pieces at any moment. He closed his eyes and focused as the heat in his heart dissipated. He took another breath as the first of the massive bison smashed into his shield. It held. He took another breath.
Focus!
The shield shuddered around him as the herd surged into, around, and over them. Breath.
No!
The shield began to crack. Hairline fractures of black crisscrossed the surface. This was on him. If he failed, they all died. Shani, Vex, Allison. Another breath.
I need more.
He opened himself up, opened his now drained beast heart.
More.
He opened his eyes and pulled mana from the sky.
More.
His body spasmed with power as the mana filled him, and he focused it into the shield, weaving lines of purple light across the black fractures in his shield.
More.
His bruised, burned, and breaking body screamed for release. The shield quivered.
I can hold on.
Black spots dotted his vision.
Just 10 more seconds.
He counted down from 10 as the dots grew.
10 more.
He counted again. The shield shimmered and faded with each quaking crash.
10 more.
He counted. His vision blackened.
10 more.
Chapter 22.
Hey! Hey!
Someone shook his shoulder, and Kellen felt something wet on his nose. He opened his eyes. Vex filled his entire vision, outlined by a faint dawn. He gasped and sat up, and the little fox tumbled off his chest. Shani jerked back as well. Kellen realized she'd been kneeling over him, yelling and shaking. He was about to ask what had happened when the scene around them took his breath. A semicircle of dead and dying fire bison surrounded them, their broken bodies heaped into a windrow. His eyes widened. Had his shield done all this?
The dead ones formed a wall,
Shani said. For once she didn't seem angry and appeared as amazed as Kellen.
I have never seen anything like it. They hit your shield and were knocked aside into the rest of the herd. How long?
Kellen coughed out. Shani shrugged.
Hard to say. Vex managed to keep your shield up after you collapsed.
Kellen blinked hard. What little grass wasn't covered by dead buffalo smoldered. Though the sky remained full of dark clouds, they looked to be parting, and the wind had died to a gentle breeze. The plain-sized birds were gone. In place of the scent of metallic ozone, scorched earth and burnt hair filled the air. All was calm, save for the unnerving moans of injured and dying buffalo. A wave of dizziness and nausea rocked him even though he was still sitting. His head pounded, and his entire body felt like he was trapped inside a puppet. It took serious concentration and effort to get anything to move.
Are you both okay?
He asked Vex and Shani. Vex nodded, though his ears and tail drooped. In place of his normally bright, energetic aura, Kellen felt only the faintest glow.
Shani nodded too, then glanced at her fallen horse. It wasn't moving. The strain had done it in.
"I'm sorry about your horse," Kellen said to her. "You saved our lives."
A scowl crossed Shani's face, though it didn't last. If anything, she seemed embarrassed.
"And you saved mine. Again." "Well, I think we can call it even," Kellen said. "If you hadn't—"
"Over here!" A shadow passed overhead, and Ira landed on a mound of dead buffalo. Relief filled his normally weary voice. "Thank the Wild Mother." Soon after, the others arrived. It surprised Kellen that everyone else was not only alive but unharmed as well. The warriors shouted in joy when they found Shani, and were even glad to find him okay as well. Obishidan, rattled but unharmed, couldn't stop stammering his thanks. Before Kellen could ask how they'd avoided the mass of buffalo, Nokum and Tama barraged him with questions. He explained how he'd tried to conjure the first shield before Shani had arrived, and then how he'd created and maintained the larger one when the horse collapsed. Shani watched him throughout the retelling, her expression unreadable. Whatever Vex had to say was cut off by a long yawn. His ears and tail still drooped, and he fought to keep his eyes open. "I knew all along we'd be fine." With that, the little fox drifted off to sleep. It seemed, for the time at least, Kellen was forgiven for his words before the stampede. At least he hoped Vex understood that he cared for him too. They could deal with that complication another day. For now, being alive and relatively uninjured was enough. Now they knew Shani and Kellen were safe, the other warriors drifted away from the group, using spears and arrows to finish off any fire bison still alive but too injured to survive. Tama stayed with Nokum while she examined Kellen and Shani. He was battered from head to toe. Aside from his knee, he thought he had come out lucky and mostly unscathed.
"How did you stay out of the stampede?"
he asked Nokum. Most of the wind and smoke had cleared, and he could see the rock in the distance ahead of them from a gap between the dead buffalo. It didn't seem to have any ledges or high ground that would have fit people, let alone the storm horses.
"I told you, the tall spears offer powerful protection from the many dangers of the plains,"
Nokum explained, as she felt Shani's arms and legs.
"Even in a stampede, the fire bison avoid drawing too close to them. We had just enough space around the bottom to keep us out of their way."
Finished inspecting Shani, she turned her attention to Kellen.
"Stupid, foolish boy. You shouldn't have turned around,"
Nokum said as she felt his limbs. Now that she knew they were relatively unhurt, she had a much sharper tone.
"Vex would have survived. A bonded mana beast cannot die unless its human does, remember?"
He looked down at the sleeping Vex on the ground beside him and imagined the little fox crushed under thousands of hooves.
"He still would have been hurt,"
he said. Nokum scoffed, but Ira came to Kellen's defense.
"You would have done the same for me, Nokum," the coyote pointed out.
"When I was younger and dumber,"
Nokum snapped, then turned her attention to Shani.
"And you, girl, did you think you could outrace the wind itself?"
"I owe the traveler my life," Shani said. "If he is in danger, I am bound to help him."
She straightened her back and looked Nokum in the eye.
Nokum scowled. "To be young and immortal again. Now both of you sit here until I tell you to move. We're making camp near the tall spear for a few hours. I don't have the healer's touch, but I can tell a beating when I see one. Neither of you are going to so much as stretch a leg unless I say so. I'll be back soon."
Tama watched Nokum go, then squeezed Shani's shoulder and nodded at him.
"Well done, both of you. We will eat well tonight. While the others butcher one of these buffalo, rest. Tomorrow we will try to find Ubira's trail again. Between the storm and the charging buffalo, it will take some time."
A terrible feeling struck Kellen as he realized Allison could have been caught in the same stampede.
"Do you think Ubira would have known about the protection of the tall spears?"
He didn't want to think about what had happened if the stampede had caught the slavers unawares out in the open. Tama nodded.
"Even on the southern edge of the Thunder Plains, the tall spears are not rare. Ubira knows of their powers, I suspect. He will not wish his slaves to be killed before he can make a profit from them, and they will need some time to recover as well, I suspect.
Right now, we must hope to the Wild Mother that they continue their course southwest. Otherwise, finding their trail will be almost impossible, and we no longer have any spare mounts."
Kellen felt a pang of guilt. With Shani and Obishidan's horses dead, the two remaining animals that had been carrying extra supplies or serving as alternates to spell the other horses would be taken up. He was somewhat surprised Tama didn't send Obishidan walking back to his caravan. Either she wasn't that heartless or thought his muscle might help even the numbers in the future fight against the slavers. Shani knelt next to her fallen horse, whispering something Kellen couldn't make out and running a hand down the dead animal's neck. When she finished, she pressed her forehead to the horse's neck and looked up.
"I think we're even,"
Kellen blurted out. If lifting the life debt Shani owed them would improve their relationship, it was as good as gone in his opinion.
"You don't owe me anything."
Shani narrowed her eyes, suspicious.
"Why are you doing this?"
Kellen pointed around them.
"Vex and I would have died if it wasn't for you. The only reason you were in danger was because you saved us. As far as I'm concerned, we're good."
He hadn't expected her to jump for joy, but she seemed offended by his suggestion.
"No, you do not know what you speak. You are not one of us. You do not understand."
With that, she rose and limped toward the rest of the warriors, now busy butchering one of the fallen buffalo.
"But Nocum told us to stay here,"
he called after her.
"Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean—"
His words trailed off. If she heard him, she gave no notice. He sighed. Well, at least he knew where he still stood. He supposed he was naive to think things could have changed that easily between them. No matter what he did, he suspected he would always be an intruder to her. Once he found Allison, he'd be happy to leave the band, even if he didn't know a way home. There had to be a city or town somewhere, a place they could live while Kellen worked out how to get home that didn't pose a different threat of death each day. Soon after, Nocum returned. She didn't ask him where Shani was, but her eyes turned to the butchering group, and she frowned. Rummaging through her pouch, she produced a small bundle of leaves bound by a long piece of grass.
"Chew on that. It will ease your pains and aid your mana in healing the body. Now, come. Your beast heart is dry as dust. You are lucky we have a tall spear to rest and recover beneath."
Gathering Vex in his arms, he limped after her. As they walked, Kellen's gaze moved around the fallen buffalo and the mashed earth. The grass still smoldered in the few parts where it wasn't pounded into dust. When he passed by Obishidan and the other Grey Dawn warriors butchering the buffalo, Night Rains paused from her work to raise a hand and greet him with a celebratory whoop.
"You're crazier than a storm horse in spring,"
she said with a grin.
"We will eat well tonight, spirit traveler."
The others shouted in agreement. Even Ishtas joined in, although with somewhat less gusto than the rest.
"You are finding a place, I think,"
Nocum told him as they walked away. Overhead, the storm was already gone, a thin line of clouds and lightning flashes off to the west. He hoped that meant the storm and Stampede had missed Allison, though if so, the gap between them would certainly grow wider. High above, he made out Ira, perched on the peak of the tall spear rock, no doubt on lookout while they made camp.
"I haven't seen a storm like that in years," Nocum said, "or a herd of fire bison that large, and thunderbirds, too."
"Did the storm make them run?" Kellen asked. He realized now why a perpetual blanket of wildfire smoke hung over the Thunder Plains if stampeding buffalo that breathed fire were the norm. At least now the winds of the storm had pushed the smoke away. The sky was clear for the first time since he'd awakened in Oras, though the air still stank of burnt grass.
"Most likely, though they need little persuasion to. The great herds rarely leave the North Plains, just as our storm horses do not venture out of the south in large numbers. It was probably the thunderbirds that spooked them. They can snatch a full-grown bull in their talons and fly away with him. They are among the strongest and most dangerous wild mana beasts on the Thunder Plains. Their gathering likely caused the storm to begin with."
Kellen shook his head. Just when he thought he had a sense of Oras, a new way to kill him popped up. There was just so much to learn and to be on the lookout for.
"What you did was beyond foolish, but you are alive to tell the tale,"
Nocum said, patting him on the shoulder.
That much mana should have ripped you apart. I don't know how you did it.
Somehow a congratulatory pat on the shoulder didn't make up for her telling him he'd almost exploded. Face frowning, he thought about it. I didn't try to draw in the storm's mana. It was more like I just moved some of it where I needed it.
Nokum's eyebrows raised.
You used the storm mana. I thought you had accidentally shared mana from Vex.
It was definitely storm mana, Vex said. I helped reinforce the shield, then took it over when Kellen passed out, but we weren't sharing.
That is impossible,
Nokum said, shaking her head in amazement.
You are attuned to sun mana. Beyond sensing the storm mana, you shouldn't be able to do anything with it. Here.
She spun a baseball-sized sphere of storm mana in her palm and held it out for Kellen. His first reaction was to tell her he'd almost died and didn't want to humor her experiment. Curiosity got the better of him. Reaching out, while trying to control his trembling hand as best he could, Kellen spread his fingers and willed the ball of storm mana from her hand to his. Nothing happened. He summoned the last threads of willpower and tried again. Same thing. Before he could try again, Nokum crushed the mana in her palm, and it disappeared in a small whoosh.
That is enough for now, she said. Whatever happened, it is a mystery for another time. You did well. We have a saying on the plains.
Another one?
Vex asked, cracking one eye open to look at Nokum.
Doesn't happen to be about letting sleeping mana beasts lie, does it?
To Kellen's surprise, her lip twitched in a smile.
I'm afraid not, little one. We say that sometimes the lucky survive where the strong do not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must tend to my stubborn granddaughter.
He watched Shani help peel back the thick, black hide on a fire bison while the others skinned it away from the carcass.
I know you said it wasn't my business, but what's her deal? I'm trying to get along with her, but everything I say seems to make things worse. If she's so set on chasing after the slavers alone, why doesn't she?
Nokum's eyebrows raised.
You do not know by now. She is loyal to Grey Dawn, yes, but her life is owed to you. That is what keeps her here.
The old woman cut off Kellen's protest.
It is not a debt that can be excused, not even by you. If she had rescued you from the buffalo stampede, it would have been forgiven. But then you saved her, yet again, and the debt is renewed.
Keeping score like that is just silly, Kellen said. And I don't believe that's all of it. You all want to catch the slavers, but Shani...
Before we left camp, Shani swore a death oath against Ubira and his slavers. That is what the black marks on her face mean. She will kill them all or die in the attempt. That is what tears at her. Her life is no longer her own to sacrifice, and death is all she seeks.
Why did...
I have told you, Nokum said. It is not for me to share. You must ask Shani if you wish to know.
Is there anything I can do to make her not hate me?
He asked. He felt like an idiot for even asking and wished he'd just let the subject drop. Nokum's face softened.
You are what we call a gentle soul, Kellen. It is hard for you to understand the ways of war and vengeance. By now, you have realized that my beast-caller bloodline did not pass to Tama or Shani. Not only does Shani owe you her life, but you represent that which she will probably never be or have. It is a hard thing for her to swallow. In her heart, I believe she thinks if she had been a beast-caller, Ubira's raid would have had a much different ending.
There's no way to say that for sure, Kellen said. I wasn't there, but after fighting that bird, it makes me think it wouldn't have made a difference.
Nokum shrugged.
I have lived many years and seen many things. In all that time, one of the few things I can know for certain is that truth is different for all of us.
Chapter 23. Tama's prediction proved true. The mana storm and the accompanying stampede erased every sign of Ubira's group's passing. At least they ate well that first night, as much buffalo meat cooked over an open fire as any of them wanted. They might have nearly trampled him to death, but the meat of the pickup truck-sized animal was the most amazing thing Kellen had ever tasted. By the time they finished, Vex could do little more than roll over and groan. He felt stuffed for the first time in days,
and spent the evening waiting for Vex to throw up all over him. Luckily, it never came, but the storm horses weren't as fortunate in their feast as the humans. With the grass trampled and burned, all they could do was snort and paw at the burned earth. They went without feed until the group made camp on the second day, south of the stampeding fire bison's path of destruction. After they'd cleared the miles of burnt prairie, he noticed a change in the landscape. Here and there, pine trees and oak brush took the place of cottonwoods and sagebrush. Night's chill bit deeper, and the mornings held a tang of autumn before the sun fully awakened. The grasses grew less high, and the tall spears appeared less frequently, as if shirking away from the mountains. The Wakar Range appeared as a long, jagged line, like a cracked and notched knife blade sitting above the horizon. Even at a distance, he knew instinctively they were the tallest mountains he'd ever seen. Thus began the ascent into the foothills, narrow, steep mountains in their own right that lay at the feet of the mighty Wakar like clawed toes. The horses labored hard, often only able to proceed at a walk. In some spots, they were forced to dismount and hike in a single file line on foot, while leading their mounts. Once they crested the narrow, jagged foothills, they found another plateau scattered with chunks of rock. The landscape looked like some titan had chucked the boulders down from the mountain tops. Now that they'd drawn closer, the peaks were so high that Kellen had to crane his neck backward and squint into the heavens to see their snow-crowned summits. To Kellen's naked eye, the mountains looked like an impassable series of sheer cliffs. But both Tama and Nokum insisted there were trails scattered all throughout. Of course, if they didn't follow Ubira close enough, finding him would be the ultimate needle in a haystack. At these new heights, the aspens rattled in a slight morning breeze, leaves quaking as if they shivered in the morning cold. Splashes of yellow and orange were scattered among the green leaves. It wouldn't be long before they blazed with their autumn mantle. High on the sheer rock above them, pine trees jutted out from the side of the cliff face, sometimes almost perpendicular as their roots waged war against gravity to reach for the life-giving sunlight. As the mountain loomed ever higher overhead, it became vital that they picked up the already cold trail of the slavers before they entered the vast range on the heels of winter. An unspoken truth filled each of them. The odds of ever seeing their loved ones again slipped further and further away with each passing day. It was hard not to be discouraged when no one knew for certain if they were still on the right track or not. He did his best to funnel his worry into fuel for training, but at the end of a hard day of riding, summoning the physical and mental fortitude to put himself through the ringer didn't come easy. After the stampede, Nokum and Ira had drilled Kellen and Vex until they were almost dead on their feet. No matter how hard he tried, Kellen couldn't get the storm mana to do anything again. Nokum gave up after several attempts, though Kellen could see the question of how he'd done it still bothered her. While Kellen worked on improving his shield stability, Ira and Vex staged mock fights in the air and on the ground. Their blasts of gray, blue, and golden mana lit up the night sky like a mini fireworks show. Tama complained to Nokum about the lights and the noise, but Nokum snapped back, saying it was necessary if they wanted Vex and Kellen as ready as possible when they confronted Ubira. He still struggled to manifest and shoot the golden bolts of light, which Nokum forced him to practice, even though he'd become adept at throwing and retrieving the sun ball and forming smaller personal shields. No matter how much he showed him, or how long they practiced, his mana projectiles still looked like they'd passed through a low-definition staticky lens. They crackled and sputtered, throwing out sparks at random, reminding Kellen of a Roman candle someone tried to light while it was wet. After an intense and frustrating practice, he suggested to her that maybe he should just focus on his shield and sunball techniques.
"Been a beast caller for 2 weeks, and now you think you know what's best?"
she asked, rapping him on the head with her knuckles.
"The basics are the basics."
"A coyote who only knows one trick to hunt often goes home hungry,"
Iris said, landing beside his beast caller. Vex descended overhead and found a perch on Kellen's shoulder. He fought the urge to groan at yet another Nokum and Ira-ism. Instead, he rubbed his head, which pounded from the effort he'd expended over the last hour trying to solidify a beam of sun mana strong enough to cut through an oval of storm mana Nokum had projected as a target. So far, his pencil-sized bolts hit the twisting purple-gray surface and either ricocheted or disappeared in a puff that resembled pixie dust, like Tinkerbell being hit by a freight train.
You must picture the mana bending to your will in your mind, Nokum said. If you cannot see it there, you cannot wield it out here. Vex cannot advance to companion strength unless you understand the fundamentals.
What she didn't say, but was abundantly clear to Kellen, was that he, not Vex, was the reason they were being held back. He had no response or excuse. The randomness of his successful use of mana drove him crazier than if he hadn't been able to do anything at all. It made no sense that he could conjure a shield strong enough to knock aside a wall of stampeding buffalo, yet he couldn't send a finger-sized projectile through a little wind gust. Nokum poked him in the forehead.
The problem is in here. You have the ability, but you are not convinced yet. What is it that holds you back?
Kellen didn't answer. He had his suspicions. Having what felt like a foot in each world was a big one. Never having been particularly successful at anything was another. In the back of his mind, he remained convinced that his trajectory was set. He'd live an unremarkable but fulfilling life, the same as every Lars had before him since they'd first immigrated to Idaho. But was that really what he wanted from life? The unknown stretched before him, a world of endless possibility and danger, yes, but it beckoned to him. Every bizarre, wondrous new discovery in Oras whispered the same question. Do you have the courage to walk a new path? When Kellen looked up, Nokum studied him with piercing gray eyes. It was like his thoughts were written plain on his face. She nodded in understanding.
The time will come when you must make a choice, traveler. No one else can make it for you. Now, perhaps we may clear your head with different training. Work the body hard enough, and the mind does not have time to wander. Begin.
Vex bounced up and down with Kellen, shouting encouragement that didn't help.
More breathing, less puking.
Kellen dropped to the ground and back up again. He didn't know why or how people in a different dimension of magic animals had discovered burpees, but he would have traded it for almost any other exercise. Since most of their morning trainings were short, Nokum had transplanted his runs with a bodyweight circuit that would have made a CrossFit junkie dry heave, which Kellen did more often than not before they were done. To get him through the savage routine, he focused his mind on Allison, specifically what it would feel like when he walked in their front door and they were reunited with his parents. The thought sustained him, even as the urgency of their mission pressed down, growing ever heavier. Later in the day, Obishidan drew alongside him as they led their storm horses on foot. In the days since the stampede, between hard travel and Kellen's morning and night training, there hadn't been much time for conversation between the two, even though their outsider status among Grey Dawn should have drawn them together.
I have not thanked you properly for what you did, the boy said. You could have left me for dead.
Kellen hoped he hadn't inadvertently found himself in a second life debt contract. He really didn't want anyone's life pledged to his just because he'd done the right thing. But his attempts to tell Shani as much hadn't gone well, so he tried a different tactic.
I'm sure you would have done the same for me.
Vex, who was sunning himself on the saddle of their storm horse, raised his head and nodded seriously.
All of our openings for lifelong servants are full, so think nothing of it, my man.
Kellen shot the little fox a glare. Fortunately, Shani was too far away to have overheard, he hoped.
What Vex means is that we're glad you're okay. If you'll watch our backs, we'll call it even.
The Earth Badger boy nodded.
Of course.
His words came fast, like he was nervous.
You can call me Obishi. I'm glad you're still with us,
Kellen said, offering his hand. Obishi stared at it.
You shake it,
Vex said, still perched on the saddle.
I don't get it either.
Kellen withdrew his hand before Vex could make things more confusing for the boy.
Forget about it. They say that you are a spirit traveler,
Obishi asked.
That you come from the Great Before.
Kellen shrugged.
Where I'm from, we don't call it the Great Before, it's just Earth. Earth.
The boy's response made Kellen wonder if the word hadn't translated for some reason.
Like Earth Mana, Earth Badger.
Yes, Kellen said, glad he hadn't tried to explain, now that he understood why Obishi was confused.
Not very creative, but there you have it. I'm from a place called Idaho.
There are potatoes there,
Vex said. His eyes widened as if receiving a premonition.
lots and lots of potatoes.
Your family are farmers? Obishi asked. Kellen nodded. We don't grow potatoes, though. Just hay for the milk cows.
Ah,
Obishi said, an understanding dawning.
so you are herders.
There are many farmers among the Earth Badger, almost as good as the League of Moose, I am told. We have herders too, though they are mostly for sheep and goats. And you're from the Eastern Earth Empire? Kellen asked, pausing to remember the name. What's the difference?
In the Eastern Earth Empire, there are fewer mountains, and they are not so tall as these,
Obishi said.
They are to the south. Most of our country is in the land of red bones. Lots of rocks, just different. Big rocks with flat tops. We make houses out of the rock or in the canyons, grow corn, raise sheep or trade, like my family. The Southern Earth Empire, they farm too, but high in the mountains, and raise llamas instead of sheep.
Those are the only differences. That didn't seem like much, other than a few animals and the name. Obishi smiled.
No, but that is enough to help you understand for now, I think. I do not have time to tell all of our histories. My mother taught them to me, and it would take days to share them.
At the mention of his mother, Obishi fell silent, eyes focused on the ground ahead of him. Kellen knew the feeling. I lost my sister once before, he said. Speaking the words aloud made a lump form in his throat. It's a long story. I promised my parents I'd never let it happen again. Obishi didn't press for more.
We will find them,
he said. To Kellen, it sounded more like a self-assurance than a comfort for him. As silence fell between them, Kellen wondered what life Obishi could have lived on Earth. Had he grown up in Kellen's town, he would have no doubt been a state champion wrestler. Good looks, muscle, his hypothetical life to this point would have probably been a breeze. Varsity sports were a far cry from the task ahead of them. He wondered how commonplace raids and death and slavery were that a 16-year-old boy had to leave his entire life behind to save his mother from a life of captivity because there was no one else to turn to for help. Kellen sank into his thoughts. They had hours still to travel, but it had already been a long day. Nokum had questioned his commitment to being a beast caller, or at least that was how he'd taken the conversation, and if his commitment lacked, that meant his resolve to save Allison did as well. He told himself that training and preparation would be worth it, that it was the only thing he could do under the circumstances until they faced Ubira and his slavers. And when that time came, would he be ready to do what might be required? His thoughts were interrupted as Ira dropped out of the sky, wings pinned to his sides. Just when Kellen thought he would splatter into the ground, the coyote flared his bat-like wings and landed at the front of the group. On instant alert, Kellen handed his reins to Obishi and hurried to reach the mana beast before he gave his news to Nokum. Lately, Ira had been a portent of danger, and his haste this time suggested more of the same. He'd been gone since first light, scouting the foothills by air in an attempt to locate some trace of Ubira's group. In his bat form, Vex flapped alongside as they rushed to the circle of Grey Dawn warriors forming around the coyote. Clouds that burn and Kowea made room for him in the gathering. Obishi drew up behind him, and Kellen felt a moment's remorse for ditching the boy to tend to his storm horse.
Why not for certain?
Kellen's adrenaline spiked. This could be it. Had they found them?
Because the last thing I wanted to do was fight a mana beast that's a strength above me while I was alone,
Ira snapped back, a trace of heat in his regular weary voice. Nokum sighed.
That was wise. I am sorry. How far?
Kellen fought the urge to start shouting questions. How far to what? He steeled himself for Ira's response as the coyote considered the question.
You might make their camp before dawn if you move fast and go all night, Ira said. It looks like they've been there a day or two, so I doubt they will tarry much longer.
Kellen's heart pounded in his chest. His beast heart thrummed, sending mana rushing through his body. This was it. After all the miles and dangers, the time of reckoning was at hand. Chapter 24.
If we know where they are camped, then we are wasting time, Shani said. We should be moving now.
Several Grey Dawn warriors muttered their agreement.
Shani is right,
Nokum said, to Kellen's surprise.
In this rocky country, they are at an advantage. Their totem allows them to move faster than we can when our storm horses cannot run.
They will take the mountain paths, and the ground is not so easy to cover,
Iris said.
I imagine after tomorrow they will have to abandon their horses and mules unless they know of a secret path through the mountains.
There are roads large enough for an army to pass through the Wakar, made by Earth Badger beast callers,
Obishi said. It was the first time the boy had spoken since Ira's return.
And they are likely watched by guards and outposts of the Southern Earth Badger Empire,
Tama said.
Ubira will not march through the mountain highways with a band of warriors and slaves.
Obishi frowned, but did not argue. As a citizen of the Eastern Earth Badger Empire, he'd likely thought he knew a thing or two more about the mountains than Tama. Kellen felt for him. He'd been in the same situation with the Grey Dawn warriors not too long before.
I should fly back and keep watch,
Iris said, padding away from the humans and horses for room to unfurl his wings.
I can stick close to the mountain, where the blackbird cannot surprise me.
Nokum thought about this for a long time, working her jaws and closed lips back and forth like an old person trying to get their dentures in place. Kellen might have thought it was comical if they were in different circumstances.
Be careful,
she said at last.
I'm a coyote, not a lion,
Iris said, baring his teeth in a reassuring grin.
We are always careful. Don't worry, old friend.
With that, the coyote broke into a limping run before catching a draft and rising into the air. Nokum watched him go, deep lines of worry etched into her already worn and wrinkled face. In that moment, she looked older than Kellen had ever seen her. Having faced the vulture with them, he had a pretty good idea how she felt sending her mana beast miles away into the unknown.
He'll be all right,
Kellen said, hoping to reassure her. Part of him expected her to snap back due to her worries, but his teacher only nodded. Before anything else could be said, Tama drew the group's attention.
Everyone knew this moment would come when we started on the path, she said. If there are any who wish to turn back, now is the last chance to do so. From here forward, we are heading to battle.
She looked at Kellen and Obishi as she spoke. With an uncomfortable realization, Kellen was suddenly aware of all of the Grey Dawn warriors watching them. He felt Shani's piercing gaze driving right through him.
I will fight if it is required,
Obishi said. Their attention turned to Kellen. His legs felt like jelly, and his insides melted butter. He swallowed, hoping his voice didn't crack.
Whatever it takes.
Then prepare yourselves,
Tama said, turning to address her band.
There is no time to waste.
While the others honed and tended to their weapons, Kellen found a quiet place on a flat rock. From his vantage, he watched Grey Dawn ready themselves for a fight. The plateau was cold and windy, and he shivered within one of the thick ponchos they'd bartered from the splintered stone traders. The Grey Dawn warriors passed around a pouch, each dipping their fingers inside for some of the white paint within, before handing it to the next woman. Kellen had watched Nokum make the concoction one evening from the electric blue mana dust of the bear and a number of unknown ingredients from her pouches. Next, she included a scoop of ash from the edge of the fire and mixed it together using a stone bowl and a white rock, or round bone, that looked almost exactly like a golf ball. The result was a variety of reactions from puffs of purple smoke to sizzles, and even what he could have sworn was the faint echo of the bear's roar. When she'd finished, she dipped a finger into the bowl and traced her finger through the air. A line of white smoke had outlined the symbol she'd drawn before fading away on the breeze.
Are you worried about being in a battle?
Vex asked.
It's easy for me. I can go into a fight knowing that as long as nothing happens to you, I'll be fine.
I don't want to fight anyone,
Kellen said.
But I think I can do it if I have to. If that's what it takes to get Allison back, I'll find a way. I'm just
afraid that you'll never see her again,
Vex finished. It wasn't a question. The thought had been so prevalent in Kellen's mind over the past weeks that Vex probably would have picked it up even if he didn't have access to Kellen's thoughts.
It's okay to be afraid for the people you love.
Kellen nodded and shifted the conversation away from him. What about you? Doesn't seem like anything scares you. Vex looked like he was thinking about the questions for a moment, then his large ears drooped.
There's one thing I'm afraid of.
Kellen kicked himself for opening that can of worms. Of course Vex was afraid of something. Kellen going home and erasing his existence. They'd both avoided the topic since the stampede, but it had loomed over them ever since the argument.
I'm sorry, Kellen said. That was a dumb question.
Are you really going to go home?
Vex asked.
I mean, sure it's dangerous here, but there are some cool things too, right? Don't you think Allison might like to live here?
Allison needs to go home to our parents, Kellen said. I'm sure they're worried sick about us right now. She needs to be somewhere safe.
What about you?
Vex looked up at Kellen. He was trying to hide it, but Kellen caught a hopeful spark in the little fox's eye.
I'm not worried about anything else until Allison is safe, Kellen said. And I'll even make you a promise.
Vex's ears raised in curiosity.
Really? What is it?
Kellen ruffled the fox's fur with his hand.
I'm not going to go anywhere until I know you're taken care of. Deal?
Twisting around, Vex licked the back of Kellen's hand.
Deal.
Staring at the mana beast for a moment longer, he laughed. Sometimes I still can't believe I have ongoing conversations with a fox that looks like he was sewn in Santa's workshop.
I don't know who this Santa guy is, but if he can make anything like me, he must be a talented fellow,
Vex said. He hopped onto the rock between Kellen's knees and puffed out his chest in what he must have imagined was a striking pose. Laughing again, Kellen noticed Nokum heading toward them. When she drew close, she offered one of the long knives they'd traded from the earth badgers to him.
I can't take this, Kellen said. Not after I gave my claw away.
For emergencies, she insisted. A beast caller's first weapon and first defense should always be his mana.
She had a point there, Kellen decided. Since his mana castings were still a work in progress, after all, especially that stupid dart. Even the Grey Dawn warriors had been practicing with their swords during the quick break. While they rode, Nokum had explained that the Grey Dawn hadn't been wealthy enough to equip their warriors with swords before, so while the women understood the basics, the weapons were new to them. He accepted the knife from Nokum and drew it from its leather beadwork sheath. It was just shorter than his forearm and razor sharp. The grip felt comfortable in his hand.
Why didn't you offer the paint to Obishi or me? He asked, sheathing the knife. Is it some sort of sacred ritual?
The war paint I created is not just for decoration, Nokum said, and the recipe allows it only to work with those who have storm mana running through their veins.
Kellen was confused. None of the other Grey Dawn warriors were beast callers. They had no mana beasts. He said as much to Nokum, who nodded as if she'd been expecting this.
Mana resides in all living things, she said. They may not be able to use it, and it may only be the tiniest trickle, but anyone of the Stormhorse tribe has storm mana running through them. The same with earth mana for our new companion. But I do not know the mixtures for sun or earth mana, so you both must go without. Even after you used the storm mana in your shield, I would not risk it.
What does it do?
It strengthens and enhances the storm mana within us, Nokum said. Makes us a little faster, little stronger, little quicker, especially beast callers. Sometimes in battle, that is the difference between life and death.
And on that cheerful note, she left.
Life and death.
The thought of arrows flying, knives swinging, and confronting the black mana beast bird again coiled in his stomach like fighting snakes. Tama's plan involved attacking the camp before daylight and taking the slavers by surprise. Kellen was to remain in the back, using shields as best he could to protect the others. The only time he was expected to go on the offensive was if Nokum and Ira couldn't keep the bird distracted. Even in a support role, he understood the chances were solid that he and Vex would be forced to fight and maybe even kill another person. You couldn't grow up on a farm without an early and thorough understanding of life and death, but there were quite a few differences between putting a suffering animal out of its misery and killing another human, even if that other human was trying to kill you.
I'm sure it won't be that bad,
Vex said. Kellen wanted the mana beast to clarify his statement or deliver his usual sassy punchline. Nothing came.
What?
Vex asked.
Can't I just be optimistic? Maybe you should think about something else. What are we going to do after we find this sister of yours? You've never told me. Does she worry as much as you? Because I'm not sure I can double down on that deal.
By now, Kellen saw the strategy behind Vex's snark. The fox was trying in his own special, if slightly offensive, way to distract him from what lay ahead. But the question was valid nonetheless. Grey Dawn would not want them to go. Tama had more than a passing interest in keeping him around as a second beast caller, and Kellen doubted they'd help him find a way home for Allison. Maybe he could travel back to Obishi's tribe? Zarama had seemed sincere in his gratitude for Kellen's gift of the bear claw. Perhaps they could feed and shelter them until Kellen could decide on a better plan. He'd meant what he had said to Vex the night before. There had to be a way to make sure Vex would exist once he left Oras, and Kellen was determined to find it. If wild mana beasts could exist without a bond to a human, then why couldn't those bonded to a human do the same? It wasn't like Kellen was dying. He would just be going somewhere else. He still didn't understand their connection fully. Vex was more than a pet. The confusing part was if he was more like a little brother or an extension of Kellen himself. Kellen struggled to wrap his head around their bond, more than he did the acceptance of magic or other realms of reality. If getting Allison home meant cutting off his arm, could Kellen do it? That might be the closest comparison to leaving Vex.
I don't know yet,
Kellen said, answering Vex's question at last.
What do you think we should do?
Vex opened his mouth, and for a moment Kellen thought 100 different suggestions would pour out at once. Instead, the little fox appeared stumped by the question.
Get stronger? He said. I don't really care if I get a flowing mane or not. I just wish we could do more to help people, so stuff like this didn't happen. But for the record, I wouldn't say no to a flowing mane.
Surprised by Vex's response, Kellen couldn't think of a reply. He cast his eyes over the group once more, from the Grey Dawn warriors making their final adjustments to their weapons, to Obishi doing his best not to look like he wanted to throw up. Kellen settled on Nokum last, her face still creased with concern. She was more like a grouchy great-aunt than a grandmother, but Kellen didn't want anything to happen to her, to any one of them, even Shani. If what the old woman had said was true, Kellen and Vex really could become powerful enough to prevent at least a fraction of the suffering caused by people like Ubira. If home was really an unattainable goal, he thought that might be the next best thing, even if the task was that of a lifetime. Tama's white and gray paint cast a ghoulish shadow over her face as the evening shadows lengthened. It gave Kellen goosebumps to look at the warriors of Grey Dawn, fully arrayed with weapons and mana-infused war paint.
We came for blood, the chief said. We came to rescue those we love. Show Ubira no mercy.
Kellen expected the group to shout in affirmation. Instead, they stared back at their chief with silent fury. Shani's fierce gaze left no doubt in Kellen's mind about the outcome when she faced the slavers. Chapter 25. Allison stuffed her hands into her armpits. They felt half frozen, and she'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be warm all over at the same time. The cold was miserable, but nothing could be worse than that awful storm. Giant purple clouds crashing like tidal waves in the sky, while birds the size of airplanes surfed the wake, summoning lightning strikes with each flap of their wings. The slavers and their captives had taken shelter on a rocky bluff crowned by the formations they called a tall spear as the fire bison stampeded by them. The thousands of fire-snorting animals had trampled any doubts Allison had about the existence of magic in this world. That, and the constant threat of being deep-fried by the thunderbirds shooting lightning down all around them. Even Ubira's black bird Chakra had remained grounded during the storm, hissing up at the sky and clacking her beak. Allison was certain the bird had warned Ubira about the mana-storm and stampede because they'd gone out of their way on a half-day's hike to climb to the top of the bluff. At the time, the slavers complained about the detour, especially with the horse people on their tails again. They'd been grateful enough when Ubira's prediction of the danger proved true. So was Allison. Even life with Ubira's crew was better than becoming the human equivalent of mashed potatoes. Now the slavers were complaining again, this time about the biting cold. Ubira, in a rare good mood it seemed since he hadn't cut someone's head off at the request, allowed a fire. They'd been fortunate to run out of daylight near a grove of trees bare and blackened from a wildfire, providing plenty of fuel that caught fire and burned easily. Even the captives were allowed fires at Ubira's direction.
"Rest tonight," he told both slavers and captives. "Tomorrow we start our journey into the mountains, and there will be nights when we camp on the edge of cliffs with nothing but the howling wind for a blanket."
If the speech was meant to raise morale, she thought it did a terrible job. Many of the captives, already thin with dark circles under their eyes, looked ready to give up and die at the news. But for Allison, the announcement warmed her insides more than any fire could. This would be their chance. In the mountains there would be places to hide from Chakra's searches, places of nothing but cold stone, where they could not be tracked or chased.
"I don't see why we don't keep the mules and horses as long as we can. How else will we carry our riches?"
Allison looked up from the tight huddle she sat in with Kato, Miri, and Professor Gates. The slaver with the big beard, a friend of Tapuk before he'd been killed, stood before Ubira and gestured to their bundles of stolen goods from the traders.
"By all means, take whatever you can carry," Ubira said, with a lazy, dismissive wave of his spear. "But if I were you, I would pack an extra blanket and as much food as you can."
You did not answer the question,
Kaicha said. The slaver had stolen a pair of long knives from the traders, and she wore them at either hip with apparent pride. Her hands rested on them now.
We have followed you all this way, and you have promised us fortune, yet what is there to show for it? Where does our trail end?
By now, all the slavers who weren't watching over the captives had gathered around Kaicha and the men who'd complained about leaving their animals. Allison craned her neck around, looking for Chakra, but the black bird was nowhere to be seen. When had she left? It wasn't hard to miss the stench and absence of the bird, or the constant threat that she might grab one of the captives and eat them just because. Whenever Chakra wasn't close by, the grumbling always started up, though after Ubira had killed Tapuk so easily, she didn't understand why the other slavers thought they would stand any better chance of overthrowing him. Maybe they planned to attack him all at once.
"What if I told you I have friends coming to meet us, and they will be bringing llamas and donkeys to pack all of your wealth?"
Ubira hadn't even bothered to stand up, though Allison saw he was casually rolling his spear across his palm.
"Who are these friends you speak of?" Tapuk's friend asked. "When will they be here?"
We want answers,
Kaicha snarled. The other slavers behind her muttered in angry agreement.
We have followed you on faith far enough. It was only luck that we came across the trader caravan. Otherwise we would have nothing to show for an entire season of raiding but some half-dead slaves.
Ubira leaned back and spread his arms. The scarf covered the lower half of his face, but she had a feeling he was smiling. The rest of his body language was smug enough.
"Let's make a deal. You wait until our guides arrive, and then you can decide if you want to continue into the mountains or not. If not, you can take the horses, mules, and all of your wealth and go wherever you please. How does that sound?"
"Or we could do that now and take the slaves as well," Tapuk's friend said. "There is no need to cross the Wakar. We could reach the fire bison tribes before the snow flies and sell the slaves there. He is only one man."
Allison couldn't believe the slavers were dumb enough to make a repeat performance of Tapuk with Ubira. At least this time they had him mostly surrounded and on the ground, but he didn't seem concerned. She glanced at the slavers who were supposed to be standing watch over the captives. The confrontation had drawn them in. They were all several steps away, watching the conflict unfold. Professor Gates must have sensed what Allison was thinking because he nodded. They might not get a better chance than this. If a fight broke out, they could escape in the dark. The light of the fire would make it harder for the slavers' eyes to adjust. Maybe, just maybe, they could get away. Allison passed a look to Kato. She'd told him they planned to escape, and he'd agreed to join them. Since she was only 7, they hadn't told Miri anything in case she accidentally spilled the beans.
That is true, Ubira admitted. If you think you can beat me and take what you want, and if you do that, are you forgetting that you'll have to cross hundreds of miles of Stormhorse lands? They aren't all as small as the camp we raided, and their Stormhorses can out-travel any of our animals.
This gave the rest of the group pause, but Tapuk's friend was apparently too dumb to realize the logistical problems with his plan.
"Give us the totem too,"
he said, drawing a curved sword and spitting at Ubira's feet.
"The totem, the loot, and the slaves for your life. You can sit here and wait for your friends, or you can die. The choice is yours."
Ubira let out a long sigh, the kind Allison made when she was reminded for the 3rd time to take out the trash and threatened with a grounding if it wasn't done right away, young lady. He stood, using his spear staff to pull himself up, not caring that he took his eyes off the gang of slavers and exposed his back as he did. That would have been when Allison struck, but Tapuk's friend hesitated.
"I must be getting soft in my old age," Ubira said. "If someone had spoken to me like this 5 years ago, they would already be dead."
To the credit of Tapuk's friend, he didn't waver, probably because he had a dozen other slavers on either side of him.
"That is all you are," Kaicha said. "An old liar. We joined you this spring because Ubira the slaver was a legend. Maybe you were once, but your mana is weak."
"Be ready," Professor Gates whispered in Allison's ear. "We must be quick."
Allison nodded and leaned over to pass the word on to Kato.
"What are you two talking about?"
Miri asked.
"What's going on?"
Shushing her, Allison turned back to the impending fight. Ubira's shoulders shook in a soft chuckle.
"Old and weak, yet it takes more than a dozen of you to fight me. Where is the challenge in that? When you joined me this spring, I was told you were hardened raiders. It seems caring after slaves has made you cowards."
Ubira's words had their intended effect. Instead of rushing him as a group, the slavers muttered angrily, each wanting to prove themselves. The distraction was a good one from Ubira's point of view, but the longer they stalled, the more likely Allison thought the slave master would end a fight before it began. Now that Ubira was on his feet, spear in hand, those closest to him looked like they would have preferred greater distance or a few more bodies between them.
"Don't listen to his twisted words,"
Kaicha yelled to the others.
"He knows he can't fight us all, so he delays. We talked enough. Kill him!"
She drew her knives and rushed Ubira, along with Tapuk's friend. The mob followed. Ubira struck out like a coiled snake.
"Now!"
Professor Gates hissed as the fight broke out. He stood in a flash, sweeping Miri into his arms and running into the night. Allison jumped to her feet and yanked Kato after her.
"Come on!"
Either the other captives had been waiting for the same chance, or they saw what she and the others were doing and decided it was a good idea. Within moments, they had scattered in every which direction. As Allison followed Professor Gates into the dark, still holding onto Kato's wrist so she didn't lose him, she heard the clash of weapons. Mules brayed and horses screamed. It seemed some of the captives had gone after them. In hindsight, she thought that would have probably been the best move, but it was too late now.
"The slaves are escaping!"
someone shouted. Allison glanced back. She briefly saw Ubira holding a dozen or more slavers at bay with his spear, while the rest turned and set off in several directions after the scattering captives. The shriek of an enraged bird of prey cut through the night air. Her heart almost stopped. Chakra had returned.
"Hurry!"
Professor Gates gasped out. He wasn't in bad shape, but he wasn't a man in his prime anymore either, and carrying Miri slowed him down further. The girl cried in his arms, a blaring alarm for anyone chasing after them. They were only running at about half speed, more like a jog now that they'd started uphill into the edge of a boulder field. A path wound its way through the endless rocks of all shapes and sizes. They stuck with it for a short time until Professor Gates needed a break from carrying Miri. Immediately, Allison scrambled onto a large rock, and Kato followed her. They both looked back at the camp. None of the slavers were heading their way, though a pair of captives, an old woman and a middle-aged man, were starting into the boulder field on the same narrow trail. Allison sat down to scoot off the rock when shouts of surprise rose in the air. She looked again just in time to see several slavers fall to the ground, arrows sticking out of their chests. Where had those come from?
Come on,
she told Kato.
We've got to keep moving.
They slid down to the ground and caught up to Professor Gates. He leaned on a boulder, hands braced on his knees as he sucked in air. Sweat trickled off of his nose. Beside him, Miri sat on the ground, still crying.
It's going to be okay,
Allison said, squatting down next to the girl and holding her close.
The bad people are gone now. We have to keep going or they'll catch us. Can you be really quiet, like the quietest mouse?
Miri sniffed and sucked in a couple more sobs, then nodded.
Are you okay, old man?
Kato asked Professor Gates. The professor still sucked in air like he was drinking a fresh milkshake through a straw, but he straightened up.
I'll make it. Let's keep going.
The trail bent around a boulder the size of a truck. On the other side, it ended. There was nothing but a jumble of rocks ahead, and after that only a short distance before the darkness consumed everything.
The going will be slow, but I don't think the slavers will follow us in here, Professor Gates said. Not when they need those horses and mules. We will go for a while, and then crawl down into the gaps between the rocks to rest.
Good plan,
Allison said. Each rock seemed like a different-sized table someone had tossed off the top of the mountains high above them. They were all flat-sided and roughly rectangular slabs, which made them hard to climb. The only trick was jumping the gaps between them, especially in the dark. Kato took the lead and picked out a path for them, while Allison followed, helping Miri, and Professor Gates brought up the rear. When they stopped again, she guessed they were probably a mile from the camp. Most of the shouts had died down now, and she couldn't see or hear the other captives who'd followed them into the boulder field. Silence surrounded them, oppressive and threatening. It was far from comforting.
We'll go a little farther, then find a place to rest, Professor Gates said in a low voice. The going will be slow, and we won't be able to look for food or water until tomorrow evening.
From what Allison had seen of the boulder field in the daylight, it formed a sort of skirt at the very base of the mountain cliffs. She guessed the plan was to follow alongside the mountains in the boulders where they would be hard to spot, and then walk out of the foothills once they thought the slavers weren't following them. Thinking back to the path they'd taken into the boulder field, she hoped their tracks wouldn't be too easy to see. The trail had been well defined. Randomly, she wondered why it was there, and who traversed it enough to keep it worn in. She was just about to ask the others about it when all around them dozens of figures rose from the cracks in the rocks. In the moonless night, with hoods pulled over their heads, they looked like a gathering of phantoms. The thought crossed her mind that they actually might be ghosts.
Do not attempt to flee,
a woman's voice, harsh and chilling, said.
You are surrounded.
Chapter 26. The bodies were the first thing Kellen noticed. The only time he'd seen a dead person was at a funeral, cared for and lying in peaceful repose inside a casket. This was a different matter entirely. Dead people were strewn in all different positions. Some lay face down with arrows in their backs, others crumpled on their side, and some lay face up, mouths and eyes open as they stared forever up at the cloud-covered sky. A cold wind moaned through the abandoned camp, rustling hair, clothes, and feathers, so that out of the corner of his eye, he swore some of them were still moving.
I don't like this,
Vex whispered, pressing himself against Kellen's boot. Kellen had no words. He picked up the little fox and gave him a comforting squeeze, as much for his benefit as Vex's. The Grey Dawn warriors spread out among the corpses and the scattered remnants of campfires, searching for any signs to unravel the mystery. Ira scouted overhead, doing the same. Tracks ran in all directions, though the largest group had apparently continued into the mountains. From what the warriors could gather, a separate group had surprised the slavers at night, though some had clearly been killed by a mana-beast. Nocum guessed it had been the black bird, which only confused the matter. All that was certain was that a fight had broken out, and Ubira had slipped through their fingers once again. Kellen felt helpless. He checked for himself that Allison was not among the dead, the desire to know overpowering his aversion to the dead bodies. Relief that she wasn't there fought with the ever-present unknown. Had she escaped? Had she been taken into the mountains? Was she still even with them? A shout rang out down the hill at the edge of an aspen grove. He joined the others and found Totoso kneeling next to a woman. At first he thought she was dead. Blood soaked her abdomen, surrounding an arrow jutting out of her just below the ribs. But she groaned as the others arrived, and a twisted snarl crossed her face. The golden hue of her skin marked her as one from Kingdom of the Sunhawk. She held a pair of knives, but the grip was weak, and he doubted she could stand even if she wanted to. The tension from the Grey Dawn warriors circled like a coming storm, and only Tama held them back from cutting the woman to pieces.
"Talk, slaver, and we will make your passing quick," the chief said. "What happened? Where are the rest?"
"Challenged Ubira,"
the woman said, between pants and gasps of pain. She moaned and dropped her knives, hands grasping at her blood-covered midriff.
"The slaves ran. Others came from the mountains. Who were they?"
Nocum asked, in a loud voice filled with urgency.
"Did they take everyone else?"
The woman hissed in pain.
"Don't know. Some slaves escaped, I think. They caught others, took them and Ubira into the mountains. The mother-cursed snake."
"Why did you fight Ubira?"
Tama asked. They waited a long time while the woman groaned again and squeezed her eyes shut, twisting on the ground.
Make it stop."
Shani strode forward. Her knife flashed, opening the woman's throat. Tama gave her a disapproving look, but said nothing. Kellen stared, eyes wide, as the woman slumped over. He wanted to look away, but found himself transfixed on the slaver's last fading movements. The world spun, and he stumbled away and sat down hard behind the circle of warriors.
"Are you okay?"
Vex asked from his spot in front of Kellen. His voice sounded far away, like an echo from the end of a tunnel. Kellen tried to nod, but had to close his eyes as the world tilted.
"What now?"
he heard Nocum ask Tama.
"Why is that a question?"
Shani cut in before the chief could answer.
"If Ubira is still alive, we must follow him into the mountains."
"Some slaves escaped," this one said,
Nocum pointed out.
"Perhaps Ira can find them. The mountain path will be dangerous. We cannot take the storm horses, so either we turn them loose, or some will have to remain behind. That will weaken us even more."
Kellen opened his eyes. This time the world was no longer spinning, though he still felt lightheaded. The warriors stood in front of the slaver woman's corpse, thankfully blocking his view. Tama had yet to answer. For the first time, he sensed uncertainty in the Grey Dawn chief.
"There is little sunlight left,"
Nocum said, filling the emptiness.
"To attempt the mountain path in the dark would be too dangerous."
"Why did we travel through the night if only to let Ubira escape again?"
Shani said, voice raising to a shout.
"If we wait here, we will lose all the advantage we gained. It will have been for nothing."
The others muttered in agreement. Everyone was weary, and tempers ran thin. Instead of addressing her granddaughter, Nocum looked at Tama.
"You are the chief. You must decide."
He considered their options. Allison might have escaped. If so, following Ubira into the mountains would be pointless. On the other hand, she could be wandering around the plateau even now, and chances were that she had little or nothing to eat. If he made the wrong decision, he might never see his sister again. And what if Tama's decision was wrong? What if Kellen needed to go a different direction than Grey Dawn? Would they let him? Could he make it on his own? He needed more information. Betting Allison's life on a 50-50 chance wouldn't cut it.
"Ira, fly around and see if you can find any sign of the escaped slaves,"
Tama said at last.
"Try to speak with them. Tell them they may return here for food and fire. We will wait until nightfall to decide the path we take."
The coyote nodded, trotting away before unfurling his wings and flying away once more. By the looks of the others, no one loved the chief's ruling, especially Shani.
"And what if some escaped and some are still with Ubira?"
she asked.
What will you do then? Will you split the band?
Everyone looked at Tama. It was a fair question, if one without a simple answer. Kellen knew what Shani wanted to hear. Hunt down Ubira at all costs. He imagined the others were thinking the same thing he was. Where were their loved ones? Would one of them be forced to leave someone behind after they'd come all this way?
We will search for signs that may tell us more, Tama said. When Ira returns, we will decide a course of action.
The gathering separated, some going off alone, others in groups of 2s and 3s, until only Nokum remained behind.
What do you think we should do?
He asked her. Nokum shrugged.
Tama must decide. There is no right or wrong answer. That is what makes it difficult.
He wanted to ask her what would happen if he left the band to find his sister. He thought better of it at the last moment, after a cautious headshake from Vex. For all the mentoring she'd given him, he still felt like she saw him as an asset to the tribe when it came down to it. Neither she nor Tama would let him abandon the group easily.
I'm going to see if I can find any sign of my sister, he said.
Nokum looked at him, and he felt like she could sense his thoughts. Her worried expression did not change, giving Kellen nothing to read. At last, she nodded.
That is good.
With no idea where to begin, Kellen returned to the fires. His first thought was to look for any boot prints. The heavy tread of Allison's shoes should have stood out against the smooth moccasins, sandals, and boots worn by the people of Oras. The area around the fires was a jumbled mess from the fight the night before and Grey Dawn's scouring of the abandoned camp earlier in the day. Vex, who changed into his bat form, fluttered back to Kellen.
Maybe we should split up. I can look from up here. We'll cover more ground that way.
Kellen nodded.
Let's make circles around the camp.
They spread out, heading in opposite directions a few yards past the outer perimeter of the camp. The Grey Dawn warriors were doing something similar, although they were much more spread out, following individual or small sets of tracks leading off in numerous directions. When he came across these, he was careful to step over them. Then he followed alongside them for a short distance, each time hoping and praying for any sign of Allison's boot prints. He found none. The sun had dipped behind the mountains soon after they'd reached the camp. Now the shadows deepened into true night. The tracks on the ground were just hard enough to see that Kellen considered giving up the task when he and Vex met back up.
Nothing?
Kellen asked. He already knew the answer. If Vex had found something, he would have told Kellen right away. The fluffy fox bat drifted side to side in the air.
Nothing.
Disheartened, they returned to the center of the camp. Rather than search for clues, Obishi had undertaken the task of burying the dead slaves. He'd been laboring for hours, hauling rocks to build cairns over each body since they had nothing to dig with. When Kellen and Vex approached, he set one last rock on the latest cairn and leaned backward to stretch.
Why aren't you looking for tracks like the rest of us?
Kellen asked. It was a noble thing to bury people he didn't know, but if Kellen were him and his mom was missing, he didn't think he would have had the selflessness to lay complete strangers to rest.
I do not know how to read tracks, Obishi said. Hopefully, the coyote mana beast will return with news of my mother. Until then, I need to keep my hands busy.
That seemed like a wise decision to Kellen. Can I help? They followed Obishi down a well-worn trail leading into a boulder field where the Earth Badger boy had been gathering stones to build the cairns. Finding rocks small enough was a task by itself in the fading light, forcing Kellen to bend over. The smallest stones were those closest to the trail, which gave Kellen a chance to study the path as he searched for one small enough to carry that could be dislodged from the ground. The trail was well worn, but he didn't think it was from animal traffic. For one, animals of any kind usually only made trails on steep side hills or through narrow areas like trees. For another, the trail ended in kitchen table-sized rocks. Kellen doubted any animals other than rock chucks or badgers bothered to go into the boulders, and they would never make a trail so clear. Kneeling down, he studied the footprints. Obishi had made dozens of trips back and forth, but there were enough tracks to suggest others had been this way. When he asked Obishi if he'd noticed anything on his first trip down the path, the boy nodded.
There were several marks on the ground from people. Too many to miss. Vex, your eyes are better than mine in the dark, Kellen said. Do you see any footprints that might be Allison's? Kellen focused on a mental picture of a modern boot print in his mind to share with Vex. The mana beast popped back into his fox form and scurried along the side of the trail, nose almost touching the ground. Kellen resisted the urge to follow him as the fox went up one side of the path all the way to the boulders and back down the other. When he reached Kellen, he shook his head.
There's been too many people along here for me to tell.
Their task forgotten, Kellen sat down on a rock to think. Obishi watched him like Watson, waiting on Sherlock to make some grand revelation. Unfortunately, Kellen didn't have one. Why would so many people have passed this way? Kellen wondered aloud. They'd found no bodies along the path to the boulder field, which meant the people had either turned around or continued into the rocks.
Maybe they didn't want to go into all those rocks,
Vex suggested.
But it would have been a good place to hide, Obishi pointed out.
Then why didn't they come out when they saw us?
Vex asked. Kellen thought about this for a moment.
If there were slaves hiding in the rocks, they probably wouldn't have trusted us unless a Stormhorse person was with them.
Obishi's eyes went wide.
You're right.
He ran down the path and scrambled atop one of the largest nearby rocks. Cupping his hands in his mouth, he shouted, "Mother!" over and over until his words echoed all around the boulder-strewn bowl.
Allison!
Kellen yelled, joining in.
Allison! Allison, come out!
Vex, too, added his voice.
We've been looking for you forever!
No one answered.
It was worth a try,
Kellen said when Obishi rejoined him. The boy's head hung low, matching the way Kellen felt inside. It would have been too good to be true. They each gathered a few more rocks in their arms and returned to finish the last cairn.
Why were you shouting?
Nokam asked. When Kellen explained, she nodded in understanding.
At least we know. It wasn't a bad idea.
Before Kellen could say anything, Vex's ears perked up and Nokam turned to the north.
Iray's coming back,
Vex said. In a pop, he shifted into his bat form and disappeared into the dark. A few minutes later, both mana beasts landed in the middle of the abandoned camp. When darkness fell, Tama had ordered a fire built. In the flickering light, Kellen saw Ira's face split in a wide, canine grin for the first time in days.
I found them.
Chapter 27. As if the coyote's announcement was a signal, shouts rang out from the trees. The Grey Dawn warriors rushed in their direction, though Kellen, Nokam, and Obishi stayed back by the fire.
My sister?
Kellen asked. The winged coyote's grin faded.
I am sorry. She is not with them, and they do not know what happened to her. The same is true of your mother, Earth Badger.
Kellen could almost feel Obishi deflate next to him. It was Kellen's worst prediction coming true, and probably his too.
It's okay, buddy,
Vex said, nuzzling Kellen's hand.
We'll still find her.
Numb, Kellen could only nod and pat Vex on the head as the Grey Dawn warriors returned to the firelight. In the middle of the group were 3 Stormhorse women, 2 men, and a boy. An older Fire Bison man and a man and woman from the Earth Badger Empire were with them as well. Several of the former slaves were crying. The Grey Dawn band circled a man and 2 women, while Night Rains sobbed on another escaped woman's shoulder. Kellen found Shani across the firelight. He'd expected her icy mask to finally crack. Even though his sister wasn't among the group, he couldn't help but feel a measure of happiness for those reunited. Instead, she stared at the gathering with a blank, almost pained expression. While no one else watched, she slipped to the edge of the firelight, then disappeared into the darkness. A hand fell on his shoulder before he could decide if he wanted to follow her or not. It was Nokam.
What happens now?
He asked. A dull ache was growing inside him, like he'd been punched in the stomach.
All of your missing people are here, aren't they?
Nokam shook her head.
Tadats was killed. He escaped last night, but his wounds claimed him.
Oh, sorry for your loss.
The words sounded as hollow as they felt. Had Nokam come to tie him up? Would he really become a prisoner now that the band had accomplished what they set out for?
Tama will not risk our people to hunt Ubira, Nokum said. But I think you already know this.
Kellen nodded, numb or in shock. He wasn't sure which. Will you look for the others? Did they say if anyone else escaped?
Someone saw your sister running away. That way, she said, pointing down the path toward the boulder field. She was with a fire bison boy, another storm horse girl, and a man they said was another spirit traveler. That is all they know, other than that she was in good health.
Mind whirling, he tried to sort out the avalanche of information. His hunch about the boulder field had been right. Maybe tomorrow he needed to search farther into it. Maybe Allison hadn't heard him. The slabs of rocks were like a jungle of stone. If they'd escaped into them, the chances of Ubira finding the group in the short time before he'd left were small.
But we don't know if the tracks led out either,
Vex said. The little fox was right, but Kellen didn't want to think about that. As much as he wanted to believe Allison had escaped and was hiding or on the run, he couldn't let his wishes get the better of him. He was gambling with her life.
I think Tama can be persuaded to stay a day or two, while the others recover, but not much longer, Nokum said. Autumn will soon descend to the plains, and winter comes close behind. Ira can help in the morning, but I need your promise tonight that you will do nothing rash.
Kellen sensed Nokum's request was more than it appeared. What she really wanted was his assurance that if they didn't find Allison in 2 days, he wouldn't cause problems. Kellen's first instinct was to argue, but he thought better of it. If he pushed back now, they might put a watch on him. It was better to play along. Everything was happening so fast, and each moment seemed to spiral farther out of his control. His chest grew tight, his vision swam, and his hands tingled.
Whoa, what's wrong?
Vex asked, as Kellen lowered himself to the ground, gasping for air.
I think
Kellen gaped like a fish jerked out of the river.
I think I'm having a panic attack.
Calm yourself, Nokum said. Reach for your mana and channel it through you. That will help.
For several seconds, Kellen struggled to do anything but hyperventilate. After a sip of water and more encouragement from Vex, he gained enough control to tap into his mana and refresh himself. As the mana trickled through him like a warm drink on a cold day, he felt his heart slow and the pressure on his chest release.
I think it would be best for you to sleep, Nokum said. Even a beast caller needs good rest.
Kellen nodded. Even with the pulse of mana he'd sent through his body, he still felt so tired, like chains were draped over his arms, legs, and chest.
We will talk more in the morning, Nokum said,
reminding him of the conversation they'd had.
I will see what I can do about Tama.
Just like that, Kellen and Vex found themselves alone on the far side of the fire. The reunion had died down now, and Grey Dawn was handing out food and water to the former slaves. Most had settled down into small groups, except for those that weren't from the Storm Tribe. Kellen spotted Obishi talking to the other Earth Badger captives and the Fire Bison man. No doubt he was asking for word of his mother. Kellen wrapped himself in his blanket and found a comfortable spot on the edge of the fire. He wanted to stay close enough for warmth at the risk of someone speaking to him. So, of course, it wasn't long before Obishi sat down.
My mother was taken by Ubira, he said. I asked about your sister, but no one seemed to know. It sounds as if she may have escaped.
Sounds like it, Kellen said, then comprehended the rest of Obishi's words. I'm sorry about your mother. What are you going to do? Obishi nodded his head toward the Earth Badger man and woman.
They are friends of my uncle, not family. They are sorry, but have no desire to follow Ubira into the mountains. In the morning, I will go on alone if I have to.
Knowing that Obishi had admitted he was not a warrior, Kellen didn't think the boy's chances of finding his mother, let alone rescuing her, were very high. Unsure how to respond, Kellen nodded. He felt drained, physically and emotionally, with nothing left to carry on a conversation. Obishi seemed to sense it, and rose.
Thank you for your help tonight.
At first, Kellen couldn't figure out what the boy was thanking him for, until he remembered the half-dozen rocks he'd hauled for the cairns. It hadn't been much, and he told Obishi so.
Either way,
I recognize it, the boy said.
A heavy silence fell as Obishi walked away. Even Vex seemed to lack his usual energy and wit.
I've got your back, whatever we decide to do,
the little fox said, looking up at Kellen with his big green eyes. Kellen summoned the last of his will to give Vex a small smile. He felt suddenly overwhelmed, and his eyes moistened. Despite the mana beast's quirks, Vex had been there every step of the way, and now they faced a crossroads together.
I know, Kellen said, voice wavering. Now, let's get some sleep.
He closed his eyes, trying not to let jealousy eat at him. Tonight, the others were together with their loved ones. Somehow, they'd overcome the odds and found them. But Allison was still out there, still in Ubira's clutches, still in danger, still lost. It felt like watching someone else win the lottery after you'd saved up to help them pay for a ticket, except Kellen didn't get to share in the winnings. Worse yet, he knew they might have to sneak away to continue on their quest. Would Grey Dawn pursue him? Their relationship had come a long way from the bear attack on the plains. Was that genuine, or only because of Kellen's beast-caller abilities and the existence of Vex? Frustration drove the exhaustion away. He had never felt so helpless and trapped. What should he do? What was the right thing to do? How would he know? There was no room for error. At his side, Vex gave him a reassuring nuzzle, sensing his embroiled emotions.
We'll figure it out,
the little fox said. How? He sighed and nodded, hoping Vex thought he was at least a little confident. Inside, he felt nothing but a bottomless well of despair. One by one, the others settled down, and the conversations with friends and family catching up and trading stories faded. Soon the camp was quiet, save for the pop of the campfire and the occasional sigh or cough from those on sentry duty. Restless, he sighed and stood up. From his spot on the blanket, Vex peeked one large green eye open and looked up at him.
You know, when you can't sleep, I can't sleep.
Sorry, Kellen began, before fully comprehending what Vex had said.
Wait, what? You sleep all the time when I'm not sleeping.
Vex stretched, arching his back and unfurling his fluffy tail.
Your constant worrying must be rubbing off on me.
Kellen inclined his head away from camp.
Let's take a walk.
If neither of them were going to sleep, the last thing he wanted to do was sit around looking at all the people reunited with their loved ones. The little fox hopped into Kellen's arms, and they set off to the west with no real purpose in mind. Reaching the edge of the fires, he came across Shinopa on guard duty. The warrior nodded to Kellen as he approached, then turned her attention back to the darkness beyond the camp.
I thought you would be sleeping, spirit traveler.
She smiled down at Vex, who had won over the Grey Dawn band far easier than Kellen. He supposed that even beneath their tough warrior facade, they had a soft spot like anyone for fluffy animals. It wasn't like Ira offered any competition in the cute and cuddly category. For a brief instant, Kellen wondered if the Night Watch had been instructed to keep an eye on him. He brushed it away as paranoia from lack of sleep and stress.
Lots on my mind, I guess. I'm going to take a little walk.
He kept a short distance, just in case she did, in fact, try to stop him.
Do not stray far,
Shinopa warned.
I do not like the look of these mountains, and I do not trust them.
After promising they wouldn't, Kellen and Vex continued. Once they were out of Shinopa's hearing range, Vex looked up at Kellen.
So where are we going?
Now they were free of the camp, his mind settled. He hadn't had any purpose in mind originally. It occurred to him they'd been so focused on the trail to the boulder field that they hadn't looked at the mountain path. He suggested the idea to Vex.
Let me go first, then, the fox said. No offense, but in the dark, you're more likely to mess up any clues we come across.
With that, he hopped out of Kellen's arms. The moment he touched the ground, he put his nose down and set off, sniffing and scurrying along. The moon was almost full again, so the path was easy to follow. Kellen hung back while Vex went about his task. To him, it appeared little more than a wildlife trail, wide enough for two people to walk side by side. It wound up at an incline through slabs of rock until it disappeared around a short bend, barely visible in the faint moonlight. After a short time, Vex paused.
There's not much to see in the rocks and gravel, he said. People definitely went this way, but beyond that, I got nothing.
Let's go a little farther, Kellen said. They continued as the trail passed through the initial rock slabs and pine trees and started up the side of the mountain slope. From their vantage, he could see the campfires below, as well as a broad view of the meadows illuminated in the moonlight. His heart sank. He didn't know what he'd been hoping they'd find. We should probably head back, he told Vex. We can return in the morning and— Vex? Completely ignoring him, the little fox had his nose to the ground, moving as fast as his little legs would carry him. Just as Kellen started to follow after, he stopped abruptly. Aha! In a faint pop of golden light, Vex changed to a bat and flew back to Kellen. He squinted. It looked like the mana beast had a worm or something in his mouth. What is it? Kellen asked. In answer, Vex opened his mouth and dropped the item into Kellen's waiting hand. A small, crumpled-up bundle of string fell into Kellen's hand. For a moment, he couldn't understand why Vex was so excited to have found it. Then he looked closer. The cord was tied at both ends, and the tips ended in crimped plastic. Something had chewed on the plastic ends. There was no mistaking it for anything but a shoelace or the drawstring of a hoodie, and Kellen knew right away who'd chewed the ends out of boredom. It was the drawstring from his sister's sweatshirt. Vex, you're amazing. Kellen snatched the bat fox out of the air and squeezed him until he squirmed for dear life.
Okay, you're squishing me, the mana beast protested.
Kellen released him, still grinning. Allison or someone else would have had to pull the string free, especially with the ends tied up so they didn't get lost inside of the hood. The fact it was on the trail leading to the mountains could only mean that she'd been recaptured. At least, that was what he told himself he had to believe. The back of his mind argued there could be 100 different explanations. He brushed them away. 5 minutes before, he would have given anything for a clue like this. It was the best lead he had. Now, what to do with it? His first impulse was to rush down the mountain and wake Tama and Nokum. His stomach twisted with a sinking feeling. What would they care? They'd already found their loved ones. A clattering rock down the path stole Kellen's attention and put Vex on alert. With a spike of fear, he realized he'd left his knife at camp. He had nothing to defend himself with and— oh, right. He raised a shaking hand and summoned a golden orb just as a shadowed figure appeared on the trail.
Will you put that out?
Shani hissed. He lowered the hand holding the sun mana ball, though his heart still pounded.
What do you want?
Vex asked, channeling Kellen's sentiments. Shani frowned as she approached. Rather than angry, she seemed almost flustered.
Nothing. I saw you left camp and—
You followed us, Kellen finished. She blew out a frustrated breath.
Yes,
she admitted.
Why? I thought perhaps you were leaving, she said. My mother will not help you find your sister. You must realize this.
He said nothing. Tama might have been persuaded to stay while Kellen searched the boulder field below, but finding Allison's string changed things. It wasn't a guarantee, but chances were good that Allison had gone into the mountains. What about the totem? Kellen asked. Won't your mother want to go after it? It sounded like it's worth a fortune. Shani confirmed his suspicions.
She will not risk it. You must make a choice, spirit traveler.
Once more, he fell silent. He knew what she was getting at. She wanted to go into the mountains after Ulbira. She refused to be free of her oath to him, which meant there was only one way to pursue her vengeance. This was the best chance she'd get. Most likely, it was Kellen's best chance, too. It didn't matter if she really cared about finding Allison or not. He almost laughed at the absurdity of the cards he'd been dealt. Here he was, a farm boy from Idaho, on a quest to save his sister with a talking magic fox and a bloodthirsty warrior woman. As much as he wished he could return to the safety of his analysis and figure things out, now was the time for action. He had to play the hand he had. I'm going to find my sister, he said, meeting Shani's stern face. Are you coming? Chapter 28. Shani nodded. For a moment, the irrational part of Kellen's mind had expected at least a hint of a smile of satisfaction.
She'd wanted to split out after Ubira for weeks, but there wasn't so much as a hairline crack in her frozen exterior.
Good, she said. We must leave tonight, and quietly. My mother and grandmother will try to stop us if we are seen.
They descended the trail together, stopping 50 yards or so from the camp. Judging by the silence, everyone was still asleep.
I will gather our supplies. Shinopa and Ishtas are on watch right now. Ishtas can be trusted to let me pass silently. Head back down the path, then north of our camp until you are beyond sight of the fires in the grove of trees. I will find you there.
At the mention of Shinopa's name, Kellen cringed.
Shinopa knows I left, Kellen said. Won't she get suspicious if I don't come back?
Shani considered this for a moment.
You will have to return to the camp. That will be fine. Gather your things, and then wait a short while. When you are ready, leave to the east where Ishtas is watching.
She gave Vex a look of pure violence.
Do not wake anyone.
Are you going to let her talk to me like that?
Vex asked him in mock offense. He shrugged. She's got a point. You are allowed. He turned to Shani.
How long should we wait? 10 minutes?
He didn't want to rely on a shared definition of a short while without clarification. A confused look crossed Shani's face.
I don't know, minutes.
The way she sounded the word out told him that it was another example of a failed translation by whatever power allowed him to speak in the native Oras languages, which wasn't good. He might wait too long, or not long enough, or...
Once you have collected your things, wait to make sure no one is awake, and then come, Shani said. It is not hard.
Sounds like rocket science, though I have no clue what a rocket or a science is, Vex said.
Shani stared at him, and he got the impression she was wondering what she'd gotten herself into by teaming up with them. With a disbelieving shake of her head, she turned to leave. Yet another thought hit Kellen, and he reached for Shani's wrist.
Wait.
Surrounded by her black band of war paint, her eyes flashed with anger. He let go of her faster than a scalding pan.
We should tell Obishi. His mother is missing too.
Shani glanced toward the camp.
I am already going to be burdened with one boy who does not know how to fight, she said in a harsh whisper. He will only slow us down.
She was probably right, but he thought Obishi deserved the same chance and told Shani so.
Besides, he's Earth Badger. He might be helpful in the mountains.
Shani mulled this over for a moment and finally shrugged.
Do not expect me to protect him. The two of you should bring enough food and water for him as well, and don't get caught.
Without waiting for an answer, Shani turned away once more into the dark. Kellen wrung his hands. There was something he had to know before anything else happened. Before he could think better of it, he called to her again in a hushed voice.
The daylight will be here if you do not stop talking,
Shani hissed.
What is it? Why are you doing this?
Kellen asked. He remembered what Nokam had said about Shani's life being owed to him, but that didn't seem like the complete picture. Shani paused for so long that he thought she was going to ignore him and leave.
I do not think highly of you, traveler, she said. It is not a secret, but I believe you will do anything to find your sister. You and I both have unfinished business with Ubira, and if I can free myself from my debt to you, all the better.
This time, she melted away into the night before he could even reply. He waited a minute or two and then headed back toward Shinopa.
Well, I love this,
Vex said, voice loud with excitement as he bounced along.
Sneaking away in the middle of the night to fight overwhelming odds? The legend of Vex and Kellen is already growing. Shh!
It didn't matter if the guards heard them, but at Vex's rate he would rouse the whole camp.
Let's worry about getting away before we worry about becoming legends.
He paused as another thought came to his mind.
Can you count?
He asked Vex. It would be easier if the mana beast awakened Obishi, but the timing had to be right.
I can make it to at least 31,
Vex said, voice full of pride.
Probably, and mostly in order.
Kellen ignored the random limit to Vex's mathematical abilities.
Never mind,
he said. It wasn't worth the risk.
Now remember, be quiet.
Silent, but deadly,
Vex whispered in a low, ominous tone.
Let's do this.
They greeted Shinopa and let her know all was quiet beyond the camp. She'd been given first watch and had pulled an all-nighter on their rush to catch the slavers. Kellen could see the weariness tugging at her. Her only response was a small nod after she straightened herself up, cleared her throat, and blinked.
"Hopefully you can get some rest soon," Kellen said.
He felt bad deceiving her and hoped Tama wouldn't be too angry that they'd slipped away during her watch. At least she could tell the chief that she'd seen Kellen return. Back at their blanket, he gathered his things as quietly as he could. It didn't take long. Aside from food and water, he wrapped up his old clothes in his patterned blanket, then stuffed them into a leather pack. Double-checking his knife and mana stone, he then sat down to wait, reclining on his pack like a pillow, so if anyone stirred, it wouldn't appear like they were about to split. After a spell, they rose and crossed the camp together, Kellen doing his best to look nonchalant while he carried Vex under one arm. He told himself to act like he was merely walking across the camp to take a pee, in case anyone was watching. There could be no explaining the pack on his back, but the thought still helped calm his nerves. By the time he reached Obishi's side, his heart hammered in his chest. He knelt down, eyes staring at the other 2 Earth Badger people sleeping nearby.
Psst! Wake up!
Vex's voice almost sent Kellen jumping over the Wakar Mountains looming behind them. His hand jerked, smacking Obishi in the shoulder at the same moment. Obishi's eye opened with a start. He bit back a cry of alarm when he saw Kellen kneeling over him, finger held to his lips. Apparently, some gestures were universal across realities. Resisting the urge to glare at Vex, Kellen filled Obishi in as quietly and succinctly as he could. When he finished, the boy nodded. He was in. They rose, and Kellen led them in the direction Shani had instructed. As they crossed the camp, his eyes darted from each sleeping form, expecting every one of them to jump up at any moment and raise the alarm. He told himself there was no reason to worry. Everyone had to be exhausted. When they escaped to the edge of the camp without incident, he allowed a small hope to flicker inside of him that they would make it. As Shani had promised, they didn't run into Ishtas and made it to the trees without seeing another person. Shani was already waiting for them in a small clearing. She nodded her head once in apparent satisfaction and pointed to a pack on the ground. Obishi slung it over his shoulder before Kellen could take it. Holding a finger to her lips to remind them to stay silent, she set off. They followed her in single file, Kellen, then Obishi in the rear. Every few minutes, Vex grew bored and voiced a string of questions. Kellen shushed him each time. After a short time, they reached the spot on the trail where Vex had found the string. The trail was steep, and Kellen's legs soon burned, even with the extra physical exercise he'd done over the past few weeks. Sweat trickled down his face by the time they made the first switchback. Shani set a hard pace, as if determined to reach Ubira that night. Continued switchbacks wound up the side of an almost sheer cliff. Without the light of the moon, Kellen would have never attempted it in the dark. They didn't risk any mana light without knowing who could be watching ahead or behind. As it was, there was just enough visibility to see the edge of the trail and a hint of the steep valley growing farther and farther below. Vex shifted into his bat form and flapped a short distance ahead over the chasm. Every time Kellen looked at him hovering in empty air, his stomach turned. Head down, he hitched up his pack higher on his back, thumbs hooked under the straps, and focused on each step, one after the other. They carried on this way for maybe an hour, always climbing up, up, up. When they finally came upon a jutting outcrop wide enough for them all to take a seat, he swallowed his pride and called for a short break. He'd expected Shani or Obishi to make a comment, but the others tossed down their packs and reached for water. Wiping sweat from their faces, despite the cold, everyone caught several breaths before taking a drink. Vex landed on Kellen's pack with a self-satisfied air.
The trail keeps going up the mountainside as far as I can see,
the little fox said.
Once we get up to the summit, it opens into a meadow. There's still snow in spots, but I can't see where they went.
Now that they'd stopped, Kellen shivered. He rubbed his arms beneath the poncho. How far to the top? He asked Vex. After the climb they'd already made, he tried not to think that they might have days of the same ahead of them.
We should make it by morning,
Vex said.
I think...
The bat-shaped mana beast cut himself off. A warning sense flashed through Kellen's mind, the same sensation as catching someone in the corner of his eye, but in his consciousness. Before he could place what it was, Ira landed with a whoosh of air on the trail ahead of them. Tucking in his wings, he padded toward them.
"This is an early start," he said in his weary voice.
Shani stiffened, and Kellen glanced back, half expecting to see all of Grey Dawn making their way up the mountainside behind them. The path, however, was empty.
"We aren't going back," Shani said. "Nokum didn't send me to bring you back," Ira sighed. "And before you ask, Tama doesn't know you're gone. Not until morning, anyway. I'm going to stick with you for a few days to see you don't get in too much trouble."
Kellen thought the extra hand, or paw in this case, was a welcome addition. Shani didn't seem as certain. She gave Ira a long, searching look. Ira said nothing. At last, she spoke.
"We should keep moving."
Chapter 29.
"We're being followed."
The words sent equal parts of fear and hope rushing through Allison when she overheard them. Ubira announced the news for everyone to hear, though it was directed to the masked, hooded individuals they traveled with. The leader, at least Allison thought the woman was the leader, though she had a hard time telling them apart since they were all dressed the same, stared at Ubira for a moment, then gave a short nod. She turned to a pair of her masked comrades and gestured down the trail. The two set off without a word. There were close to 30 of the masked people, including the half of the group that had risen from the rocks and recaptured her, Professor Gates, Kato, and Miri. After warning them against running, they'd bound the escaped captives' hands and escorted them back to the remnants of the camp. Other, smaller groups had brought in escaped captives while Ubira spoke with their leader. He had seemed neither surprised nor bothered by the new arrivals. Allison guessed they must have been the friends he'd referred to. She had also suspected that Ubira never meant for the slavers to live beyond the gathering with the new group, even before they'd attacked him. It irritated her to no end that they'd been so close to freedom only to get rounded up again. Some had made it, though. Out of the total group of captives, between those taken in raids and the Earth Badger traders taken from the caravan attack, they looked to be about half the size. She prayed the rest had made it to freedom, even as a small part of her wished with all her heart she could trade places with them. The masked people had loaded up everything of value, though they seemed to want the scant supplies most, followed by the remaining human captives. While they went about their task, Allison had studied them in the firelight. Each wore a carved wooden mask made of some sort of pale wood, a line of red down each eye socket, almost like they were crying tears of blood. The entire group wore long ponchos that almost reached their feet. These were a slate gray color, the same as the mountain rock behind them. The ponchos all had hoods, which the group kept pulled over their heads, so only the white masks carved with expressionless faces showed. Each carried an obsidian knife and a club, a stick about as thick as a broom handle, with another chunk of obsidian wrapped around the top with leather binding. About half had bows and quivers of arrows, which the masked people had used to kill most of the slavers before they'd even seen what hit them.
"There are less than 20 slaves here," the woman said in her flat voice. "Too many have escaped." "Enough remain for your needs," Ubira said.
He didn't look fazed by the upset woman or the fact he'd just come away from a fight in which he was outnumbered almost 20 to 1 and didn't have a single scratch to show for it. Allison wished the new arrivals had been 10 minutes later. Maybe then Ubira might not have come out so well. The woman surveyed the group of slaves sitting inside the guarded ring. When the empty sockets of the woman's mask fell on Allison, she did her best to twist her face into a snarl of defiance. The woman paid no mind.
"Fire bison and storm horse," she said, as if ticking items off a grocery list. "Good. We have the rest." She gestured to Allison and Professor Gates. "What about those two?"
"Spirit travelers," Ubira said. Allison heard a defensive tone in his voice, and she saw him grip his stone staff tighter. "They are mine." The masked woman turned back to him. Allison could imagine her eyebrows raised in surprise under her coverings.
"Indeed. And what do you plan to do with them?"
Chakra swooped down like a specter out of the dark. She landed beside her master, red eyes blazing in the night. By now she was as tall as Ubira, and she hissed through the twisted fangs of her broad beak. Ubira smiled. "That is none of your concern. I have fulfilled our agreement as promised. We should be going. There are others, Stormhorse and possibly Earthbadger now, too, not far behind." This time, the masked woman sounded genuinely angry. Her voice rose in a sharp, cracked hiss, sinister enough to rival Chakra's. "How many?" "Less than a dozen," Ubira said. "I did not send Chakra for a closer look to protect our location. She sensed one of their mana beasts sniffing around from a distance yesterday, so they will be coming."
"You did not say they had beast collars with them," the woman said, folding her arms. "How many?"
"Two," Ubira said. "They will not be a threat. One is companion strength, while the other is only a ward. I will handle them if necessary."
"It would not do well for any of them to reach the temple," the woman said. "No matter what their numbers are, we should have left the camp sooner."
After two of the masked people disappeared down the trail, Ubira walked over to them. His face was still hidden from the nose down behind his scarf. Allison wondered if he was angry at them for escaping, and what he might do after the promises he'd made to the captives the first morning after the village attacked. If nothing else, their actions had seen Professor Gates fall from Ubira's graces. "Allison and Arthur," he said, like they were old friends. "I am glad to see you rejoined our little adventure. I was worried about you last night."
"How could we say no?" Professor Gates said with a thin smile. "It isn't often one gets to experience such exotic travel."
Ubira's shoulders rose in a silent chuckle.
"That is what I like about you, Arthur. Always optimistic."
He turned his attention to Allison.
"And what about you?"
"What about me?"
Allison said.
"I hoped one of the slavers would stab you in the heart."
This time, actual laughter filtered through Ubira's scarf.
"And that is what I like about you, Allison. Always speaking your mind. You should be careful what you say around our new friends, though. They are not as humorous as I." "And who are our new friends?" Professor Gates asked. "In all the commotion last night, I'm afraid we haven't been introduced."
A light shone in Ubira's eyes.
"They are passionate believers, you could say. On the fanatic side, maybe. But they are undertaking a great work. One that we have the honor of being part of."
He looked like he was about to say more, but before he could, the two masked people who'd gone back down the trail returned. They spoke in low voices to the woman, too quiet for Allison to hear from where she was seated. The top half of Ubira's face seemed to twist in a frown at the secrecy.
"I need to speak with our new friends again," he said.
As an afterthought, he looked back to Allison.
"Remember what I told you about your brother?"
"Is he with them?"
Allison shouted to Ubira's back.
"Don't you let them do anything to him!"
Professor Gates laid a comforting hand on Allison's shoulder. She shrugged him off.
"Don't make me feel better," she said. "What do you think is going to happen now? We had our chance to escape, and we blew it."
"Shh, Allison," Professor Gates said. "Quiet your voice. We should not let these people hear us talking about escaping. We will get another chance. Until then, we have to be patient."
Allison's anger still simmered, but she listened to the professor. If Kellen was one of the people still following them, that meant he'd found her hoodie string. If she was careful, she might be able to keep leaving clues for him and whoever he was with. She'd watch the masked people just like she had the slavers and find a way. Ubira, the woman, and a few others spoke in a tight circle for a short time, apparently arguing about something based on Ubira's hand gestures and the shaking heads of the others. Allison shivered and wrapped her arms around Amiri to keep her warm. Heights terrified the little girl. In certain spots where the trail had narrowed, she'd sat down and cried until the professor or one of the older children carried her so the masked people didn't beat them for moving too slowly. When Ubira announced they were being followed, they'd stopped on a high saddle between two foreboding mountain peaks. Even at this height, she couldn't see the tops, which were still covered by clouds. Nothing grew up here except patches of moss. Pale rock stretched out in both directions, small ones that would offer no hiding places, even if they could sneak away at night. The path ahead disappeared into the shale and loose rock, leaving Allison with no clue where they might be heading next. Another wall of stone rose up ahead of them, the back part of the bowl formed by the steep slopes ahead to the left and right. Surely they weren't climbing over that, though. From their vantage point below, the mountains rose straight up and, even with ropes and climbing gear from Earth, there seemed nowhere to go.
I do not like it up here in the high places of the Wakar,
Kato said, rubbing his arms to warm them up. A brisk wind blew by, carrying a sprinkle of ice crystals and snowflakes off of one of the big snowdrifts tucked into the steep crags of the mountain, where snow stayed year-round.
Where do you think we are going?
My guess is these cultists have a camp somewhere, Professor Gates said. At the questioning looks of the children, he clarified. That is what I've decided to name them. They clearly belong to some group or organization. It seemed fitting. I imagine after we make it over these mountains, we will start down the other side, or at least into a valley.
Shouts from the cultists brought the captives to their feet. With the woman and Dubira in the lead, they started on a winding path up the far end of the bowl. Allison's legs felt like spaghetti noodles. The climb took most of the afternoon, and by the time they reached the sheer cliff face, her toes were numb, her teeth chattered, and her stomach roared with hunger. Since they were on an east-facing slope, the sun had already disappeared overhead. She could still see its light stretched out on the peaks and plains far below them, but they were already in the shadow of the mountain and would not feel sunshine again until morning. To her surprise, a series of pale cages sat at the base of the cliff. Long, thick ropes lashed to the cage rose to an unseen location overhead, at least 50 yards or so. The cultists handed out a small amount of dried meats and berries for the captives to eat, then passed around a wooden canteen, forcing each of them to drink. She wondered if it was the same thing they'd been forced to choke down on the plains, but when it was shoved in her face, she knew it was different. The smell was just as bad, though this smelled like a mixture of skunk and the really bad cologne Kellen had worn his first 2 years of high school. She tipped back the contents and took a drink. It tasted just as bad as it smelled, and burned her tongue as soon as it touched it. Out of reflex, she coughed and spat it out over the rocks between her feet. The blow came before she had time to look up, an open-handed slap that made white spots blossom in her eyes and caused her to cry out in pain, tears streaming from her eyes.
Take care, she heard Professor Gates shout. She's just a girl.
Without a word, the masked cultist shoved the canteen under her nose again. Even through the days, she got the message and managed a small swallow of the nasty drink. As soon as it hit her stomach, a warmth rushed through her limbs that almost made the horrible taste worth it.
Are you okay?
Kato asked. For once, and most likely because of the drink, his stick-like frame was no longer quivering from the cold.
I'm fine,
she said through gritted teeth. She touched the side of her head with her fingertips and soothed the pain a bit. When the cultist with the canteen finished his round among the captives, a group of 6 of them were herded into the big cages. As Allison watched them climb in, she realized the cages were made of bones lashed together, bones that made the ones in their livestock graveyard back home look like chew toys for little dogs. Loaded inside, the cultists lashed the door shut and waved a torch overhead. The cage of bones wobbled, then rose from the ground, bouncing against the cliffside every few feet as it did.
I don't want to go in there,
Mary cried, clinging to Allison.
Don't make me.
Hey now, Allison said.
We'll go together, okay? It will be fun, and I'll hold you real tight.
As Allison said the last word, she wrapped Mary in a tight hug and laughed into her neck. The little girl let out a small whimper.
Tell you what,
Allison said.
You stay right here and keep your eyes closed. When we get to the top, I'll tell you to open them. How does that sound?
Mary nodded, her face already buried in Allison's neck. With some effort and help from the professor, Allison climbed to her feet holding the girl. Taking careful steps over the loose rock, she, Kato, Miri, and the professor climbed inside the cage as it bumped off the ground. The 4 of them just fit, sitting cross-legged and facing one another. Through the bars of bone, she saw the cultist leader wave the torch back and forth, and they rose off the ground with an unbalanced jerk that almost sent her flying into Kato. Professor Gates held out a hand and caught the two of them, Miri still wrapped tight around Allison, her face hidden. The journey up the cliffside felt like one of the cheap carnival rides that came to their local county fair each year, jostling, nerve-wracking, and likely to break and kill the passengers at any moment. Allison glanced down just once. The light from the torch was a tiny ball below, and the people looked like dolls. That was enough. Like Miri, she closed her eyes for the rest of the trip, too. At the top, another dozen cultists, with the same masks, clothes, and weapons, waited to collect them. In the fading light, she looked to her left and saw a tunnel heading into the side of the mountain, its end lost in the encroaching darkness. By the time the last cage of passengers made it to the top, night had fallen, and cold, uncaring stars twinkled down on them. Her breath caught in her chest as she looked out over the rocky plain below. She imagined she could make out a tiny group of figures picking their way across the barren slopes far below. She said nothing, hoping none of the others noticed. "What of the ones following us?" Ubira asked. The woman in charge stared out over the mountain pass below before answering.
"There is a place ahead where we will deal with them."
Chapter 30. Kellen stared up at the vertical wall of stone. His stomach lurched as he squinted, trying to make out the ledge far above where Ira said the coils of rope sat. Of Ubira, Allison, or the rest of the group, there was no sign. Yet, according to Ira, they could have gone no other way. The winged coyote drifted down from somewhere above, followed close behind by Vex, both mana beasts flapping their wings to slow their descent. In the dark, Kellen could barely make out Ira's form and couldn't see Vex at all. A moment later, Vex appeared just feet overhead. He popped into his fox form and dropped into Kellen's outstretched arms.
"There are large baskets and heavy rope they used to pull people up," Ira said. "But they're all too heavy for us to use without more people."
"So, what can we do?"
Shani asked.
"There is a large stone tied to the other end of the rope as a counterweight. The only way up will be for Vex and me to push it off the ledge. You'll have to climb up using the rope."
Kellen hoped the dark hid his apprehension. This sounded like the gym class from hell. Part of him didn't want to know the answer, but he asked anyway.
"How far up is the ledge?"
Ira tilted his head to the side, as if trying to understand the question. Kellen found whenever he asked about measurements, such as distances or time, it didn't translate well.
"I would say it is perhaps 20 times your height to the top," the coyote said. "It will be a long climb."
When he said the last part, he looked at Kellen. A glance at Shani and Obishi's arms made it clear they would have no trouble climbing the height. Ira apparently remembered Kellen's first lame attempt to climb one of the tall spears. He was clearly holding back from saying anything. Kellen had the same thoughts. He'd stripped away a little of the fluff and added some muscle in his weeks in Oras, but this was an undertaking of an entirely different caliber.
"You can make the climb if you spread out the use of your mana refresh," Ira said. "I think."
So much for the vote of confidence from Ira. Kellen stopped himself from looking up. The ledge Ira mentioned wasn't even visible in the darkness.
"You'll be fine,"
Vex said from Kellen's arms.
"I never worry about falling because if I do, I just bounce."
"Yeah, but I don't bounce," Kellen said. "What even gave you that idea?" Vex moved his body in a shrug.
"I thought everyone bounced. I've seen you bounce off your shield before."
"You should go last," Shani said. "That way, if you fall, you will not knock myself or the Earth Badger boy off the rope."
Make that -2 votes of confidence. Now Kellen just needed Obishi and Vex to tell him he probably wouldn't make it, and that would be the entire group.
"Once we get to the top, we can hold the rope up to help you,"
Obishi said. It wasn't exactly an insult, and Kellen knew he would need all the help he could get anyway. The morsel of pride he'd only just clung to had been smashed to bits weeks ago anyhow.
"We should keep going,"
Shani said. Kellen agreed, not because he had any desire to scale up a cliff, yet he realized the longer they sat there and talked about it, the harder it would be to convince himself he could make it to the top. They backed away from the base of the rock, and Ira flew back up to the ledge. A few moments later, a rock about the size of a beach ball crashed into the ground, sending up a shower of stone chips. Kellen shielded his face and felt a couple glance off his chest and arms.
All set,
Ira's voice rang out from somewhere above. Shani grabbed the rope and started hauling herself up using mostly her arms. Obishi made an irritated noise and shouted after her.
You're doing it wrong. Let me show you how we do it.
Dropping down, Shani glared at Obishi as his shout of disapproval echoed throughout the mountain bowl. She thrust the rope toward him. Obishi muttered something, then took the rope from Shani. Instead of scaling up with his arms, he gripped it as high as he could reach and then leaned back to about a 45-degree angle. With a little hop, he pulled his legs out from under him and braced them on the side of the wall. In position, he started up, pushing off the wall with his feet as he pulled with his hands. In no time, he rose over their heads and into the gloom. Kellen told himself there was no way he was going to try that trick. Once Obishi had a decent head start, Shani started up after him. To Kellen's surprise, she copied the boy's stance and started climbing without so much as a good luck or try not to smash herself into a pancake on the rocks before she went.
Try not to smash yourself into a pancake on the rocks,
Vex said in a cheery voice.
There, does that help? Nothing like the fear of death to motivate you, huh?
Kellen made a mental note to better explain sarcasm to Vex if he survived the trip to the top. He grasped the rope, which was just thick enough that he couldn't wrap his hands around it. In the days before milking machines, Kellen's hands would have been 2 iron vice grips of strength as a dairyman's son. As it was, milking a cow by hand was a rare occasion. He hadn't done it in years, and never enough to build the powerful grasp his forebears undoubtedly had. He abandoned the idea of walking up the wall like Obishi as soon as he leaned back and braced his feet against the wall. It felt like hanging in empty space and made his head spin.
Don't worry, I'll be right there with you to coach you all the way to the top,
Vex said. Kellen gave him a pointed look.
Don't say anything until I make it to the top.
You got it,
Vex said, doing a little loop in the air in his bat form. Kellen adjusted his grip on the rope again, holding as high up as he could reach. He jumped and hauled himself up, boots scrabbling to find holds in the rock wall. The action recalled a time in his younger years at the local rec center when he'd climbed halfway up the rock wall, only to find his arms weren't long enough to reach higher, and he couldn't go down without falling. He'd clung to the side of the wall until the rec center employee belaying him pulled on the rope and yanked him off the wall to hang midair before lowering him to the ground.
You always share the most interesting memories at the strangest times,
Vex said.
That's the last thing I'd want to think about right now if I was you.
Gritting his teeth, Kellen banished the unpleasant recollection. He focused on one step after the other, and when his arms started to burn less than 10 feet off the ground, he found the calm to push mana through his body. Flooded with fresh strength and perhaps a dash of confidence, Kellen rose higher and higher up the wall. He kept his head craned back and soon thought he could make out Shani and Obishi looking down at him over the ledge. He told himself it hadn't been as bad as he'd expected. His arms burned and his legs ached, but he could make it. Then his foot slipped as a chunk of rock broke away beneath his boot. Legs lurching out from underneath him, he hung by his arms only, dangling in empty air. There seemed to be just enough light from the stars and the rising moon to paint out just how far he stood to fall. He swore under his breath, spikes of adrenaline needling him like a human-sized pincushion.
I think you could use some encouragement,
Vex said.
You're almost there, 1 foot after the other. It's about the journey, not the destination.
Sweat beaded on his forehead, and willing his fingers to release the rope so he could pull himself up was an act of ultimate discipline. He uncurled one at a time, as if each weighed the situation independently and openly rebelled against the act. Obishi sent down quiet words of encouragement. Kellen felt like he was underwater and couldn't understand anything the boy said. Kicking at empty air, he tried to find purchase on the rock wall again. He glanced off it, but instead of gaining a foothold, the kick pushed him out away from the wall. Swinging in open air, a wave of dizziness came over him. He shivered, a cold sweat trickling all over him. He squeezed his eyes shut.
Pull him up,
Vex yelled up to the others.
Pull him up!
Kellen felt the rope rise an inch at a time. He didn't dare open his eyes to look in case the vertigo overtook him again. Soon hands grasped his wrists and hauled him over the ledge. He lay face up, panting like a dog in July. When he cracked his eyes open, everyone was watching him.
You did it!
Vex said, a wide smile showing his little fangs. Obishi nodded.
Well done.
Ira's mouth was open in a familiar canine grin.
Wait until I tell Nokum.
Shani said nothing, and Kellen shared her feeling that he didn't deserve any of the praise. He blushed, both from the patronizing attention and the shame that he'd frozen and had to be hauled up. The embarrassment drove away the lingering dizziness, and he hopped to his feet.
I'm ready if you guys are,
he said, hoping to change the subject. Up on the ledge, Kellen saw a tunnel, just wide enough for a person to walk with their arms outstretched. He and Shani had similar heights, and when they approached, he couldn't raise his arms all the way without touching the ceiling.
Where does this lead?
Shani asked Ira, stopping at the entrance.
I do not know, the coyote replied. My nose smells fresh air ahead, and I can sense a breeze, so I think it goes through the mountain, not into it. It would take some time for me to fly over the top of the mountain and find the other side, and I risk encountering the black bird again.
Shani nodded in understanding.
I will lead the way.
Wait, Kellen said, struck by sudden inspiration. Aside from his personal concerns of walking into a dark, unknown tunnel, it was a good idea to know what lay ahead. He stepped past Shani to the beginning of the tunnel and raised a hand, palm upward. Concentrating, he channeled his sun mana and shaped it into a ball. Once he felt the shape would hold, he hauled it back and threw it down the tunnel. The ball of golden light hit the ground, bounced, and continued for another few yards until it winked out with no hint of the tunnel's end.
That was clever, Ira said, and his weary voice sounded surprised, even impressed. Did you mean to combine the shield and projectile working together?
Sort of, he admitted. Since my shields are stronger, I thought I could make a miniature one that would go farther than a bolt before it went out.
Can you make another one to guide us? Ira asked.
No problem,
Vex interrupted. He fluttered forward, a ball of light growing in his open mouth. It made it to the size of a tennis ball before Vex strained not to drop it.
"'Ll this work?"
Kellen felt a brush of annoyance at Vex for stealing some of his thunder. He had to admit the mana beast's light was brighter than his, though, and it would keep him both quiet and occupied.
That will do, Ira said. I will go first with Vex. Shani, you follow us, then Kellen and the Earth Badger boy. I have a name,
Obishi muttered as they set off. They walked through the tunnel without a word, the occasional scuff of feet echoing in the glow of Vex's light. The tunnel went perfectly straight, and if it sloped up or down, it was so gradual Kellen didn't notice. He studied the walls, expecting to see chisel marks. They looked smooth, so smooth he suspected they weren't natural. Maybe someone with earth mana abilities had shaped the passage. The cold rock pressed in around them, and Kellen's breath misted in front of his face. It was much colder than outside. About 100 yards into the tunnel, Vex's light winked out. Kellen asked what was wrong, then saw the faint outline of pale moonlight marking the end of the passage ahead. At the same time, a strange, prickling sensation covered the back of his head. Ahead, Iris stopped.
Do you feel that?
He asked, the hair on the coyote's neck rising.
Yes,
Kellen said in a low voice. Although they were surrounded by walls of rock, he felt exposed. To what? He couldn't say.
"What is it?"
Vex asked. The coyote raised his head and sniffed. He said nothing for several moments, nose extended, ears turned forward.
I don't know,
he said at last.
Be careful ahead. Expect anything.
Chapter 31. Ira crept out of the cover of the cave first. He moved slowly, with the natural caution of his kind, testing the air, eyes and ears in constant motion. After several moments, his head turned back to the rest of them.
I think it's safe to come out.
Shani went first, followed by Kellen and Vex, then Obishi bringing up the rear. They proceeded carefully and scanned their surroundings, even though Ira had just done the same thing. The air was crisp, and a layer of icy snow creaked under Kellen's boots as he walked. To their left, a steep chute of rock cut between two peaks. Without peering over the edge, he guessed there was nothing to the right but open air for hundreds of feet.
Something isn't right, Obishi said. I am no beast caller, but even I can sense something wrong in the bones of this mountain.
Ahead of them, the trail hugged the mountainside and wound out of sight. A powerful feeling of vulnerability gripped Kellen, and an unease radiated from Vex, who was normally confident and carefree. Kellen stretched out his mana senses, trying to pinpoint what or where the cause for danger might be. It felt like there was a blanket laying over top of them, suffocating any hint of the threat. They took a few more cautious steps forward until they stood right in the middle of the base of the narrow chute. Kellen glanced up the steep, rock-filled slope. He could see nothing beyond a thin layer of frost on the pale, corpse-colored rocks. The sheen of the ice glittered from a million tiny crystals in the light of the stars and moon. It was beautiful but sharp, dangerous, like the edge of a new knife.
I don't like this,
Vex whimpered. He popped into his fox form and burrowed into Kellen's arms. Kellen expected Shani to call them cowards. Instead, she drew her sword. In the end, it was Ira that got them moving.
We should not stop here, he said. Let me see what is up ahead around the bend. Be ready to run back to the tunnel.
Kellen wished he had taken the time to complete a mana dance before they'd moved back out into the open. His only option now was to channel his mana, which he did, forming a shield that he felt reasonably certain he could throw over them if something happened. Iris soon padded back toward them, wearing a relieved look.
All clear ahead. Maybe I just worry too much in my old age. Nokum would.
Kellen, run!
Allison's desperate, shrieking voice cut through the night air like a scythe. The scream reverberated in the rock chute, though Kellen thought he placed her location somewhere above them, overlooking the trail. A moment later, thunder clapped. No, not thunder. He looked up the rock chute and saw boulders of all sizes crashing down toward them.
Get back!
Iris shouted, running toward them as he stretched out his wings to take flight. He jumped into the air, tattered wings spread. A second later, an all-too-familiar black shadow crashed into him, screaming like death itself. Shani ran toward the spot where Ira and the black bird had tumbled off the cliff, but Kellen grabbed her arm.
He'll be fine. We've got to get to the tunnel.
They set off at a run, rocks of all shapes and sizes tumbling down in front of, between, and above them. Obishi led the way. Kellen sprinted, Vex tucked under his arm like a football. He judged the distance to the cavern. The rocks rained down faster, the larger ones causing them to duck or stop to pass, while the smaller gravel got underfoot and threatened to make them slip and fall over the edge. He thought of channeling a shield, then abandoned the idea. They were too far apart for it to do any good. Somewhere over the rumble of the rock slide, he heard Ubira's bird let out a terrible shriek. He didn't dare look back to see how Ira fared. Ahead, a rock the size of a softball struck Obishi in the shoulder and spun him to the ground. The slip gave Kellen, Vex, and Shani time to catch up. While Shani dragged the boy to his feet, Kellen stretched his budding shield in his free hand. He spread the golden light out like a thick dough above them, trying to ignore the boulders crashing down all around them. The rock slide roared down on them faster and heavier. Retreating to the tunnel was no longer an option. Unless...
Stay crouched down and away from the edge,
Kellen shouted over the thundering stone.
Move slow. I think I can hold the rocks off.
He placed Vex on the ground, using both hands to control the golden mana. His shield stretched out above them just as a boulder the size of a Volkswagen Bug struck the ground just above them. It rocketed over their heads and would have killed them all if they'd been standing, shield or not. An instant later, it was gone over the abyss.
Slow and steady,
Kellen yelled. Shuffling along, they made it about 2/3 of the way across the chute, rocks cracking and splintering off Kellen's shield with even greater intensity. Each one made the golden shield of formed mana sizzle and spark. He didn't know what would happen if another car-sized stone hit them. They inched forward, but the growing torrent posed a new danger. The wave of rocks would push them right off the edge. There was only one option. "When I give the word, run!" Gritting his teeth, Kellen slid the shield from over their heads until it formed a wall like an offensive lineman, clearing the path ahead. The rock slide poured around it, cutting a path through the wave. "Go!" They made it about a dozen paces. Then a rock struck Kellen on the side of the head. He reeled. Vex bounced off the path. The shield flickered out, and the abyss rose to meet him. Kellen's arms pinwheeled. This was it. But a strong grip latched onto his wrist and yanked him forward. He had only a split second to realize Shani had saved his life when an explosion of rock reverberated through air and ground alike. They glanced up and found a boulder easily the size of the mana bear rumbling down toward them. Kellen's mind sized up the scene. They had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. If they stayed where they were, the rock would smash them flat, mana shield or no. The boulder lumbered toward them like a great yo-yo, so wide it barely fit through the upper reaches of the chute from where it had been dislodged. But the chute widened, and as it did, the dump truck-sized rock gained speed. "Over the edge!" Kellen's voice rose to a manic, high-pitched shriek. "Climb over the edge!" Battered by stone from all sides, they dropped flat on the ledge, fighting against the sliding rock for grips and footholds. It was all a game of chance now. At any moment, rocks of 1,000 different shapes and sizes could send them plummeting to their deaths. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shani slip, then catch herself with a wild scrabble. Inching backward on his belly, Kellen felt a cold chill seize him as his legs kicked over empty air. Grasping at the rim of the rock for literally dear life, he glanced up at the massive boulder. It would be on them in seconds. What had he been thinking? They were dead. As certain as these mountains would stand to the end of time, they were dead. "There's a ledge below!" Vex's shout tore Kellen's eyes from their impending doom. He glanced down over his shoulder and saw a ledge jutting out from the rock, maybe 10 yards wide and almost as long. It stretched out like a wide triangle, but there just might be enough room for them all. Shani caught Kellen's eye as they both looked up. "Better than being smeared on the side of the mountain." Without waiting for him, she let go. Kellen hesitated as uncertainty gripped him. What if he hit the ledge and rolled off? What if he missed? "Kellen, you can make it!" Vex screamed, fluttered inches from his face. "Trust me!" A calm filled him. Almost of their own will, his fingers eased their grip. He closed his eyes and fell into space, rocks raining down around him. Chapter 32. With his eyes closed, it was both a relieving and incredibly painful realization when Kellen struck the rock ledge. He turned sideways as he fell and landed hard on his hip and shoulder. There'd been no point bothering with his shield. In a state of terror, and given the relatively short fall, he couldn't have channeled mana in time even if he'd wanted to. The blow forced the wind from him in a violent gasp. A second later, his head cracked against the stone. For an instant, he wondered if he shouldn't have just leaped into open air. Falling hundreds of feet might have been an instantaneous death instead of the agony coursing through him now. As it was, he barely noticed the whoosh of air as the massive boulder rocketed past the ledge. 2 points of tiny, piercing pain, hardly noticeable in Kellen's concussed state, flared from his arm. He cracked an eye open and saw Vex's mouth latched onto his hand, the little fox doing everything in his power to drag Kellen under the shelf. Shani crawled towards him on hands and knees and pulled the same arm. Together they dragged him into safety and out of the falling rocks. He giggled, lost in delirium. "I have no idea what's so funny," Vex said. He glanced up at Shani. "Maybe he finally snapped." "Falling in love rocks," Kellen spluttered out, barely able to speak over the rising giggles. Somewhere his consciousness realized he'd hit his head and wasn't making any sense. He laughed and tears ran down his face. Like a switch, the pain in shoulder, ribs, and hip ended comedy hour. The giggles turned into a groan of pain. Everything felt broken, his entire left side a mass of throbbing pain. He managed a weak cough despite his aching ribs and felt something trickle out of the corner of his mouth.
"Oh, blood," Vex said. "This is bad."
Shani grasped his shoulder. Vaguely, Kellen felt her grip. It felt faint, like she'd grabbed him through a thick coat.
Use your mana, Kellen. Restore your body, or you're going to die.
That's the
Why was it so hard to talk or breathe?
first time you've said my name.
Kellen knew he was talking nonsense. Coherent thoughts were harder to come by than deathbed ramblings at the moment. Vex padded forward until his golden fluff filled Kellen's vision. Bright green eyes watched Kellen with concern, no, agony, as if they shared the pain. Vex nudged him with the tip of his cold, wet nose. A moment of clarity flooded him. His head cleared just enough for him to sense his beast heart and the distant pool of mana within. Reaching for it, he pictured a pond of golden, dancing liquid. The mana responded, flowing through his veins. Instead of being satisfied with the usual refreshing feeling, he willed the mana deeper, focusing on his areas of pain. Kellen gasped, feeling his minor injuries knit themselves. The sharp aches in his head, shoulder, and hip faded to a dull, manageable pain. He sat up, blinking.
I did not know you could heal yourself,
Shani said. Kellen thought he caught a hint of surprise in her words, bordering on awestruck. It was gone before he could reply, leaving him to wonder if he'd imagined it or if he'd hit his head harder than he thought.
Me neither,
Kellen admitted. He'd expected the mana restored to stabilize him, not make him completely better.
I'm not exactly sure how I did it. I just focused the mana on the areas that hurt instead of letting it run from my beast heart on its own.
It wasn't so much digging a ditch to move the flow, more like placing your finger in the path of a trailing raindrop and watching as it meandered down a different route. Explaining that out loud to someone who'd never felt mana before wasn't easy.
That was awesome,
Vex said, bouncing up and down with pride. Aside from dusty, ruffled fur, he looked no worse for the wear after the rock slide. A groan cut their celebration short. Obishi leaned against the cave wall a little farther inside. He sat slumped forward, cradling his right arm in his lap. Kellen didn't need to get any closer to see the unnatural bend and know it was broken.
Can you help him?
Shani asked. Kellen didn't answer and rose on shaky legs to walk to Obishi. He knelt down next to the boy, who let out a hiss of pain through his gritted teeth. The boy also had a shallow cut across his forehead that dripped blood onto the stone floor every few seconds, but that appeared to be the worst of the damage.
Stuck my arm out to catch myself, like a fool,
Obishi grunted.
You're alive. That's what counts,
Kellen said. He hesitated just as he'd been about to touch the arm. Living on a farm meant he'd learned some rudimentary veterinarian practices, but setting a bone in an animal, let alone a person, was far beyond his capability, unless he could use mana to do it. Kellen closed his eyes to aid his focus on the golden pool of mana again. He held both his hands just over the break in Obishi's arm, and this time focused the mana out through his palms without trying to shape it. Imagining the free-flowing liquid, he willed it to gather in his hands. Once he'd collected enough, he sensed that pushing it to the break to mend the bone and ease the pain would be an easy task. When Kellen opened his eyes, however, his palms were empty. He hadn't even channeled any mana to his hands, let alone everything he'd pictured in his head. Frowning, he tried again. Nothing happened.
I don't think I can do anything for you, Obishi,
Kellen said.
I'm sorry.
The words sounded lame, and Kellen felt all the worse when he looked down at the fractured arm. He'd really thought he was onto something that time. It had all felt so right, so natural. Maybe he'd hit his head harder than he thought.
Don't feel bad,
Vex said, giving Kellen's hand a reassuring nuzzle.
I thought it was going to work too.
Kellen stood and surveyed their surroundings for the first time. Aside from the wide ledge they'd dropped to, the cave wasn't much bigger than the inside of a truck camper, about 4 paces across and maybe 7 deep. The back was obscured in shadow, but enough moonlight shone in to reveal a solid wall of rock. Vex bounded for it, growing a sphere of light in his mouth as he did so. When he reached the rear of the cave, he tipped his head back, revealing the wall. To Kellen's surprise, a number of semi-detailed paintings appeared in Vex's light. Walking forward to study them closer, he saw a line of small figures painted on the stone to show them climbing up the side of the mountain. The line of people stopped between two large peaks, and a break in the drawing appeared, suggesting a new scene. Going from left to right, the next scene showed a single person with a small, generic animal at their side. He thought it might be a badger or perhaps a rabbit. This person, which he guessed was a beast caller, stood with a raised hand. In the last section of art, the same line of people looked like they were filing through a cave. "What do you think this means?" Kellen asked Shani, who joined them and was studying the paintings in silence.
"Maybe this cave did not used to be on the side of a cliff, or perhaps there was once a ladder or rope to reach it," Shani said. "We are taught that the Wild Mother led our first grandparents out of caves to the land of Oras, but this does not look like that story."
Nodding in absent agreement, Kellen wandered back to the center of the wall. He looked down and found a circular area about waist height. The circle was drawn in black with a series of different symbols placed outside but around it. A sun, stars, a wave, lightning, a leaf, flame, what might have been a rock or a piece of ore, and a smaller circle with a wide Y shape set in it that divided the circle into thirds. It didn't take years of experience as a beast caller to realize they were the different elements of mana, but the last symbol, the circle divided in thirds, was the odd shape out. It reminded Kellen of a peace sign without the straight line between the forks of the Y. "What is that?" Kellen asked Shani, pointing to the smaller circle. "Nocum taught me there are 7 types of mana, which I can guess from all the shapes but this one." Shani glanced at it. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the group, then at last she shook her head.
"I do not know. Maybe it is an ancient symbol for a beast caller."
Kellen brushed his fingers over the symbols. That didn't seem quite right. Bending down to eye level with the circle, he discovered it had an indentation in the center, a hole that disappeared out of sight. It reminded him of a keyhole. The discovery drove all thoughts of an extra mana symbol from his mind. He turned to Vex, who was sniffing around the ground at the base of the back wall. "Can you sense any mana?" Vex raised his head in an extended sniff, holding his nose up position for a moment, then shook his head.
Nope. Look down here, though.
Kellen went down to his hands and knees and studied the space where the back wall and the cavern floor met.
"What is it?"
Shani asked. Running his finger along the line, Kellen's excitement grew. He twisted around to look at Shani, unable to cover his smile.
"There's definitely a seam here. I think the back of the cave is a wall, not a natural part of the stone."
Shani knelt beside Kellen and Vex and felt across it with her fingertips.
"I think you are right."
She stood up and threw her weight against the painted rock wall. Nothing happened. Kellen joined her, and together they tried pushing straight ahead and to the side as if it were a great sliding door. The rock didn't budge. Recalling all the movies he'd seen with hidden latches, he felt along the paintings and the empty spaces for any kind of break that could indicate a pressure pad. But even if the stone from the wall and the cave floor were separate, they seemed as solid as the rest of the mountain. Abandoning his search, he sat back down in front of the circle while Shani handed Obishi her water canteen that had somehow survived the fall. The hole in the center of the circle was large enough to fit a finger through, but too small for Kellen's knife. He was curious to know how deep it went into the rock. In his short time in Oras, he'd learned enough to know better than to stick his finger inside or even peer through it.
What if I shed some light on the matter?
Vex said, in a level enough tone that Kellen couldn't be sure if he'd intended the pun or not. He picked up the little fox, and Vex let out a long, slow breath. Tendrils of golden light twisted toward the hole and disappeared inside. Vex and Kellen peered inside. The string of light was barely visible now, and still moving. In the tiny space, it was hard to judge distances, but he guessed the rock to be thicker than he was tall. He'd just asked Vex if he could send another light through when the ground shook. Scrambling to his feet, Kellen stumbled backwards as the entire back wall of the cave shuddered and sank into the ground. A rumbling filled the cavern, and bits of rock and dust sprinkled down from above. Too drained to channel a mana shield, Kellen threw his hand over his head and ran toward Obishi, cradling and protecting Vex with his body in case of a cave-in. The rumbling stopped just as he reached Obishi's side. When Kellen looked back, he saw the back wall had completely sunken into the ground, revealing another chamber on the other side. "Are you okay?" he asked Obishi. The boy nodded, ashen-faced, but no worse than he'd been before with his broken arm. Kellen looked at Shani, unsure if she might be offended if he asked how she was. She nodded, apparently deciphering his look.
"I'm fine, thanks for asking,"
Vex said in a shaken voice Kellen couldn't tell was fake or not.
"You're just lucky that I can't pee when I'm scared."
Kellen almost dropped him out of reflex. While Obishi watched from behind, his pain outweighing his curiosity, Kellen, Shani, and Vex approached the slab of stone that had once been the back wall of the cave. Kellen leaned out and tapped a foot on the top of it, then pulled it back right away. He'd seen enough archaeological adventure movies to know how careless people lost limbs in situations like these. Shani let out a huff that might have been a sigh of impatience and stepped on the stone. Kellen's shout of warning died on his lips as nothing happened. She looked back at him with a blank expression that he swore held a hint of self-satisfaction.
"You are too careful,"
she said. Without waiting for his response or to see if he was following, she walked down the tunnel revealed by the secret passage. The walk didn't take long. The cave ended with an apparently bottomless pit, although in the faint flow of a golden bauble created by Vex, they could see a path on the other side.
Blah!
Vex spat the golden orb he'd made into the chasm. The light fell and winked out without hitting the bottom. Kellen sat the little fox on the ground and channeled his own ball of light. Holding it stretched out in front of him, he examined the cave walls for any clues or additional paintings. Both side walls were bare. Acting on a flash of inspiration, he hauled the ball of golden mana back like a baseball and pitched it across the chasm. It hit the ground and bounced. A second later, the cavern shook again.
"Get out of there!"
Obishi shouted. Kellen and Shani just had time to turn around before another massive slab of stone fell from the ceiling, trapping them. Chapter 33.
"You killed him."
Allison's voice barely rose above a hoarse, venomous whisper. She'd screamed and screamed until her vocal cords felt as if they'd peeled apart like string cheese.
"You told me you wouldn't hurt him."
She stared at Ubira with burning, swollen eyes. The screaming was over. The tears dried. Nothing but a hollow hatred for the man in front of her remained. They remained on the ledge overlooking the path below until the last of the rocks stopped tumbling and settled into place. Rocks covered a long stretch of the trail, almost from the tunnel to the bend, and there was no sign of Kellen, the other two people he'd been with, or either of the animals. She stared at the spot where she'd last seen Kellen before he disappeared over the cliff.
"He's going to come back. He'll climb right on up. I know it. Please."
But close to an hour went by, or at least it seemed, and he never did. A dozen masked cultists picked their way down from the top of the chute. They'd been the ones to trigger the massive rock slide. She didn't know how they'd done it, especially how they had managed to dislodge the massive, elephant-sized boulder. She'd fought with all her might, eventually opening and twisting her mouth wide enough to bite the hand of the cultist covering her face. But her shout hadn't been soon enough, and now Kellen was gone. Professor Gates gripped her tight, an arm looped around her shoulders. She knew he was afraid she'd go too far and get herself in trouble. Allison didn't care. One day, she swore, she'd kill Ubira. She was prepared to wait and hate him as long as it took. Ubira ignored her, just as he had the whole time she'd shrieked and threatened herself hoarse. When the cultist woman returned, leading the others out of the chute, the slaver broke his silence.
"That was a bit excessive, don't you think?"
The leader of the cultists shook her head.
Maybe to deal with them, but it is good to cover the path, make it look abandoned. We cannot risk the others following them and finding us when we are this close. There are enough of them to cause problems.
Maybe so, Ubira said, but now they don't have even their companion strength mana beast. Chakra defeated him. When he returns to his beast caller, he will be nothing more than a ward like the other.
Allison filled in the gaps of understanding she had in Ubira's words with what she'd seen of the fight between Chakra and the flying coyote. They'd disappeared out of sight over the cliff, then reappeared high in the sky overhead. One moment the two were locked in battle in the air, and the next the coyote disappeared in a flash of dark blue light. Though Chakra hadn't escaped unscathed either. When she'd landed on the rocks above them, she'd shrank down to the size of a swan. Quite the difference, considering she'd been as tall as Ubira before the fight started.
"You're sure they are dead?"
the woman asked, sending another gut-wrenching pain through Allison.
Chakra flew down to the base of the mountain, Ubira said. She was only just strong enough to make it back up after her fight. There were no bodies, but with the number of rocks that fell, they would have been buried. They weren't hanging on the side of the cliff, if that's what you're worried about.
Good, the woman said. Her emotionless response made Allison hate her almost as much as Ubira. How could she act like that when she just killed 3 people?
"We should go. I am eager to reach the city. We can arrive before midday if we move quickly."
As the cultists shepherded the prisoners in line, Allison debated if she wanted to get up or not. Part of her wanted to stay there, to refuse to move until they dragged her along or killed her. But as she thought about it, the fire she'd always had inside her flared, giving her strength. If she didn't get up, she couldn't make Ubira pay for what he'd done to her brother. Allison rose and fell in line. If nothing else, she had to look after Kato and Miri. She didn't trust these cultists or whatever plans they had for the captives. Ubira caught her eye, and she stared back into his hated yellow eyes. In the end, he was the one to look away as the cultists led them down the ledge and back onto the trail beyond the rock slide. The path grew wilder with the rising sun. Mostly that meant the trail grew narrow or sloughed away completely in spots. They'd passed around the first sentinel of mountains overlooking the plains, so the sun didn't shine directly down on them for hours. Allison felt nothing from its cold light. In a different circumstance, she would have been thrilled to explore the high mountain crags. Overhead, the morning sun had burned the clouds away, giving her the first real view of the mountain peaks, jutting around them like a bed of spears. Vast banks of snow reflected the same sunlight, illuminating the harsh landscape in blinding detail. Even through her sorrow, Allison imagined this was what climbing Mount Everest must be like.
"That isn't just snow," Professor Gates remarked. "These are glaciers."
Ahead of them, the glacier field narrowed between walls of ice. It appeared as if a massive hatchet had chopped the glacier in half, forming a rough canyon down the middle of the glacier where it filled the saddle between 2 mountain peaks. From a distance, Allison thought the dark path through the glacier was just wide enough for a person. As they drew closer, it continued to grow until she realized it was as wide as a city street. They continued into its depths. The world became a frozen, dark thoroughfare. High above, a cut of clear blue sky could be seen. The sunlight hardly penetrated the ice, but shone down enough to cast the frozen walls in a mesmerizing blue light. Down in the bowels of the glacier, their footfalls crunched on dry, sugared snow. Plumes of breath rose from the lines of cultists and captives as the masked woman led them deeper and deeper into the darkness. Weary from their all-night march on top of the already demanding trek into the mountains, no one spoke. The imposing ice pressing in around them swallowed all sound. Allison ignored the cold, focusing on one step after another. Occasionally, she found the strength to force a smile or a funny face at Miri, whose chin hung over the professor's shoulder while he took his turn carrying her. Either the little girl wasn't fooled by the false cheer, or she felt so much despair and fear that she couldn't manage even a tiny smile in return. Eventually, they came upon a bright green waterfall cascading down between a crack in the glacier.
it formed several small pools in the pitted rock below. A mist rose from the blue-green water. As they drew closer, she felt the air warm and realized the pools were hot springs. Stunning orange and purple moss grew in patches between the pools.
All newcomers to the city must be cleansed in the pools, no matter their station,
the woman in charge said. As she spoke, several of the masked began herding the captives toward the ponds.
Remove your clothing and bathe in the waters. Consider yourselves blessed for this opportunity.
Stripping down in front of a bunch of kidnapping creeps didn't sound like much of a blessing to Allison. Professor Gates apparently caught on to this because he hurried to her and Miri's side as the other captives began to undress.
The water will warm you up, he told them. I will stand with my back to you so you cannot be seen.
We're not getting in the water, Allison said. At least not with our clothes off.
Your clothes will freeze as soon as we leave if they're wet, the professor said. Please, Allison, just what is going on here?
A masked figure, a man based on the sound of his voice, approached them, club held in one hand. He stopped short of the trio.
Get in the water, unclean.
We aren't getting in the water until you perverts turn around,
Allison said in a loud voice.
So either...
Faster than she could react, the man reversed his club and jammed the stick into her shoulder. She cried out in pain and fell to the rocky ground. The masked man stepped forward, ready to strike her again. All at once, Professor Gates charged into his side, and the pair went down in a heap. A second later, Kato jumped in the fray. She rushed forward as more masked people arrived and started clubbing the professor and the boy as they struggled against the man who'd struck Allison.
Stop it!
She screamed.
They didn't do anything!
And then Ubira was in their midst, obsidian spear lashing out like a baseball bat.
These are not yours to beat,
he shouted as the masked people fell back. Even with their faces covered, she could sense their fear. They were bullies, happy to pick on defenseless people, but cowards when someone faced them with equal footing.
Peace,
the leader said, raising her open hands.
Deal with them yourself, Ubira, but they do not enter Seattle unless they are cleansed.
Allison helped Kato and Professor Gates to their feet. The older man groaned, clutching at his side.
I'm sorry,
she whispered to them, tears stinging her eyes.
I didn't mean for you to get hurt.
Not to worry,
the professor managed in a pained voice.
I couldn't just let them do that. Get in the water before I beat you myself,
Ubira hissed, still standing between them and the masked people. She glowered at him, but after helping Professor Gates up, she took Miri's hand and found the most secluded corner of the pool she could manage. As they passed the other captives, some stared in shock, while others scowled at the masked people. Allison helped Miri out of her clothes, and they both bathed in the hot water as quickly as possible. The water stank like rotten eggs, but the professor had been right. It did feel good, and it warmed her up. When everyone was finished and dressed, the masked people lined them back up again, and they set off. Allison bit her lip, a stab of guilt hitting her each time she glanced back and saw Professor Gates limping and Kato cradling his head in his hands. All because of her. After what felt like several blocks, the light at the far end of the glacier grew, promising an escape from the expanse of ancient ice. When they appeared on the other side, they stood on a broad slope overlooking a hidden world.
My word,
Professor Gates muttered, eyes wide.
It almost makes it all worth it. If the Machu Picchu scholars could see this.
An entire city of terraces sat on top of the world. Dozens of levels of fields, walls, and stone buildings ran hundreds of feet down the mountain. There was too much to take in all at once. Pens with llamas and cultivated gardens and farms full of workers covered the mountainside. It made no sense that on the other side of the glacier, nothing but dried-out moss, snowdrifts, and endless rock existed. Here, trees grew on almost vertical mountainsides, and though vibrant splashes of leaves painted the expanse in reds, oranges, and yellows, no sign of winter existed. A tiered, pyramid-shaped building sat at the highest point of the city, directly across from where they stood. Rather than a pointed top, It had a broad, flat platform, positioned so one could stand on it and look down over all the different levels below. A massive half-ring statue extending to vertical forked tines set on top of the platform like the pyramid's crown. One of the tines was broken, but it did little to diminish the majesty of the architecture. Allison found herself wondering if the sun or moon ever lined up in the sky to shine through the middle of the broken ring. Many of the stone buildings were lined together like townhouses, connected by graveled footpaths or staircases of flat rocks. Some of these hinted at occupants, with their thatched roofs and unkempt appearance, while others were exposed to the elements and had collapsed walls. Far more of the buildings looked to be unused or in disrepair, especially the larger ones that weren't houses. Lichen covered the temple's cracked and weather-worn stones, though care had been taken to keep it free of debris. Allison expected them to head to the temple. Instead, the masked woman led them down a narrow, ceaseless switchback path on a cliff that circled the mountaintop city like an arm. As they made their descent, people, men, women, and even some children, shouted and pointed up at them. None of the cultists responded to the waves or welcoming shouts.
"I thought you said the Earth Badger empires didn't keep slaves,"
Allison asked the professor. "I don't think these people are Earth Badger," Professor Gates responded. "Whoever they are, these people have rebuilt parts of this city, but most of it is still in ruin. This one looks like it was abandoned for some time before being resettled."
"These are not my people."
Allison risked a glance back on the steep trail at the sound of a woman speaking. She was one of the Earth Badger captives captured in the caravan attack, walking just behind Kato. If Allison had to guess, she would have put the woman near her mom's age. Her dark hair showed no signs of gray, but tiny wrinkles of middle age showed in the corners of her eyes and mouth.
"They are hiding in our remains like maggots."
"Quiet!" a cultist snapped from farther back in the line. The woman glared, and Allison hoped she would ignore the man to tell them more, but she fell silent. By the bottom of the descent, Professor Gates and some of the older captives limped from the steep, precarious trail. Loose rocks had sent many sprawling. One man had slipped and almost fell over the side of the path before Gates and a cultist had grabbed him and pulled him back. Allison gathered her share of cuts and bruises, even with good shoes on. By the time they reached the bottom, Kato hobbled on a swollen knee and relied on Allison's support to help him keep up the pace. When they reached the base of the cliff, they continued along it, parallel to the city. Here, a well-worn path of rock stepping stones and gravel led to a ridge even in height to the middle of the stacked city. Behind them, like rows and rows of honeycombs, empty holes in the rock stared out of the buildings and terraces. Each was shaped like a beehive, just tall enough for a person to walk through without having to stoop over. The holes rose so far that Allison could still see them when she craned her head all the way back. The ones level with them were the largest, wide enough for two people to pass through side by side. "I don't like the look of this," Professor Gates muttered. "If I'm not mistaken, those are tombs." At a command from the masked woman, the cultists herded them inside, brandishing their clubs at anyone not moving fast enough for their liking. Pulled along with the rest, Allison glanced over her shoulder to look at the blue sky and the sun on the mountain peaks as long as she could. She wondered if she would ever see them again. Chapter 34. Kellen let his head fall back against the stone slab, defeated. They'd tried everything to trigger the mechanism that might move the stone and allow them to return to the outer passage where Obishi waited. Nothing had worked. Not pounding on the slab, not blasting it with raw sun mana, not throwing balls of mana into the pit or across the divide. Nothing. Unlike the last rock, this one had no paintings or hole through it. They'd screamed and screamed, then listened for Obishi. He never responded. Kellen hoped it was because he couldn't hear them, and not that the tunnel had collapsed or that he'd passed out from his injuries.
"Stupid rocks! Mother-cursed Earth Badger traps!"
Shani kicked the rock, spitting venom as she did. Some words even Kellen's translation powers failed to comprehend. By the way Shani wielded them,
He assumed they were swear words that defied translation. The meaning still came across. Vex had flown over the chasm to the other side, of course. In his bat form, he explored the area and found nothing but a square, 2-foot block set into the stone. Before he tried to press it down, Vex flew down the shaft of the chasm. It had taken him an hour to make the journey to the bottom and back. He reported nothing but a few scattered bones and some fragments that might have been a human skull before it had landed. The shaft was rectangular, with perfectly carved sides all the way to the bottom. Shani was right. It was a trap. Jumping the gap was out of the question. The space was too wide, and their ledge provided no room for a running start, even if it was possible. Vex didn't have the strength to carry either of them. When they'd exhausted all other options, Kellen asked him to sit on the square rock button, but his weight hadn't been enough to press it down, much less budge at all. Next, Kellen fashioned a ball of sun mana, and Vex flew it across the chasm to drop it on the plate. Nothing. Kellen tried chucking a mana ball across the gap, but when he'd finally hit the plate after what must have been close to 100 tries, the result was the same. Only one other feature provided a tantalizing clue about how they might make an escape. On the far side of the cave, on the opposite wall as the square block, a spur of stone rose from the ground. Vex inspected it and found it wasn't a lever. It appeared to be a handle of stone raised from the ground with earth mana to form a skinny stalagmite. No amount of mana blasts did anything to it. In fact, Kellen and Vex's attacks didn't so much as chip the rock. If the stalagmite wasn't curious enough, Vex also reported that it had a hole carved through the top of it, sort of like the eye of a needle. Kellen's guess was that it had formed a bridge at one point. If that were the case, there should have been other similar rock formations on their side of the chasm. There weren't. So what was it used for? Kellen lost track of how much time had passed. At some point, Shani stopped kicking the rock wall behind them. Vex stopped biting, pulling, and pushing the skinny stalagmite. Kellen's mind contemplated the possibility they would die in the cave.
Maybe Ira got away,
Kellen suggested to no one in particular.
If he comes back and finds the cave, then that will be well and good for Obishi,
Shani said.
But Ira didn't get away. I saw him return to mana.
Kellen's head turned toward her for an explanation. She raised her hands and made a motion like exploding fireworks with her fingers.
He used too much mana. Did my grandmother not teach you this? When this happens, a bonded mana beast must be reborn from the mana they are made of. He will reform with Nokum at ward strength.
But at least they will know where we are, Kellen suggested.
Yes,
Shani said, irritation spiking in her tone.
They will know that somewhere on the other side of the rock our bones are turning to dust.
You don't have to be snarky with me, Kellen snapped. I'm just trying to think of a way out. Silence fell between them. She looked surprised at the outburst of anger. Even Kellen himself was surprised. He supposed it was bound to happen after the month he'd had, capped off by their current predicament. He expected her to snap back, but she said nothing. The reality of their situation struck him. Death by slow dehydration with a splash of starvation would suck, yes. That paled compared to the gut-twisting realization that he'd failed his little sister. Their parents would never know what happened. Who knew what a life of slavery held for Allison? The thought made him sick. Burdened by Kellen's flagging hope, Vex curled up in his lap. Whether he meant to or not, the fox's warm, fluffy presence was soothing, even if it did nothing for their predicament in the big picture. Their only light came from conjured mana channeled by Kellen or Vex. After slinging mana about willy-nilly in the hopes they could trigger an escape, both were drained. Without asking Shani, Kellen let the light fade. Complete, total darkness engulfed them. In the pitch black, telling the passing of time was impossible. Kellen tipped his head back against the rock and slowly stroked Vex's fur. Silent tears trailed down both cheeks, more from frustration than sadness. Even without bonding with a magical creature, he'd done things he never thought he could be capable of. They'd survived giant bears, a miles-wide stampede, and giant storms, traveling hundreds of miles, all to die stuck in a tunnel. Why had he asked Vex to pour mana through that opening in the rock? At least on the other side, they could have waited and probably been rescued by Nokum and the rest of Grey Dawn. Kellen held little hope that Nokum would be able to move the boulder that had fallen in place. Everything about the chamber they were stuck in now suggested they'd fallen into a trap. "Your shields." Shani's voice came out of the darkness, and Kellen started. He'd been so wrapped up in his own mind that he'd forgotten she was there. It wasn't hard to do in the empty void. Kellen channeled a tiny finger length of golden mana. It flickered between him and Shani like a candle in the wind. "What about them?" he asked. "You could use them to help us cross the hole, like stepping stones." The possibilities sprang to Kellen's mind for about 2 seconds. "It won't work. You'll get one step out from the edge, and then you'll fall to your death." "So?" Shani gestured around them. "We are going to die anyway. Would you rather sit here and starve to death? I'm not asking you to be the one who tries to walk on them." "It's a shield, not a floating sidewalk. The shield forms around me and those close by. I can't move it wherever I want."
"This is true,"
Vex said. "Why not?" Shani demanded. "Because it just doesn't work that way. I don't know the rules." Kellen felt a surge of annoyance. Shani had spent the better part of a month looking at him like he was a pile of horse manure. Now she expected him to be some mighty beast caller who could bend mana to his will to accomplish whatever he wished. "It would be like asking a turtle just to pop off its shell so you could use it to walk across a stream without getting wet," Vex said. "Except in this case, instead of getting wet, you'd plummet thousands of feet and splatter on the floor." "At least I am willing to try," Shani said. Rather than the usual self-blame a statement like that triggered in Kellen, this time his annoyance flamed to anger. "That's easy to say for you," he said. "You've been looking for ways to get yourself killed for as long as I've known you." Shani's head whipped toward him. He was so startled he nearly lost control of the tiny strip of sun mana. Based on her wild eyes and set jaw, it looked like she wanted to kill him.
"Did I use feet right in that example?"
Vex asked. He was looking at Kellen and hadn't noticed the change come over Shani.
"It fell right in your head, but sometimes when I say these things out loud, they make no sense."
Shani wasn't distracted. She stared holes in Kellen.
"I told you before, you know nothing about me."
She slumped against the rock. He sighed and squished the channeled mana in his hand. Back to darkness, then. The silence lasted less than 5 minutes before Vex spoke.
"Look, humans, if we're going to die here, we can at least choose not to die of boredom."
Kellen felt Vex hop out of his lap, and flecks of golden light rose like glowing dust motes in the air above the little fox, like magic dandruff. Whenever the specks of light floated too high and faded, more appeared from his fur.
"And since we're all going to die here anyway, there's nothing Kellen can do if I kick off the conversation because he doesn't want to. And what we have here is a failure to communicate."
"Vex, no, I don't—" He reached for the fox, but Vex bounded out of his grasp. In a single bounce, he shot in the air over the chasm, out of reach.
"We'll go first,"
Vex said, still glowing with lighted dust.
"Why did you swear a death oath to kill Ubira?"
Kellen raised his hands, almost like his body was preparing to fend off an anticipated attack from Shani of its own accord. "We don't want to know that. You don't have to answer that." He expected her to be furious. Instead, she seemed empty.
"Ubira killed my husband."
From those 4 words, everything fell into place. Even Vex just stared, at a loss for the first time since they'd met. Kellen didn't know what to say. Everything that came to mind felt wrong. He opened his mouth to speak several times. Nothing came out.
"I'm sorry,"
he said at last. The words felt hollow, worthless. He looked at Shani, who stared into the abyss in front of them, eyes unfocused, lost. Whatever pain she held seemed to be a dead, frozen thing.
"If I was a beast caller, my mana could have saved him."
Shani's stare continued, and she nodded as if agreeing with herself.
"I could have protected him."
"Maybe," Kellen admitted. "For me, it's just been another thing to screw up. You're not a beast caller. You can't blame yourself for that. But I am, and I still got us stuck here."
That's not true,
Vex said, breaking his silence.
Really?
Kellen held up his hands, listing the examples. All along it's been you who saved us, or Nokum, or Ira. I'm lucky I didn't die a dozen times over.
Oh yeah?
Vex flew in close, so his tiny nose almost brushed Kellen's, and his big eyes filled Kellen's sight.
What about the stampede? All three of us would have died without your shield.
But it wasn't my shield,
Kellen said. I almost fried myself taking mana from the storm, and even then, you needed to maintain it after I passed out. I can't do anything right now to help us either, so what good is any of this power?
You should not be so hard on yourself.
Kellen and Vex turned to Shani. Kellen stared, sure he'd heard wrong. The person who'd criticized every action he'd taken in front of her was telling him not to be so hard on himself. She looked their way out of the corner of her eyes.
What are you staring at?
We're just wondering why—
Kellen snatched Vex out of the air and clamped a hand over Vex's mouth.
Why don't you go sit on the other side of the cave?
Vex scowled, but did as he was told and flew across the gap to the far side of the cavern. He landed on the square plate and shouted back at them.
You know I can hear you, right? And we share some of the same thoughts?
Kellen held up a finger and shushed the mana beast. Muttering, Vex changed into his fox form and turned away from them.
I don't know what it's like to lose someone like that,
Kellen said. He stumbled over each word.
But I know what it feels like to let my sister down.
I'm just going to say one thing and then I'll shut up,
Vex hollered across the room. He didn't wait for anyone's approval.
This whole time you've been acting like it's your fault that your sister got sucked into a magic portal and captured by slavers. I don't see how any of that has anything to do with you.
Kellen started a response several times, but couldn't put his feelings into words.
He has a point,
Shani said, before he could come up with anything logical.
You are being very hypocritical. But
he trailed off for a moment, then began to speak.
I made a promise,
he said at last.
About 5 years ago, my family went camping. I wanted to go for a hike alone. Allison found out and wanted to come.
He paused and ran a hand through his hair, feeling the old emotions settle back in.
I told her no, but she doesn't listen to anyone once she gets her mind on something. So I started walking. Allison followed. You could still see our tents from there, so I told her to go back. Then I ran off so she couldn't catch me. When I got back later that afternoon, Allison was gone. I thought she'd gone back with my parents, and they thought she was with me.
The memory filled his mind. His dad running around the lake, shouting Allison's name. His mom screaming at him for leaving Allison alone. The park rangers and searchers arriving that evening. He let out a shuddering breath.
She was lost for a day and a half. The whole time I wanted to die. I've never been so relieved as when they found her.
Silence lapsed. Vex, of course, knew most of the story from Kellen's memories, though he'd never brought it up. Knowing what Shani had been through made it easier to share with her. What had happened to her husband had been Kellen's worst nightmare until Allison came back safe.
I promised myself I would protect her from anything after that, he said. And then this happened.
Shani cleared her throat. Kellen looked across the ledge at her, but she'd suddenly found an interest in the ceiling.
I should not have been so hard on you. To see someone casually learn something I've wished for my whole life, it is not easy for me.
For some reason, her admission felt like a weight off of Kellen's chest.
I forgive you,
he said.
What?
Shani glared at him.
I did not ask your forgiveness.
Kellen shrugged. So, if we're going to die here, I don't want to hold a grudge. It doesn't matter if you asked for it or not, I still forgive you. A silence fell between them. Vex watched from across the chasm and started to speak when something else came to Kellen's mind.
And another thing, you told me not to be hard on myself. That goes for you, too.
Shani tipped her head back to rest on the rock wall and stared at the ceiling.
That is easier to say than do, especially when my life was saved by a foreigner who didn't know the first thing about fighting. No offense.
None taken, Kellen said, then thought about the fight with the bear and chuckled. I thought we were going to be eaten, or you were going to stab me. I was, Shani said. Okay then, at least they'd cleared that up. He couldn't help but feel that even with her jealousy, they'd gotten off on the wrong foot. There had to be some way to fix it. If Kellen couldn't do anything to change their situation, he could at least try to meet Shani halfway, one last time. Sudden inspiration struck him. My sister means more to me than anything in the world, he said. So if you help me get her away safely, no matter what you think honor or whatever demands, the debt between us is settled. Shani said nothing. Kellen swallowed, trying to keep his emotions in check. Take the deal! Vex yelled from across the chasm after several seconds passed. Shani snorted and shook her head like she couldn't believe she was doing this. Ubira's death will not bring my husband back. I still want it. But before then, we will save your sister. Chapter 35. A brilliant blue sky shone overhead as a pale spring sun illuminated the fields in a soft glow. The rays felt warm on Kellen's coat, promising the last stubborn drifts of snow would melt and the brown fields would burst to life once more. Sometimes the Idaho winters felt like they would never end. When they finally thawed, the whole world felt brand new.
Are you daydreaming again?
With a last deep breath, Kellen tore his eyes away from the rolling farmland. Allison stood a few feet away, impatiently waiting for him. They were out fixing fences together, and she held a strand of broken barbed wire in one hand. I'm just glad we're back, that's all, Kellen said. I didn't think I'd ever see you or home again. She gave him her best smug grin that exuded every bit of confidence he lacked.
I never doubted it. I knew you'd find me.
He would have rolled his eyes, but his gratitude was enough to make him smile and shake his head. He grabbed his pliers and took a firm grip on his end of the broken barbed wire to twist it into a loop. Next, he reached for the stretching tool that would pull the ends together. It took all his concentration to keep the spiny barb from flipping out of the jaws of the tool and hitting him in the face. He didn't dare look away and held out a hand for Allison's strand of wire. Hey, hand it over. Allison? When he looked up, it wasn't Allison standing next to him. The woman had gray hair with red-orange highlights cut just above her shoulders. She smiled, revealed a mouth of canine teeth. Somehow he looked away from these long enough to realize the woman also had narrow, pointed ears with cream-colored tufts. They almost looked like
a coyote,
the woman said. Her voice was high, but not in a silly, girlish way.
Should Coyote Lady not look like a coyote?
One of Kellen's hands still held the fence fixer. The other remained half raised where he'd reached for Allison's wire. In the back of his mind, he realized Allison had never been there. How was he back in Idaho? And where was she?
Dreams are funny things,
Coyote Lady said, holding out one hand to examine her nails.
I can visit you humans in them, but everything around me is completely out of my control. Believe me, I've been in some very weird and awkward situations trying to speak with your kind.
She peered at Kellen through big, brown eyes behind long lashes. The corner of her mouth turned up in a teasing smile. Kellen still couldn't find any words, though he blushed an impressive shade of crimson. He looked away. To his surprise, Vex lay between his insulated boots, curled in a ball, asleep.
Take Vex, for example,
Coyote Lady said.
He wasn't here at all until your mind wondered where he was, and poof, there you have it.
Kellen cleared his throat. Allison? He asked, in a weak voice. Coyote Lady nodded.
I'm afraid she's still with Ubira. That's where I come in. Ubira and his new friends are meddling in things they shouldn't. And believe me, as the world's greatest meddler, when their meddling is meddlesome enough for me to take notice, it's too much. I thought perhaps you could help me out, but you went and got yourself stuck in a trap, didn't you?
You know the best way to get out of a trap?
A new voice, that of a self-assured little boy, drew Kellen's attention to Coyote Lady's feet. A raccoon the size of a toddler lounged on her booted feet to stay out of the mud. He was all animal, except for his bare feet,
which were covered in raccoon-patterned hair but still shaped like a human's. He wore a red woven vest with green ivy patterns and carved bone buttons. His face lifted in a cocky little raccoon sneer.
"Chew your foot off!"
Without warning, he twisted in half and began to gnaw on his ankle.
Stop that.
Coyote Lady gave the talking raccoon humanoid a bump with her foot. The raccoon growled up at her, but stopped.
"Told you,"
he said.
This doesn't count.
Coyote Lady snapped at the raccoon.
He hasn't died, and he could still work his way out on his own. I'm just nudging things along a bit.
As she finished speaking, she lashed out with her foot, connecting with the raccoon like it was kickoff time. Shouting in alarm, the raccoon sailed over the barren fields and eventually out of sight beyond the hills. Kellen stared open-mouthed. Coyote Lady looked confused, then glanced in the direction she'd punted the raccoon.
Oh, don't worry about him. It's only a dream. Raccoon Boy is too smart for his own good sometimes. That's why we get along so well.
Who? Ordinary dreams were disorienting. The level of confusion Kellen felt in this one far exceeded anything he could wrap his head around. He told himself over and over to wake up, even pinched himself, but it only hurt and nothing changed.
I'll let you get back to the real world in just a moment,
Coyote Lady said.
Well, not your real world, but the realest world you're going to come across for now. Once you get out of this mess, there isn't much time. We've got to do some meddling of our own.
Realization took shape in his mind. He remembered the cave and their predicament. A wave of sadness hit him. It had started out as such a great dream. So how do we get out of the cave? He asked. This, at least, meant there was hope. Or he was hallucinating. Compared to waking up in Oras and meeting Vex, this one had all the makings of a hallucination. Maybe the cave was airtight, and they were running out of oxygen. Coyote Lady picked up the strand of broken barbed wire and held it between two fingers, studying it. When she looked back at Kellen, she gave a very wolfish smile.
I can't spoil all the fun for you. I've given plenty of hints.
She dropped the barbed wire and flicked his nose.
"Wait!"
Kellen shot straight up, surrounded by nothingness. For a moment, he thought he heard Coyote Lady's laughter fading. Before he could tell for certain, it was gone, and Vex and Shani were both talking.
"What is it?"
Vex mumbled, summoning a flicker of light. With nothing else to do, they'd all fallen asleep. Shani rubbed her face. She looked 20 years older in the shadows cast by Vex's faint light. Kellen couldn't imagine what he looked like. He looked between them, caught in the disoriented state from sleep to waking.
You were yelling in your sleep,
Shani said.
I had a weird dream,
Kellen said. Already the details were fading in his mind. He looked at Vex.
Do you remember anything?
I was dreaming about pizza and ice cream,
Vex said.
Was that what you were dreaming about?
No.
Kellen trailed off with a frustrated sigh. Aside from being home with Allison, the rest sat on the tip of a memory. Across from them, Shani yawned and laid back down.
It felt important somehow. Something to do with a lady that looked like a dog or something?
Now it was Shani's turn to bolt upright.
Do you mean Coyote Lady?
At the name, the dream surged back into Kellen's mind like a bullet train.
Yes.
He recounted the dream to both of them, leaving out the part about Coyote Lady's mention of visiting people's awkward dreams.
Coyote Lady is one of the Wild Mother's grandchildren, Shani said. They serve as her messengers. That was a powerful dream. Do you know what it means?
He sorted through each detail of the dream again. Idaho, Allison, springtime? None of that seemed to help their current situation.
Maybe you're supposed to kick me over there so hard that I hit that plate on the floor and press it down,
Vex suggested.
You know, like the raccoon.
Kellen gave him a deadpan look.
Do you really think that's the answer?
Vex put on a very patient, patronizing face.
I'm just trying to think outside the box. My other idea was for you to chew your foot off, so count yourself lucky.
Something in your dream had significance to where we are now, Shani said. This thing you were doing, fencing, what is it? a celebration of your people.
A dry laugh escaped Kellen. It's work. There's nothing special about it. You put two pieces of twisted metal wire together and... Kellen paused. Was that the answer? Vex, do you think you could feed strands of mana through the hole in that rock over there? Kellen pointed to the skinny stalagmite. They would have to come all the way across back to me. Changing back into his bat form, Vex flew across the space and behind the stalagmite, peering through the hole like an eye of a needle in the top of it.
I think so. But what good will that do?
I'm thinking if we can create enough strands across the gap, we can make a rope from one end to the other, Kellen said. He reached into one of the pouches he carried and produced the mana stone from the bear. He'd been storing a bit of mana in it every night since Nokum had showed him how to channel mana from his beast heart and feed the stone. If you feed it through and wrap it around that end, then I can shape it and make it stronger. You've got more mana than me, and I can work it into what we need. It would be just like repairing two pieces of barbed wire on a fence. They'd stretch them out and combine the strands into one. If he was wrong, and Coyote Lady's hint had been something else entirely, they were going to die, but the chances of them dying anyway were the same odds.
That's going to be harder than it sounds,
Vex said, still hovering above the stalagmite.
It's one thing to make a light. It's a whole other thing to make the mana solid so your hands don't pass right through it.
Shani rose and stood next to Kellen, studying the rock across the chasm.
And what will you anchor it to on this side?
Kellen didn't answer right away, as he mentally calculated the width of the pit between the two ledges. It was probably 6 strides across, just under 20 feet. Already knowing what he would find, he glanced at their ledge in the hopes that he'd missed a spur of rock or something that he could support himself against. He hadn't. Vex will keep channeling the rope on his end, and I'll hold it on my end so you can climb across. Shani didn't protest, but the look on her face plainly said she didn't think Kellen could hold her weight. Do you trust me? He asked her. There wasn't even a moment's pause.
Of course not. You may mean well, but nothing you have shown in your training proves this will work.
Kellen knew he should have been offended. Instead, he laughed. You're probably right. At least we'll know. He shrugged and let the question hang while Shani pondered it.
You are right, she said at last. I would rather try this than die of thirst.
Just before he gave Vex the word to start forming the mana, Kellen paused. There is always the chance that Nokum will show up and get us out of this.
And by the time they find us, Ubira will be lost in the mountains, Shani said. If they can get us out at all. Let's get out of here, kill him, and find your sister.
Shani's confidence spilled over into him, covering up at least a few of the anxious thoughts filling his head about how it could all go horribly wrong. To focus, he turned away from her and faced the wall. For some reason, line dancing felt completely awkward when only one person watched him, compared to the whole group of Grey Dawn. He completed it anyway, moving along to the tune in his head as he felt the mana building and coursing through him. In his pocket, the mana stone hummed with magical energy, sensing the buildup of mana within Kellen's beast heart. It was now or never. Okay, ready, Vex? On the far side of the cave, Vex began to glow. He opened his tiny fanged mouth, and strands of light the thickness of nylon cord wormed their way through the hole in the stone. The sight of Vex in his bat form, with strands of golden light wiggling out of his mouth, was more than a little creepy. Kellen ignored it and focused on the end of the entwined mana, working its way across the open space. The strands floated like blossoms on a breeze, defying gravity. Kellen could already feel the strain on Vex, and the smooth growth of the mana, like a creeping vine, halted for a moment. When it continued, it jerked and bobbed like a line with a fish on it. "You're doing great, buddy," Kellen shouted. He stretched out his own hand, sensing the sun mana in the strands, and pulling it toward him, like a plant turning to the sun. The motion of the mana smoothed out and crossed the gap. As soon as Kellen's hands grasped the strands, now about as thick as 2 of his fingers, he willed them to wrap around his wrist. At the same time, he fed a strand of mana from his stone. Kellen gasped. The mana stone was draining at an alarming rate. Even the effects of the Kyo were weakening from the sheer amount of energy required to hold the mana in an extended physical state. Okay, go, he said to Shani, in between ragged breaths. She gave him a single nod, gripped the mana rope with both her hands, and swung out over the ledge. A rush of apprehension sent adrenaline burning through Kellen. The rope sagged, but rather than pulling him forward, it pulled at the mana in his beast heart even faster. Shani moved like a gymnast, swinging hand over hand across the gap. She made it about 2/3 of the way across the gap when his connection frayed. Not like a slow, twisting unraveling, but as if someone was sawing away at the strands of mana with a knife. He felt the last wisps of mana drain from the stone, his beast heart only seconds behind. Can't hold! His feet slid out from underneath him. The dust on the stone floor made a scraping sound against his boots as he inched toward the edge. He locked his eyes on Shani. Only 1 or 2 more swings to go, and she'd be there. He gritted his teeth, heaving with all of his physical and magical power. A whip crack resounded across the chamber, and his connection with the rope of mana broke. Rather than dropping, the mana disintegrated like the fuse of a firework. Shani! With a last swing, she heaved herself forward and released the mana rope just as it burst into golden powder. Kellen's stomach lurched as she sailed through empty air, slamming into the edge of the pit with her chest, elbows bent over the top. She kicked once, twice, and pulled herself up, Vex yanking on her shoulder with his teeth. When she'd made it onto solid ground, she rolled over. In the dim, flickering light Vex provided, he could see her chest heaving. A moment later, she sat up. Kellen never would have expected it, but a wild, manic grin covered her face. That was close enough, she called across to him. Kellen nodded, still trying to catch his own breath. Vex, you good?
I feel like someone tried to pull my insides out, but I'll survive.
After he'd pulled Shani to safety, he changed into his fox form and lay belly up on the ground beside her. How will you cross? Shani yelled over the gap. Can you do that again? Kellen shook his head. No, it took everything in my beast heart plus the mana stone. That doesn't matter anyway if pressing that block doesn't do anything. She rose and walked the short distance to the square plate above the ground. Without hesitation, she stepped on it, first with 1 foot, then put her entire weight into it. The stone sank into the ground with a scraping noise. A rumbling filled the cavern, and for a moment Kellen thought the slab of rock behind him would open, leaving Shani trapped on the other side. Instead, several stalactites shook loose from the ceiling above the chasm. When they hit what would have been ground level, however, they floated in the air. By the time the shaking stopped, they hovered in a line, like the wooden slats of a rope bridge. The stones bobbed up and down like flotsam on the waves or a tree in the breeze. This thing definitely wasn't OSHA approved, but Kellen didn't care. Before the logical side of his brain could kick in, he ran across the bridge of stalactites. On the other side, Vex jumped into his arms. Kellen squeezed the little fox back, bristling with pride and relief.
I never thought for a second Shani was going to fall to her death, Vex said, even before it almost happened.
Kellen laughed. What about you? He asked Shani. Any trace of her grin was gone. I thought I was going to die, she said, then added after a pause, but you did well. Unsure how to react to the slim yet undeniable praise, Kellen rubbed the back of his head. Well, it worked enough. He noticed for the first time that the back wall on this side had fallen away. Darkness greeted them, but at least it offered the chance of a way out. He glanced back behind them, where he knew Obishi still waited, injured on the other side of the rock. Kellen hoped Grey Dawn would find him and wished they could at least tell him what was happening, but their only choice was forward, into the depths of the mountain. Glowing and bobbing like a Christmas ornament, Vex led them down the twisting, descending tunnel. Shani took the spot behind him, one hand always resting on her knife. Kellen brought up the rear, constantly checking over his shoulder to see if they were being followed. It was only paranoia, he knew. So far, they'd come across no branches in the tunnel, meaning unless secret side chambers existed, it would have been impossible for anyone to get behind them. He couldn't shake a rising tension in his back or the hair prickling on his neck. The stale air smelled of damp rock and carried an aura of oppression,
Maybe that was what had him on edge. It was easy to imagine them as tiny ants going down, down, down into the depths of the earth, never to surface or see the sun again.
"Do you think Obishi will be okay?"
he asked Shani. Kellen had worried about him since the slab of rock fell and separated them, though he hadn't voiced his concerns with her since before they'd started down this new tunnel.
"Ira will find him," Shani said in a low voice without turning around. "He also has most of our food and water, and maybe even the tools to make a fire. He's better off than we are."
As she spoke, Vex stopped mid-air. Kellen peered past Shani and saw they were at a junction. One tunnel led upward and to the right, while another went off to the left at a downward slope.
"Which way should we go?"
Shani asked them. The question surprised Kellen, and it must have shown on his face because she elaborated.
"Do you sense anything in the mana in either direction?"
"Oh, right." His mind had been so busy worrying that they might wander around the tunnels lost, he hadn't thought of how he and Vex might be able to help them get back to the surface. He took a few deep breaths and tried to extend his senses down each tunnel. There was a faint pull from the down left tunnel, but nothing from the path in front of them. Before he'd reached out with his beast caller sense, logic told him to take the direction that went up. Now he wasn't so sure.
"Same,"
Vex said, sensing Kellen's internal debate.
"There's something to the left. It's faint, but you can't miss it. The other way?
He paused to sniff the air.
Nothing."
"The mana we feel could be anything, though, couldn't it?" Kellen asked. "A wild mana beast? Or maybe not even anything alive?"
"Yep,"
Vex said.
"We could hike down that path for an hour, only to find some kind of mana-enriched mushroom that isn't even edible."
"Then which is it?"
Shani pressed.
"We should make a decision and go. If we can find water, going down may not be such a bad thing, even if we have to backtrack. My head is already pounding."
Kellen looked between both tunnels again. He was curious to know what the pull of mana was in the sloping left tunnel. Down. Chapter 36. Kellen couldn't deny the mana they sensed tugged at his curiosity. What could be hiding down there? The room they'd been trapped in was clearly made by humans, but at some point the cave had taken on a more natural appearance, almost like the people who'd created the trap room had explored the tunnels and created or developed the exit to the cliffside. He wished they had someone from the Southern Earth Badger Empire with them to provide insight. Aside from no evidence of recent traffic, the cave just felt ancient. Shani nodded and drew her dagger. Kneeling down, she scratched an X in the tunnel floor they'd emerged from. Her knife barely bit into the stone, but the mark was deep enough to give them a hint if they passed that way again. With Vex in the lead, they headed downward. The gentle slope of the tunnel made walking easy. The decline held, and after about 20 minutes, Kellen wondered how much elevation they'd lost. Here and there, tiny spots of glowing neon green and pink moss flickered. Over the course of the next hour, the tunnel grew larger and the glowing moss more frequent. As the ceiling rose away from them, stalactites appeared overhead like a flock of icicle Christmas lights winking with a soft, luminescent blue light. Between the rock formations and the moss, Vex ceased his glowing, and they used the natural light to lead their way. All the while, the aura of mana somewhere ahead grew stronger. It sat in Kellen's mind like a paperweight on a desk, present and unmoving. Based on their senses, the source was stationary. At least, he hoped it wasn't a sleeping monster. Now that Vex was no longer needed to light the path ahead, Kellen tasked him with watching their backs, even more wary now that they'd left the one-way tunnel. At last, the cave floor leveled off. The tunnel was wide enough for a truck to drive through, and twice as tall. They came around a sharp bend and were greeted with a perfectly flat wall covered in carvings. The hall had 4 antechambers on each side, all the size of a doorway. Shani paused at the threshold, the first doors on either side just a few paces ahead of them. She gestured Kellen forward and pointed. He bit back a gasp. At the foot of the giant carved panel, a person was seated with crossed legs facing the rock. Their outline flickered in the glow of luminescent moss and stalactites.
If they'd heard the group approach, they showed no sign. Shani drew her knife, and Kellen formed a ball of sun mana in his hand. Even Vex seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and made no sound. Kellen looked to Shani, silently asking about their next move. She pointed to the chambers on the side, then shook her head. Kellen thought he caught her meaning and nodded. Shani didn't want them to get close because it would expose them to anyone or anything that might be hiding in the side chambers. The presence of mana exuded from the end of the hall. Whether it was from the person or the carvings, he couldn't tell. An idea came to Kellen. He pointed to Vex and then forward, intending to convey that Vex could scout ahead for them. Vex figured it out too because he shook himself side to side vigorously in objection. Kellen scowled and nodded. Vex shook again. Kellen pointed, trying to look more stern.
Oh, sure, just make me be the bait.
Vex's grumble was quiet, but Kellen's heart stopped. He froze and stared at the seated person for any signs of movement. When there was none, Kellen stabbed his finger forward again. Vex shot him a look that said he'd find a way to get Kellen back, then he fluttered forward. As Vex passed the doorways on either side of the big chamber, torches along the walls flared to life, flickering with pale gray flames. He glanced left and right, but nothing stirred as he passed each of the side chambers, and he paused several paces away from the person. At their distance, Kellen could only tell the person was dressed in gray cloth. He thought their head might be bowed. Were they asleep? Dead?
Hey, you!
Kellen cringed as Vex shouted and scrambled to gather up the sun mana he'd released back into his beast heart when they'd sent Vex ahead. The person didn't move, and the mana in the room remained unchanged. Vex flew closer while keeping out of reach. He shouted again as he moved, and when no response came, he made a sweep to the side of the person.
No worries, guys,
he called back to them.
It's a mummy.
Kellen relaxed the channeled mana once more with a sigh. Shani turned toward him, knife still drawn.
You should have Vex check the other chambers as well for traps. I don't want to be stuck again.
I can hear you just fine,
Vex shouted across the room.
If you hadn't noticed, I've got big ears. And yeah, I'll do the dirty work again. Sheesh.
Kellen heard Vex's voice echo out of the side rooms as he flew into each, grumbling about humans and being bait. He refused to tell them what was in any of the chambers until he'd finished his inspection and returned to their spot at the far end of the hall.
There's a bunch of old junk in all the rooms,
Vex reported, flapping in front of them.
Weapons, jars, all sorts of crap. Looks like it's been here quite a while. No water, though.
Kellen felt disappointment in the pit of his stomach. They'd wasted over an hour walking down here for nothing. To his surprise, Shani started exploring the different chambers. Reluctantly, he followed, Vex perched on his shoulder. The first few chambers they entered looked like storerooms. Vases and pots with sealed lids in all shapes and sizes stacked up to the ceiling. Shani picked up one the size of a gallon of milk and tossed it on the ground. The clay pottery shattered, revealing a thick, oozing substance. Before Kellen could stop him, Vex was on the ground lapping it up with his face. When he looked up, the fur around his face was matted and the goo dripped from his nose.
It's honey! Tastes great!
Shani dropped to the ground and scooped up handfuls of the stuff like a starving person, which, Kellen reflected, she was. He held back and tried to warn the others. What if that's poisoned or expired? They ignored him. As soon as it was gone, both started busting other jars.
These were all sealed with mana markings,
Vex said, gnawing on a raw potato.
They're perfectly fine.
Kellen's hunger soon got the better of him, and he joined in. Exploring the two rooms with pottery, they found all sorts of stored foods. More honey, berries, corn cobs, yams, all that tasted like they'd been stored the same day. That worried Kellen. Vex and Shani seemed to think the pottery was old and preserved with the mana markings on the outside. What if it was much fresher, and this was a storehouse of some kind? That didn't explain the mummified person, though that gave him little comfort. Still, he ate until he was stuffed just like the others, and followed on as they continued their search. The other chambers were much less impressive. The first two on the left, the storerooms were the first two on the right,
held little more than old animal hides, some bones, teeth, antlers, and tusks. Those tusks gave Kellen pause. They were smaller than an elephant, maybe 4 feet long. He wondered if they came from a juvenile elephant or another creature. None of the items exuded any trace of mana, though the cool, dry air of this lower cavern preserved them somewhat. Moving on, they found the middle rooms on both sides empty, save for a table and bench carved out of the stone of the cave. Each had raised areas in the back corners. Kellen imagined they might be stone beds and told himself they definitely weren't sacrificial altars or anything like that. With only one room on each side to go, they continued their search. Entering the front chamber on the left behind Shani and Vex, Kellen gave the sitting mummy a sidelong glance. Up close, he could see the dry, wrinkled skin clinging to its hands, feet, and face. Its mouth hung slightly agape, revealing a mouthful of false teeth. The bottom row was jade, while the top row looked like shards of obsidian. The same prickling sensation needled the back of Kellen's neck, and it took all of his willpower to turn away from the mummy and examine the room. Racks of weapons and cloth armor lined the walls. On one side, he saw a row of spears made from dark gray stone. One was missing, which Kellen thought strange because everything else remained in place. Aside from the spears, there were clubs with sharpened rock embedded in the sides. He dubbed them saw swords. There were also knives of obsidian and stone axes. Shani perused the racks of weapons, selecting 2 knives and a spear. Her face remained passive, but her eyes shone like a kid in a candy store.
"This is good armor,"
she said when she'd finished outfitting herself. She ran a hand over the padded, lined vest. Based on the stand it hung from, it looked like you belted it in the middle, providing some protection for your thighs, too. Kellen reached out and felt the material between his fingers. Just based on the look and feel, it appeared similar to the ponchos they'd received from the Earth Badger traders, though several layers thicker. Shani pulled one off the rack and tossed it to Kellen before selecting one for herself.
"Do you really think we need this?"
Kellen asked. Shani paused, with her vest raised over her head. Kellen might as well have asked her if she thought she needed clothes at all.
"I have heard of the fiber armor from the south. It is said it can stop an arrow or the cut of a knife. Just put it on."
Kellen did as he was told, removing his bronze belt and replacing it over the outside once the vest was on. He felt like he was wearing several bolts of fabric layered on top of each other. The vest was made of dozens of layers over an inch thick. He smacked his chest and barely felt the blow through the padding.
"Aren't you going to take any weapons?"
Shani asked. Standing before him, she looked like a war goddess on a Black Friday shopping spree. Aside from the half-dozen knives and sword belted at her waist, she leaned against one of the stone spears. Rather than looking or sounding like an idiot again, Kellen selected an obsidian knife of his own and tucked the sheathed knife into his belt next to the knife Nokum had given him.
"This way, they'll see your puny knives and underestimate you," Vex said. "Then we can hit them with a blast of sun mana to the face!"
As he finished the sentence, Vex did a loop in the air and let out a growl. Shani stared at Kellen as if they'd fallen into a money pit, and he told her he was good putting just a dollar bill in his wallet. After a moment, she sighed and shook her head, then walked out of the chamber. She passed within a couple feet of the mummy with no more concern than if it were a pile of rocks. Kellen took a wide berth again, summoning all of his willpower not to run past Shani and into the other room like a little kid scared of the dark. He'd noticed a number of interesting details in the carvings on the panel, but didn't want to stand by the mummy to study them. The last chamber was the smallest of the 8, just a few paces wide and as many deep. Aside from a scattering of tarnished jewelry, the only thing to look at was a single dais against the back wall. 2 round discs with the circumference of a fist sat upon it. Both glowed with a faint, light blue aura, like clouded glass or perhaps ice. Intrigued, Kellen studied them up close. Each disc had a distinct bronze design set in the icy material. One was in the shape of a clawed paw of an unidentifiable animal. The other featured a generically feline head with massive fangs that reminded Kellen of a saber-toothed tiger.
They'd been muted by the mana aura exuding from the stone panel outside, but now that they were inside the little chamber, Kellen could feel the mana resonating from both discs. Without ceremony, Shani snatched them up and held them out to Kellen.
"Are you sure we should take these?"
Kellen asked her.
"If nothing else, they will be a nice find for the person who stumbles across our bones,"
Shani said.
"Even I can feel the mana in them. You should show them to my grandmother if you ever see her again."
Kellen didn't miss that she didn't mention herself when talking about reuniting with Nokum. Not that she seemed all that optimistic about his chances either.
I think she's right,
Vex said, hovering close until his nose almost touched the discs.
There is big mana in these things. They make me feel funny when I look at them, like I want to chew on something.
Thank you for that insight and wisdom, Kellen said. Both discs had leather cords around them, so Kellen raised them overhead to loop over his neck. As he did, the one with the saber-tooth likeness slipped from his grasp. It hit the floor with a click, and Kellen thought for an instant it would shatter. When he picked it up, however, the medallion showed no damage.
That's probably just a priceless artifact, Vex said. No need to worry about breaking it.
Kellen ignored Vex's newfound correct use of sarcasm and handed the one with the paw to Shani. You carry one, and I'll carry one, he said, slipping it around his neck and beneath his clothes. He hoped it wasn't cursed.
Aw, cute, Vex said. Friendship necklaces.
Neither Shani nor Kellen acknowledged they'd heard him. Kellen was about to leave when a small, oval-shaped stone in a corner below the dais caught his eye. Picking it up, Kellen found a lumpy, pink rock with veins of gold and silver running through it. The tiny veins ran like fine spiderwebs throughout the different bumps and grooves in the stone and shimmered in the light of the enchanted torches burning in their sconces. Upon closer examination, he realized they weren't technically gold and silver, rather a shimmering white and a fiery golden color lighter and brighter than copper.
It's a mana stone,
Vex said. Kellen pulled out the emptied stone from the bear and held it up to compare the two. The difference in the empty stone and the staggering amount of mana in the one he'd just discovered was the spiritual difference between holding a feather in one hand and a brick in the other. A brick of lead.
Try to tap into it and see what happens,
Vex said. Kellen looked at him and offered up the stone. Why don't you?
Can't, Vex said. Mana beasts can't draw from mana stones, only the surrounding environment. If you're careful, you'll be fine.
His curiosity getting the better of him, Kellen reached out to the stone in his palm, seeking to connect the channels of his beast heart to it and tap into the stored mana. He'd barely brushed the source mana within when things went terribly wrong. The result was the magical equivalent of a match to a bathtub full of gas. A deafening whoosh filled the air, driving Kellen off his feet and out of the tiny chamber. He flew out the doorway, over the top of the mummy, and slammed into the far wall. Vex landed beside him, fur sparking and smoking with golden sun mana. Somehow, the release of mana had transformed him back into a fox. His fluffy fur looked like he'd stuck his tongue in a power outlet, and he laughed hysterically in his high-pitched voice.
What a rush!
Kellen groaned, rubbing at a knot forming on the back of his head.
Somehow, I knew that was going to happen.
Shani stared at them, wide-eyed.
What did you do?
It was the first time he'd ever seen her taken aback by complete shock.
Listen to Vex,
Kellen said. In the explosion of mana, he'd lost the stone. It was probably emptied anyway. Judging by the blast, they'd released all the mana at once. On the plus side, the mana reservoir in his beast heart felt full to the brim, overflowing even. He picked up Vex, wincing as a magical shock ran through him.
Let's get out of here before something worse happens.
Vex gagged, and Kellen almost dropped him, trying to turn the fox's head away from his.
Oof, take it easy, will ya? I feel like I'm going to burst at the seams. So much mana. I can't hold it all.
His gluttonous groan ended in a loud burp. Shani shook her head and made for the tunnel leading out of the hall. Kellen hurried to catch up as an eerie sensation gripped him again. Without glancing back, he recalled the sudden burst of mana had done nothing to the mummy. A single rotted thread of clothing wasn't out of place.
They'd almost reached the tunnel when a man's voice shouted after them.
"Hey! Where do you think you're going?"
Kellen, Shani, and Vex whipped around. The mummy stood at the far end of the hall, pointing an accusing finger at them. Chapter 37. Someone let out a high-pitched scream. Later, Kellen realized to his embarrassment it had been him. Regardless, all three of them ran for the tunnel and right into a wall of solid rock that fell from the ceiling and trapped them in the hall. Kellen whirled around, his terror-stricken mind racing. He sent a fizzling shot of sun mana at the walking, talking mummy. It jerked and twisted like a bad paper airplane through the air before striking the mummy in the chest, where it faded and had no apparent effect.
"Hey now, little brother! Will you? Pah!"
A blast of light burst from Vex's opened mouth and struck the mummy, knocking its head clean off its body.
"Now look what you did!"
The mummy's head was still talking somewhere in the background. It fell into a coughing fit as the body stumbled backward to pick it up from the ground.
"Calm down and listen a moment."
Kellen, Vex, and Shani stared as the mummy raised its head and settled it back onto its spine with a loud click.
Is this a normal thing?
Kellen asked Shani, never taking his eyes off the mummy.
I have never seen or heard anything like it,
Shani said. She leveled her spear in front of her.
Knock its head off again, and I will stab it.
The mummy threw up its hands in front of it. They were a pale gray, and like all its dried skin, stretched like a drum over the bones not covered by rotted clothing.
"Hold on, little sister,"
it said in a male voice.
"Let's not get excited."
He smiled, revealing the rows of obsidian and jade teeth. Kellen got the feeling it was meant to be a friendly expression, but the leering skull with closed, sunken eyes didn't look anything but ghastly.
"How does it see us without eyes?"
Vex wondered out loud.
"Oh!"
Raising a bony finger tipped with a yellowed, cracked fingernail, the mummy pried its eyes open with a motion similar to someone putting contacts in. Both eyes split open, revealing glowing red stones.
"That definitely did not help," Vex said. "I am still equal parts disgusted and terrified."
What do you want, ghost?
Shani shouted across the room.
You cannot have our souls.
The ruby eyes widened.
"Your souls? I don't know how to take a soul, little sister. And I'm not a ghost. I'm as real as you two. I am just, a little older and worse for wear from being down here so long."
Holding out his arms, the undead inspected himself, almost as if to see just how worse for wear he was. He wasn't a mummy in the traditional sense, in that he had no bandage wrappings. Mummified might have been a better descriptor. The mummy wore a faded blue poncho, almost gray from age. Its pants were frayed at the bottoms and ended a few inches above knobbly ankles and a pair of carved wooden clogs. Its prune-like head had no facial hair. If any was on the top of its head, a knitted woolen hat with 2 long tassels covered it. The hat sat above 2 wrinkled ears that any dog would have prized as a chew toy. The strange ensemble reminded Kellen of some bizarre snowboarder granola cowboy mashup.
Why did you lock us in, then?
Shani demanded, her spear still poised at the mummy.
"What?"
The mummy seemed to notice the blocked passage behind them for the first time. He cleared his throat again.
"Sorry about that. The throat is a little rusty. Oh, that. I can move that out of our way, no problem. I'm afraid if I do that, you're going to run away, though." "For a dead guy, he's pretty smart," Vex said.
Why don't you want us to run away? Kellen asked. He recalled a movie he'd seen when he was little about a mummy that regained its body parts by eating people. He didn't have the courage to ask something that blatant, and if that were the case, he preferred not to know before the mummy killed him.
"Well, I haven't had anyone to talk to in a long time, little brother," the mummy said.
It held up a finger, counting off the reasons.
"And 2, if you all will relax a moment, maybe I can help you."
In exchange for what? Shani asked. The mummy shrugged.
"Not much, little sister. I only want to get out of here. Seems to me I've been here for quite a while without visitors, which means the tunnels have been abandoned or forgotten for a long time. I'm guessing you 3 are lost. I can show you the way out."
For an undead being, the mummy's voice sounded like a living person. He had a relaxing, laid-back tone, like a radio host or perhaps a jazz singer, though his clipped accent made everything it said feel like he was reading off a paper, not having a conversation.
"What is this place?"
Shani asked. Kellen thought that a smart question. If they were about to unleash a curse upon the world, they should at least do their due diligence first. At a glance, they weren't getting out of the hall unless the mummy moved the stone in front of the door, which meant he could go wherever he wanted afterward. The mummy spread its arms out wide.
"This is a shrine to the ancestors, the first beast callers who learned to bond with beasts and bend mana to their will. When I was alive, it was a place of study and dreaming. In the long years since, I have slept in stone, but now I am awake once more."
"And now what are you going to do?" The mummy exuded a certain charm in a morbid graveyard fashion. Kellen still expected him to open his mouth and spray them with locusts or skin-melting sand or something. Kellen's question gave the mummy pause. He rubbed his fingers on his chin.
"I haven't thought about it, little brother. I didn't plan on walking this world ever again. The mana within the panel of the first must have preserved my mind and spirit." "Then how about you let us out?"
Shani asked. It seemed she'd decided the mummy was no threat and was growing impatient to leave.
Sure.
The mummy gave an absent nod and started pacing back and forth.
"What is my purpose? Why would the Wild Mother preserve me all this time?"
Maybe you can think about it on the way out,
Vex suggested. The mummy stopped mid-pace and stared at Vex. "Now you've done it," Kellen muttered. But instead of getting angry, the mummy looked as if Vex had reminded him of something. He put two fingers together and stuck them in his mouth, emitting an awful, piercing whistle that sent goosebumps up Kellen's arms. He paused, and then issued the grating whistle 2 more times.
"Say, little friends, you haven't seen a dead crow around here anywhere, have you? She would look a little rough around the edges by now, like me."
Kellen looked to Shani, who shook her head. Taxidermy was about the only thing they hadn't uncovered in the chambers. Are you missing one?" Kellen asked. It seemed practical to keep the mummy talking.
"A crow,"
the mummy confirmed, with a discouraged nod.
"But it seems she is gone after all these many years."
He paused again and tapped his jade and obsidian teeth with a broken fingernail.
"And yet, I can almost feel her."
It sounded to Kellen like the mummy might be referring to a mana beast. That didn't make any sense. If the mummy had died, his mana beast would have turned back to mana permanently, according to what he'd been taught by Nokum. With Kellen's limited knowledge, he didn't think a skeleton would have remained. Even the bear had been reduced to a pile of remains. The mummy returned to his pacing, his rambling commentary only interrupted by throat clearings.
"This is all very strange. Somehow, I can still feel my beast heart."
He looked up, ruby eyes sparking.
"What age is it?"
Kellen looked at Shani. He had no clue how anyone in Oras recorded history.
"It is the twilight of the 3rd noctum,"
Shani said. The mummy's eyes widened.
"Oh no! Oh no! The 3rd noctum? Have I slept so long? Why now?"
Did you miss an important meeting?
Vex asked.
I'm sure they'll understand you were sort of dead.
The mummy's sudden anxiousness had Kellen more concerned for whatever had it worried than any current threat the mummy itself posed.
"Is that bad?"
he asked. In response, the mummy stared at him, gem eyes as wide as his leathery skin could stretch.
"It's not good, I'll tell you that, little brother." "Well, perhaps we should get out of here then,"
Shani suggested, voice grating with impatience.
"Right you are, little sister."
The mummy stepped toward the slab of rock and rubbed his hands together. Kellen grimaced at the awful scraping sound. Raising his hands, the mummy began to chant in either sounds or a language Kellen didn't translate. The rock wobbled, then, as if he'd been walking out the doors and remembered he forgot his keys, the mummy's hands dropped and the rock went still.
"Are you going to run away as soon as I lift that rock, new friends? Because I feel like you are going to run away as soon as I lift that rock, and my feelings are, or were, usually correct."
We are most definitely going to run away as soon as you lift that rock, Vex said. No doubt, my man.
Vex! Shani and Kellen shouted at the same time. To their surprise, the mummy laughed. At least he got a couple chuckles out before he bent over in another coughing fit. Kellen and Shani waited for him to recover, since they were trapped in the hall and could do nothing else. When the mummy finally stood back up, he sighed and shook his head.
I forgot how entertaining young mana beasts can be. Let's make a deal, then. I lift the rock, and you don't run away.
That's it? Shani asked. Kellen agreed that there had to be some kind of catch. The mummy held up a finger and tapped an eyeball gem with a cracked, yellowed fingernail.
I don't see so good in the dark, and you've got a way to make a light. My guess is you're not from around here and wandered down to my shrine by accident. You give me a light, and I'll give you a way out. And don't think you can run away as soon as the rock is out of the way.
He paused to stretch and limber up his legs like a marathon runner warming up. The actions made an awful crunching sound.
I'm faster than I look. Ha!
Kellen shared a look with Shani. It wasn't like they were lost. Yet. There was still the other passage to explore. None of that mattered if they didn't get out, though. He wasn't sure what Shani had up her sleeve and wished they could talk things through in private. It didn't seem wise to trick an undead guy who could somehow move a giant slab of stone without a mana beast.
Deal.
She shot him a glance, warning him not to say anything.
Okay.
The mummy grinned again and rubbed his hands together. The sound was worse than his stretches, like sandpaper rubbing together.
Let me gather a few of my belongings, and we'll be ready. My memory isn't so good, but I have something that should do the trick.
Once more, Kellen stiffened. He hoped the mummy wouldn't be offended that they'd looted all the chambers. What had started off as a mission to gather supplies now felt almost sacrilegious. If the mummy was bothered by it, he didn't mention it. Upon exiting the weapons room, he'd outfitted himself with one of the spear staffs. When he crossed over to the small chamber where they'd found the discs, Kellen held his breath. He heard the mummy talking to himself while he rummaged around, occasionally tossing something back out into the hall, where it crashed on the floor and shattered or bounced away.
Now, where did that get to?
Can we help you find something? Kellen offered. He had a sick feeling that he knew just what the mummy was looking for. He hoped he was wrong.
Sure can, little brother, the mummy said. I'm looking for a mana stone, about the size of a fist, with lots of shiny lines running through it. Seen one?
Here it is!
While the mummy had described the mana stone Kellen had set off minutes before, Vex searched the room in his bat form. He hovered over the stone, which had been blown into the far corner of the hallway, hidden in the shadows of the torchlight. He picked it up in his mouth and met the mummy in the middle of the room to drop it in the undead's jerkied hands.
Seems empty to me. No idea how that happened, though.
Ha ha! Good spot, little beast, the mummy said.
To Kellen's disgust, the mummy stretched his mouth open, popping his jaw loose, and swallowed the rock. He gulped, yet Kellen swore he sensed the stone pop up into the mummy's skull instead of being swallowed.
That's more like it. Any moment now. It's all coming back to me.
They waited. After a long minute passed, the mummy tapped the toe of a wooden clog against the stone floor. Another minute passed.
Well, friends, as the crows put it, I have good news and I have bad news, the mummy said. Good news is I can still move that rock out of our way. Bad news is I have no idea how we get out of here.
Chapter 38.
You fools,
Shani hissed. She glared at Vex and Kellen.
Hey now, little sister,
the mummy said, having no context to why Shani was upset.
What's this all about?
Kellen gave Shani a pleading look. They definitely didn't need the mummy to know who was to blame for the mana stone being empty.
No need to fret just yet,
the mummy said. He tilted his head and smacked his ear like he was trying to get water out of it.
There's a trickle left in the stone. I can just give it a little nudge with the mana here in the shrine and... Oh, goodness.
The mummy trailed off, and his eyes widened so far, Kellen thought the ruby gems might fall out.
If the mana stone is showing you a mana beast and a white kid that looks out of his depth, we passed them on the way down here, Vex said. They look a lot like us, but I can assure you we are two very different groups.
Yep, every last drop of memory, knowledge, and wisdom is gone, the mummy said.
He stroked his chin again, and this time Kellen saw flakes of dried skin break loose and drift to the floor. Kellen suppressed a shudder.
Perhaps we should just move the stone, and maybe the path out will come back to you when you see the tunnels again.
Shani's suggestion lacked any confidence that her plan would actually work and dripped with impatience. Kellen agreed with her. Who knew how far they still had to go to track down Ubira? Allison could be slipping away while he was stuck inside a booby-trapped shrine like Indiana Jones. The mummy snapped his fingers so hard Kellen thought he might dislocate one of them.
That will work. That will work.
Joints clicking and popping, he walked back to the stone panel. Now that he was slightly less concerned about the mummy than when they'd first entered, Kellen examined the painted carvings. The panel was about 2 stories high and half that wide. It featured a number of scenes of people and mythical-looking creatures that had to be mana beasts, engaged in all sorts of activities, from fighting to hunting, farming, and building cities. Even though the carvings were almost a quarter the size of real people, Kellen found it hard to take everything in. The artwork at the top drew his eyes. His breath caught when he saw groups of people walking into and out of glowing caverns. Could those have been the first people who ever found their way to Oras? Heart pounding, he crossed the room and stood a few feet away from the panel while the mummy felt along the stone at chest height, searching for something. Below the groups of people coming and going from the glowing caves, Kellen saw individuals stepping out of oval-shaped portals of light. Unlike the others, which were all depicted as hunter-gatherers or primitive farmers, the singular characters wore the armor of conquistadors, the furs of trappers, or the clothes of European settlers. He wished he had his phone to take a picture and that he hadn't left it in the cup holder of the tractor. Here was proof of other people like him being transported to Oras, and maybe a clue about how to get home again.
There we go.
A dull thunk sounded as the mummy pressed a spot on the panel. With a rasping, grinding sound, a 1 foot by 1 foot section of the panel slid away, revealing a dark hole within. The mummy stuck his head in, looking similar to an old man working on his riding lawnmower, his head obscured by the hood.
Right where I left it. Ow!
There was a brief panic from the body of the mummy as he scrambled, Kellen guessed, to stick his head back on. Then the head reappeared, along with a hand clutching a mop head? Kellen peered closer and saw that, indeed, the mummy held a large collection of knotted strings. The mummy began to sort through the bundle of string, flipping strands this way and that with one hand while the other held it in place. At first, Kellen thought the sorting was random. Then he realized that the mummy was searching and disregarding certain lengths or colors of string. The strings themselves were in a rainbow of colors with all different lengths, number of knots, beads, and more. When the mummy found the one he was looking for at last, he held the rest of the twisted mess up like a ball of Christmas lights left too long in the attic. With a satisfied smirk on his face, he flicked the bundle once. Kellen stumbled backward as the tangled strings unfolded like cracks spreading out from ice. Individual strands of string weaved their way around and between his feet, climbing up the walls and onto the ceiling. When the strings stopped growing, they clung to almost every surface inside the hall except for Kellen, Shani, Vex, and the mummy. The result looked like a gigantic spiderweb had a baby with a first grader's art project.
I did not expect this,
Vex said, head twisting every direction to take in the continuous webs of rope.
Good thing we didn't break that string ball, huh?
Too amazed to say anything, Kellen watched as the mummy took up certain strands and reeled them in like someone feeding in a slack line. Once he latched onto a specific line, it emitted a faint, pulsating glow.
No, that's an entirely different cave system,
the mummy muttered. Lost in his work, it was like no one else was in the room. He continued to mumble as he sorted through various strands until, at last, he found whatever it was he'd been looking for.
There it is. There it is.
Reeling the cord in hand over hand, the mummy paused at certain knots, examined the distance between knots, and counted beads. Kellen wondered what information the mummy could possibly gain from the elaborate collection of rope. It seemed to be whatever the mummy was looking for because, after 10 minutes, he flicked his wrist and the entire network of strings sucked back toward him, shortening and retangling itself as it went. This time, the mop-like bundle shrank to the size of a woven bracelet that wound itself around the mummy's leathery wrist. Somehow, out of all the wonders Kellen had seen in Oras, this was one of the most impressive.
Do you think he'd let me play with that?
Vex asked in a whisper, hovering close to Kellen's head.
I wouldn't eat it, I swear. I just want to, I don't know, hit it around a little with my paws.
I'm still not sure what it does, but you're never allowed to touch it, Kellen said, still in awe. I've found the records for this labyrinth, the mummy announced. I can't believe you missed it. We only need to travel a short distance, take a right turn, and we will be out. We have to be careful, though. There are traps at that particular exit.
Kellen looked at Shani and Vex. Both of them stared back at him with blank expressions. He could tell from their looks alone that he'd have to be the one to break the bad news.
About that,
Kellen explained how they'd entered the tunnels, all the while hoping the mummy might tell them it would be no problem for him to move the stone slab that cut them off from Obishi. The mummy listened until Kellen finished explaining the situation, nodding along at times.
We will need another way out of the tunnels, the undead man announced. Why can't you move that stone blocking the tunnel if you can move this one? Shani asked, suspicious.
The mummy held up his hands and wiggled his fingers.
A fair question. As you may have noticed, I do not have a mana beast. Outside this chamber, I'll be able to use even less mana than this young man.
He jerked a thumb at Kellen, who wasn't sure if he should be offended or not.
So, if that passage is sealed, we will need to take the long way around.
Shani narrowed her eyes. It was plain to see she didn't trust the mummy.
How much longer is the long way? In my day, the other main entrance was the city of Xiapel, the mummy said. But many things have come to pass since the second nocturne, I am sure. If you are not from these mountains, it is hard to know what we may find.
Judging by the way Shani's eyes widened, the second nocturne had been quite a long time ago indeed. While the mummy busied himself with collecting his things into a woven wool sack, Kellen asked Shani how long it had been.
The second nocturne was countless seasons ago, she said.
She peered past Kellen and the mummy, who was humming as he went about his task.
Depending on when he lived during the second nocturne, he could be almost 1,000 years old. I do not trust him.
Me neither,
Vex said in a loud whisper.
I make it a point not to trust anyone that uses a rock for a brain.
From what I can tell, he might be our only way out, not just here but the tunnels in general, if they are as extensive as he says, Kellen said. If he wanted to hurt us, he could have done it while we were trapped with him. Unless he needs something outside, Shani said. What if he is telling us he will be weaker out of this chamber, but it is really the only thing preventing him from killing us now?
Kellen shrugged.
Then either way, we're dead. If we go along with his plan, at least we have a chance of finding Allison and Ubira.
Quick, act casual,
Vex said, loud enough the mummy couldn't have missed it.
He's coming!
If the mummy had heard their discussion about trusting him, he gave no sign. He hefted the woolen bag to show them it was mostly full, what might have been a satisfied smile on his face.
Okay, new friends, we should go. But before we do, introductions are in order. A stranger is only strange until you give him a name, after all. Mine is Kipu.
I'm Vex,
Vex said, performing a loop in front of the mummy.
And I can assure you we're much stronger than we look.
Kellen Lars, Kellen said. He felt like he should extend a hand to shake. Since Kipu didn't offer one, Kellen assumed that wasn't a custom with him either, and he really had no desire to touch the man's dried leather hands anyway.
Shani, of the Grey Dawn Band of the Storm Horse.
Kipu nodded.
Ah, yes. I had trouble placing your husband here, but you, I knew at once, were Stormhorse.
Kellen froze for an instant before he and Vex both started babbling to correct the mummy. Given what he knew of Shani's actual husband, nothing except that he'd recently died and she'd sworn to avenge him or die trying, he didn't want there to be any confusion.
We're...
Friends seemed like a stretch. I'm a guest of Grey Dawn, Kellen finally settled on.
Her grandmother keeps Kellen for a pet project,
Vex added.
Kipu took all this in stride, nodding along seriously.
I am afraid there is one more condition if you want my help.
Kellen's heart rate spiked. Here it was. The mummy wanted to devour one of their souls, or tear out their heart, or...
I need to know how you came to be in this place, and what brought you here.
That seemed a pretty reasonable request to Kellen. He ignored Shani's look of warning and told Kipu about their journey with broad strokes. As far as mummies went, Kellen thought this one could be trusted with the general details now that there was no apparent danger of being devoured by him. He left out certain parts, like the fact that he was a spirit traveler and the death of Shani's husband, the latter because it didn't feel like his business to share.
This Ubira does not sound like a nice man, Kipu concluded. You sound like honorable people. I am afraid I don't have the strength to help you in battle. A little worn out, you might say. I will show you the way out and wish you all the blessings of the Wild Mother on your journey. Now, stand back, new friends. I am a little out of practice.
To Kellen's surprise, the mummy began an unfamiliar, if brief, mana dance. Kellen felt no stirring of mana of any kind in the air, and Kipu almost fell over several times. He hobbled about like an old man who'd escaped a nursing home and was returning from his favorite bar without his walker. After a few moments of tottering, he planted his feet and heaved his hands upward like he was trying to hold up the sky. Given the geriatric display, Kellen resolved that he'd die inside the chamber. Then the rock started to shudder. Squeezing his ruby eyes shut, Kipu bent his legs more and heaved as if he were under the rock, physically raising it. The massive slab of stone rose a foot in the air. Staggering backward, the mummy pulled it through the opening. With a massive heave, he threw himself and the stone forward with all of his weight. The stone fell into the outside tunnel, leaving plenty of room for them to climb over the top. Kipu stumbled past Kellen, whose revulsion at touching the jerkied corpse overcame his guilt at not catching the mummy's fall. On all fours, Kipu looked up to examine his work and let out a victorious shout.
Ha ha! Still have it!
He climbed to his feet, hands braced on wobbly knees, upper body quaking. Kellen glanced back at the panel on the far wall, wishing again he had a camera. Now that their way out was clear, he had to know.
Wait!
Kipu, Vex, and Shani all turned to look at him.
What is it now?
Shani asked. Ignoring her, Kellen pointed to the panel.
What can you tell me about that? He asked Kipu. It is the tale of the first people who were guided to Oras by the Wild Mother, Shani said. I told you about it in the other chamber.
What about the people below? Kellen said, pointing to the group of individuals that wore distinctly European dress. What can you tell me about them? The mummy squinted at the panel for a long moment. He opened his mouth a couple times to speak, then cut himself off. Apparently, Kellen had him stumped.
You know, Kipu said, my memory is a fraction of what it should be, little brother, but I'd bet both my eyes those carvings weren't there when I was alive the first time.
Aren't they spirit travelers? Kellen prompted. Kipu stared at him with a blank expression, which wasn't hard to do with a mummified face and rubies for eyes.
I have not heard of these spirit travelers, little brother.
Now even Shani was confused.
You have not heard of people who come from the Great Before.
Kipu spread his arms.
All of our ancestors came from the Great Before, little sister. I don't catch your meaning.
Now Kellen had even more questions, and apparently no easy answers.
Look, I don't mean to break up the history lesson, but we should get going,
Vex said.
For once, he speaks sense,
Shani told Kellen. Ignoring Vex's offended outburst, they climbed through the opening, the mummy in the lead. Rather than slowing them down, Shani and Kellen struggled to keep up. He brimmed with energy at the opportunity to explore the outside world once more. Not needing air, he talked non-stop as he walked, not bothering to wait for Kellen to huff out a reply. Now that they were going uphill instead of down the shaft, Kellen realized just how far they'd descended on the way. Channeling his mana into his muscles provided a small spark to keep up with Shani and Kipu. He hoped he wouldn't need another boost anytime soon. Kellen's beast heart had little left to offer, and the mana-rich chamber had not helped him or Vex recover at all, though he could not say why.
It feels like yesterday and an age all at the same time, the mummy said, not missing a stride or looking back to see if they were keeping up. They came to the fork in the path again, and either the mummy remembered what they'd told him about the blocked passage, or he really did know his way through the tunnels after consulting the mass of string and cords. He turned left on the uphill path without hesitation. "Keep up," he said over his shoulder. "There are more twists and turns up ahead than a sack full of snakes."
Chapter 39. Allison stared through the stone hole of their cell in a rare moment of quiet thought. Professor Gates assured her they would be safe. Even if he was right, it was time to accept she'd never go home again. Not only would she never see her parents again, Kellen was gone too. All she had left was a burning desire to make Ubira suffer for what he'd done. Until then, she hoped she didn't die of boredom. As powerful of a motivator as revenge was, it lost its edge after a few days in captivity. She much more preferred the constant running, day in and day out, to sitting in a cell feeling forgotten and discarded. Aside from guards who brought food twice a day and emptied their waste bucket, Allison had threatened to knock out every tooth in Kato's mouth if he turned around while she was going. They were left alone. The food was bland, some mash of old potatoes and squash with no seasoning. She wouldn't have been surprised if some cafeteria lady from her school had been summoned to Oras just to make it. It almost made her wish for a swig of the nasty running potion the slavers forced them to drink, if only to have a taste of something with a little flavor. Ubira had said nothing as they were ushered into the prison cells and locked in behind heavy stone doors. Somehow, they glided across the ground just fine until you tried to open them. Allison pushed and pushed until forced to admit the doors were jammed or locked somehow on the outside. After that, Kato, Miri, and the professor sat and waited, and waited, and sat. Allison worried about Miri. After the first meal in the cell, the little girl had stopped eating and drinking. She spent most of her time curled in a ball and only whimpered when Allison tried to talk with her or run her fingers through the Storm Horse girl's hair. The rest of the time, she slept. Professor Gates looked like a skeleton of the man she'd met on the plains, and he'd been no picture of health even then. His eyes were sunken, and his hair and beard grew out in all directions. He reminded Allison of a tired old lion with a tattered mane. Throughout the day, he told them stories of the Incas, a group of people from ancient South America that he insisted were distant relations to some of the Earth Badger tribes. The stories about mighty empires built high in the mountains helped to pass the time, but provided little hope or distraction from the thought of escape. It seemed they'd had their one chance at freedom thwarted by the leader of the cultists. When one day turned into 2 and then 3, Allison wondered if they would even see Ubira again. She didn't give him very good odds to fight off all the cultists, even with Chakra's help. Plus, the vulture was much weaker after its fight with that winged coyote, even though it had won. It would be just like the cultists to steal her chance at killing Ubira like they'd stolen their opportunity to escape. She was becoming unsure which she hated more, Ubira or the cultists.
"What do you think is going to happen to us?"
she asked the professor one night when Kato and Miri were asleep.
"And don't lie to me. I'm not some kid."
For whatever reason, Professor Gates gave a sort of sad smile at that.
"I do not know. It surprised me to find an entire village of people in these ruins."
"What do you think they want with slaves? And why would Ubira bring us here? It doesn't seem like the cultists think he's a big deal. They definitely aren't best friends either, that's for sure."
"Good questions," he said. "We may still make a scholar out of you if your impatience doesn't get the better of you. Unfortunately, your guess is as good as mine. For now, it is time to get some rest."
Allison protested until the professor raised a hand.
Sleep. We will need all the energy and strength we can save when our next opportunity to escape arises."
Cuddling up to Miri, Allison yawned. For doing nothing all day, she sure wore herself out.
"Professor?"
she asked.
"Yes."
"Do you think we'll ever see Earth again?"
Allison wasn't sure if he didn't answer or if she fell asleep before she heard what he said. When she opened her eyes again, she was in her favorite spot on the farm, on the big haystack in the milk cow barn. Right after all the hay was baled, the stack rose so high she could almost climb up through the split in the roof that ran down the length of the barn to let the sun in and the moisture of cow muck out. The air smelled sweet from the fresh-cut alfalfa. Her vantage made Allison feel like she lived among the birds as she watched the barn swallows flit through the rafters just above her head. Once she'd climbed into the rafters in search of nests, only for Kellen to catch her. He hadn't told her parents, but she'd never seen him so mad before. He made her swear never to do it again. If it had been her mom or dad asking, her promise wouldn't have held against the temptation of the adventure. Since it was Kellen, she'd never thought about climbing into the rafters again.
It is a nice view from up here.
Allison jumped at the strange woman's voice. She turned to her left and saw the weirdest-looking person she'd ever seen. The woman had pointed gray-brown ears poking out of her orange-gray hair. Her feet hung off the end of the bale, and when she looked over and smiled, Allison saw a mouthful of sharp teeth. Her long, pointed nose might have been considered unattractive on someone else, but on this woman it gave her a dignified look.
Who the hell are you?
Allison asked. She had a rule about swearing only once a month. Even considering everything she'd been through, this was still the most deserving situation. The woman laughed, surprising Allison with how playful and mischievous it sounded.
I am Coyote Lady. I'm here to help you find a way home.
Allison's eyes widened, and she felt her heart thumping inside her chest.
Really? How?
Somehow she knew she was dreaming, yet had no doubt this weird animal person was telling the truth.
I need you to do something for me when they take you out tomorrow,
Coyote Lady said. Allison had started to ask why, when her excitement faded. What about Ubira? Was she just going to let him get away with killing her brother?
Except, I can't go yet.
Coyote Lady nodded, as if she understood everything entirely.
What if I told you your brother is alive and he's coming to rescue you right now?
A dozen questions poured from Allison, all about Kellen. The Coyote Lady held up a hand, tipped with pointed fingernails like claws.
While I would love to tell you about the adventures your brother has had, my power is not strong in this place and wanes with every passing moment.
Coyote Lady looked around, almost like she expected to be overheard or seen by someone, though they were still in Allison's milk barn dream.
That is why I need your help. Can you do exactly what I tell you? Kellen is depending on you as much as me, even if he doesn't know it.
Allison didn't hesitate.
Yes, anything.
Chapter 40. True to Kipu's word, the tunnels twisted, turned, rose, fell, and converged like a rave of freshman snakes letting it all out at their first college party. Aside from the tunnels, they passed through broad, open caverns the size of international airport concourse hubs, with pathways at several heights along the walls and multiple crisscrossing bridges of stone overhead. Kellen counted one such hub that they entered and exited at least 5 times, all at different levels and from different directions.
How do we know we aren't going in circles?
Shani grumbled after the last time they passed out of the cavern nucleus into a smaller tunnel. In response, Kipu held up the wrist where the shrunken collection of strings hung as a bracelet.
The map is never wrong, little sister. Care less about the destination and more about the journey.
We better hope whatever mana brought him to life doesn't wear off, Vex said. I usually have a great sense of direction, but even I have no clue how to get out of here.
The tunnels and caverns themselves ranged from natural formations with narrow paths through gardens of stalagmites and stalactites to square tunnels flawlessly carved into the stone. While they saw no sign of current inhabitants, now and then Kellen spotted a broken piece of pottery or a series of paintings that suggested people had once frequented the cave system. He kept his eyes peeled for any drawing of the glowing cave openings with the strange visitors like himself that didn't belong. So far, he had no more clues and wondered if the painted carvings in Kipu's hall were more mythological in nature concerning spirit travelers than actual portals to or from Earth. He certainly hadn't seen a hole in the sky to jump back through when he woke up in Oras. "Did you ever meet any spirit travelers when you were, alive?" Kellen asked.
Never did,
Kipu said. attention fixed on the trail ahead.
Heard of a few, though.
Kellen's heart sank, but he pressed on. Did you hear what happened to any of them? Do they ever go back, to where they came from?
All the ones I knew of died.
Oh, so much for that then. Kipu maintained his long strides, though his balance was so bad that the regular trips and wobbles allowed Shani and Kellen to keep up with his tireless legs. The mummy continued to speak non-stop as he walked, with tales of the might of the kingdom of the Sunhawk and the Shadow Owl Alliance. At one point, it seemed, the Sunhawk and Shadow Owl had almost all of Oras under their control. Shani had little interest in conversation or history, but she filled Kipu in enough for the mummy to realize the two mighty empires were fractions of the power they'd held during his life.
They never conquered the Earth tribes, though,
Kipu said, wrapping up another story as they continued down the tunnel.
No matter how often the moose, otter, bison, and horse bowed and paid tribute, the hawk and owl never conquered the badger.
Kellen thought he heard Shani's teeth grinding at the last comment that threw the power and courage of the Stormhorse tribes into question. Despite being appalled at the mummy's physical condition, Kellen found Kipu's personality refreshing from the often dour members of Grey Dawn. He'd already warned Vex about mentioning that out loud. Still, a change of subject was in order.
How much farther do you think we have to go until we find an exit? Kellen asked.
Not much, little brother,
Kipu said. His answer had been the same for hours, even if telling time was all but impossible in the caves. Kellen tried another question.
You said you were a beast caller.
Oh,
Vex said from his perch on Kellen's shoulder.
Let me guess. Was it a dolphin? It was, wasn't it? Or a ferret? I'm going with dolphin or ferret. No, penguin!
He already told us it was a crow hours ago, Kellen reminded Vex. And do you even know what a penguin is?
The little fox sniffed.
I'm not going to dignify such a silly question with an answer.
My chakra was indeed a crow, Kipu said. A crow, not a raven, mind you. She didn't like it when people got the two confused. Talked so much I'm surprised my ear wasn't the first thing that fell off when I died.
I know the feeling, Kellen said. He felt Vex's velvet nose press into his ear.
I'm right here.
Kipu chuckled hoarsely, then fell into a coughing fit, like a lifelong chain smoker who just won $5 on the penny slots at the casino.
Wish I could tell you things would change when he advances, but mostly they won't. We'll see, though. Won't be long now.
What? Kellen and Vex asked at the same time. Kipu waved a hand without turning around.
Your mana beast. He's bursting at the seams. Won't be long now before he reaches companion strength.
Shocked and distracted, Kellen ran straight into Shani, who'd halted without warning. She stumbled forward and narrowly avoided stabbing Kipu with her stone spear. Kellen wheezed. He'd run headlong into her elbow with his stomach. When she recovered, she spun around, glaring, and pressed a finger to her lips. Kellen almost said something just to spite her, except Kipu was also stone still, head turned to the side down the tunnel. Then Kellen heard the voices. They drifted on an echo through the tunnel, sounding so far away that at times Kellen couldn't hear them at all.
It would seem we are not the only ones in the tunnels of Old Siapol after all, the mummy said in a hushed voice. Do you think these are the people you seek?
Still frowning from Kellen's accidental collision, Shani nodded.
It would make sense. If these people Ubira joined with are living in a lost city, they may be using slaves to farm or mine.
Kipu nodded.
The beast caller should lead the way from here. These do not sound like people to meet in the bowels of the earth.
Kellen didn't relish the idea of being their first line of defense, even aside from the fact he probably wasn't the best choice. Shani didn't give him the option.
I will lead.
She brushed past Kellen and drew a knife from her now extensive collection. The other hand gripped her spear staff. Kellen left even more space between them. He wished Kipu had mentioned Vex's advancement earlier. Now he could think of nothing but what might lie ahead, especially since he and Shani had been so excited to escape the first chamber that they hadn't discussed a plan. 2 people and a ward-strength mana beast seemed awful odds, no matter how many people they faced.
You can go in the back if you want, Kellen whispered to the mummy. He hoped he and Vex could at least support Shani if it came down to a fight. The mummy shook his head, his red eyes glowing along with the clumps of neon moss clumped to the wall.
I'll watch your back for a ways. Tread carefully, little brother.
They moved forward at a much slower pace, pausing now and then to listen. The voices continued ahead, growing easier to follow. Soon, Kellen heard individual people talking, though the echo made it hard to follow the conversation. Occasionally, the strike of metal on stone echoed, and Kellen wondered if they'd come across a group of miners. The tunnel wound up, down, left, and right, with no rhyme or reason. Offshoots appeared, and Kipu directed them with tisking sounds. Without his help, Kellen didn't think they would have ever found their way to the voices, which echoed throughout the halls, making it impossible to choose between diverging paths. In the dark, time passed at strange intervals. Kellen had lost track of how long it had been since they had escaped the trap room and found the mummy. He thought they'd walked through the maze of tunnels for about an hour when Kipu hissed for them to stop.
Ahead, we will come out above a large chamber,
the mummy whispered, tugging on one of the dangling braids of his knitted cap.
It was ancient even when I lived, just like the rest of these caves. I do not think it will be any nicer now. There is bad mana in that place, but also something familiar to me. I can't put my finger on it.
At his words, Kellen reached out with his sense and felt Vex stretching to do the same. Kellen let out a small gasp in surprise. It took no great skill to feel the tumultuous waves of mana radiating out from the path ahead. The only other time he'd felt anything like it had been during and after the attack of the black bird. It turned his stomach sour and spiked his anxiety. Kipu studied Kellen's expression, nodding in expectation.
You feel it, yes? The elders of my day kept it sealed away and forbid anyone from going near the place. Someone has found it once more and delves into things that should be left alone.
The voices grew louder, shouted commands mixed with the occasional scream or moan of pain. The tunnel narrowed until Kellen had to duck to prevent hitting his head. Soon they were forced down on all fours. Shani crept forward with the stealth and silence of a panther. From around her, Kellen saw the flickering lights of torches through a hole in the rock ahead. The heavy aura pounded like a drum in the back of his head. Kellen's chest tightened, and each passing moment they drew nearer, he fought to give in to a primal instinct to run. Soon the drum in his mind grew so loud he could no longer tell if it came from the aura of mana or actually existed in the physical world. Now in his fox form, Vex whimpered and laid his ears back. Kellen gritted his teeth and laid a reassuring hand on the fox. Sun mana flowed between their connection, and they summoned the will to continue on. Shani halted just inside the shadows of their tunnel. Twisting around, she beckoned Kellen forward. There was just enough space for him and Vex to fit next to her. Peering over the lip of the rock to the chamber below, Kellen froze at the horrific sight. Allison's head spun from the thick clove-scented incense burning in the air. She blinked and tried to focus by repeating the coyote lady's instructions in her mind. It felt like pushing a snow shovel through a drift of heavy, wet snow. Hours after her dream, Allison had been awakened by Ubira and several cultists. The masked guards dragged them from their stone cell and bound their hands behind their backs. When she reached for Miri to comfort her, she'd been shoved back against the wall, cracking her head hard on the rock. That had made her just as dizzy as the haze of incense. Speaking was threatened with death. As they'd been shoved into lines, prisoners from other rock cells joined them. Some were the other captives brought by Ubira, while others she didn't recognize. The group was diverse, with men and women, old and young from all the Oras nationalities represented. Allison caught Ubira's yellow eyes. They looked angry. On his shoulder, the diminished chakra hissed and clacked her beak, talons digging in, though he didn't act bothered by the pain. Ubira glanced at the nearest guard and leaned in toward Allison and the professor.
Do nothing and say nothing, or they will kill you, he hissed behind his scarf. I have saved your lives at a great cost.
Allison's eyes widened in shock, though not from Ubira's words.
It was exactly as the Coyote Lady had said. Under the watch of white-masked cultists, they were led deeper into the caves. The trip was not long, but even on the short journey she lost track of the numerous turns they made down the warped tunnels. Soon they were led under an arch carved into the surrounding tunnel. A monstrous snake with a gaping mouth and long, broken upper fangs swallowed them before they passed into the chamber. For some reason, she had expected it to be hot, given the ring of braziers burning around the outside of the room. She'd shivered when the plumes of incense rolled over her, addling her brain and chilling her to the bone. The room was large, similar to a basketball court, with plenty of room to fit about 20 cultists and almost that many prisoners. The symbol of an extra-wide Y inside a circle was carved into many of the walls and pillars, which also featured coiling snake designs. In the center of the room, a round well of stone blocks sat. It was about 10 feet around, and a thick, black liquid bubbled to its surface, either oil or tar based on the sulphurous smell. The rim looked like a circled snake eating its tail. Stone blocks were arrayed around the well, wide and tall enough for a person to lie down on. They had slight indents in them, like when you sat up from a mattress and your shape was left behind for a second. Channels ran down the inside of the stone toward the well. Allison drew Miri close to her when they stopped in a long line facing the well and stone blocks. She told herself to be strong for what she had to do. A deep, buzzing sensation thrummed inside her, like feeling the bass turned all the way up in a movie theater. Several prisoners started to panic. The cultists shoved them back in line, brandishing their obsidian-tipped clubs.
"Bring the first forward, one from each of the mother's children," the cultist leader commanded.
She stood on the far side of the well, Ubira and several other masked individuals at her sides. Aside from differences in height and build, Allison could not tell the cultists apart. Their hollow, blank masks inspired a fear that no grotesque design ever could, the faces of emptiness. Screams rang out in the cavern as the cultists grabbed 7 people, an aqua-skinned, middle-aged man of the Otter Nation, a young woman near Kellen's age with the mottled green and brown skin of the League of Moose, an old woman with the golden hue of the Sunhawk, a bald man of Shadow Owl with deep purple skin, 2 middle-aged women of Stormhorse and Earth Badger, and last, Kato.
"No!"
Allison screamed, lunging for the boy's arm. The Coyote Lady had said nothing about this. Kato struggled, kicking and throwing his body from side to side, but with his arms tied behind his back, there was little he could do. Cultists rushed to restrain Allison and Professor Gates, who was bellowing with fury and fighting to reach Kato, just like Allison. 2 cultists grabbed Allison and threw her on the ground, then pinned her down. It took 4 to keep the professor down.
"Ubira!"
The professor's condemning voice boomed across the cave.
"Ubira!"
"Allison!"
Kato's voice cut through the chaos.
"Kato! No, no, no!"
Allison shrieked. She twisted her head forward but could only see the nearest stone table where the cultists fought to hold down the bald Shadow Owl man. A moment later, one drew a knife and plunged it into the man's chest. The old man went limp at once. Allison's shrill screams rose with the chorus of terror. Chapter 41. From their vantage point overlooking the chamber, Kellen, Shani, and Vex saw the masked people drag the victims to the altars. Unable to look away, Kellen watched them kill each one, though one of the stone tables lay empty. As the last bits of life ebbed from the victims in kicks and twitches, one of the masked people laid down on the unoccupied altar. They crossed their hands over their chest, and a moment later one of the other cultists stabbed them in the heart.
"We've got to do something,"
Kellen hissed to Shani, emotion catching his voice. An Earth Badger woman had been one of the ones killed. Kellen prayed it wasn't Obishi's mother. He wanted more than anything to leap down from the hole they watched from and make the cultists pay for the murders they'd just committed. He clenched his hands, though they still shook with his fury.
"We cannot,"
Shani hissed back.
"Your sister has not been harmed yet. If we go down there now, we will die before we reach her."
Kellen knew she was right. He hated how he could do nothing about it, loathing the feeling of worthlessness that consumed him. Blood ran down the channels from the bodies toward the well of black liquid. The contents of the well bubbled even more, and Kellen thought he could make out an eerie, measured croaking sound rising from the oily substance. The ominous drumbeats intensified, and Kellen drew back, clutching Vex close to him. He did not know where or what form it took, but a terrible danger lurked inside the chamber below, fed by the ritual unfolding before them. The black sludge of the well turned pure white, like a saucer of milk. The bubbles faded, replaced by ripples as the well thrummed. Moments later, a grotesque, toad-like head rose from the white liquid. The substance covered it, as if buckets of white paint had been poured over the shape. It rose higher and higher, revealing broad, stooped shoulders, thin, reedy arms, and bulging, crouching legs as out of proportion as the head.
"What is this?"
Shani asked Kipu. When Kellen looked behind them, he found the mummy clutching his head with leathery hands, sitting in the fetal position, rocking back and forth.
"What have they done?"
he moaned, jade and obsidian teeth clicking.
"My chakra, what have they done to you?"
The screams of the captives redoubled, pierced by the shriek of the vulture mana beast, though Kellen could not see it. Several of the captives ran from the chamber. The masked figures, too busy staring at the form that had risen from the well, did nothing to stop them. A piercing fear cut through Kellen's horror. Allison had broken free and ran straight for the featureless, dripping white figure hovering above the well. Without thinking, he leaped from the ledge. Allison hurtled across the chamber, right hand squeezed tight to draw blood from the cut she'd made against the cultist's unsheathed knife tucked into their belt. It had been right where the coyote lady said it would be, and when the hunchbacked thing began to rise out of the milky pool, the cultists had become distracted with awe, just as she'd promised. Through the screams of the captives, Allison heard shouts from cultists calling for someone to stop her. She'd made it almost halfway across the half-court length of the chamber when a quake shook the ground and threw her forward. As rocks tumbled from the ceiling, Allison scrambled to her feet. Her right hand was red with blood now. Coyote Lady said a drop would do, but Allison never did anything in half measure. She ducked under a lunging cultist and kicked another in the knee as they stepped in front of her. A hand stretched out to grab her by the neck, and she bit down hard on it, then twisted away. The chamber shook again, and the floor felt like a rolling ocean. Allison kept her feet. The pounding filled her mind and invaded her heart. Drums that played within her very soul. Boom, boom, boom. She reached the stone altars where the victims lay stretched out. Locking her eyes on the dripping, hulking figure above the well, she passed Kato's body and felt a surge of retribution. She would make them pay. The well loomed ahead. Stretching one leg out, Allison rocketed up the first step, landed on her other foot with the third, then jumped upward over the rim. She held her bloodied right hand out, thrust forward like a sword. Her hands passed through the cold white liquid, then her arm, and the rest of her. She exploded out the other side, dry and untouched, and fell in a heap on the rock floor. A croaking sound stretched out, growing louder and louder until it roared like a jet engine firing up. Allison rolled and saw the white figure swelling like a balloon until all shape deserted it and the thing popped like a massive pimple. Allison threw an arm up to shield her eyes from the impending explosion, but just like when she'd passed through the figure, nothing touched her. When she lowered her arm, a round golden animal with bat wings flapped in front of her.
"You're Allison, I'm Vex, and we've got to go."
Kellen threw up another shield just in time to drive back a charging cultist with its club raised overhead. To his surprise, Allison's act of defiance sparked a revolt in the captives, and most chose to stand and fight rather than flee. She always was good at starting fights. A brief sensation flashed through his mind, Vex, letting him know the mana beast had Allison and she was unharmed. Just ahead of him, Shani moved like lightning. Thrusting her spear forward to stab one of the masked cultists in the gut, she wrenched it back and raised it overhead, hurling it into the chest of another and running toward them. Kellen flung a ball of sun mana from his left hand. It struck the rear cultist in the head and ricocheted into the one in the lead before hurtling away, out of sight and Kellen's control. Both attackers crumpled to the ground, not dead, but out of the fight. Shani whipped her head toward Kellen, eyebrows raised.
Well done.
Had he been anywhere but the middle of a battle, he might have fainted, though he still might before everything was said and done. Seeing a beast caller and a warrior attacking the cultists from seemingly out of nowhere, the armed captives fought their way toward them, led by a large black man wielding a stolen club like a tennis racket. A quick glance and calculation, and the odds were still far from in their favor. A half-dozen more rushed him and Shani, while twice that number charged the rebelling captives. Kellen's weeks of training put his mind on cruise control. He summoned another ball and threw it into their midst. A moment later, he thrust an open palm forward, forming a plate-sized shield just in time to catch a club headed for Shani's head. She pressed deeper into the fray now, fighting like a banshee, chanting whenever she had the breath.
My end is come. I seek the foe, awaiting now my final breath. The enemy I drive ahead. My death has come. I am the end.
She chanted the words over and over, cutting down one, then two more cultists. Kellen dropped to his knees, mouth gaping, chest heaving. He drained himself dry as a drought, shielding her. Willing his trembling arms to hold, he dredged for one last drop as yet another cultist charged her. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two more masked figures sprinting toward him, obsidian knives raised. He groped for a knife of his own, but his hands felt numb and stiff. The cultists closed the distance. So this was how it would end.
Hopaki!
Two jets of silver flame blasted across the room, incinerating both of Kellen's attackers in a blink. Kipu strode forward, more of a proud limp than anything, but Kellen couldn't have cared less.
Hopaki!
He shouted again, throwing his head back and releasing a trilling yip.
There's new life in these old bones.
Still trilling, he released two more streams of silver fire, expertly picking off the last of the cultists attacking Shani. Their new assault was too much for the surviving cultists, who fought to escape the chamber. Now that the former slaves were armed, they fought with unhinged fury, blocking the only exit. Gasping for air as much as Kellen was, Shani stumbled to her feet. She wielded a bloody knife in each hand, her spear discarded on the floor beside her. Then a man appeared. Darting out with a stone spear just like Shani's, he killed two captives in an instant. Ubira. His arrival caused both sides to draw back, and he advanced to the front of the cultists.
Where is your courage, worms?
He asked the cultists.
Hold the slaves off while I deal with the others.
Yellow eyes shone above a scarlet wrapping that covered him from nose to collarbone. The black vulture mana beast flew down and landed beside him, its height reaching well above the man's hip. Kellen knew at once who it was.
Ubira!
Shani's scream of rage rent the air. She strode forward, drawing her sword.
Am I supposed to know you?
Ubira asked.
I am your death,
Shani said. Without waiting for a response, she attacked. The first exchange happened in a flash of sparks and shrieks of metal on stone. When they broke away, Shani prowled around the slaver like a hungry wolf, heedless of the cultist she'd place at her back. Ubira held his position, spear out in front of him in a low stance. Shani struck again and again, but each time Ubira drove her back. Abandoning skill for rage, she threw herself forward with an inhuman howl. Ubira knocked her strike aside and swung the butt of his spear around. The stone handle cracked across Shani's cheek, and she collapsed in a heap. Kellen tumbled forward, but it was no use. He was yards away and almost incapacitated himself. The vulture spread its wings and tipped its fanged beak back in a cry of victory. Ubira would have killed her then, if Kipu hadn't stepped over Shani.
You have a piece of me that will be returned,
the mummy said. Kellen hadn't thought his shriveled features could look so angry or so human.
Go back to your tomb, Ancient One, Ubira sneered. Your bird is mine.
Like two gunfighters drawing, both thrust a hand toward the vulture mana beast, who burst into the air toward Kipu. Halfway to the mummy, the bird froze in mid-attack. Streams of mana flowed from its body in two different channels, a wintergreen line to Ubira and a silver thread toward Kipu. Man and mummy strained and fought for dominance in the arcane tug-of-war, mana thick in the air. Kellen reached out for the aura of mana surrounding their tug-of-war without any clue of what type it might be. As he absorbed it, his veins burned and scratched, but the small sip gave him enough strength to continue. He army-crawled toward Shani as bolts of mana splintered the air overhead. Shielding his eyes against the brilliant display of light, he grasped for Shani's arm, jerking her back from behind Kipu's feet. Hidden in a radiant tornado of yellow, green, and silver light, Kellen could only make out the outlines of the struggling combatants. The vulture, it seemed, was nothing but pure mana now, whatever was going on. A shrill whine built in the air, followed by an immense pressure on Kellen's beast heart. He choked, gasping for air once more like a fish out of water. A column of white light burst from the well and blasted a hole straight through the ceiling. Kipu, Ubira, and his mana beast rocketed in 3 different directions. Wind howled, and shards of rocks rained down. When Kellen risked a look up, the column of light had torn the very fabric of reality. Chapter 42.
Home,
Allison whispered. The slice in reality opened wide enough to show their old red harvester, right where Kellen had parked it in the field when the glowing blue light had appeared. In a trance, Allison took a step toward it, but the fluffy bat flew in front of her, blocking her path.
Whoa, what are you doing? Don't go in there. Something bad is in there. Something very, very bad.
Allison shook her head.
No, it's not. That's my home, she said.
She took another step forward, brushing the round bat aside, eyes locked on her family's field floating ahead of her.
That can't be,
the bat protested.
There's nothing in there. It's just emptiness.
No,
Allison said again, louder this time.
It's home.
As if in answer to her statement, she saw Kellen running toward her. Tearing her eyes from the portal, Allison sprinted toward him. When they collided in an embrace, she squeezed him until her arms ached.
I found you.
She looked up and saw Kellen sobbing, arms wrapped tight around her as well.
I found you. Kellen, we can go home.
Allison turned and pointed to the split in the air.
Do you see it? Do you see the harvester?
Kellen nodded, speechless. Vex fluttered up to them again.
Is it true?
Vex asked Kellen.
Can you really see your home there?
Yes,
Kellen said, breathless.
Look, the harvester is there right where we left it, almost like we were never gone at all. Can't you see it, Vex?
I don't see anything,
Vex said.
It's just darkness and emptiness. It makes me feel awful. I can't even look at it.
Although Kellen could see the picture from Earth clear as day, a leaden feeling pulled at his chest and stomach. In all his wildest scenarios finding Allison, he never imagined a way home would present itself at the same time. And if Vex truly saw nothingness through the portal, what did that mean for his existence if he was separated from Kellen?
Kellen, what are you waiting for?
Allison pulled at his sleeve.
Let's get out of here.
Vex's broken, hopeless eyes met Kellen's. The green light in them faded.
Just go.
Countenance drooping, the little mana beast flapped away, barely off the ground.
Vex, wait!
Kellen called after him. The black bird appeared like a bolt shot from a nightmare. The first attack was a blast of white-green light, the color of pus. It struck Kellen and Allison, knocking both off their feet. As nausea overtook him, he struggled to throw up a shield before the bird collided with him. The force of the vulture's strike forced him on his back, but the shield held. Shrieking in anger, the bird threw itself without regard at him over and over. He raised his right hand to join his left, channeling what little mana he had to reinforce the shield. As apocalyptic as it was, the chamber gushed with mana. He just needed time to channel it.
Go away!
Allison groaned between coughs. She grabbed a stone off the ground and threw it weakly at the bird as it circled around for another attack. Kellen rose to his feet, fighting the sickness plaguing his body. Every limb felt exhausted. Every joint ached. A cold sweat trickled down his back, but he burned with a fever. The bird struck the shield with greater force, and he saw a spiderweb of cracks scatter over the surface of the dome held over himself and Allison. He scraped at his beast heart for any final drops of power to fix and hold the wobbling shield. It wouldn't be enough. The shield was too damaged, and the vulture reeled for another diving strike. Kellen's fingers spread wide, and he braced himself, willing the cracked remnants of his shield together before the attack came. The enemy mana-beast shrieked and dove. A blast of golden light surged across the room like a comet. Vex collided with the enemy mana-beast and drove the bird down to the ground, where they twisted and rolled in a tangle of feathers, mana bursts, and fur. The bird was smaller than minutes before when Ubira and Kipu fought to claim it, but Kellen still felt the strain on Vex as he fought to hold it at bay. "Go!" Vex shouted before the bird's beak bore into him again. Squeaking in pain, he shifted to his fox form in a flash. The shared hurt almost drove Kellen to his knees. Kellen hauled Allison to her feet. Standing, she teetered back and forth, face a sheet of white, eyes sunken and ringed with dark. Recalling the effects of the attack on the vulture, he worried Allison would suffer even worse without the strength his beast collar powers lent him. She sagged into his arms as her legs failed her. Kellen scooped her up, stumbling for the portal above the well. His conscience tore itself in two. He needed to get Allison back to Earth before this sickness claimed her, but his connection to Vex screamed pain and agony. Cultists and slaves fought all around them, no longer held at bay by the two champions. Up close to the portal, Kellen couldn't see Kipu, Shani, Ubira, or anything on the far side of the well. Grunting from exertion, he climbed to the top of the well. A late summer morning breeze played across his face. He could smell the rich earth and the fresh-cut wheat. The sounds of the battle and the nausea within him faded. In his arms, Allison's eyes fluttered open. Kellen helped her stand. A searing pain in his beast heart sent him toppling backward from the lip of the well. She reached out to steady him. He looked back. Vex was pinned to the ground by the vulture's claws, struggling faintly as streams of golden light drifted up from his body and into the bird's beak. Blinding agony tore through Kellen. He couldn't leave Vex. Not like this. Fighting through the haze of pain, Kellen looked up at his sister, standing over him, the well and the portal at her back. His real heart and beast heart broke together all at once, torn between his sister and Vex. He struggled to his feet and hugged her tight, the same as he'd imagined since they'd been separated. The instant passed too quickly. There was no time. He pulled back, held Allison's shoulders, and looked her in the eyes.
Kellen, I love you, Allison. I never gave up looking for you. Kellen, wait!
Allison clutched at his arm, tears running down her face.
Please! I'm sorry. I'm so proud of you.
Kellen pulled free and grabbed her wrists with his hands.
Tell Mom and Dad. No!
Allison screamed, grappling for his arms and hands.
No, no, no!
With a heave born of desperation, he pushed his little sister backward into the slash of reality, showing a peaceful Idaho morning. She cried out and reached for him, but the portal dragged her in, to safety, to home. In a flash of light, both Allison and the gateway were gone. He reached out to the roiling mix of mana in the air, formed a sunball around it, and hurled it toward the enemy mana-beast. It struck the vulture in the head and fragmented into a rainbow of flashing light, knocking the beast away from Vex. Kellen ran to Vex, absorbing and channeling the mana into a rainbow dome of light, blocking another sickly yellow-green attack. The vulture rose in the air again, wings beating as it gathered infected mana for another, larger blast. Kellen knew he wouldn't survive a second hit, but he had to protect Vex. If they died, they'd die together. He scooped the mana-beast into his arms.
You came back,
Vex said in a weak voice.
You chose me.
The bird released its attack. Kellen's shield shattered under the infectious barrage. Time stood still. The sound of dozens of people chanting an unknown tongue and all manner of animal barks, howls, chirps, and other calls filled the air, mixing with the beat of drums. A golden circle blazed and spun like a firecracker around them, spinning faster and higher until they were engulfed in a vortex of mana. Vex glowed solid gold in Kellen's arms, then flashed with a blinding white light.
You have protected this mana beast as your ward, a woman's voice spoke, both loud and soft, stern and motherly. Now you come together as companions.
Geometric designs of light danced in the gaps between the spinning golden glow. Vex rose out of Kellen's arms until he hovered over his head. Unable to keep his eyes open, Kellen threw a hand up to shield his face. A rush of fire and heat filled his veins and consumed his beast heart. When the light faded, a new mana beast stood before him in Vex's place. Shani would have fought Ubira, mana beast or no, but whatever Kipu had done sent the vulture into a frenzy. As she pressed the attack on Ubira, he shouted for the bird. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw it collide with Vex, heedless of Ubira's commands. Even without his mana beast, Ubira proved a formidable foe. That, and Shani felt like she'd already been trampled by a fire bison from their first exchange. For a man in the declining years of his prime, Ubira moved like the rattlesnake, the tip of his obsidian spear striking out almost faster than Shani could follow. But her hate made her strong. She channeled the rage, bent it to her will. Instead of burning wild, it coursed through her, in the quickness of her feet, the power in her arms, and the speed in her blades. Get inside the spear, that was all she needed to do. It was the sole focus of her distance. Ubira held her at bay with his thrusts, but if she broke through his strikes, her sword and knife would win the day. They danced on a blade's edge. One misstep would be the end. Shani twisted her torso to the side and battered at the spear with her sword. Ubira gave ground, retreating, she noted, toward the well and his feral mana beast. Was that a hint of panic in his yellow eyes? Sweat glistened on his bald head, and his scarf rattled as he sucked in air behind its wrappings. She felt no such weariness. She had never felt stronger than in this moment. Her sword flashed even faster, seeking the tiniest gap, the slightest mistake. He could do nothing to her. She would cut him to pieces, and still he would only suffer a fraction of— The spearhead bit like fangs deep in her left shoulder, there and gone in a blink. Shani screamed, knife clattering from her hand, blood flowing down her arm beneath her padded armor. So be it. The sword in her right hand would have to do. Ubira continued to give ground, now just feet away from the well. A brilliant glow erupted behind him, where Kellen and Vex had stood a moment before. Blinded by the sudden burst of light, Shani stumbled backward, injured shoulder ablaze, and she instinctively raised a hand to block the light. Her right leg buckled as a jab of the spear cut through the side of her thigh, just deep enough to make her lose a step. When she looked up, Ubira stood over her, a spear's length away. "You came all this way to die like a dog, Stormhorse," he told her. On her knees, Shani panted. No. How? Her rage fled, and a mantle of weariness fell about her like the thick buffalo blankets they wore to fend off the winter's bite. This time, Kellen would not reach her in time. Kipu, for all she knew, still lay lifeless on the cavern floor from his struggle over the vulture mana beast. In the corner of her eye, she saw her spear, lying discarded where she'd left it before challenging Ubira. She licked her lips. "I came all this way to die," she confirmed. Ubira nodded. "There will be no songs for you. This is not a good death, Stormhorse." He pulled the spear back at hip level, both hands gripping the weapon that would end her life. At the same moment, Shani exhaled and closed her eyes. Ubira's spear struck like lightning from a thunderbird. Shani jerked to the side, felt the swish of air as the spear passed the place her heart had been an instant before. She rolled, reaching as she did for the spot she knew the spear lay. Her fingers closed around the cold stone. Coming out of the roll in a crouch, she thrust, screaming with all her might as she did. Shani opened her eyes. Ubira's yellow gaze stared down at her, and the spear was buried in his gut. Spitting and cursing through gritted teeth, she pushed hard, driving to her feet, propelling them both toward the well. Vex had grown. His body was lean and muscular, smaller than a cougar and sleeker than a lynx. Short, golden fur marked with electric blue streaks and swirls rippled over his powerful back, legs, and tail.
Although he kept some of the snub-nosed face, sharp, thumb-length fangs filled his mouth. His ears had widened and stretched to something more feline. Vex flexed his paws, and razor-sharp claws scraped at the stone floor. He gave his new tail, a long one with a tuft like a lion's, an experimental flick. The same turquoise fire crackled in his eyes as he turned them on the vulture. Renewed in the advancement, sun mana flooded Kellen's body and beast heart, bathing him in golden light. A growl built in Vex's chest, rising to a furious, feline scream of rage. The mana beast leaped. Bird and feline collided as Vex passed through a wispy blast of mana shot from the vulture's fanged beak. On the ground, Vex's own fangs sank into the bird's tattered wing. Still yowling, he shook the vulture savagely side to side. Squawking in pain and anger, the bird could do nothing but batter his free wing against Vex's head, his beak snapping and missing. With a last shake, Vex threw the bird into the far wall. A trail of pale light fluttered in its wake. Kellen stared in shock as his mana beast sank low on his haunches, readying a pounce. In a flash of blue-gold light, he streaked through the air once more. This time, the vulture was ready. A slice of pus-colored light cut through the air. Sprinting to close the gap, Kellen threw up a shield, but instead of attempting to absorb the attack head-on, he angled his shield to reflect it. When the two techniques collided, the vulture's attack spun away like a boomerang and exploded into the wall. Kellen made a note to try that again if they survived the encounter. Bursting from behind Kellen's shield, Vex swiped a paw at the vulture. The bird lifted, airborne, but veered to the side from the hit. Kellen pitched another mana ball and struck it in the chest. The bird twisted and flailed, knocked off balance. Then Vex was on top of it. Pinned to the ground, pale tendrils of mana poured from the vulture, not into Vex, but somewhere behind them. Kellen turned and saw Kipu, both hands extended as the vulture's mana flowed through him.
"Come back, old friend," he muttered, eyes locked on the vulture. "Be free."
The vulture tipped its mess of a fanged beak open and screamed in defiance. Kipu hollered and stumbled, and the tendrils faded. Then Vex's fanged mouth closed over the bird's head in a terrible crunch. Its cry of rage cut short. The bird disappeared in a flash of mana. It was over. Chapter 43. Silence reigned, punctuated by the moans of the injured or dying. Kellen slumped onto the steps of the well as a freight train of emotion hit him. Allison was gone. He'd sent her home just as he'd promised over and over, and he'd stayed behind. He'd never see her or his parents again. The bitter ache of what he'd done overwhelmed any joy in the victory they'd earned. Vex padded up to Kellen and rested his whiskered head on Kellen's leg. His electric blue eyes faded to their familiar brilliant green, and a purr rumbled in his chest.
"You stayed."
The voice was Vex, but a slightly deeper one, like Vex had gone from a child to a teenager in his growth from ward to companion. Kellen ruffled the mana beast between his large, tufted ears.
"Sure did, buddy."
The tired words stumbled out, but petting Vex lifted his spirits. A sob caused them both to turn. Shani stood across the well, holding a spear that pinned Ubira to the top step. Kellen rushed to her side. Ubira stared up at them with lifeless, yellow eyes. His head slumped back, and the scarf around the lower half of his face unraveled. The skin from his lips down was albino white, providing a stark contrast to his golden-hued features. The white skin looked wrinkled, like he'd soaked in the bathtub for too long, and was covered in pockmarks and open sores. Kellen shivered and took a step backward. Still holding the spear shaft, Shani stared at the man she'd just killed. Her entire body shook, and silent tears ran down her face. Kellen hesitated, and then placed a hand on her shoulder. She made no move to shake him off. They stood that way for a minute, the surviving slaves gathering around to stare at Ubira's corpse. Eventually, Shani sucked in a deep breath. Her hands uncurled from the spear,
and Ubira's body fell backward into the well with a sickening splash of milky liquid. She let out a sharp cry of pain and fell to her knees. He tried to help her up, but a pulse of mana drove him backward. Dark purple smoke rolled from Shani's eyes and mouth. It gathered in front of her, swirling to take the shape of a four-legged animal. Shani cried out again, and the smoke ceased to pour from her. The rolling mass before them faded, revealing what could only be described as a demon. Kellen and the freed slaves stepped back in alarm. Vex pinned his ears to his head and growled.
"Relax, cousin," the monster said. "We are all friends here, no?"
The voice of the newly formed mana beast sent chills down Kellen's back. It spoke in a low, husky tone, full of pent-up malice that finished with a silky desire. To him, it looked similar to a hyena, a powerful sneering maw and hulking muscled front shoulders that stood as high as Kellen's waist. Somehow, he sensed companion strength in the new mana beast, but he hadn't thought that possible. A stiff purple mane ran from the top of its head down to its stubby, twitching tail. The beast's hide was gray, flecked with dark purple spots. It radiated a sense of hunger. Mouth agape, Kellen looked from Shani to the mana beast she'd just manifested. He fought an overwhelming sense of disgust and dread. It was as if all of Shani's feelings of hate and vengeance had come together to form the creature before them. The hyena looked into Shani's eyes. She was still seated in front of it, staring in terror at the creature.
"Well, here I am."
The mana beast's curved fangs opened, and a terrible laughing sound, half hyena and half cackling madwoman, reverberated through the chamber. Kellen's stomach felt like he'd swallowed a bucket of ice cubes. The manic laughter subsided, and a long purple tongue lolled out of the side of the grinning mana beast's mouth. She stretched out a trembling hand and touched the hyena, who turned her head into the touch. Based on her expression, Kellen thought Shani warred between disgust and disbelief.
"I've waited so long for this day, Shani," the hyena said. "All those years of self-doubt and loathing slowly shaped me. And then, when you fell in love, I thought we'd never meet. But your vengeance and hatred gave me life at long last."
Kellen wanted to be anywhere but part of this dark, intimate discussion. Shani didn't seem to notice any of them there, though. Her hand jerked back from her new mana beast, and another sob tore from her chest.
"Little sister, this is not the place to linger."
Everyone's attention jerked across the chamber where Kipu stood, the skeleton of a crow perched on his shoulder. It flapped its wing bones and clacked its pale beak, tiny eyes alight with a flickering amber. It seemed he had regained at least a shell of his stolen mana beast. "It's okay," Kellen said, as some of the captives shouted in fear and backed toward the door. "He's a friend."
"Whatever he is, I think he's right."
A rich, deep, comforting voice behind Kellen caused him to turn around. His eyes met a tall man with dark skin and the graying hair and beard of late middle age.
"You're Kellen, I believe."
Kellen nodded. "How do you know me?"
"I'm a spirit traveler, like you," the man said. "I tried to look after your sister these past weeks. I'm glad she got home. My name is Professor Edmund Arthur Gates. In another life, I was a professor of evolutionary biology. You can call me Arthur."
The professor held out a hand, and Kellen shook it, somehow grateful for the familiar gesture. Around them, the other captives began to mutter. "What are we going to do?"
"The cultist will come back and kill us."
"We need to run." "To where? You'll wander around the tunnels until you die of thirst."
"Peace, new friends."
Kipu slammed the butt of his stone spear staff on the ground, like a judge calling order.
"I will lead you to freedom, but it is time to go now."
Galvanized into action by the talking mummy, the others gathered weapons and tended to the wounded in order to depart. Kellen glanced at Shani, who sat on the steps of the stone well, face buried in folded arms over her knees. Her mana beast sat beside her,
bright, mischievous eyes roaming about.
I need to see if my friend is okay,
Kellen said. It felt strange using that word to describe Shani, but he felt more than anything she needed a friend just now. The professor nodded.
We will talk more.
Despite Kellen's words, he delayed facing Shani's new mana beast and watched Arthur walk away. The man gathered up a young girl from the Stormhorse tribe who, oblivious to the carnage around her, laughed on the floor as she played with a small, rabbit-looking mana beast with bright pink fur. Had hers manifested during the battle, too? Kellen didn't recall seeing it while they'd watched from above before the fight.
Is it wrong that it's so cute and fluffy, but I just want to eat it?
Vex asked, confirming to Kellen that, in spite of his changes on the outside, it was the same old Vex within.
I bet it tastes like cotton candy.
Don't even think about it, Kellen said. He sighed, knowing what they needed to do next. Vex swished his tail and nodded.
Well, let's go talk to the...
Vex trailed off, but Kellen got a strong impression that the fox cat felt just as apprehensive about having a conversation with Shani and her hyena as he did. They approached the pair, and the hyena grinned at them. Kellen almost congratulated Shani for fulfilling her oath, but giving props for killing someone didn't sit quite right with him.
My sister is home, he said instead. Thank you. I couldn't have saved her without your help.
She looked up at him with haunted eyes, her black war paint streaked from tears and sweat. She nodded.
It is done.
It didn't feel like the right time to ask Shani what she'd do next, so Kellen nodded awkwardly, unsure how to fill the quiet. To his surprise, Shani let out a cold, empty laugh.
It looks like I got everything I wanted to, doesn't it?
As she spoke, the hyena rose and circled Vex, sniffing at him and offering appraising looks. Vex curled his tail in around him and looked like he'd rather be anywhere else.
I am called Inferi, she said. I've been watching you.
Vex backed away, tail tucked between his legs. He glanced at Kellen for help, but Kellen just grimaced and shrugged.
Thanks?
Kipu walked up to them, saving Vex from further perusal by Inferi.
I have consulted the record knots. There is another way out that will take us to the east side of the mountains, not far from the cave you entered. We should go now.
He glanced at Inferi as he said this, but reading emotion on the mummy's face was almost impossible.
We have spent too much time in this chamber. The girl prevented something terrible from happening, but the bad mana is stronger than ever before.
How are we going to go back the way we came? Kellen asked. There's no way some of these people can climb up to that hole, and we don't have a rope. It sounds like the other way leads into the city. In response, Kipu raised a bony finger and ran it along the beak of the crow skeleton perched on his shoulder. Seeing the bird up close for the first time, a familiar fear gripped Kellen, and he stepped back. At his side, Vex hissed and growled. Shani's head shot up as well, and Inferi barked. Kipu nodded, and his forehead cracked in a scowl as he continued to caress the bird's beak.
Yes, this is my chakra. I do not know how that Ubira stole her from me, but I am grateful to you for freeing her from his corruption. She means you no harm now.
Questions piled like leaves in Kellen's mind. A mana beast could be stolen? How was that possible when Kipu was dead? Nothing of chakra should have remained. And how had she reincarnated as a skeleton? Vex swished his tail, watching the bird with an unwavering intensity that only a cat could.
I'm going to keep an eye on you.
You keep your paws off my bird if you know what's good for you,
Kipu said, wagging a finger at Vex. Chakra cawed in response, as if taunting Vex.
Now, before we go, there is something I must do. This place is bad mana, but it has given me some strength. It should be sealed away again from ignorant fools.
Kipu hobbled across the room to the tunnel's exit, shooing people away as he did. Once more he began his shuffling, stumbling dance, then spread his feet wide and heaved with an undignified old man groan.
Aided by the previous earthquakes, massive stones broke loose from the tunnel and collapsed in on the chamber. Kipu hefted one in the air with his mana and floated it across the room to the well, where he dropped it with a resounding boom. The boulder split the stones below, sealing the opening. Swaying side to side, the mummy performed a series of gestures with his hands. Swirling pictographs of light poured from his fingers and mouth, circling the boulder on the well and plastering themselves against the fallen rock of the tunnel exit. When the icons of mana settled and faded into the stone, Kellen felt a strange, slippery sensation when he tried to focus any mana toward the tunnel entrance or the well. He guessed that even someone experienced in earth mana would have trouble unblocking the chamber or the well. Kipu dusted his hands off and gave a nod of satisfaction. It feels good to work the earth again, but not good enough to stay in this place. He tottered across the chamber toward the hole Shani and Kellen observed the sacrifices from. Kellen glanced at the freed captives, and a wave of empathy overcame him. There were 7 in all, plus the professor from Earth. Aside from the little girl still happily playing with her pink bunny, the other Oras natives seemed completely overwhelmed by the recent events. Professor Gates, on the other hand, stared with intense interest as the mummy went about his work, stretching out the stone below the hole, then forming it into rock. The masterful display of mana channeling awoke possibilities in Kellen's mind he'd never considered before. How strong had Kipu been before his death?
He's good, but he's also getting some help, Vex said. You can feel the mana here, right? You used it during the fight. If we had the understanding he did, we could probably do things impossible to anyone below chieftain strength.
Really? A desire to experiment seized Kellen, but Kipu was already waving them toward the stairs impatiently. Come, come. Kipu will show you the way, poor people, the mummy said. No time to linger here, new friends. With nowhere else to turn, the former captives made their way to the stairs. And no running once you get out of here, Kipu added. I'm not as young as I used to be, and can't go hunting you down all the tunnels if you get lost. You will see the sunlight again. I swear it by the Wild Mother. As the others filed out, Kellen and Vex hung back. Shani remained seated on the stone steps, though a light had returned to her eyes, and she studied Inferi with less disgust and more interest. Kellen left her to her thoughts for a moment longer. He recalled how jarring his meeting with Vex had been. Part of that was the shock of waking up in another existence with a talking animal, but even for a native of Oras, Kellen imagined the sudden manifestation of a mana beast, especially one like Inferi, would be disconcerting. Even more so since Shani had long ago given up the possibility that her grandmother's beast-caller bloodline had been passed to her. Aside from her sinister appearance and voice, Inferi seemed to not be a threat. Still, the mana beast's first words chilled Kellen when he recalled them again. All those years of self-doubt and loathing slowly shaped me. Your vengeance and hatred gave me life at long last. Through their bond, Vex sent an affirmative pulse. He was worried too. Kellen pushed the thoughts aside. He could only fathom the barest inkling of the mysteries between Beastcaller and Mana Beast. Nokam would surely have guidance for her granddaughter. Fighting a sense of unease as he approached Shani and Inferi, Kellen offered a hand to the Grey Dawn warrior. Shani didn't take it right away, but she met his eyes, and for the first time since Kellen had known her, she looked lost. A lot of things happened here, Kellen said, waving his hand around the chamber. For both of us. The way I see it, though, we're both about to start a new life. It's not every day someone gets that chance. Shani nodded and grasped his hand. Kellen pulled her to her feet, and together they left their pasts behind. Epilogue. Kellen and Vex sat on a flat rock on the windswept eastern slopes of the Wakar Mountains. An early autumn breeze stirred across the plateau, carrying a bite of winter with it. Kellen huddled deeper in his poncho, every layer he owned wrapped around him. His eyes stared out across the plains beyond, then fell to the small camp below. They were a ragged gathering by any imagination. In the days since Kellen, Shani, and Obishi had left Grey Dawn, more escaped slaves had found the band. Now, with the group that emerged from the caverns, they were over 30, a stray assortment without considering the 2 men from Earth and a walking, talking mummy. Just as Kellen had hoped, Ira had returned and found Obishi. It turned out that Nokum, Tama, and a couple other Grey Dawn warriors had gone after them, even before Ira returned to Nokum as a ward following his defeat. The coyote had kept his wings and his haggard, aged features, though now he resembled an ancient, grouchy chihuahua. Even with the damage to her beast heart, Nokum assured Kellen that Ira would be back to his normal size and companion strength in short order. It seemed after they'd broken through to companion strength the first time, Ward was only a brief layover for mana beasts while they recovered with mana from the environment and their beast collar to advance once more. After they'd rescued Obishi, Grey Dawn had made camp above the cavern. The Earth Badger boy explained about the stone falling to block the passage, so they'd been without direction to continue the search for Kellen and Shani. In their small group, Tama was unwilling to continue on when Ira told them of the numbers of the cultists. They'd made the decision to wait down at the original camp for another 2 weeks and, if Kellen and Shani did not return, head home. It was only the day after the Grey Dawn warriors returned to the camp when Shani, Kellen, and the rest of their ragtag group came walking down the mountain trail. While Nokum held some reservation about Shani's new awakening as a beast caller, Tama showed no apprehension at Inferi's unsettling air. Since they'd reunited, Nokum had spent a large amount of her time with Kipu or Shani, though if Kellen and Vex thought she'd neglect their training, they were mistaken.
Now you've both gotten a little more sense between those ears, we can get something worthwhile done, she'd told them.
Seeing Obishi and his mother together reopened the barely scabbed wound that he felt at being truly separated from his family. He held no regrets about the decision, but the balm of success didn't always erase the pain. Allison was safe, though, and that was what mattered. He found pride in knowing he'd kept his promise to her, and a growing surety that, even if it still hurt, he was where he was meant to be. Vex nuzzled up against Kellen's leg, sensing his tumultuous feelings. For once, the mana beast had nothing to say. The sense of gratitude and joy radiating from Vex did all the talking.
"I'll miss home like crazy, but Allison is safe and we're together," Kellen said. "That's what matters."
"So what's next?" Vex asked, looking up from where he'd rested his head on Kellen's thigh. It was strange to think Vex was no longer a fluffy ball of fur. It seemed he'd also lost his flying form in the growth to companion. There'd been an undeniable transformation in Kellen, too. His beast heart felt stronger and larger than ever before, and new, undiscovered powers and abilities itched at the edge of his understanding and curiosity. He couldn't wait to begin training to understand the potential he and Vex had unlocked. Shani and Inferi were already gunning to catch up to them, and neither Kellen nor Vex were going to sit back and let that happen.
"I guess we'll find out what winter inside a teepee is like," Kellen said, thoughts shifting to the coming winter.
"And we're going to get even more stronger and awesome," Vex added. "I can't wait to see what I can do. Have you looked at me? I'm totally jacked, and you don't look so bad yourself."
Vex wasn't trying to flatter him. Once they'd returned to the camp and Kellen had a chance to change his clothes, he'd found a lean, muscled body beneath. Though he'd certainly sculpted his physique during their hard weeks of constant travel and training, the transformation, which had taken place from the time they'd left the Grey Dawn camp until their return, could only be attributed to Vex reaching his companion form. Aside from looks, Kellen simply felt better. The fatigue and stress of the past weeks had melted away, and he pulsed with restless energy to run, jump, and test the limits of his reworked body. It was like some kind of steroid with no crash or side effect.
"Maybe we'll go exploring in the spring," Kellen said, as the thought sprang to mind.
He understood enough about the beast callers to know that, with the addition of Shani and Inferi, and the girl Miri and her pink rabbit, Grey Dawn's fortunes and trajectory had completely changed. They would surely want to keep Kellen around, but he no longer felt that it would be without his choice or consent. Although they lacked experience and years of practice, Nokum explained that, in terms of power, Kellen was her equal now,
The old woman warned him that Tama would do anything to keep him with the band, but ultimately Kellen and Vex were free to make their own path.
My, is this the same bewildered boy that dropped from the sky not so long ago?
Kellen jumped at the voice. Looking to his right, he found Coyote Lady reclining against a rock. He flushed. The woman's face split in a wide grin.
Some things haven't changed, I see. You've come a ways, Kellen Lars, but this is only the first step of your path.
Do I know you? Vex asked. I mean, Kellen told me about his dream of you, but I swear I recognize you from somewhere.
All creatures made of mana or flesh recognize the Wild Mother,
Coyote Lady said. She laughed at Kellen's stunned expression.
No, I am not her, but I am her grandchild. The most beloved of her grandchildren, in fact. There are many of us, and it is our job to keep this world in order. You don't know it, but your sister did me quite the favor back in the caves. I thought it was worth a ticket home, though she didn't know that when we made the bargain. I see you chose a different path.
Bewildered, Kellen started to ask for an explanation, but Coyote Lady cut him off.
That makes us even, Kellen Lars, but I'm not done with you, and I haven't even started with your lady friend down there. I admit the awakening of her beast heart was surprising, and I am not easily surprised.
What was all of that about in the cave? Kellen asked. What was that thing they were trying to summon? Coyote Lady frowned. Not her usual pout, but actual concern.
Do you want me to lie or give you my honest answer?
Why would we want to lie?
Vex asked. The demigod stared at him.
You'd be surprised at people's preferences.
We'll take the truth, Kellen said, hoping he didn't regret it after.
The truth is, I don't know, which should keep you up at night, she said, because I'm supposed to know everything worth knowing.
A memory sprang to Kellen's mind, driven by Coyote Lady's ominous words. Kipu got really upset when he realized we were almost to the end of the third nocturne. He still didn't know what that really meant, but he had a hunch these things were all tied together. Coyote Lady looked about to answer, then a coy smile broke across her troubled expression.
For someone so quiet, you sure can get a person talking, Kellen Lars. There are some things you'll need to find out for yourself. For now, I have provided Kipu to teach you what you'll need as you make your own path. He knows many ways that have been lost, if he can remember them. Grow stronger until we meet again. Someone is up to mischief. I make it a business to know mischief, and there is more of it than met the eye back in those caves.
What does that have to do with us?
Vex asked. The Coyote Lady smiled.
Everything.
This has been Beast Mage, Mana Beasts, Book 1, written by Derek Allen Siddoway, narrated by Travis Baldree. Copyright 2022 by Derek Allen Siddoway. Production copyright by Derek Allen Siddoway.